Selections from the works of John Ruskin. By John Ruskin. Selections from Modern Painters. The 5 volumes of Modern Painters appeared at various intervals between 1843 and 1860, from the time Ruskin was 24 until he was 40. The first volume was published in May, 1843, the second, in April, 1846, the third, January 15, 1856, the fourth, April 14, 1856, the last, in June, 1860. As his knowledge of his subject broadened and deepened, we find the later volumes differing greatly in viewpoint and style from the earlier, but, as stated in the preface to the last volume, in the main aim and principle of the book there is no variation, from its first syllable to its last. Ruskin himself maintained that the most important influence upon his thought and preparation for his work in Modern Painters was not from his love of art, but of mountains and seas, and all the power of judgment he had obtained in art, he ascribed to his steady habit of always looking for the subject principally, and for the art only as the means of expressing it. The first volume was published as the work of a graduate of Oxford. Ruskin, fearing that I might not obtain fair hearing if the reader knew my youth, the author's proud father did not allow the secret to be kept long. The title Ruskin originally chose for the volume was Turner and the Ancients. To this Smith, Elder and Company, his publishers, objected, and the substitution of Modern Painters was their suggestion. The following is the title page of the first volume in the original edition. Modern Painters, their superiority in the art of landscape painting to all the ancient masters proved by examples of the true, the beautiful, and the intellectual, from the works of modern artists, especially from those of J.M.W. Turner, Esq., R.A. by a graduate of Oxford, quotation from Wordsworth, London, Smith, Elder and Company, 65 Cornhill. 1843. The Earth Veil. Volume V, Chapter 1. To dress it and to keep it. That, then, was to be our work. Alas! What work have we set ourselves upon instead? How have we ravaged the garden instead of kept it, feeding our war horses with its flowers, and splintering its trees into spear shafts? And at the east a flaming sword. Is its flame quenchless? And are those gates that keep the way indeed passable no more? Or is it not rather that we no more desire to enter? For what can we conceive of that first Eden which we might not yet win back if we chose? It was a place full of flowers, we say. Well, the flowers are always striving to grow wherever we suffer them, and the fairer, the closer. There may, indeed, have been a fall of flowers as a fall of man, but assuredly creatures such as we are can now fancy nothing lovelier than roses and lilies, which would grow for us side by side, leaf overlapping leaf, till the earth was white and red with them, if we cared to have it so. And paradise was full of pleasant shades and fruitful avenues. Well, what hinders us from covering as much of the world as we like with pleasant shade, and pure blossom, and goodly fruit? Who forbids its valleys to be covered over with corn till they laugh and sing? Who prevents its dark forests, ghostly and uninhabitable, from being changed into infinite orchards, wreathing the hills with frail florid snow, far away to the half-lighted horizon of April, and flushing the face of all the autumnal earth with glow of clustered food? But paradise was a place of peace, we say, and all the animals were gentle servants to us. Well, the world would yet be a place of peace if we were all peacemakers, and gentle service should we have of its creatures if we gave them gentle mastery. But so long as we make sport of slaying bird and beast, so long as we choose to contend rather with our fellows than with our faults, and make battlefield of our meadows instead of pasture, so long, truly, the flaming sword will still turn every way, and the gates of Eden remain barred close enough, till we have sheathed the sharper flame of our own passions, and broken down the closer gates of our own hearts. I have been led to see and feel this more and more, as I consider the service which the flowers and trees, which man was at first appointed to keep, were intended to render to him in return for his care, and the services they still render to him, as far as he allows their influence, or fulfills his own task towards them. For what infinite wonderfulness there is in this vegetation, considered, as indeed it is, as the means by which the earth becomes the companion of man, his friend and his teacher. In the conditions which we have traced in its rocks, there could only be seen preparation for his existence, the characters which enable him to live on it safely, and to work with it easily. In all these it has been inanimate and passive, but vegetation is to it as an imperfect soul, given to meet the soul of man. The earth in its depths must remain dead and cold, incapable except of slow crystalline change, but at its surface, which human beings look upon and deal with, it ministers to them through a veil of strange intermediate being, which breathes, but has no voice, moves, but cannot leave its appointed place, passes through life without consciousness, to death without bitterness, wears the beauty of youth, without its passion, and declines to the weakness of age, without its regret. And in this mystery of intermediate being, entirely subordinate to us, with which we can deal as we choose, having just the greater power as we have the less responsibility for our treatment of the unsuffering creature, most of the pleasures which we need from the external world are gathered, and most of the lessons we need are written, all kinds of precious grace and teaching being united in this link between the earth and man. Wonderful in universal adaptation to his need, desire, and discipline, God's daily preparation of the earth for him, with beautiful means of life. First, a carpet to make it soft for him, then, a colored fantasy of embroidery thereon, then, tall spreading of foliage to shade him from sun heat, and shade also the fallen rain, that it may not dry quickly back into the clouds, but stay to nourish the springs among the moss. Stout wood to bear this leafage, easily to be cut yet tough and light, to make houses for him, or instruments, lance shaft, or plough handle, according to his temper. Useless, it had been, if harder, useless, if less fibrous, useless, if less elastic. Winter comes, and the shade of leafage falls away, to let the sun warm the earth. The strong boughs remain, breaking the strength of winter winds. The seeds which are to prolong the race, innumerable according to the need, are made beautiful and palatable, varied into infinitude of appeal to the fancy of man, or provision for his service, cold juice, or glowing spice, or balm, or incense, softening oil, preserving resin, medicine of styptic, febrifuge, or lulling charm, and all these presented in forms of endless change. Fragility or force, softness and strength, in all degrees and aspects, unerring uprightness, as of temple pillars, or unguided wandering of feeble tendrils on the ground, mighty resistances of rigid arm and limb to the storms of ages, or wavings to and fro with faintest pulse of summer streamlet. Roots cleaving the strength of rock, or binding the transience of the sand, crests basking in sunshine of the desert, or hiding by dripping spring and lightless cave, foliage far tossing in entangled fields beneath every wave of ocean, clothing, with variegated, everlasting films, the peaks of the trackless mountains, or ministering at cottage doors to every gentlest passion and simplest joy of humanity. Being thus prepared for us in all ways, and made beautiful, and good for food, and for building, and for instruments in our hands, this race of plants, deserving boundless affection and admiration from us, becomes, in proportion to their obtaining it, a nearly perfect test of our being in right temper of mind and way of life, so that no one can be far wrong in either who loves the trees enough. And every one is assuredly wrong in both who does not love them, if his life has brought them in his way. It is clearly possible to do without them, for the great companionship of the sea and sky are all that sailors need, and many a noble heart has been taught the best it had to learn between dark stone walls. Still, if human life be cast among trees at all, the love born to them is a sure test of its purity. And it is a sorrowful proof of the mistaken ways of the world that the country, in the simple sense of a place of fields and trees, has hitherto been the source of reproach to its inhabitants, and that the words countryman, rustic, clown, paysan, villager still signify a rude and untaught person, as opposed to the words townsman and citizen. We accept this usage of words, or the evil which it signifies, somewhat too quietly, as if it were quite necessary and natural that country people should be rude, and townspeople gentle. Whereas I believe that the result of each mode of life may, in some stages of the world's progress, be the exact reverse, and that another use of words may be forced upon us by a new aspect of facts, so that we may find ourselves saying, such and such a person is very gentle and kind, he is quite rustic, and such another person is very rude and ill-taught, he is quite urbane. At all events, cities have hitherto gained the better part of their good report through our evil ways of going on in the world generally, chiefly and eminently through our bad habit of fighting with each other. No field, in the Middle Ages, being safe from devastation, and every country lane yielding easier passage to the marauders, peacefully minded men necessarily congregated in cities, and walled themselves in, making as few cross-country roads as possible, while the men who sowed and reaped the harvests of Europe were only the servants or slaves of the barons. The disdain of all agricultural pursuits by the nobility, and of all plain facts by the monks, kept educated Europe in a state of mind over which natural phenomena could have no power, body and intellect being lost in the practice of war without purpose, and the meditation of words without meaning. Men learned the dexterity with sword and syllogism, which they mistook for education, within cloister and tiltyard, and looked on all the broad space of the world of God mainly as a place for exercise of horses, or for growth of food. There is a beautiful type of this neglect of the perfectness of the earth's beauty, by reason of the passions of men, in that picture of Paul Uccello's of the Battle of Sant'Egidio, in which the armies meet on a country road beside a hedge of wild roses, the tender red flowers tossing above the helmets, and glowing beneath the lowered lances. For in like manner the whole of nature only shone hitherto for man between the tossing of helmet crests, and sometimes I cannot but think of the trees of the earth as capable of a kind of sorrow, in that imperfect life of theirs, as they open their innocent leaves in the warm springtime, in vain for men, and all along the dells of England her beeches cast their dappled shade only where the outlaw drew his bow, and the king rode his careless chase, and by the sweet French rivers their long ranks of poplar waved in the twilight, only to show the flames of burning cities on the horizon, through the tracery of their stems. Amidst the fair defile of the Apennines, the twisted olive trunks hid the ambushes of treachery, and on their valley meadows, day by day, the lilies which were white at the dawn were washed with crimson at sunset. And indeed I had once purposed, in this work, to show what kind of evidence existed respecting the possible influence of country life on men, it seeming to me, then, likely that here and there a reader would perceive this to be a grave question, more than most which we contend about, political or social, and might care to follow it out with me earnestly. The day will assuredly come when men will see that it is a grave question, at which period, also, I doubt not, there will arise persons able to investigate it. For the present, the movements of the world seem little likely to be influenced by botanical law, or by any other considerations respecting trees, than the probable price of timber. I shall limit myself, therefore, to my own simple woodman's work, and try to hew this book into its final shape, with the limited and humble aim that I had in beginning it, namely, to prove how far the idle and peaceable persons, who have hitherto cared about leaves and clouds, have rightly seen, or faithfully reported of them. The Mountain Glory. Volume 4, Chapter 20. I have dwelt, in the foregoing chapter, on the sadness of the hills with the greater insistence that I feared my own excessive love for them might lead me into too favorable interpretation of their influences over the human heart, or, at least, that the reader might accuse me of fond prejudice, in the conclusions to which, finally, I desire to lead him concerning them. For, to myself, mountains are the beginning and the end of all natural scenery. In them, and in the forms of inferior landscape that lead to them, my affections are wholly bound up, and though I can look with happy admiration at the lowland flowers, and woods, and open skies, the happiness is tranquil and cold, like that of examining detached flowers in a conservatory, or reading a pleasant book. And if the scenery be resolutely level, insisting upon the declaration of its own flatness in all the detail of it, as in Holland, or Lincolnshire, or central Lombardy, it appears to me like a prison, and I cannot long endure it. But the slightest rise and fall in the road, a mossy bank at the side of a crag of chalk, with brambles at its brow, overhanging it, a ripple over 3 or 4 stones in the stream by the bridge, above all, a wild bit of ferny ground under a fir or two, looking as if, possibly, one might see a hill if one got to the other side of the trees, will instantly give me intense delight, because the shadow, or the hope, of the hills is in them. And thus, although there are few districts of northern Europe, however apparently dull or tame, in which I cannot find pleasure, though the whole of northern France, except Champagne, dull as it seems to most travelers, is to me a perpetual paradise, and putting Lincolnshire, Leicestershire, and one or two such other perfectly flat districts aside, there is not an English county which I should not find entertainment in exploring the crossroads of, foot by foot, yet all my best enjoyment would be owing to the imagination of the hills, coloring, with their faraway memories, every lowland stone and herb. The pleasant French coteau, green in the sunshine, delights me, either by what real mountain character it has in itself, for in extent and succession of promontory the flanks of the French valleys have quite the sublimity of true mountain distances, or by its broken ground and rugged steps among the vines, and rise of the leafage above, against the blue sky, as it might rise at Vevey or Como. There is not a wave of the Seine but is associated in my mind with the first rise of the sandstones and forest pines of Fontainebleau, and with the hope of the Alps, as one leaves Paris with the horses' heads to the southwest, the morning sun flashing on the bright waves at Charenton. If there be no hope or association of this kind, and if I cannot deceive myself into fancying that perhaps at the next rise of the road there may be seen the film of a blue hill in the gleam of sky at the horizon, the landscape, however beautiful, produces in me even a kind of sickness and pain, and the whole view from Richmond Hill or Windsor Terrace, nay, the gardens of Alcinous, with their perpetual summer, or of the Hesperides, if they were flat, and not close to Atlas, golden apples and all, I would give away in an instant, for one mossy granite stone a foot broad, and 2 leaves of lady fern. I know that this is in great part idiosyncrasy, and that I must not trust to my own feelings, in this respect, as representative of the modern landscape instinct, yet I know it is not idiosyncrasy, in so far as there may be proved to be indeed an increase of the absolute beauty of all scenery in exact proportion to its mountainous character, providing that character be healthily mountainous. I do not mean to take the Col de Bonhomme as representative of hills, any more than I would take Romney Marsh as representative of plains, but putting Leicestershire or Staffordshire fairly beside Westmoreland, and Lombardy or Champagne fairly beside the Pays de Vaud or the Canton Burn, I find the increase in the calculable sum of elements of beauty to be steadily in proportion to the increase of mountainous character, and that the best image which the world can give of paradise is in the slope of the meadows, orchards, and cornfields on the sides of a great Alp, with its purple rocks and eternal snows above, this excellence not being in any wise a matter referable to feeling, or individual preferences, but demonstrable by calm enumeration of the number of lovely colors on the rocks, the varied grouping of the trees, and quantity of noble incidents in stream, crag, or cloud, presented to the eye at any given moment. For consider, first, the difference produced in the whole tone of landscape color by the introductions of purple, violet, and deep ultramarine blue, which we owe to mountains. In an ordinary lowland landscape we have the blue of the sky, the green of grass, which I will suppose, and this is an unnecessary concession to the lowlands, entirely fresh and bright, the green of trees, and certain elements of purple, far more rich and beautiful than we generally should think, in their bark and shadows, bare hedges and thickets, or tops of trees, in subdued afternoon sunshine, are nearly perfect purple, and of an exquisite tone, as well as in ploughed fields, and dark ground in general. But among mountains, in addition to all this, large unbroken spaces of pure violet and purple are introduced in their distances, and even near, by films of cloud passing over the darkness of ravines or forests, blues are produced of the most subtle tenderness, these azures and purples passing into rose color of otherwise wholly unattainable delicacy among the upper summits, the blue of the sky being at the same time purer and deeper than in the plains. Nay, in some sense, a person who has never seen the rose color of the rays of dawn crossing a blue mountain 12 or 15 miles away, can hardly be said to know what tenderness in color means at all. Bright tenderness he may, indeed, see in the sky or in a flower, but this grave tenderness of the faraway hill purples he cannot conceive. Together with this great source of preeminence in mass of color, we have to estimate the influence of the finished inlaying and enamel work of the color jewelry on every stone, and that of the continual variety in species of flower, most of the mountain flowers being, besides, separately lovelier than the lowland ones. The wood hyacinth and wild rose are, indeed, the only supreme flowers that the lowlands can generally show, and the wild rose is also a mountaineer, and more fragrant in the hills, while the wood hyacinth, or grape hyacinth, at its best cannot match even the dark bell gentian, leaving the light blue star gentian in its uncontested queenliness, and the alpine rose and highland heather wholly without similitude. The violet, lily of the valley, crocus, and wood anemone are, I suppose, claimable partly by the plains as well as the hills, but the large orange lily and narcissus I have never seen but on hill pastures, and the exquisite oxalis is preeminently a mountaineer. To this supremacy in mosses and flowers we have next to add an inestimable gain in the continual presence and power of water. Neither in its clearness, its color, its fantasy of motion, its calmness of space, depth, and reflection, or its wrath, can water be conceived by a lowlander out of sight of sea. A sea wave is far grander than any torrent, but of the sea and its influences we are not now speaking, and the sea itself, though it can be clear, is never calm, among our shores, in the sense that a mountain lake can be calm. The sea seems only to pause, the mountain lake to sleep, and to dream. Out of sight of the ocean a lowlander cannot be considered ever to have seen water at all. The mantling of the pools in the rock shadows, with the golden flakes of light sinking down through them like falling leaves, the ringing of the thin currents among the shallows, the flash and the cloud of the cascade, the earthquake and foam fire of the cataract, the long lines of alternate mirror and mist that lull the imagery of the hills reversed in the blue of morning, all these things belong to those hills as their undivided inheritance. To this supremacy in wave and stream is joined a no less manifest preeminence in the character of trees. It is possible among plains, in the species of trees which properly belong to them, the poplars of Amiens, for instance, to obtain a serene simplicity of grace, which, as I said, is a better help to the study of gracefulness, as such, than any of the wilder groupings of the hills. So, also, there are certain conditions of symmetrical luxuriance developed in the park and avenue, rarely rivaled in their way among mountains. And yet the mountain's superiority in foliage is, on the whole, nearly as complete as it is in water, for exactly as there are some expressions in the broad reaches of a navigable lowland river, such as the Loire or Thames, not, in their way, to be matched among the rock rivers, and yet for all that a lowlander cannot be said to have truly seen the element of water at all, so even in the richest parks and avenues he cannot be said to have truly seen trees. For the resources of trees are not developed until they have difficulty to contend with, either their tenderness of brotherly love and harmony, till they are forced to choose their ways of various life where there is contracted room for them, talking to each other with their restrained branches. The various action of trees rooting themselves in inhospitable rocks, stooping to look into ravines, hiding from the search of glacier winds, reaching forth to the rays of rare sunshine, crowding down together to drink at sweetest streams, climbing hand in hand among the difficult slopes, opening in sudden dances round the mossy knolls, gathering into companies at rest among the fragrant fields, gliding in grave procession over the heavenward ridges, nothing of this can be conceived among the unvexed and unvaried felicities of the lowland forest, while to all these direct sources of greater beauty are added, first the power of redundance, the mere quantity of foliage visible in the folds and on the promontories of a single Alp being greater than that of an entire lowland landscape, unless a view from some cathedral tower, and to this charm of redundance, that of clearer visibility. Tree after tree being constantly shown in successive height, one behind another, instead of the mere tops and flanks of masses, as in the plains, and the forms of multitudes of them continually defined against the clear sky, near and above, or against white clouds entangled among their branches, instead of being confused in dimness of distance. Finally, to this supremacy in foliage we have to add the still less questionable supremacy in clouds. There is no effect of sky possible in the lowlands which may not in equal perfection be seen among the hills, but there are effects by tens of thousands, forever invisible and inconceivable to the inhabitant of the plains, manifested among the hills in the course of one day. The mere power of familiarity with the clouds, of walking with them and above them, alters and renders clear our whole conception of the baseless architecture of the sky, and for the beauty of it, there is more in a single wreath of early cloud, pacing its way up an avenue of pines, or pausing among the points of their fringes, than in all the white heaps that fill the arched sky of the plains from one horizon to the other. And of the nobler cloud manifestations, the breaking of their troublous seas against the crags, their black spray sparkling with lightning, or the going forth of the morning along their pavements of moving marble, level laid between dome and dome of snow, of these things there can be as little imagination or understanding in an inhabitant of the plains as of the scenery of another planet than his own. And observe, all these superiorities are matters plainly measurable and calculable, not in any wise to be referred to estimate of sensation. Of the grandeur or expression of the hills I have not spoken. How far they are great, or strong, or terrible, I do not for the moment consider, because vastness, and strength, and terror, are not to all minds subjects of desired contemplation. It may make no difference to some men whether a natural object be large or small, whether it be strong or feeble. But loveliness of color, perfectness of form, endlessness of change, wonderfulness of structure, are precious to all undiseased human minds, and the superiority of the mountains in all these things to the lowland is, I repeat, as measurable as the richness of a painted window matched with a white one, or the wealth of a museum compared with that of a simply furnished chamber. They seem to have been built for the human race, as at once their schools and cathedrals, full of treasures of illuminated manuscript for the scholar, kindly and simple lessons to the worker, quiet and pale cloisters for the thinker, glorious in holiness for the worshipper. And of these great cathedrals of the earth, with their gates of rock, pavements of cloud, choirs of stream and stone, altars of snow, and vaults of purple traversed by the continual stars, of these, as we have seen, it was written, nor long ago, by one of the best of the poor human race for whom they were built, wondering in himself for whom their Creator could have made them, and thinking to have entirely discerned the divine intent in them. They are inhabited by the beasts. Was it then indeed thus with us, and so lately? Had mankind offered no worship in their mountain churches? Was all that granite sculpture and floral painting done by the angels in vain? Not so. It will need no prolonged thought to convince us that in the hills the purposes of their Maker have indeed been accomplished in such measure as, through the sin or folly of men, He ever permits them to be accomplished. It may not seem, from the general language held concerning them, or from any directly traceable results, that mountains have had serious influence on human intellect. But it will not, I think, be difficult to show that their occult influence has been both constant and essential to the progress of the race. Sunrise on the Alps. Volume I, Section 3, Part 2, Chapter 4. Stand upon the peak of some isolated mountain at daybreak, when the night mists first rise from off the plains, and watch their white and lake-like fields, as they float in level bays and winding gulfs about the island summits of the lower hills, untouched yet by more than dawn, colder and more quiet than a windless sea under the moon of midnight. Watch when the first sunbeam is sent upon the silver channels. How the foam of their undulating surface parts and passes away, and down under their depths the glittering city and green pasture lie like Atlantis, between the white paths of winding rivers, the flakes of light falling every moment faster and broader among the starry spires, as the reed surges break and vanish above them, and the confused crests and ridges of the dark hills shorten their gray shadows upon the plain. Wait a little longer, and you shall see those scattered mists rallying in the ravines, and floating up towards you, along the winding valleys, till they crouch in quiet masses, iridescent with the morning light, upon the broad breasts of the higher hills, whose leagues of massy undulation will melt back and back into that robe of material light, until they fade away, lost in its luster, to appear again above, in the serene heaven, like a wild, bright, impossible dream, foundationless and inaccessible, their very bases vanishing in the unsubstantial and mocking blue of the deep lake below. Wait yet a little longer, and you shall see those mists gather themselves into white towers, and stand like fortresses along the promontories, massy and motionless, only piled with every instant higher and higher into the sky, and casting longer shadows athwart the rocks. And out of the pale blue of the horizon you will see forming and advancing a troop of narrow, dark, pointed vapors, which will cover the sky, inch by inch, with their gray network, and take the light off the landscape. With an eclipse which will stop the singing of the birds and the motion of the leaves, together, and then you will see horizontal bars of black shadow forming under them, and lurid reeds create themselves, You know not how, along the shoulders of the hills, you never see them form. But when you look back to a place which was clear an instant ago, there is a cloud on it, hanging by the precipices, as a hawk pauses over his prey. And then you will hear the sudden rush of the awakened wind, and you will see those watchtowers of vapor swept away from their foundations, and waving curtains of opaque rain let down to the valleys, swinging from the burdened clouds in black bending fringes, or pacing in pale columns along the lake level, grazing its surface into foam as they go. And then, as the sun sinks, you shall see the storm drift for an instant from off the hills, leaving their broad sides smoking, and loaded yet with snow-white, torn, steam-like rags of capricious vapor, now gone, now gathered again, while the smoldering sun, seeming not far away, but burning like a red-hot ball beside you, and as if you could reach it, plunges through the rushing wind and rolling cloud with headlong fall, as if it meant to rise no more, dyeing all the air about it with blood. And then you shall hear the fainting tempest die in the hollow of the night, and you shall see a green halo kindling on the summit of the eastern hills, brighter, brighter yet, till the large white circle of the slow moon is lifted up among the barred clouds, step by step, line by line. Star after star she quenches with her kindling light, setting in their stead an army of pale, penetrable, fleecy wreaths in the heaven, to give light upon the earth, which move together, hand in hand, company by company, troop by troop, so measured in their unity of motion, that the whole heaven seems to roll with them, and the earth to reel under them. And then wait yet for 1 hour, until the east again becomes purple, and the heaving mountains, rolling against it in darkness, like waves of a wild sea, are drowned one by one in the glory of its burning. Watch the white glaciers blaze in their winding paths about the mountains, like mighty serpents with scales of fire. Watch the columnar peaks of solitary snow, kindling downwards, chasm by chasm, each in itself a new morning. Their long avalanches cast down in keen streams brighter than the lightning, sending each his tribute of driven snow, like altar smoke, up to the heaven, the roselight of their silent domes flushing that heaven about them and above them, piercing with purer light through its purple lines of lifted cloud, casting a new glory on every wreath as it passes by, until the whole heaven, one scarlet canopy, is interwoven with a roof of waving flame, and tossing, vault beyond vault, as with the drifted wings of many companies of angels. And then, when you can look no more for gladness, and when you are bowed down with fear and love of the Maker and Doer of this, tell me who has best delivered this his message unto men. The Grand Style. Volume 3, Chapter 1. In taking up the clue of an inquiry, now intermitted for nearly 10 years, it may be well to do as a traveler would, who had to recommence an interrupted journey in a guideless country, and ascending, as it were, some little hill beside our road, note how far we have already advanced, and what pleasantest ways we may choose for farther progress. I endeavored, in the beginning of the first volume, to divide the sources of pleasure open to us in art into certain groups, which might conveniently be studied in succession. After some preliminary discussion, it was concluded that these groups were, in the main, 3, consisting, first, of the pleasures taken in perceiving simple resemblance to nature, ideas of truth; secondly, of the pleasures taken in the beauty of the things chosen to be painted, ideas of beauty; and lastly, of pleasures taken in the meanings and relations of these things, ideas of relation. The first volume, treating of the ideas of truth, was chiefly occupied with an inquiry into the various success with which different artists had represented the facts of nature, an inquiry necessarily conducted very imperfectly, owing to the want of pictorial illustration. The second volume merely opened the inquiry into the nature of ideas of beauty and relation, by analyzing, as far as I was able to do so, the two faculties of the human mind which mainly seize such ideas, namely, the contemplative and imaginative faculties. It remains for us to examine the various success of artists, especially of the great landscape painter whose works have been throughout our principal subject, in addressing these faculties of the human mind, and to consider who among them has conveyed the noblest ideas of beauty, and touched the deepest sources of thought. I do not intend, however, now to pursue the inquiry in a method so laboriously systematic, for the subject may, it seems to me, be more usefully treated by pursuing the different questions which rise out of it just as they occur to us, without too great scrupulousness in marking connections, or insisting on sequences. Much time is wasted by human beings, in general, on establishment of systems, and it often takes more labor to master the intricacies of an artificial connection than to remember the separate facts which are so carefully connected. I suspect that system makers, in general, are not of much more use, each in his own domain, than, in that of Pomona, the old women who tie cherries upon sticks, for the more convenient portableness of the same. To cultivate well, and choose well, your cherries, is of some importance. But if they can be had in their own wild way of clustering about their crabbed stalk, it is a better connection for them than any other, and if they cannot, then, so that they be not bruised, it makes to a boy of a practical disposition not much difference whether he gets them by handfuls, or in beaded symmetry on the exalting stick. I purpose, therefore, henceforward to trouble myself little with sticks or twine, but to arrange my chapters with a view to convenient reference, rather than to any careful division of subjects, and to follow out, in any byways that may open, on right hand or left, whatever question it seems useful at any moment to settle. And in the outset I find myself met by one which I ought to have touched upon before, one of especial interest in the present state of the arts. I have said that the art is greatest which includes the greatest ideas, but I have not endeavored to define the nature of this greatness in the ideas themselves. We speak of great truths, of great beauties, great thoughts. What is it which makes one truth greater than another, one thought greater than another? This question is, I repeat, of peculiar importance at the present time, for, during a period now of some 150 years, all writers on art who have pretended to eminence have insisted much on a supposed distinction between what they call the great and the low schools, using the terms high art, great or ideal style, and other such, as descriptive of a certain noble manner of painting, which it was desirable that all students of art should be early led to reverence and adopt, and characterizing as vulgar, or low, or realist, another manner of painting and conceiving, which it was equally necessary that all students should be taught to avoid. But lately this established teaching, never very intelligible, has been gravely called in question. The advocates and self-supposed practicers of high art are beginning to be looked upon with doubt, and their peculiar phraseology to be treated with even a certain degree of ridicule. And other forms of art are partly developed among us, which do not pretend to be high, but rather to be strong, healthy, and humble. This matter of highness, in art, therefore, deserves our most careful consideration. Has it been, or is it, a true highness, a true princeliness, or only a show of it, consisting in courtly manners and robes of state? Is it rocky height or cloudy height, adamant or vapor, on which the sun of praise so long has risen and set? It would be well at once to consider this. And first, let us get, as quickly as may be, at the exact meaning with which the advocates of high art use that somewhat obscure and figurative term. I do not know that the principles in question are anywhere more distinctly expressed than in two papers in the Idler, written by Sir Joshua Reynolds, of course under the immediate sanction of Johnson, and which may thus be considered as the utterance of the views then held upon the subject by the artists of chief skill, and critics of most sense, arranged in a form so brief and clear as to admit of their being brought before the public for a morning's entertainment. I cannot, therefore, it seems to me, do better than quote these two letters, or at least the important parts of them, examining the exact meaning of each passage as it occurs. There are, in all, in the Idler 3 letters on painting, numbers 76, 79, and 82. Of these, the first is directed only against the impertinences of pretended connoisseurs, and is as notable for its faithfulness as for its wit in the description of the several modes of criticism in an artificial and ignorant state of society. It is only, therefore, in the two last papers that we find the expression of the doctrines which it is our business to examine. Number 79, Saturday, October 20th, 1759, begins, after a short preamble, with the following passage. Amongst the painters, and the writers on painting, there's one maxim universally admitted and continually inculcated. Imitate nature is the invariable rule, but I know none who have explained in what manner this rule is to be understood, the consequence of which is, that everyone takes it in the most obvious sense, that objects are represented naturally, when they have such relief that they seem real. It may appear strange, perhaps, to hear this sense of the rule disputed, but it must be considered that, if the excellency of a painter consisted only in this kind of imitation, painting must lose its rank, and be no longer considered as a liberal art, and sister to poetry, this imitation being merely mechanical, in which the slowest intellect is always sure to succeed best. For the painter of genius cannot stoop to drudgery, in which the understanding has no part, and what pretense has the art to claim kindred with poetry but by its power over the imagination? To this power the painter of genius directs him. In this sense he studies nature, and often arrives at his end, even by being unnatural in the confined sense of the word. The grand style of painting requires this minute attention to be carefully avoided, and must be kept as separate from it as the style of poetry from that of history. Poetical ornaments destroy that air of truth and plainness which ought to characterize history, but the very being of poetry consists in departing from this plain narrative, and adopting every ornament that will warm the imagination. To desire to see the excellences of each style united, to mingle the Dutch with the Italian school, is to join contrarieties which cannot subsist together, and which destroy the efficacy of each other. We find, first, from this interesting passage, that the writer considers the Dutch and Italian masters as severally representative of the low and high schools. Next, that he considers the Dutch painters as excelling in a mechanical imitation, in which the slowest intellect is always sure to succeed best. And thirdly, that he considers the Italian painters as excelling in a style which corresponds to that of imaginative poetry and literature, and which has an exclusive right to be called the grand style. I wish that it were in my power entirely to concur with the writer, and to enforce this opinion thus distinctly stated. I have never been a zealous partisan of the Dutch school, and should rejoice in claiming Reynolds's authority for the assertion that their manner was one in which the slowest intellect is always sure to succeed best. But before his authority can be so claimed, we must observe exactly the meaning of the assertion itself, and separate it from the company of some others not perhaps so admissible. First, I say, we must observe Reynolds's exact meaning, for though the assertion may at first appear singular, a man who uses accurate language is always more liable to misinterpretation than one who is careless in his expressions. We may assume that the latter means very nearly what we at first suppose him to mean, for words which have been uttered without thought may be received without examination. But when a writer or speaker may be fairly supposed to have considered his expressions carefully, and, after having revolved a number of terms in his mind, to have chosen the one which exactly means the thing he intends to say, we may be assured that what costs him time to select will require from us time to understand, and that we shall do him wrong, unless we pause to reflect how the word which he has actually employed differs from other words which it seems he might have employed. It thus constantly happens that persons themselves unaccustomed to think clearly, or speak correctly, misunderstand a logical and careful writer, and are actually in more danger of being misled by language which is measured and precise, than by that which is loose and inaccurate. Now, in the instance before us, a person not accustomed to good writing might very rashly conclude that when Reynolds spoke of the Dutch school as one in which the slowest intellect was sure to succeed best, he meant to say that every successful Dutch painter was a fool. We have no right to take his assertion in that sense. He says, the slowest intellect? We have no right to assume that he meant the weakest. For it is true that in order to succeed in the Dutch style, a man has need of qualities of mind eminently deliberate and sustained. He must be possessed of patience rather than of power, and must feel no weariness in contemplating the expression of a single thought for several months together. As opposed to the changeful energies of the imagination, these mental characters may be properly spoken of as under the general term, slowness of intellect. But it by no means follows that they are necessarily those of weak or foolish men. We observe, however, farther, that the imitation which Reynolds supposes to be characteristic of the Dutch school is that which gives to objects such relief that they seem real, and that he then speaks of this art of realistic imitation as corresponding to history and literature. Reynolds, therefore, seems to class these dull works of the Dutch school under a general head, to which they are not commonly referred, that of historical painting, while he speaks of the works of the Italian school not as historical, but as poetical painting. His next sentence will farther manifest his meaning. The Italian attends only to the invariable, the great and general ideas which are fixed and inherent in universal nature. The Dutch, on the contrary, to literal truth and a minute exactness in the detail, as I may say, of nature modified by accident. The attention to these petty peculiarities is the very cause of this naturalness so much admired in the Dutch pictures, which, if we suppose it to be a beauty, is certainly of a lower order, which ought to give place to a beauty of a superior kind, since one cannot be obtained but by departing from the other. If my opinion was asked concerning the works of Michelangelo, whether they would receive any advantage from possessing this mechanical merit, I should not scruple to say, they would not only receive no advantage, but would lose, in a great measure, the effect which they now have on every mind susceptible of great and noble ideas. His works may be said to be all genius and soul, and why should they be loaded with heavy matter, which can only counteract his purpose by retarding the progress of the imagination? Examining carefully this and the preceding passage, we find the author's unmistakable meaning to be that Dutch painting is history, attending to literal truth and minute exactness in the details of nature modified by accident. That Italian painting is poetry, attending only to the invariable, and that works which attend only to the invariable are full of genius and soul, but that literal truth and exact detail are heavy matter which retards the progress of the imagination. This being then indisputably what Reynolds means to tell us, let us think a little whether he is in all respects right. And first, as he compares his two kinds of painting to history and poetry, let us see how poetry and history themselves differ in their use of variable and invariable details. I am writing at a window which commands a view of the head of the Lake of Geneva, and as I look up from my paper, to consider this point, I see, beyond it, a blue breadth of softly moving water, and the outline of the mountains above Chillon, bathed in morning mist. The first verses which naturally come into my mind are 1,000 feet in depth below. The massy waters meet and flow. So far the fathom line was sent from Chillon's snow-white battlement. Let us see in what manner this poetical statement is distinguished from a historical one. It is distinguished from a truly historical statement, first, in being simply false. The water under the castle of Chillon is not 1,000 feet deep, nor anything like it. Herein, certainly, these lines fulfill Reynolds's first requirement in poetry, that it should be inattentive to literal truth and minute exactness in detail. In order, however, to make our comparison more closely in other points, let us assume that what is stated is indeed a fact, and that it was to be recorded, first historically, and then poetically. Historically stating it, then, we should say, the lake was sounded from the walls of the castle of Chillon, and found to be 1,000 feet deep. Now, if Reynolds be right in his idea of the difference between history and poetry, we shall find that Byron leaves out of this statement certain unnecessary details, and retains only the invariable, that is to say, the points which the Lake of Geneva and Castle of Chillon have in common with all other lakes and castles. Let us hear, therefore, 1,000 feet in depth below. Below? Here is, at all events, a word added, instead of anything being taken away, invariable, certainly in the case of lakes, but not absolutely necessary. The massy waters meet and flow. Massy. Why massy? Because deep water is heavy. The word is a good word, but it is assuredly an added detail, and expresses a character, not which the Lake of Geneva has in common with all other lakes, but which it has in distinction from those which are narrow or shallow. Meet and flow. Why meet and flow? Partly to make up a rhyme, partly to tell us that the waters are forceful as well as massy, and changeful as well as deep. Observe, a farther addition of details, and of details more or less peculiar to the spot, or, according to Reynolds's definition of heavy matter, retarding the progress of the imagination. So far the fathom line was sent. Why fathom line? All lines for sounding are not fathom lines. If the lake was ever sounded from Chillon, it was probably sounded in meters, not fathoms. This is an addition of another particular detail, in which the only compliance with Reynolds's requirement is, that there is some chance of its being an inaccurate one. From Chillon's snow-white battlement. Why snow-white? because castle battlements are not usually snow-white. This is another added detail, and a detail quite peculiar to Shion, and therefore exactly the most striking word in the whole passage. Battlement. Why battlement? Because all walls have not battlements, and the addition of the term marks the castle to be not merely a prison, but a fortress. This is a curious result. Instead of finding, as we expected, the poetry distinguished from the history by the omission of details, we find it consist entirely in the addition of details, and instead of being characterized by regard only of the invariable, we find its whole power to consist in the clear expression of what is singular and particular. The reader may pursue the investigation for himself in other instances. He will find in every case that a poetical is distinguished from a merely historical statement, not by being more vague, but more specific, and it might, therefore, at first appear that our author's comparison should be simply reversed, and that the Dutch schools should be called poetical, and the Italian historical. But the term poetical does not appear very applicable to the generality of Dutch painting, and a little reflection will show us that if the Italians represent only the invariable, they cannot be properly compared even to historians. For that which is incapable of change has no history, and records which state only the invariable need not be written, and could not be read. It is evident, therefore, that our author has entangled himself in some grave fallacy, by introducing this idea of invariableness as forming a distinction between poetical and historical art. What the fallacy is, we shall discover as we proceed. But as an invading army should not leave an untaken fortress in its rear, we must not go on with our inquiry into the views of Reynolds until we have settled satisfactorily the question already suggested to us, in what the essence of poetical treatment really consists. For though, as we have seen, it certainly involves the addition of specific details, it cannot be simply that addition which turns the history into poetry. For it is perfectly possible to add any number of details to a historical statement, and to make it more prosaic with every added word. As, for instance, the lake was sounded out of a flat-bottomed boat, near the crab tree at the corner of the kitchen garden, and was found to be 1,000 feet 9 inches deep, with a muddy bottom. It thus appears that it is not the multiplication of details which constitutes poetry, nor their subtraction which constitutes history, but that there must be something either in the nature of the details themselves, or the method of using them, which invests them with poetical power or historical propriety. It seems to me, and may seem to the reader, strange that we should need to ask the question, what is poetry? Here is a word we have been using all our lives, and I suppose, with a very distinct idea attached to it, and when I am now called upon to give a definition of this idea, I find myself at a pause. What is more singular, I do not at present recollect hearing the question often asked, though surely it is a very natural one, and I never recollect hearing it answered, or even attempted to be answered. In general, people shelter themselves under metaphors, and while we hear poetry described as an utterance of the soul, an effusion of divinity, or voice of nature, or in other terms equally elevated and obscure, we never attain anything like a definite explanation of the character which actually distinguishes it from prose. I come, after some embarrassment, to the conclusion that poetry is the suggestion by the imagination of noble grounds for the noble emotions. I mean by the noble emotions those four principal sacred passions: love, veneration, admiration, and joy, this latter especially if unselfish, and their opposites, hatred, indignation, or scorn, horror, and grief, this last, when unselfish, becoming compassion. These passions and their various combinations constitute what is called poetical feeling, when they are felt on noble grounds, that is, on great and true grounds. Indignation, for instance, is a poetical feeling, if excited by serious injury, but it is not a poetical feeling if entertained on being cheated out of a small sum of money. It is very possible the manner of the cheat may have been such as to justify considerable indignation, but the feeling is nevertheless not poetical, unless the grounds of it be large as well as just. In like manner, energetic admiration may be excited in certain minds by a display of fireworks, or a street of handsome shops, but the feeling is not poetical, because the grounds of it are false, and therefore ignoble. There is in reality nothing to deserve admiration either in the firing of packets of gunpowder, or in the display of the stocks of warehouses. But admiration excited by the budding of a flower is a poetical feeling, because it is impossible that this manifestation of spiritual power and vital beauty can ever be enough admired. Farther, it is necessary to the existence of poetry that the grounds of these feelings should be furnished by the imagination. Poetical feeling, that is to say, mere noble emotion, is not poetry. It is happily inherent in all human nature deserving the name, and is found often to be purest in the least sophisticated. But the power of assembling, by the help of the imagination, such images as will excite these feelings, is the power of the poet or literally of the maker. Now this power of exciting the emotions depends of course on the richness of the imagination, and on its choice of those images which, in combination, will be most effective, or, for the particular work to be done, most fit. And it is altogether impossible for a writer not endowed with invention to conceive what tools a true poet will make use of, or in what way he will apply them, or what unexpected results he will bring out by them, so that it is vain to say that the details of poetry ought to possess, or ever do possess, any definite character. Generally speaking, poetry runs into finer and more delicate details than prose, but the details are not poetical because they are more delicate, but because they are employed so as to bring out an affecting result. For instance, no one but a true poet would have thought of exciting our pity for a bereaved father by describing his way of locking the door of his house. Perhaps to himself at that moment he said, "The key I must take, for my Ellen is dead." But of this in my ears not a word did he speak. And he went to the chase with a tear on his cheek. In like manner, in painting, it is altogether impossible to say beforehand what details a great painter may make poetical by his use of them to excite noble emotions, and we shall, therefore, find presently that a painting is to be classed in the great or inferior schools, not according to the kind of details which it represents, but according to the uses for which it employs them. It is only farther to be noticed that infinite confusion has been introduced into this subject by the careless and illogical custom of opposing painting to poetry, instead of regarding poetry as consisting in a noble use, whether of colors or words. Painting is properly to be opposed to speaking or writing, but not to poetry. Both painting and speaking are methods of expression. Poetry is the employment of either for the noblest purposes. This question being thus far determined, we may proceed with our paper in the Idler. It is very difficult to determine the exact degree of enthusiasm that the arts of painting and poetry may admit. There may, perhaps, be too great indulgence as well as too great a restraint of imagination. If the one produces incoherent monsters, the other produces what is full as bad, lifeless insipidity. An intimate knowledge of the passions and good sense, but not common sense, must at last determine its limits. It has been thought, and I believe with reason, that Michelangelo sometimes transgressed those limits, and I think I have seen figures of him of which it was very difficult to determine whether they were in the highest degree sublime or extremely ridiculous. Such faults may be said to be the ebullitions of genius, but at least he had this merit, that he never was insipid, and whatever passion his works may excite, they will always escape contempt. What I have had under consideration is the sublimest style, particularly that of Michelangelo, the Homer of painting. Other kinds may admit of this naturalness, which of the lowest kind is the chief merit, but in painting, as in poetry, the highest style has the least of common nature. From this passage we gather three important indications of the supposed nature of the great style. That it is the work of men in a state of enthusiasm. That it is like the writing of Homer, and that it has as little as possible of common nature in it. First, it is produced by men in a state of enthusiasm. That is, by men who feel strongly and nobly, for we do not call a strong feeling of envy, jealousy, or ambition enthusiasm. That is, therefore, by men who feel poetically. This much we may admit, I think, with perfect safety. Great art is produced by men who feel acutely and nobly, and it is in some sort an expression of this personal feeling. We can easily conceive that there may be a sufficiently marked distinction between such art and that which is produced by men who do not feel at all, but who reproduce, though ever so accurately, yet coldly, like human mirrors, the scenes which pass before their eyes. Secondly, great art is like the writing of Homer, and this chiefly because it has little of common nature in it. We are not clearly informed what is meant by common nature in this passage. Homer seems to describe a great deal of what is common, cookery, for instance, very carefully in all its processes. I suppose the passage in the Iliad which, on the whole, has excited most admiration is that which describes a wife's sorrow at parting from her husband, and a child's fright at its father's helmet, and I hope, at least, the former feeling may be considered common nature. But the true greatness of Homer's style is, doubtless, held by our author to consist in his imaginations of things not only uncommon but impossible, such as spirits in brazen armor, or monsters with heads of men and bodies of beasts, and in his occasional delineations of the human character and form in their utmost, or heroic, strength and beauty. We gather then, on the whole, that a painter in the great style must be enthusiastic, or full of emotion, and must paint the human form in its utmost strength and beauty, and perhaps certain impossible forms besides, liable by persons not in an equally enthusiastic state of mind to be looked upon as in some degree absurd. This I presume to be Reynolds's meaning, and to be all that he intends us to gather from his comparison of the great style with the writings of Homer. But if that comparison be a just one in all respects, surely two other corollaries ought to be drawn from it, namely, first, that these heroic or impossible images are to be mingled with others very unheroic and very possible, and secondly, that in the representation of the heroic or impossible forms, the greatest care must be taken in finishing the details. So that a painter must not be satisfied with painting well the countenance and the body of his hero, but ought to spend the greatest part of his time, as Homer the greatest number of verses, in elaborating the sculptured pattern on his shield. Let us, however, proceed with our paper. One may very safely recommend a little more enthusiasm to the modern painters. Too much is certainly not the vice of the present age. The Italians seem to have been continually declining in this respect, from the time of Michelangelo to that of Carlo Maratti, and from thence to the very bathos of insipidity to which they are now sunk, so that there is no need of remarking that where I mention the Italian painters in opposition to the Dutch, I mean not the moderns, but the heads of the old Roman and Bolognian schools, nor did I mean to include, in my idea of an Italian painter, the Venetian school, which may be said to be the Dutch part of the Italian genius. I have only to add a word of advice to the painters that, however excellent they may be in painting naturally, they would not flatter themselves very much upon it, and to the connoisseurs, that when they see a cat or a fiddle painted so finely, that, as the phrase is, it looks as if you could take it up, they would not for that reason immediately compare the painter to Raphael and Michelangelo. In this passage there are 4 points chiefly to be remarked. The first, that in the year 1759 the Italian painters were, in our author's opinion, sunk in the very bathos of insipidity. The second, that the Venetian painters, i.e. Titian, Tintoret, and Veronese are, in our author's opinion, to be classed with the Dutch, that is to say, are painters in a style in which the slowest intellect is always sure to succeed best. Thirdly, that painting naturally is not a difficult thing, nor one on which a painter should pride himself. And finally, that connoisseurs, seeing a cat or a fiddle successfully painted, ought not therefore immediately to compare the painter to Raphael or Michelangelo. Yet Raphael painted fiddles very carefully in the foreground of his St. Cecilia, so carefully that they quite look as if they might be taken up. So carefully that I never yet looked at the picture without wishing that somebody would take them up, and out of the way. And I am under a very strong persuasion that Raphael did not think painting, naturally, an easy thing. It will be well to examine into this point a little, and for the present, with the reader's permission, we will pass over the first 2 statements in this passage, touching the character of Italian art in 1759, and of Venetian art in general, and immediately examine some of the evidence existing as to the real dignity of natural painting, that is to say, of painting carried to the point at which it reaches a deceptive appearance of reality. Of realization. Volume 3, Chapter 2. In the outset of this inquiry, the reader must thoroughly understand that we are not now considering what is to be painted, but how far it is to be painted. not whether Raphael does right in representing angels playing upon violins, or whether Veronese does right in allowing cats and monkeys to join the company of kings, but whether, supposing the subjects rightly chosen, they ought on the canvas to look like real angels with real violins, and substantial cats looking at veritable kings, or only like imaginary angels with soundless violins, ideal cats, and unsubstantial kings. Now, from the first moment when painting began to be a subject of literary inquiry and general criticism, I cannot remember any writer, not professedly artistical, who has not, more or less, in one part of his book or another, countenanced the idea that the great end of art is to produce a deceptive resemblance of reality. It may be, indeed, that we shall find the writers, through many pages, explaining principles of ideal beauty, and professing great delight in the evidences of imagination. But whenever a picture is to be definitely described, whenever the writer desires to convey to others some impression of an extraordinary excellence, all praise is wound up with some such statements as these. It was so exquisitely painted that you expected the figures to move and speak, you approached the flowers to enjoy their smell, and stretched your hand towards the fruit which had fallen from the branches. You shrunk back lest the sword of the warrior should indeed descend, and turned away your head that you might not witness the agonies of the expiring martyr. In a large number of instances, language such as this will be found to be merely a clumsy effort to convey to others a sense of the admiration, of which the writer does not understand the real cause in himself. A person is attracted to a picture by the beauty of its color, interested by the liveliness of its story, and touched by certain countenances or details which remind him of friends whom he loved, or scenes in which he delighted. He naturally supposes that what gives him so much pleasure must be a notable example of the painter's skill. But he is ashamed to confess, or perhaps does not know, that he is so much a child as to be fond of bright colors and amusing incidents, and he is quite unconscious of the associations which have so secret and inevitable a power over his heart. He casts about for the cause of his delight, and can discover no other than that he thought the picture like reality. In another, perhaps, a still larger number of cases, such language will be found to be that of simple ignorance, the ignorance of persons whose position in life compels them to speak of art, without having any real enjoyment of it. It is inexcusably required from people of the world, that they should see merit in Claudes and Titians, and the only merit which many persons can either see or conceive in them is, that they must be like nature. In other cases, the deceptive power of the art is really felt to be a source of interest and amusement. This is the case with a large number of the collectors of Dutch pictures. They enjoy seeing what is flat made to look round, exactly as a child enjoys a trick of legerdemain. They rejoice in flies which the spectator vainly attempts to brush away, and in dew which he endeavors to dry by putting the picture in the sun. They take it for the greatest compliment to their treasures that they should be mistaken for windows, and think the parting of Abraham and Hagar adequately represented if Hagar seems to be really crying. It is against critics and connoisseurs of this latter stamp, of whom, in the year 1759, the juries of art were for the most part composed, that the essay of Reynolds, which we have been examining, was justly directed. But Reynolds had not sufficiently considered that neither the men of this class, nor of the two other classes above described, constitute the entire body of those who praise art for its realization, and that the holding of this apparently shallow and vulgar opinion cannot, in all cases, be attributed to the want either of penetration, sincerity, or sense. The collectors of Gerard Dows and Habemas may be passed by with a smile, and the affectations of Walpole and simplicities of Vasari dismissed with contempt, or with compassion. But very different men from these have held precisely the same language, and one amongst the rest, whose authority is absolutely, and in all points, overwhelming. There was probably never a period in which the influence of art over the minds of men seemed to depend less on its merely imitative power than the close of the 13th century. No painting or sculpture at that time reached more than a rude resemblance of reality. Its despised perspective, imperfect chiaroscuro, and unrestrained flights of fantastic imagination separated the artist's work from nature by an interval which there was no attempt to disguise, and little to diminish. And yet, at this very period, the greatest poet of that, or perhaps of any other age, and the attached friend of its greatest painter, who must over and over again have held full and free conversation with him respecting the objects of his art, speaks in the following terms of painting, supposed to be carried to its highest perfection. Qual dipeno fu maestro, e di style. Che ritrus l'ombra, e I tratti, chi ivi. Mirar feriano uno ingegno sottili? Mortili morti, e I vivi perian vivi. Non vid me di me, chi vid io vero. Quant io calci, fin che chi nato givi. Dante, Purgatorio, Canto 12. 1, 64. What master of the pencil, or the style, had traced the shades and lines that might have made the subtlest workman wonder? Dead the dead? The living seemed alive, with clearer view. His eye beheld not who beheld the truth. Then mine what I did tread on, while I went low bending. Carry. Dante has here clearly no other idea of the highest art than that it should bring back, as in a mirror or vision, the aspect of things past or absent. The scenes of which he speaks are, on the pavement, forever represented by angelic power, so that the souls which traverse this circle of the rock may see them, as if the years of the world had been rolled back, and they again stood beside the actors in the moment of action. Nor do I think that Dante's authority is absolutely necessary to compel us to admit that such art as this might, indeed, be the highest possible. Whatever delight we may have been in the habit of taking in pictures, if it were but truly offered to us, to remove at our will the canvas from the frame, and in lieu of it to behold, fixed forever, the image of some of those mighty scenes which it has been our way to make mere themes for the artist's fancy, if, for instance, we could again behold the Magdalene receiving her pardon at Christ's feet, or the disciples sitting with him at the table of Emmaus, and this not feebly nor fancifully, but as if some silver mirror that had leaned against the wall of the chamber had been miraculously commanded to retain forever the colors that had flashed upon it for an instant, would we not part with our picture, Titian's or Veronese's though it might be? Yes, the reader answers, in the instance of such scenes as these, but not if the scene represented were uninteresting. Not, indeed, if it were utterly vulgar or painful, but we are not yet certain that the art which represents what is vulgar or painful is itself of much value, and with respect to the art whose aim is beauty, even of an inferior order, it seems that Dante's idea of its perfection has still much evidence in its favor. For among persons of native good sense, and courage enough to speak their minds, we shall often find a considerable degree of doubt as to the use of art, in consequence of their habitual comparison of it with reality. What is the use, to me, of the painted landscape? They will ask. I see more beautiful and perfect landscapes every day of my life in my forenoon walk. What is the use, to me, of the painted effigy of hero or beauty? I can see a stamp of higher heroism, and light of purer beauty, on the faces round me, utterly inexpressible by the highest human skill. Now, it is evident that to persons of this temper the only valuable picture would, indeed, be mirrors, reflecting permanently the images of the things in which they took delight, and of the faces that they loved. Nay, but the reader interrupts, if he is of the idealist school. I deny that more beautiful things are to be seen in nature than in art. On the contrary, everything in nature is faulty, and art represents nature as perfected. Be it so. Must, therefore, this perfected nature be imperfectly represented? Is it absolutely required of the painter, who has conceived perfection, that he should so paint it as to look only like a picture? Or is not Dante's view of the matter right even here, and would it not be well that the perfect conception of Pallas should be so given as to look like Pallas herself, rather than merely like the picture of Pallas? It is not easy for us to answer this question rightly, owing to the difficulty of imagining any art which should reach the perfection supposed. Our actual powers of imitation are so feeble that wherever deception is attempted, a subject of a comparatively low or confined order must be chosen. I do not enter at present into the inquiry how far the powers of imitation extend, but assuredly up to the present period they have been so limited that it is hardly possible for us to conceive a deceptive art embracing a high range of subject. But let the reader make the effort, and consider seriously what he would give at any moment to have the power of arresting the fairest scenes, those which so often rise before him only to vanish, to stay the cloud in its fading, the leaf in its trembling, and the shadows in their changing, to bid the fitful foam be fixed upon the river, and the ripples be everlasting upon the lake. And then to bear away with him no darkened or feeble sun-stain, though even that is beautiful, but a counterfeit. Which should seem no counterfeit the true and perfect image of life indeed. Or rather, for the full majesty of such a power is not thus sufficiently expressed, let him consider that it would be in effect nothing else than a capacity of transporting himself at any moment into any scene, a gift as great as can be possessed by a disembodied spirit, and suppose, also, this necromancy embracing not only the present but the past, and enabling us seemingly to enter into the very bodily presence of men long since gathered to the dust, to behold them and act as they lived, but with greater privilege than ever was granted to the companions of those transient acts of life, to see them fastened at our will in the gesture and expression of an instant, and stayed, on the eve of some great deed, in immortality of burning purpose. Conceive, so far as it is possible, such power as this, and then say whether the art which conferred it is to be spoken lightly of, or whether we should not rather reverence, as half divine, a gift which would go so far as to raise us into the rank, and invest us with the felicities of angels? Yet such would imitative art be in its perfection. Not by any means an easy thing, as Reynolds supposes it. Far from being easy, it is so utterly beyond all human power that we have difficulty even in conceiving its nature or results. The best art we as yet possess comes so far short of it. But we must not rashly come to the conclusion that such art would, indeed, be the highest possible. There is much to be considered hereafter on the other side. The only conclusion we are as yet warranted in forming is, that Reynolds had no right to speak lightly or contemptuously of imitative art, that in fact, when he did so, he had not conceived its entire nature, but was thinking of some vulgar conditions of it, which were the only ones known to him, and that, therefore, his whole endeavor to explain the difference between great and mean art has been disappointed, that he has involved himself in a crowd of theories, whose issue he had not foreseen, and committed himself to conclusions which he never intended. There is an instinctive consciousness in his own mind of the difference between high and low art, but he is utterly incapable of explaining it, and every effort which he makes to do so involves him in unexpected fallacy and absurdity. It is not true that poetry does not concern herself with minute details. It is not true that high art seeks only the invariable. It is not true that imitative art is an easy thing. It is not true that the faithful rendering of nature is an employment in which the slowest intellect is likely to succeed best. All these successive assertions are utterly false and untenable, while the plain truth, a truth lying at the very door, has all the while escaped him, that which was incidentally stated in the preceding chapter, namely, that the difference between great and mean art lies, not in definable methods of handling, or styles of representation, or choices of subjects, but wholly in the nobleness of the end to which the effort of the painter is addressed. We cannot say that a painter is great because he paints boldly, or paints delicately, because he generalizes or particularizes, because he loves detail, or because he disdains it. He is great if, by any of these means, he has laid open noble truths, or aroused noble emotions. It does not matter whether he paint the petal of a rose, or the chasms of a precipice, so that love and admiration attend him as he labors, and wait forever upon his work. It does not matter whether he toil for months upon a few inches of his canvas, or cover a palace front with color in a day, so only that it be with a solemn purpose that he has filled his heart with patience, or urged his hand to haste. And it does not matter whether he seek for his subjects among peasants or nobles, among the heroic or the simple, in courts or in fields, so only that he behold all things with a thirst for beauty, and a hatred of meanness and vice. There are, indeed, certain methods of representation which are usually adopted by the most active minds, and certain characters of subject usually delighted in by the noblest hearts, but it is quite possible, quite easy, to adopt the manner of painting without sharing the activity of mind, and to imitate the choice of subject without possessing the nobility of spirit, while, on the other hand, it is altogether impossible to foretell on what strange objects the strength of a great man will sometimes be concentrated, or by what strange means he will sometimes express himself. So that true criticism of art never can consist in the mere application of rules. It can be just only when it is founded on quick sympathy with the innumerable instincts and changeful efforts of human nature, chastened and guided by unchanging love of all things that God has created to be beautiful, and pronounced to be good. Of the Novelty of Landscape. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Having now obtained, I trust, clear ideas, up to a certain point, of what is generally right and wrong in all art, both in conception and in workmanship, we have to apply these laws of right to the particular branch of art which is the subject of our present inquiry, namely, landscape painting. Respecting which, after the various meditations into which we have been led on the high duties and ideals of art, it may not improbably occur to us first to ask, whether it be worth inquiring about at all. That question, perhaps the reader thinks, should have been asked and answered before I had written, or he read, 2 volumes and a half about it. So I had answered it, in my own mind, but it seems time now to give the grounds for this answer. If, indeed, the reader has never suspected that landscape painting was anything but good, right, and healthy work, I should be sorry to put any doubt of its being so into his mind. But if, as seems to me more likely, he, living in this busy and perhaps somewhat calamitous age, has some suspicion that landscape painting is but an idle and empty business, not worth all our long talk about it, then, perhaps, he will be pleased to have such suspicion done away, before troubling himself farther with these disquisitions. I should rather be glad, than otherwise, that he had formed some suspicion on this matter. If he has at all admitted the truth of anything hitherto said respecting great art, and its choices of subject, it seems to me he ought, by this time, to be questioning with himself whether roadside weeds, old cottages, broken stones, and such other materials, be worthy matters for grave men to busy themselves in the imitation of. And I should like him to probe this doubt to the deep of it, and bring all his misgivings out to the broad light, that we may see how we are to deal with them, or ascertain if indeed they are too well founded to be dealt with. And to this end I would ask him now to imagine himself entering, for the first time in his life, the room of the old watercolor society, and to suppose that he has entered it, not for the sake of a quiet examination of the paintings one by one, but in order to seize such ideas as it may generally suggest respecting the state and meaning of modern, as compared with elder, art. I suppose him, of course, that he may be capable of such a comparison, to be in some degree familiar with the different forms in which art has developed itself within the periods historically known to us, but never, till that moment, to have seen any completely modern work. So prepared, and so unprepared, he would, as his ideas began to arrange themselves, be first struck by the number of paintings representing blue mountains, clear lakes, and ruined castles or cathedrals, and he would say to himself, "There is something strange in the mind of these modern people. Nobody ever cared about blue mountains before, or tried to paint the broken stones of old walls." And the more he considered the subject, the more he would feel the peculiarity, and, as he thought over the art of Greeks and Romans, he would still repeat, with increasing certainty of conviction, "Mountains! I remember none." The Greeks did not seem, as artists, to know that such things were in the world. They carved, or variously represented, men, and horses, and beasts, and birds, and all kinds of living creatures, yes, even down to cuttlefish, and trees, in a sort of way, but not so much as the outline of a mountain. And as for lakes, they merely showed they knew the difference between salt and fresh water by the fish they put into each. Then he would pass on to medieval art, and still he would be obliged to repeat, "Mountains! I remember none." Some careless and jagged arrangements of blue spires or spikes on the horizon, and here and there, an attempt at representing an overhanging rock with a hole through it, but merely in order to divide the light behind some human figure. Lakes! No, nothing of the kind, only blue bays of sea put in to fill up the background when the painter could not think of anything else. Broken down buildings! No, for the most part very complete and well-appointed buildings, if any, and never buildings at all, but to give place or explanation to some circumstance of human conduct. And then he would look up again to the modern pictures, observing, with an increasing astonishment, that here the human interest had, in many cases, altogether disappeared. That mountains, instead of being used only as a blue ground for the relief of the heads of saints, were themselves the exclusive subjects of reverent contemplation, that their ravines, and peaks, and forests, were all painted with an appearance of as much enthusiasm as had formerly been devoted to the dimple of beauty, or the frowns of asceticism, and that all the living interest which was still supposed necessary to the scene might be supplied by a traveler in a slouched hat, a beggar in a scarlet cloak, or, in default of these, even by a heron or a wild duck. And if he could entirely divest himself of his own modern habits of thought, and regard the subjects in question with the feelings of a knight or monk of the Middle Ages, it might be a question whether those feelings would not rapidly verge towards contempt. What? He might perhaps mutter to himself. Here are human beings spending the whole of their lives in making pictures of bits of stone and runlets of water, withered sticks and flying fogs, and actually not a picture of the gods or the heroes. None of the saints or the martyrs. None of the angels and demons. None of councils or battles, or any other single thing worth the thought of a man. Trees and clouds indeed! As if I should not see as many trees as I cared to see, and more, in the first half of my day's journey tomorrow, or as if it mattered to any man whether the sky were clear or cloudy, so long as his armor did not get too hot in the sun. There can be no question that this would have been somewhat the tone of thought with which either a Lacedaemonian, a soldier of Rome in her strength, or a knight of the 13th century, would have been apt to regard these particular forms of our present art. Nor can there be any question that, in many respects, their judgment would have been just. It is true that the indignation of the Spartan or Roman would have been equally excited against any appearance of luxurious industry, but the medieval knight would, to the full, have admitted the nobleness of art. Only he would have had it employed in decorating his church or his prayer book, not in imitating moors and clouds. And the feelings of all the three would have agreed in this, that their main ground of offense must have been the want of seriousness and purpose in what they saw. They would all have admitted the nobleness of whatever conduced to the honor of the gods, or the power of the nation, but they would not have understood how the skill of human life could be wisely spent in that which did no honor either to Jupiter or to the Virgin, and which in no wise tended, apparently, either to the accumulation of wealth, the excitement of patriotism, or the advancement of morality. And exactly so far forth their judgment would be just, as the landscape painting could indeed be shown, for others as well as for them, to be art of this nugatory kind, and so far forth unjust, as that painting could be shown to depend upon, or cultivate, certain sensibilities which neither the Greek nor medieval knight possessed, and which have resulted from some extraordinary change in human nature since their time. We have no right to assume, without very accurate examination of it, that this change has been an ennobling one. The simple fact that we are, in some strange way, different from all the great races that have existed before us, cannot at once be received as the proof of our own greatness, nor can it be granted, without any question, that we have a legitimate subject of complacency in being under the influence of feelings, with which neither Miltiades nor the Black Prince, neither Homer nor Dante, neither Socrates nor St. Francis, could for an instant have sympathized. Whether, however, this fact be one to excite our pride or not, it is assuredly one to excite our deepest interest. The fact itself is certain. For nearly 6,000 years the energies of man have pursued certain beaten paths, manifesting some constancy of feeling throughout all that period, and involving some fellowship at heart, among the various nations who by turns succeeded or surpassed each other in the several aims of art or policy. So that, for these thousands of years, the whole human race might be to some extent described in general terms. Man was a creature separated from all others by his instinctive sense of an existence superior to his own, invariably manifesting this sense of the being of a god more strongly in proportion to his own perfectness of mind and body, and making enormous and self-denying efforts, in order to obtain some persuasion of the immediate presence or approval of the divinity. So that, on the whole, the best things he did were done as in the presence, or for the honor, of his gods, and whether in statues, to help him to imagine them, or temples raised to their honor, or acts of self-sacrifice done in the hope of their love, he brought whatever was best and skillfulest in him into their service, and lived in a perpetual subjection to their unseen power. Also, he was always anxious to know something definite about them, and his chief books, songs, and pictures were filled with legends about them, or especially devoted to illustration of their lives and nature. Next to these gods, he was always anxious to know something about his human ancestors, fond of exalting the memory, and telling or painting the history of old rulers and benefactors, yet full of an enthusiastic confidence in himself, as having in many ways advanced beyond the best efforts of past time, and eager to record his own doings for future fame. He was a creature eminently warlike, placing his principal pride in dominion, eminently beautiful, and having great delight in his own beauty, setting forth this beauty by every species of invention in dress, and rendering his arms and accoutrements superbly decorative of his form. He took, however, very little interest in anything but what belonged to humanity, caring in no wise for the external world, except as it influenced his own destiny, honoring the lightning because it could strike him, the sea because it could drown him, the fountains because they gave him drink, and the grass because it yielded him seed, but utterly incapable of feeling any special happiness in the love of such things, or any earnest emotion about them, considered as separate from man. Therefore, giving no time to the study of them, knowing little of herbs, except only which were hurtful and which healing, of stones, only which would glitter brightest in a crown, or last the longest in a wall, of the wild beasts, which were best for food, and which the stoutest quarry for the hunter, thus spending only on the lower creatures and inanimate things his waste energy, his dullest thoughts, his most languid emotions, and reserving all his acuter intellect for researches into his own nature and that of the gods, all his strength of will for the acquirement of political or moral power, all his sense of beauty for things immediately connected with his own person and life, and all his deep affections for domestic or divine companionship. Such, in broad light and brief terms, was man for 5,000 years. Such he is no longer. Let us consider what he is now, comparing the descriptions clause by clause. He was invariably sensible of the existence of gods, and went about all his speculations or works holding this as an acknowledged fact, making his best efforts in their service. Now he is capable of going through life with hardly any positive idea on this subject, doubting, fearing, suspecting, analyzing, doing everything, in fact, but believing, hardly ever getting quite up to that point which hitherto was wont to be the starting point for all generations. And human work has accordingly hardly any reference to spiritual beings, but is done either from a patriotic or personal interest, either to benefit mankind, or reach some selfish end, not, I speak of human work in the broad sense, to please the gods. 2. He was a beautiful creature, setting forth this beauty by all means in his power, and depending upon it for much of his authority over his fellows. So that the ruddy cheek of David, and the ivory skin of Atrides, and the towering presence of Saul, and the blue eyes of Coeur de Lion, were among chief reasons why they should be kings, and it was one of the aims of all education, and of all dress, to make the presence of the human form stately and lovely. Now it has become the task of grave philosophy partly to depreciate or conceal this bodily beauty, and even by those who esteem it in their hearts, it is not made one of the great ends of education. Man has become, upon the whole, an ugly animal, and is not ashamed of his ugliness. 3. He was eminently warlike. He is now gradually becoming more and more ashamed of all the arts and aims of battle, so that the desire of dominion, which was once frankly confessed or boasted of as a heroic passion, is now sternly reprobated or cunningly disclaimed. 4. He used to take no interest in anything but what immediately concerned himself. Now, he has deep interest in the abstract nature of things, inquires as eagerly into the laws which regulate the economy of the material world, as into those of his own being, and manifests a passionate admiration of inanimate objects closely resembling, in its elevation and tenderness, the affection which he bears to those living souls with which he is brought into the nearest fellowship. It is this last change only which is to be the subject of our present inquiry, but it cannot be doubted that it is closely connected with all the others, and that we can only thoroughly understand its nature by considering il in this connection. For, regarded by itself, we might perhaps, too rashly assume it to be a natural consequence of the progress of the race. There appears to be a diminution of selfishness in it, and a more extended and heartfelt desire of understanding the manner of God's working, and this the more, because one of the permanent characters of this change is a greater accuracy in the statement of external facts. When the eyes of men were fixed first upon themselves, and upon nature solely and secondarily as bearing upon their interests, it was of less consequence to them what the ultimate laws of nature were, than what their immediate effects were upon human beings. Hence they could rest satisfied with phenomena instead of principles, and accepted without scrutiny every fable which seemed sufficiently or gracefully to account for those phenomena. But so far as the eyes of men are now withdrawn from themselves, and turned upon the inanimate things about them, the results cease to be of importance, and the laws become essential. In these respects, it might easily appear to us that this change was assuredly one of steady and natural advance. But when we contemplate the others above noted, of which it is clearly one of the branches or consequences, we may suspect ourselves of over-rashness in our self-congratulation, and admit the necessity of a scrupulous analysis both of the feeling itself and of its tendencies. Of course, a complete analysis, or anything like it, would involve a treatise on the whole history of the world. I shall merely endeavor to note some of the leading and more interesting circumstances bearing on the subject, and to show sufficient practical ground for the conclusion that landscape painting is indeed a noble and useful art, though one not long known by man. I shall therefore examine, as best I can, the effect of landscape, first, on the classical mind, to delay, on the medieval mind, and lastly, on the modern mind. But there is one point of some interest respecting the effect of it on any mind, which must be settled first, and this I will endeavor to do in the next chapter. Of the Pathetic Fallacy. Volume 3, Chapter 12. Now, therefore, putting these tiresome and absurd words quite out of our way, we may go on at our ease to examine the point in question, namely, the difference between the ordinary, proper, and true appearances of things to us, and the extraordinary, or false appearances, when we are under the influence of emotion, or contemplative fancy. False appearances, I say, as being entirely unconnected with any real power or character in the object, and only imputed to it by us. For instance, the spendthrift crocus, bursting through the mold, naked and shivering, with his cup of gold. This is very beautiful, and yet very untrue. The crocus is not a spendthrift, but a hardy plant. Its yellow is not gold, but saffron. How is it that we enjoy so much the having it put into our heads that it is anything else than a plain crocus? It is an important question. For, throughout our past reasonings about art, we have always found that nothing could be good or useful, or ultimately pleasurable, which was untrue. But here is something pleasurable in written poetry which is nevertheless untrue. And what is more, if we think over our favorite poetry, we shall find it full of this kind of fallacy, and that we like it all the more for being so. It will appear also, on consideration of the matter, that this fallacy is of two principal kinds. Either, as in this case of the crocus, it is the fallacy of wilful fancy, which involves no real expectation that it will be believed, or else it is a fallacy caused by an excited state of the feelings, making us, for the time, more or less irrational. Of the cheating of the fancy we shall have to speak presently, but, in this chapter, I want to examine the nature of the other error, that which the mind admits when affected strongly by emotion. Thus, for instance, in Alton Locke, they rowed her in across the rolling foam. The cruel, crawling foam. The foam is not cruel, either does it crawl. The state of mind which attributes to it these characters of a living creature is one in which the reason is unhinged by grief. All violent feelings have the same effect. They produce in us a falseness in all our impressions of external things, which I would generally characterize as the pathetic fallacy. Now we are in the habit of considering this fallacy as eminently a character of poetical description, and the temper of mind in which we allow it, as one eminently poetical, because passionate. But I believe, if we look well into the matter, that we shall find the greatest poets do not often admit this kind of falseness, that it is only the second order of poets who much delight in it. Thus, when Dante describes the spirits falling from the bank of Acheron, as dead leaves flutter from a bough, he gives the most perfect image possible of their utter lightness, feebleness, passiveness, and scattering agony of despair, without, however, for an instant losing his own clear perception that these are souls, and those are leaves, he makes no confusion of one with the other. But when Coleridge speaks of the one red leaf, the last of its clan, that dances as often as dance it can, he has a morbid, that is to say, a so far false, idea about the leaf. He fancies a life in it, and will, which there are not, confuses its powerlessness with choice, its fading death with merriment, and the wind that shakes it with music. Here, however, there is some beauty, even in the morbid passage, but take an instance in Homer and Pope. Without the knowledge of Ulysses, Elpenor, his youngest follower, has fallen from an upper chamber in the Circean palace, and has been left dead, unmissed by his leader or companions, in the haste of their departure. They cross the sea to the Cimmerian land, and Ulysses summons the shades from Tartarus. The first which appears is that of the lost Elpenor. Ulysses, amazed, and in exactly the spirit of bitter and terrified lightness which is seen in Hamlet, addresses the spirit with the simple, startled words: "Elpenor! How camest thou under the shadowy darkness? Hast thou come faster on foot than I in my black ship?" Which Pope renders thus: "Oh, say, what angry power Elpenor led to glide in shades, and wander with the dead? How could thy soul, by realms and seas disjoined, outfly the nimble sail, and leave the lagging wind?" I sincerely hope the reader finds no pleasure here, either in the nimbleness of the sail, or the laziness of the wind. And yet how is it that these conceits are so painful now, when they have been pleasant to us in the other instances? For a very simple reason. They are not a pathetic fallacy at all, for they are put into the mouth of the wrong passion, a passion which never could possibly have spoken them, agonized curiosity. Ulysses wants to know the facts of the matter, and the very last thing his mind could do at the moment would be to pause, or suggest in any wise what was not a fact. The delay in the first 3 lines, and conceit in the last, jar upon us instantly like the most frightful discord in music. No poet of true imaginative power could possibly have written the passage. Therefore we see that the spirit of truth must guide us in some sort, even in our enjoyment of fallacy. Coleridge's fallacy has no discord in it, but Pope's has set our teeth on edge. Without farther questioning, I will endeavor to state the main bearings of this matter. The temperament which emits the pathetic fallacy is, as I said above, that of a mind and body in some sort too weak to deal fully with what is before them or upon them, borne away, or overclouded, or overdazzled by emotion, and it is a more or less noble state, according to the force of the emotion which has induced it. For it is no credit to a man that he is not morbid or inaccurate in his perceptions, when he has no strength of feeling to warp them, and it is in general a sign of higher capacity and stand in the ranks of being, that the emotions should be strong enough to vanquish, partly, the intellect, and make it believe what they choose. But it is still a grander condition when the intellect also rises, till it is strong enough to assert its rule against, or together with, the utmost efforts of the passions, and the whole man stands in an iron glow, white-hot, perhaps, but still strong, and in no wise evaporating, even if he melts, losing none of his weight. So, then, we have the 3 ranks: the man who perceives rightly, because he does not feel, and to whom the primrose is very accurately the primrose, because he does not love it. Then, secondly, the man who perceives wrongly, because he feels, and to whom the primrose is anything else than a primrose, a star, or a sun, or a fairy's shield, or a forsaken maiden. And then, lastly, there is the man who perceives rightly in spite of his feelings, and to whom the primrose is forever nothing else than itself, a little flower apprehended in the very plain and leafy fact of it, whatever and how many soever the associations and passions may be that crowd around it. And in general, these 3 classes may be rated in comparative order, as the men who are not poets at all, and the poets of the second order, and the poets of the first. Only however great a man may be, there are always some subjects which ought to throw him off his balance, some, by which his poor human capacity of thought should be conquered, and brought into the inaccurate and vague state of perception, so that the language of the highest inspiration becomes broken, obscure, and wild in metaphor, resembling that of the weaker man, overborne by weaker things. And thus, in full, there are 4 classes: the men who feel nothing, and therefore see truly, the men who feel strongly, think weakly, and see untruly, second order of poets, the men who feel strongly, think strongly, and see truly, first order of poets, and the men who, strong as human creatures can be, are yet submitted to influences stronger than they, and see in a sort untruly, because what they see is inconceivably above them. This last is the usual condition of prophetic inspiration. I separate these classes, in order that their character may be clearly understood, but of course they are united each to the other by imperceptible transitions, and the same mind, according to the influences to which it is subjected, passes at different times into the various states. Still, the difference between the great and less man is, on the whole, chiefly in this point of alterability. That is to say, the one knows too much, and perceives and feels too much of the past and future, and of all things beside and around that which immediately affects him, to be in any wise shaken by it. His mind is made up, his thoughts have an accustomed current, his ways are steadfast. It is not this or that new sight which will at once unbalance him. He is tender to impression at the surface, like a rock with deep moss upon it, but there is too much mass of him to be moved. The smaller man, with the same degree of sensibility, is at once carried off his feet. He wants to do something he did not want to do before. He views all the universe in a new light through his tears. He is gay or enthusiastic, melancholy or passionate, as things come and go to him. Therefore the high creative poet might even be thought, to a great extent, impassive, as shallow people think Dante stern, receiving indeed all feelings to the full, but having a great center of reflection and knowledge in which he stands serene, and watches the feeling, as it were, from far off. Dante, in his most intense moods, has entire command of himself, and can look around calmly, at all moments, for the image or the word that will best tell what he sees to the upper or lower world. But Keats and Tennyson, and the poets of the second order, are generally themselves subdued by the feelings under which they write, or, at least, write as choosing to be so, and therefore admit certain expressions and modes of thought which are in some sort diseased or false. Now, so long as we see that the feeling is true, we pardon, or are even pleased by, the confessed fallacy of sight which it induces. We are pleased, for instance, with those lines of Kingsley's above quoted, not because they fallaciously describe foam, but because they faithfully describe sorrow. But the moment the mind of the speaker becomes cold, that moment every such expression becomes untrue, as being forever untrue in the external facts. And there is no greater baseness in literature than the habit of using these metaphorical expressions in cool blood. An inspired writer, in full impetuosity of passion, may speak wisely and truly of raging waves of the sea foaming out their own shame, but it is only the basest writer who cannot speak of the sea without talking of raging waves, remorseless floods, ravenous billows, etc., and it is one of the signs of the highest power in a writer to check all such habits of thought, and to keep his eyes fixed firmly on the pure fact, out of which if any feeling conies to him, or his reader, he knows it must be a true one. To keep to the waves, I forget who it is who represents a man in despair desiring that his body may be cast into the sea. Whose changing mound, and foam that passed away, might mock the eye that questioned where I lay. Observe, there is not a single false, or even overcharged, expression. Mound of the sea wave is perfectly simple and true, changing, is as familiar as may be. Foam that passed away, strictly literal, and the whole line descriptive of the reality with a degree of accuracy which I know not any other verse, in the range of poetry, that altogether equals. For most people have not a distinct idea of the clumsiness and massiveness of a large wave. The word, wave, is used too generally of ripples and breakers, and bendings in light drapery or grass. It does not by itself convey a perfect image. But the word, mound, is heavy, large, dark, definite. There is no mistaking the kind of wave meant, nor missing the sight of it. Then the term, changing, has a peculiar force also. Most people think of waves as rising and falling. But if they look at the sea carefully, they will perceive that the waves do not rise and fall. They change. Change both place and form, but they do not fall. One wave goes on, and still on, now lower, now higher, now tossing its mane like a horse, now building itself together like a wall, now shaking, now steady, but still the same wave, till at last it seems struck by something, and changes, one knows not how, becomes another wave. The close of the line insists on this image, and paints it still more perfectly. Foam that passed away. Not merely melting, disappearing, but passing on, out of sight, on the career of the wave. Then, having put the absolute ocean fact as far as he may before our eyes, the poet leaves us to feel about it as we may, and to trace for ourselves the opposite fact, the image of the green mounds that do not change, and the white and written stones that do not pass away, and thence to follow out also the associated images of the calm life with the quiet grave, and the despairing life with the fading foam. Let no man move his bones. As for Samaria, her king is cut off like the foam upon the water. But nothing of this is actually told or pointed out, and the expressions, as they stand, are perfectly severe and accurate, utterly uninfluenced by the firmly governed emotion of the writer. Even the word mock is hardly an exception, as it may stand merely for deceive or defeat, without implying any impersonation of the waves. It may be well, perhaps, to give one or two more instances to show the peculiar dignity possessed by all passages, which thus limit their expression to the pure fact, and leave the hearer to gather what he can from it. Here is a notable one from the Iliad. Helen, looking from the Scaean gate of Troy over the Grecian host, and telling Priam the names of its captains, says at last, I see all the other dark-eyed Greeks, but two I cannot see, Castor and Pollux, whom one mother bore with me. Have they not followed from fair Lacedaemon, or have they indeed come in their sea-wandering ships, but now will not enter into the battle of men, fearing the shame and the scorn that is in me? Then Homer. So she spoke. But them, already, the life-giving earth possessed, there in Lacedaemon, in the dear fatherland. Note, here, the high poetical truth carried to the extreme. The poet has to speak of the earth in sadness, but he will not let that sadness affect or change his thoughts of it. No, though Castor and Pollux be dead, yet the earth is our mother still, fruitful, life-giving. These are the facts of the thing. I see nothing else than these. Make what you will of them. Take another very notable instance from Casimir de la Vigna's terrible ballad, La Toilette de Constance. I must quote a few lines out of it here and there, to enable the reader who has not the book by him, to understand its close. Vite, Anna! Vite, o miroir! Plus vite, Anna? L'heure s'avance? Et au bal ce soir. Chez l'ambassadeur de France. Why pensez-vous? Ils sont fains cs nodes. Ils sont dire, mon Dieu, comme tout passé. Que du réseau corrigent mes chevaux. Les glands de jour retombent avec grâce. Plus haute. Plus bas. Vous n'y comprenez rien. Que sur mon français se ferait en sel. Vous me piquez maladroit. Ah, c'est bien. Bien, chère Anna. Je t'aime, je suis belle. C'est le tu en vain je voudrais oublier. Anna, ma robe, il sera, j'espère. Ah, fi. Profane, est-ce la mon collier? Quoi? Cs grains d'or bennets par le Saint-Père. Tu y sera, Dieu est-il pressé ma main. And why pensant à peine je respire? Frère Anselmo doit m'entendre demain. Comment ferai-je Anna, pour tout lui dire? Vite! Un coup d'œil au miroir. Le dernier dot, j'ai l'assurance. Qu'on va m'adorer ce soir. Chez l'ambassadeur de France. Près du foyer, Constance est admirate. Dieu! Sur sa robe il vole en étincelle. Oh feu! Courez! Quand l'espoir l'enivrait. Tout perdrait ainsi. Quoi? Mourir etsi belle. El horrible feringe avec volupté. Ses bras, sans sain, et l'entour, et s'élève. Et sans pity devore ses buts. Ses dixhuit ans, helas, et son du rêve. Adieu, bal, plaisir, amour. En dissait, pauvre Constance. Et en dansa, jusqu'au jour. Chez l'ambassadeur de France. Yes, that is the fact of it. Right or wrong, the poet does not say. What you may think about it, he does not know. He has nothing to do with that. There lie the ashes of the dead girl in her chamber. There they danced, till the morning, at the ambassadors of France. Make what you will of it. If the reader will look through the ballad, of which I have quoted only about the third part, he will find that there is not, from beginning to end of it, a single poetical, so-called, expression, except in one stanza. The girl speaks as simple prose as may be. There is not a word she would not have actually used as she was dressing. The poet stands by, impassive as a statue, recording her words just as they come. At last the doom seizes her, and in the very presence of death, for an instant, his own emotions conquer him. He records no longer the facts only, but the facts as they seem to him. The fire gnaws with voluptuousness, without pity. It is soon past. The fate is fixed forever, and he retires into his pale and crystalline atmosphere of truth. He closes all with the calm veracity. They said, "Per Constance!" Now in this there is the exact type of the consummate poetical temperament. For, be it clearly and constantly remembered, that the greatness of a poet depends upon the two faculties, acuteness of feeling, and command of it. A poet is great, first in proportion to the strength of his passion, and then, that strength being granted, in proportion to his government of it, there being, however, always a point beyond which it would be inhuman and monstrous if he pushed this government, and therefore, a point at which all feverish and wild fancy becomes just and true. Thus the destruction of the kingdom of Assyria cannot be contemplated firmly by a prophet of Israel. The fact is too great, too wonderful. It overthrows him, dashes him into a confused element of dreams. All the world is, to his stunned thought, full of strange voices. Yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, "Since thou art gone down to the grave, no feller is come up against us." So, still more, the thought of the presence of deity cannot be borne without this great astonishment. The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. But by how much this feeling is noble when it is justified by the strength of its cause, by so much it is ignoble when there is not cause enough for it, and beyond all other ignobleness is the mere affectation of it, in hardness of heart. Simply bad writing may almost always, as above noticed, be known by its adoption of these fanciful metaphorical expressions as a sort of current coin, yet there is even a worse, at least a more harmful condition of writing than this, in which such expressions are not ignorantly and feelinglessly caught up, but by some master, skillful in handling, yet insincere, deliberately wrought out with chill and studied fancy. As if we should try to make an old lava stream look red-hot again, by covering it with dead leaves, or white-hot with hoarfrost. When young is lost in veneration, as he dwells on the character of a truly good and holy man, he permits himself for a moment to be overborne by the feeling so far as to exclaim, "Where shall I find him? Angels, tell me where. You know him, he is near you, point him out. Shall I see glories beaming from his brow? Or trace his footsteps by the rising flowers?" This emotion has a worthy cause, and is thus true and right. But now hear the cold-hearted popes say to a shepherd girl, "Where'er you walk, cool gales shall fan the glade. Trees, where you sit, shall crowd into a shade. Your praise the birds shall chant in every grove, and winds shall waft it to the powers above. But would you sing, and rival Orpheus' strain, the wondering forests soon should dance again. The moving mountains hear the powerful call, and headlong streams hang, listening, in their fall. This is not, nor could it for a moment be mistaken for, the language of passion. It is simple falsehood, uttered by hypocrisy, definite absurdity, rooted in affectation, and coldly asserted in the teeth of nature and fact. Passion will indeed go far in deceiving itself, but it must be a strong passion, not the simple wish of a lover to tempt his mistress to sing. Compare a very closely parallel passage in Wordsworth, in which the lover has lost his mistress. 3 years had Barbara in her grave been laid, when thus his moan he made, "Oh, move, thou cottage, from behind yon oak, or let the ancient tree uprooted lie, that in some other way yon smoke may mount into the sky, if still behind yon pine tree's ragged bough Headlong the waterfall must come. Oh, let it then be dumb. Be anything, sweet stream, but that which thou art now. Here is a cottage to be moved, if not a mountain, and a waterfall to be silent, if it is not to hang listening, but with what different relation to the mind that contemplates them. Here, in the extremity of its agony, the soul cries out wildly for relief, which at the same moment it partly knows to be impossible, but partly believes possible, in a vague impression that a miracle might be wrought to give relief even to a less sore distress, that nature is kind, and God is kind, and that grief is strong. It knows not well what is possible to such grief. To silence a stream, to move a cottage wall, one might think it could do as much as that. I believe these instances are enough to illustrate the main point I insist upon respecting the pathetic fallacy, that so far as it is a fallacy, it is always the sign of a morbid state of mind, and comparatively of a weak one. Even in the most inspired prophet it is a sign of the incapacity of his human sight or thought to bear what has been revealed to it. In ordinary poetry, if it is found in the thoughts of the poet himself, it is at once a sign of his belonging to the inferior school; if in the thoughts of the characters imagined by him, it is right or wrong according to the genuineness of the emotion from which it springs, always, however, implying necessarily some degree of weakness in the character. Take two most exquisite instances from master hands. The Jessie of Shenstone and the Ellen of Wordsworth have both been betrayed and deserted. Jessie, in the course of her most touching complaint, says, "If through the garden's flowery tribes I stray, where bloomed the jasmines that could once allure, hope not to find delight in us," they say, "for we are spotless, Jessie, we are pure." Compare with this some of the words of Ellen. "Ah, why," said Ellen, sighing to herself, "why do not words, and kiss, and solemn pledge, and nature that is kind in woman's breast, and reason that in man is wise and good, and fear of him who is a righteous judge, why do not these prevail for human life, to keep two hearts together that began their springtime with one love, and that have need of mutual pity and forgiveness sweet, to grant or be received, while that poor bird, oh, come and hear him, thou who hast to me been faithless, hear him, though a lowly creature, one of God's simple children that yet know not the universal parent, how he sings, as if he wished the firmament of heaven should listen, and give back to him the voice of his triumphant constancy and love. The proclamation that he makes, how far his darkness doth transcend our fickle light. The perfection of both these passages, as far as regards truth and tenderness of imagination in the two poets, is quite insuperable. But of the two characters imagined, Jessie is weaker than Ellen, exactly in so far as something appears to her to be in nature which is not. The flowers do not really reproach her. God meant them to comfort her, not to taunt her; they would do so if she saw them rightly. Ellen, on the other hand, is quite above the slightest erring emotion. There is not the barest film of fallacy in all her thoughts. She reasons as calmly as if she did not feel. And although the singing of the bird suggests to her the idea of its desiring to be heard in heaven, she does not for an instant admit any veracity in the thought. As if, she says, "I know he means nothing of the kind, but it does verily seem as if." The reader will find, by examining the rest of the poem, that Ellen's character is throughout consistent in this clear though passionate strength. It then being, I hope, now made clear to the reader in all respects that the pathetic fallacy is powerful only so far as it is pathetic, feeble so far as it is fallacious, and therefore, that the dominion of truth is entire, over this, as over every other natural and just state of the human mind, we may go on to the subject for the dealing with which this prefatory inquiry became necessary, and why necessary we shall see forthwith. Of Classical Landscape. Volume 3, Chapter 13. My reason for asking the reader to give so much of his time to the examination of the pathetic fallacy was, that, whether in literature or in art, he will find it eminently characteristic of the modern mind, and in the landscape, whether of literature or art, he will also find the modern painter endeavoring to express something which he, as a living creature, imagines in the lifeless object, while the classical and medieval painters were content with expressing the unimaginary and actual qualities of the object itself. It will be observed that, according to the principle stated long ago, I use the words painter and poet quite indifferently, including in our inquiry the landscape of literature, as well as that of painting, and this the more because the spirit of classical landscape has hardly been expressed in any other way than by words. Taking, therefore, this wide field, it is surely a very notable circumstance, to begin with, that this pathetic fallacy is eminently characteristic of modern painting. For instance, Keats, describing a wave breaking out at sea, says of it, "Down whose green back the short-lived foam, all hoar, bursts gradual, with a wayward indolence." That is quite perfect, as an example of the modern manner. The idea of the peculiar action with which foam rolls down a long, large wave could not have been given by any other words so well as by this wayward indolence. But Homer would never have written, never thought of, such words. He could not by any possibility have lost sight of the great fact that the wave, from the beginning to the end of it, do what it might, was still nothing else than salt water, and that salt water could not be either wayward or indolent. He will call the waves over-roofed, full charge, monstrous, compact, black, dark, clear, violet-colored, wine-colored, and so on. But every one of these epithets is descriptive of pure physical nature. Over-roofed is the term he invariably uses of anything, rock, house, or wave, that nods over at the brow. The other terms need no explanation. They are as accurate and intense in truth as words can be, but they never show the slightest feeling of anything animated in the ocean. Black or clear, monstrous or violet-colored, cold salt water it is always, and nothing but that. Well, but the modern writer, by his admission of the tinge of fallacy, has given an idea of something in the action of the wave which Homer could not, and surely, therefore, has made a step in advance? Also, there appears to be a degree of sympathy and feeling in the one writer, which there is not in the other, and as it has been received for a first principle that writers are great in proportion to the intensity of their feelings, and Homer seems to have no feelings about the sea but that it is black and deep, surely in this respect also the modern writer is the greater? Stay a moment. Homer had some feeling about the sea, a faith in the animation of it much stronger than Keats's. But all the sense of something living in it, he separates in his mind into a great abstract image of a sea power. He never says the waves rage, or the waves are idle. But he says there is somewhat in, and greater than, the waves, which rages, and is idle, and that he calls a god. I do not think we ever enough endeavor to enter into what a Greek's real notion of a god was. We are so accustomed to the modern mockeries of the classical religion, so accustomed to hear and see the Greek gods introduced as living personages, or invoked for help, by men who believe neither in them nor in any other gods, that we seem to have infected the Greek ages themselves with the breath, and dimmed them with the shade, of our hypocrisy, and are apt to think that Homer, as we know that Pope, was merely an ingenious fabulist, nay, more than this, that all the nations of past time were ingenious fabulists also, to whom the universe was a lyrical drama, and by whom whatsoever was said about it was merely a witty allegory, or a graceful lie, of which the entire upshot and consummation was a pretty statue in the middle of the court, or at the end of the garden. This, at least, is one of our forms of opinion about Greek faith, not, indeed, possible altogether to any man of honesty or ordinary powers of thought, but still so venomously inherent in the modern philosophy that all the pure lightning of Carlyle cannot as yet quite burn it out of any of us. And then, side by side with this mere infidel folly, stands the bitter short-sightedness of Puritanism, holding the classical God to be either simply an idol, a block of stone ignorantly, though sincerely, worshipped, or else an actual diabolic or betraying power, usurping the place of God. Both these puritanical estimates of Greek deity are of course to some extent true. The corruption of classical worship is barren idolatry, and that corruption was deepened, and variously directed to their own purposes, by the evil angels. But this was neither the whole, nor the principal part, of pagan worship. Pallas was not, in the pure Greek mind, merely a powerful piece of ivory in a temple at Athens. Either was the choice of Leonidas between the alternatives granted him by the oracle, of personal death, or ruin to his country, altogether a work of the devil's prompting. What, then, was actually the Greek god? In what way were these two ideas of human form and divine power credibly associated in the ancient heart, so as to become a subject of true faith irrespective equally of fable, allegory, superstitious trust in stone, and demoniacal influence? It seems to me that the Greek had exactly the same instinctive feeling about the elements that we have ourselves, that to Homer, as much as to Casimir de la Vigna, fire seemed ravenous and pitiless. To Homer, as much as to Keats, the sea wave appeared wayward or idle, or whatever else it may be to the poetical passion. But then the Greek reasoned upon this sensation, saying to himself, I can light the fire and put it out, I can dry this water up or drink it. It cannot be the fire or the water that rages, or that is wayward. But it must be something in this fire and in the water, which I cannot destroy by extinguishing the one, or evaporating the other, any more than I destroy myself by cutting off my finger. I was in my finger, something of me at least was. I had a power over it and felt pain in it, though I am still as much myself when it is gone. So there may be a power in the water which is not water, but to which the water is as a body, which can strike with it, move in it, suffer in it, yet not be destroyed with it. This something, this great water spirit, I must not confuse with the waves, which are only its body. They may flow hither and thither, increase or diminish. That must be invisible, imperishable, a god. So of fire also, those rays which I can stop, and in the midst of which I cast a shadow, cannot be divine, nor greater than I. They cannot feel, but there may be something in them that feels, a glorious intelligence, as much nobler and more swift than mine, as these rays, which are its body, are nobler and swifter than my flesh, the spirit of all light, and truth, and melody, and revolving hours. It was easy to conceive, farther, that such spirits should be able to assume at will a human form, in order to hold intercourse with men, or to perform any act for which their proper body, whether of fire, earth, or air, was unfitted. And it would have been to place them beneath, instead of above, humanity if, assuming the form of man, they could not also have tasted his pleasures. Hence the easy step to the more or less material ideas of deities, which are apt at first to shock us, but which are indeed only dishonorable so far as they represent the gods as false and unholy. It is not the materialism, but the vice, which degrades the conception, for the materialism itself is never positive or complete. There is always some sense of exaltation in the spiritual and immortal body, and of a power proceeding from the visible form through all the infinity of the element ruled by the particular god. The precise nature of the idea is well seen in the passage of the Iliad which describes the river Scamander defending the Trojans against Achilles. In order to remonstrate with the hero, the god assumes a human form, which nevertheless is in some way or other instantly recognized by Achilles as that of the river god. It is addressed at once as a river, not as a man, and its voice is the voice of a river. Out of the deep whirlpools, Achilles refuses to obey its commands, and from the human form it returns instantly into its natural or divine one, and endeavors to overwhelm him with waves. Vulcan defends Achilles, and sends fire against the river, which suffers in its water body, till it is able to bear no more. At last even the nerve of the river, or strength of the river, note the expression, feels the fire, and this strength of the river addresses Vulcan in supplications for respite. There is in this precisely the idea of a vital part of the river body, which acted and felt, and which, if the fire reached, it was death, just as would be the case if it touched a vital part of the human body. Throughout the passage the manner of conception is perfectly clear and consistent, and if, in other places, the exact connection between the ruling spirit and the thing ruled is not so manifest, it is only because it is almost impossible for the human mind to dwell long upon such subjects without falling into inconsistencies, and gradually slackening its effort to grasp the entire truth, until the more spiritual part of it slips from its hold, and only the human form of the god is left to be conceived and described as subject to all the errors of humanity. But I do not believe that the idea ever weakens itself down to mere allegory. When Pallas is said to attack and strike down Mars, it does not mean merely that wisdom at that moment prevailed against wrath. It means that there are, indeed, two great spirits, one entrusted to guide the human soul to wisdom and chastity, the other to kindle wrath and prompt to battle. It means that these two spirits, on the spot where, and at the moment when, a great contest was to be decided between all that they each governed in man, then and there, assumed human form and human weapons, and did verily and materially strike at each other, until the spirit of wrath was crushed. And when Diana is said to hunt with her nymphs in the woods, it does not mean merely, as Wordsworth puts it, that the poet or shepherd saw the moon and stars glancing between the branches of the trees, and wished to say so figuratively. It means that there is a living spirit, to which the light of the moon is a body, which takes delight in glancing between the clouds and following the wild beasts as they wander through the night, and that this spirit sometimes assumes a perfect human form, and in this form, with real arrows, pursues and slays the wild beasts, which with its mere arrows of moonlight it could not slay, retaining, nevertheless, all the while, its power and being in the moonlight, and in all else that it rules. There is not the smallest inconsistency or unspirituality in this conception. If there were, it would attach equally to the appearance of the angels to Jacob, Abraham, Joshua, or Manoah. In all those instances, the highest authority which governs our own faith requires us to conceive divine power clothed with a human form, a form so real that it is recognized for superhuman only by its doing wondrously, and retaining, nevertheless, sovereignty and omnipresence in all the world. This is precisely, as I understand it, the heathen idea of a god, and it is impossible to comprehend any single part of the Greek mind until we grasp this faithfully, not endeavoring to explain it away in any wise, but accepting, with frank decision and definition, the tangible existence of its deities. Blue-eyed, white-fleshed, human-hearted, capable at their choice of meeting man absolutely in his own nature, feasting with him, talking with him, fighting with him, eye to eye, or breast to breast, as Mars with Diamond, or else dealing with him in a more retired spirituality, as Apollo sending the plague upon the Greeks, when his quiver rattles at his shoulders as he moves, and yet the darts sent forth of it strike not as arrows, but as plague, or, finally, retiring completely into the material universe which they properly inhabit, and dealing with man through that, as Scamander with Achilles through his waves. Nor is there anything whatever in the various actions recorded of the gods, however apparently ignoble, to indicate weakness of belief in them. Very frequently things which appear to us ignoble are merely the simplicities of a pure and truthful age. When Juno beats Diana about the ears with her own quiver, for instance, we start at first, as if Homer could not have believed that they were both real goddesses. But what should Juno have done? Killed Diana with a look? Nay, she neither wished to do so, nor could she have done so, by the very faith of Diana's goddessship. Diana is as immortal as herself. Frown Diana into submission? But Diana has come expressly to try conclusions with her, and will by no means be frowned into submission. Wounded her with a celestial lance. That sounds more poetical, but it is in reality partly more savage and partly more absurd than Homer. More savage, for it makes Juno more cruel, therefore less divine, and more absurd, for it only seems elevated in tone, because we use the word celestial, which means nothing. What sort of a thing is a celestial lance? Not a wooden one. Of what then? Of moonbeams, or clouds, or mist. Well, therefore, Diana's arrows were of mist too, and her quiver, and herself, and Juno, with her lance, and all vanish into mist. Why not have said at once, if that is all you mean, that two mists met, and one drove the other back? That would have been rational and intelligible, but not to talk of celestial lances. Homer had no such misty fancy. He believed the two goddesses were there in true bodies, with true weapons, on the true earth. And still I ask, what should Juno have done? Not beaten Diana? No, for it is unladylike. Un-English ladylike, yes, but by no means un-Greek ladylike, nor even unnatural ladylike. If a modern lady does not beat her servant, or her rival about the ears, it is oftener because she is too weak, or too proud, than because she is of purer mind than Homer's Juno. She will not strike them, but she will overwork the one or slander the other without pity, and Homer would not have thought that one whit more goddess-like than striking them with her open hand. If, However, the reader likes to suppose that while the two goddesses in personal presence thus fought with arrow and quiver, there was also a broader and vaster contest supposed by Homer between the elements they ruled, and that the goddess of the heavens, as she struck the goddess of the moon on the flushing cheek, was at the same instant exercising omnipresent power in the heavens themselves, and gathering clouds, with which, filled with the moon's own arrows or beams, she was encumbering and concealing the moon. He is welcome to this out-carrying of the idea, provided that he does not pretend to make it an interpretation instead of a mere extension, nor think to explain away my real, running, beautiful beaten Diana, into a moon behind clouds. It is only farther to be noted that the Greek conception of Godhead, as it was much more real than we usually suppose, so it was much more bold and familiar than to a modern mind would be possible. I shall have something more to observe, in a little while, of the danger of our modern habit of endeavoring to raise ourselves to something like comprehension of the truth of divinity, instead of simply believing the words in which the deity reveals himself to us. The Greek erred rather on the other side, making hardly any effort to conceive divine mind as above the human, and no more shrinking from frank intercourse with the divine being, or dreading its immediate presence, than that of the simplest of mortals. Thus Atrides, enraged at his swords breaking in his hand upon the helmet of Paris, after he had expressly invoked the assistance of Jupiter, exclaims aloud, as he would to a king who had betrayed him, "Jove, Father, there is not another god more evil-minded than thou!" And Helen, provoked at Paris's defeat, and oppressed with pouting shame both for him and for herself, when Venus appears at her side, and would lead her back to the delivered Paris, impatiently tells the goddess to go and take care of Paris herself. The modern mind is naturally, but vulgarly and unjustly, shocked by this kind of familiarity. Rightly understood, it is not so much a sign of misunderstanding of the divine nature as of good understanding of the human. The Greek lived, in all things, a healthy, and, in a certain degree, a perfect life. He had no morbid or sickly feeling of any kind. He was accustomed to face death without the slightest shrinking, to undergo all kinds of bodily hardship without complaint, and to do what he supposed right and honorable, in most cases, as a matter of course. Confident of his own immortality, and of the power of abstract justice, he expected to be dealt with in the next world as was right, and left the matter much in his God's hands. But being thus immortal, and finding in his own soul something which it seemed quite as difficult to master as to rule the elements, he did not feel that it was an appalling superiority in those gods to have bodies of water or fire, instead of flesh, and to have various work to do among the clouds and waves out of his human way, or sometimes, even in a sort of service to himself. Was not the nourishment of herbs and flowers a kind of ministering to his wants? Were not the gods in some sort his husbandmen and spirit servants? Their mere strength or omnipresence did not seem to him a distinction absolutely terrific. It might be the nature of one being to be in two places at once, and of another to be only in one, but that did not seem of itself to infer any absolute lordliness of one nature above the other, any more than an insect must be a nobler creature than a man, because it can see on four sides of its head, and the man only in front. They could kill him or torture him, it was true, but even that not unjustly, or not forever. There was a fate, and a divine justice, greater than they, so that if they did wrong, and he right, he might fight it out with them, and have the better of them at last. In a general way, they were wiser, stronger, and better than he, and to ask counsel of them, to obey them, to sacrifice to them, to thank them for all good, this was well, but to be utterly downcast before them, or not to tell them his mind in plain Greek if they seemed to him to be conducting themselves in an ungodly manner, this would not be well. Such being their general idea of the gods, we can now easily understand the habitual tone of their feelings towards what was beautiful in nature. With us, observe, the idea of the divinity is apt to get separated from the life of nature, and imagining our God upon a cloudy throne, far above the earth, and not in the flowers or waters, we approach those visible things with a theory that they are dead, governed by physical laws, and so forth. But coming to them, we find the theory fail, that they are not dead, that, say what we choose about them, the instinctive sense of their being alive is too strong for us, and in scorn of all physical law, the willful fountain sings, and the kindly flowers rejoice. And then, puzzled, and yet happy, pleased, and yet ashamed of being so, accepting sympathy from nature which we do not believe it gives, and giving sympathy to nature, which we do not believe it receives, mixing, besides, all manner of purposeful play and conceit with these involuntary fellowships, we fall necessarily into the curious web of hesitating sentiment, pathetic fallacy, and wandering fancy, which form a great part of our modern view of nature. But the Greek never removed his God out of nature at all, never attempted for a moment to contradict his instinctive sense that God was everywhere. "The tree is glad," said he. "I know it is, I can cut it down, no matter there was an infinite. The water does sing," said he. "I can dry it up, but no matter there was a naiad in it." But in thus clearly defining his belief, observe, he threw it entirely into a human form, and gave his faith to nothing but the image of his own humanity. What sympathy and fellowship he had, were always for the spirit in the stream, not for the stream, always for the dryad in the wood, not for the wood. Content with this human sympathy, he approached the actual waves and woody fibers with no sympathy at all. The spirit that ruled them, he received as a plain fact. Them, also, ruled in material, he received as plain facts. They, without their spirit, were dead enough. A rose was good for scent, and a stream for sound and coolness. For the rest, one was no more than leaves, the other no more than water. He could not make anything else of them, and the divine power, which was involved in their existence, having been all distilled away by him into an independent flora or thetis, the poor leaves or waves were left, in mere cold corporealness, to make the most of their being discernibly red and soft, clear and wet, and unacknowledged in any other power whatsoever. Then, observe farther, the Greeks lived in the midst of the most beautiful nature, and were as familiar with blue sea, clear air, and sweet outlines of mountain, as we are with brick walls, black smoke, and level fields. This perfect familiarity rendered all such scenes of natural beauty unexciting, if not indifferent to them, by lulling and overwearying the imagination as far as it was concerned with such things. But there was another kind of beauty which they found it required effort to obtain, and which, when thoroughly obtained, seemed more glorious than any of this wild loveliness, the beauty of the human countenance and form. This, they perceived, could only be reached by continual exercise of virtue, and it was in heaven's sight, and theirs, all the more beautiful because it needed this self-denial to obtain it. So they set themselves to reach this, and having gained it, gave it their principal thoughts, and set it off with beautiful dress as best they might. But making this their object, they were obliged to pass their lives in simple exercise and disciplined employments, living wholesomely, giving themselves no fever fits, either by fasting or overeating, constantly in the open air, and full of animal spirit and physical power. They became incapable of every morbid condition of mental emotion. Unhappy love, disappointed ambition, spiritual despondency, or any other disturbing sensation, had little power over the well-braced nerves and healthy flow of the blood, and what bitterness might yet fasten on them was soon boxed or raced out of a boy, and spun or woven out of a girl, or danced out of both. They had indeed their sorrows, true and deep, but still, more like children's sorrows than ours, whether bursting into open cry of pain, or hid with shuddering under the veil, still passing over the soul as clouds do over heaven, not sullying it, not mingling with it, darkening it perhaps long or utterly, but still not becoming one with it, and for the most part passing away in dashing rain of tears, and leaving the man unchanged, in no wise affecting, as our sorrow does, the whole tone of his thought and imagination thenceforward. How far our melancholy may be deeper and wider than theirs in its roots and view, and therefore nobler, we shall consider presently. But at all events, they had the advantage of us in being entirely free from all those dim and feverish sensations which result from unhealthy state of the body. I believe that a large amount of the dreamy and sentimental sadness, tendency to reverie, and general patheticalness of modern life results merely from derangement of stomach, holding to the Greek life the same relation that the feverish night of an adult does to a child's sleep. Farther, the human beauty, which, whether in its bodily being or in imagined divinity, had become, for the reasons we have seen, the principal object of culture and sympathy to these Greeks, was, in its perfection, eminently orderly, symmetrical, and tender. Hence, contemplating it constantly in this state, they could not but feel a proportionate fear of all that was disorderly, unbalanced, and rugged. Having trained their stoutest soldiers into a strength so delicate and lovely, that their white flesh, with their blood upon it, should look like ivory stained with purple, and having always around them, in the motion and majesty of this beauty, enough for the full employment of their imagination, they shrank with dread or hatred from all the ruggedness of lower nature, from the wrinkled forest bark, the jagged hill crest, and irregular, inorganic storm of sky, looking to these for the most part as adverse powers, and taking pleasure only in such portions of the lower world as were at once conducive to the rest and health of the human frame, and in harmony with the laws of its gentler beauty. Thus, as far as I recollect, without a single exception, every Homeric landscape, intended to be beautiful, is composed of a fountain, a meadow, and a shady grove. This ideal is very interestingly marked, as intended for a perfect one, in the 5th book of the Odyssey, when Mercury himself stops for a moment, though on a message, to look at a landscape, which even an immortal might be gladdened to behold. This landscape consists of a cave covered with a running vine, all blooming into grapes, and surrounded by a grove of alder, poplar, and sweet-smelling cypress. 4 fountains of white, foaming water, springing in succession, mark the orderliness, and close to one another, flow away in different directions through a meadow full of violets and parsley, to mark its moisture, being elsewhere called marsh nourished, and associated with the lotus. The air is perfumed not only by these violets, and by the sweet cypress, but by Calypso's fire of finely chopped cedar wood, which sends a smoke, as of incense, through the island. Calypso herself is singing, and finally, upon the trees are resting, or roosting, owls, hawks, and long-tongued sea crows. Whether these last are considered as a part of the ideal landscape, as marine singing birds, I know not, but the approval of Mercury appears to be elicited chiefly by the fountains and violet meadow. Now the notable things in this description are, first, the evident subservience of the whole landscape to human comfort, to the foot, the taste, or the smell, and secondly, that throughout the passage there is not a single figurative word expressive of the things being in any wise other than plain grass, fruit, or flower. I have used the term, spring, of the fountains, because, without doubt, Homer means that they sprang forth brightly, having their source at the foot of the rocks, as copious fountains nearly always have, but Homer does not say spring. He says simply flow, and uses only one word for growing softly, or richly, of the tall trees, the vine, and the violets. There is, however, some expression of sympathy with the sea-birds. He speaks of them in precisely the same terms as in other places of naval nations, saying they have care of the works of the sea. If we glance through the references to pleasant landscape which occur in other parts of the Odyssey, we shall always be struck by this quiet subjection of their every feature to human service, and by the excessive similarity in the scenes. Perhaps the spot intended, after this, to be most perfect, may be the garden of Alcinous, where the principal ideas are, still more definitely, order, symmetry, and fruitfulness, the beds being duly ranged between rows of vines, which, as well as the pear, apple, and fig trees, bear fruit continually, some grapes being yet sour, while others are getting black. There are plenty of orderly square beds of herbs, chiefly leeks, and 2 fountains, one running through the garden, and one under the pavement of the palace to a reservoir for the citizens. Ulysses, pausing to contemplate this scene, is described nearly in the same terms as Mercury pausing to contemplate the wilder meadow, and it is interesting to observe that, in spite of all Homer's love of symmetry, the god's admiration is excited by the free fountains, wild violets, and wandering vine, but the mortals, by the vines in rows, the leeks in beds, and the fountains in pipes. Ulysses has, however, one touching reason for loving vines in rows. His father had given him 50 rows for himself, when he was a boy, with corn between them, just as it now grows in Italy. Proving his identity afterwards to his father, whom he finds at work in his garden, with thick gloves on to keep his hands from the thorns, he reminds him of these 50 rows of vines, and of the 13 pear trees and 10 apple trees, which he had given him, and Laertes faints upon his neck. If Ulysses had not been so much of a gardener, it might have been received as a sign of considerable feeling for landscape beauty, that, intending to pay the very highest possible compliment to the Princess Nausicaa, and having, indeed, the moment before gravely asked her whether she was a goddess or not, he says that he feels, at seeing her, exactly as he did when he saw the young palm tree growing at Apollo's shrine at Delos. But I think the taste for trim hedges and upright trunks has its usual influence over him here also, and that he merely means to tell the princess that she is delightfully tall and straight. The princess is, however, pleased by his address, and tells him to wait outside the town till she can speak to her father about him. The spot to which she directs him is another ideal piece of landscape, composed of a beautiful grove of aspen poplars, a fountain, and a meadow. Near the roadside, in fact, as nearly as possible such a scene as meets the eye of the traveler every instant on the much despised lines of road through lowland France, for instance, on the railway between Arras and Amiens. Scenes, to my mind, quite exquisite in the various grouping and grace of their innumerable poplar avenues, casting sweet, tremulous shadows over their level meadows and labyrinthine streams. We know that the princess means aspen poplars, because soon afterwards we find her 50 maid-servants at the palace, all spinning and in perpetual motion, compared to the leaves of the tall poplar. And it is with exquisite feeling that it is made afterwards the chief tree in the groves of Proserpine, its light and quivering leafage having exactly the melancholy expression of fragility, faintness, and inconstancy which the ancients attributed to the disembodied spirit. The likeness to the poplars by the streams of Amiens is more marked still in the Iliad, where the young Simois, struck by Ajax, falls to the earth. Like an aspen that has grown in an irrigated meadow, smooth-trunked, the soft shoots springing from its top, which some coach-making man has cut down with his keen iron, that he may fit a wheel of it to a fair chariot, and it lies parching by the side of the stream. It is sufficiently notable that Homer, living in mountainous and rocky countries, dwells thus delightedly on all the flat bits, and so I think invariably the inhabitants of mountain countries do, but the inhabitants of the plains do not, in any similar way, dwell delightedly on mountains. The Dutch painters are perfectly contented with their flat fields and pollards. Rubens, though he had seen the Alps, usually composes his landscapes of a hayfield or two, plenty of pollards and willows, a distant spire, a Dutch house with a moat about it, a windmill, and a ditch. The Flemish sacred painters are the only ones who introduce mountains in the distance, as we shall see presently, but rather in a formal way than with any appearance of enjoyment. So Shakespeare never speaks of mountains with the slightest joy, but only of lowland flowers, flat fields, and Warwickshire streams. And if we talk to the mountaineer, he will usually characterize his own country to us as a pays affreux, or in some equivalent, perhaps even more violent, German term. But the lowland peasant does not think his country frightful. He either will have no ideas beyond it, or about it, or will think it a very perfect country, and be apt to regard any deviation from its general principle of flatness with extreme disfavor, as the Lincolnshire farmer in Alton Loch. I'll shaw ye some at like a field o' beans, I will, none o' this here darned ups and downs o' hills, to shake a body's victuals out of his inwards, all so flat as a barn's floor, for 40 mile on end. There's the country to live in. I do not say whether this be altogether right, though certainly not wholly wrong, but it seems to me that there must be in the simple freshness and fruitfulness of level land, in its pale upright trees, and gentle lapse of silent streams, enough for the satisfaction of the human mind in general, and I so far agree with Homer, that, if I had to educate an artist to the full perception of the meaning of the word gracefulness in landscape, I should send him neither to Italy nor to Greece, but simply to those poplar groves between Arras and Amiens. But to return more definitely to our Homeric landscape. When it is perfect, we have, as in the above instances, the foliage and meadows together. When imperfect, it is always either the foliage or the meadow, preeminently the meadow, or arable field. Thus, meadows of asphodel are prepared for the happier dead, and even Orion, a hunter among the mountains in his lifetime, pursues the ghosts of beasts in these asphodel meadows after death. So the sirens sing in a meadow, and throughout the Odyssey there is a general tendency to the depreciation of poor Ithaca, because it is rocky, and only fit for goats, and has no meadows, for which reason Telemachus refuses Atrides' present of horses, congratulating the Spartan king at the same time on ruling over a plain which has plenty of lotus in it, and rushes, with corn and barley. Note this constant dwelling on the marsh plants, or, at least, those which grow in flat and well-irrigated land, or beside streams. When Scamander, for instance, is restrained by Vulcan, Homer says, very sorrowfully, that all his lotus, and reeds, and rushes were burnt. And thus Ulysses, after being shipwrecked and nearly drowned, and beaten about the sea for many days and nights, on raft and mast, at last getting ashore at the mouth of a large river, casts himself down first upon its rushes, and then, in thankfulness, kisses the corn-giving land, as most opposed, in his heart, to the fruitless and devouring sea. In this same passage, also, we find some peculiar expressions of the delight which the Greeks had in trees, for, when Ulysses first comes in sight of land, which gladdens him, as the reviving of a father from his sickness gladdens his children, it is not merely the sight of the land itself which gives him such pleasure, but of the land and wood. Homer never throws away any words, at least in such a place as this, and what in another poet would have been merely the filling up of the deficient line with an otherwise useless word, is in him the expression of the general Greek sense, that land of any kind was in no wise grateful or acceptable till there was wood upon it, or corn. But the corn, in the flats, could not be seen so far as the black masses of forest on the hillsides, and that, as in being rushy and corn-giving, the low land, so in being woody, the high land was most grateful to the mind of the man who for days and nights had been wearied on the engulfing sea. And this general idea of wood and corn, as the types of the fatness of the whole earth, is beautifully marked in another place of the Odyssey, where the sailors in a desert island, having no flour of corn to offer as a meat offering with their sacrifices, take the leaves of the trees, and scatter them over the burnt offering instead. But still, every expression of the pleasure which Ulysses has in this landing and resting, contains uninterruptedly the reference to the utility and sensible pleasantness of all things, not to their beauty. After his first grateful kiss given to the corn-growing land, he considers immediately how he is to pass the night, for some minutes hesitating whether it will be best to expose himself to the misty chill from the river, or run the risk of wild beasts in the wood. He decides for the wood, and finds in it a bower formed by a sweet and a wild olive tree, interlacing their branches, or, perhaps more accurately translating Homer's intensely graphic expression, changing their branches with each other. It is very curious how often, in an entanglement of wood, one supposes the branches to belong to the wrong trees, and forming a roof penetrated by neither rain, sun, nor wind. Under this bower Ulysses collects the vain or frustrate outpouring of the dead leaves, another exquisite expression, used elsewhere of useless grief or shedding of tears, and, having got enough together, makes his bed of them, and goes to sleep, having covered himself up with them, as embers are covered up with ashes. Nothing can possibly be more intensely possessive of the facts than this whole passage, the sense of utter deadness and emptiness, and frustrate fall in the leaves, of dormant life in the human body, the fire, and heroism, and strength of it, lulled under the dead brown heap, as embers under ashes, and the knitting of interchanged and close strength of living boughs above. But there is not the smallest apparent sense of there being beauty elsewhere than in the human being. The wreathed wood is admired simply as being a perfect roof for it, the fallen leaves only as being a perfect bed for it, and there is literally no more excitement of emotion in Homer, as he describes them, nor does he expect us to be more excited or touched by hearing about them, than if he had been telling us how the chambermaid at the Bull aired the four-poster, and put on 2 extra blankets. Now, exactly this same contemplation of subservience to human use makes the Greek take some pleasure in rocks, when they assume one particular form, but one only, that of a cave. They are evidently quite frightful things to him under any other condition, and most of all if they are rough and jagged, but if smooth, looking, sculptured, like the sides of a ship, and forming a cave or shelter for him, he begins to think them endurable. hence, associating the ideas of rich and sheltering wood, sea, becalmed and made useful as a port by protecting promontories of rock, and smooth caves or grottos in the rocks themselves, we get the pleasantest idea which the Greek could form of a landscape, next to a marsh with poplars in it, not, indeed, if possible, ever to be without these last. Thus, in commending the Cyclops country as one possessed of every perfection, Homer says, "They have soft marshy meadows near the sea, and good, rich, crumbling, plowing land, giving fine deep crops, and vines always giving fruit. Then, a port so quiet that they have no need of cables in it, and at the head of the port, a beautiful clear spring just under a cave, and aspen poplars all round it." This, it will be seen, is very nearly Homer's usual ideal. But, going into the middle of the island, Ulysses comes on a rougher and less agreeable bit, though still fulfilling certain required conditions of endurableness. A cave shaded with laurels, which, having no poplars about it, is, however, meant to be somewhat frightful, and only fit to be inhabited by a Cyclops. So in the country of the Laestrygons, Homer, preparing his reader gradually for something very disagreeable, represents the rocks as bare and exposed to the sun, only with some smooth and slippery roads over them, by which the trucks bring down wood from the higher hills. Any one familiar with Swiss slopes of hills must remember how often he has descended, sometimes faster than was altogether intentional, by these same slippery woodman's truck roads. And thus, in general, whenever the landscape is intended to be lovely, it verges towards the plowed lands and poplars, or, at worst, to woody rocks. But if intended to be painful, the rocks are bare and sharp. This last epithet, constantly used by Homer for mountains, does not altogether correspond, in Greek, to the English term, nor is it intended merely to characterize the sharp mountain summits, for it never would be applied simply to the edge or point of a sword, but signifies rather harsh, bitter, or painful, being applied habitually to fate, death, and in Odyssey 11:333, to a halter, and as expressive of general objectionableness and unpleasantness to all high, dangerous, or peaked mountains, as the Melian promontory, a much dreaded one, the crest of Parnassus, the Tyrian mountain, and a grim or untoward, though, by keeping off the force of the sea, protective, rock at the mouth of the Dardanus, as well as habitually to inaccessible or impregnable fortresses built on heights. In all this I cannot too strongly mark the utter absence of any trace of the feeling for what we call the picturesque, and the constant dwelling of the writer's mind on what was available, pleasant, or useful, his ideas respecting all landscape being not uncharacteristically summed, finally, by Pallas herself, when meeting Ulysses, who after his long wandering does not recognize his own country, and meaning to describe it as politely and soothingly as possible, she says, "This Ithaca of ours is, indeed, a rough country enough, and not good for driving in, but still, things might be worse. It has plenty of corn, and good wine, and always rain, and soft nourishing dew, and it has good feeding for goats and oxen, and all manner of wood, and springs fit to drink at all the year round." We shall see presently how the blundering, pseudo-picturesque, pseudo-classical minds of Claude and the Renaissance landscape painters, wholly missing Homer's practical common sense, and equally incapable of feeling the quiet natural grace and sweetness of his asphodel meadows, tender aspen poplars, or running vines, fastened on his ports and caves, as the only available features of his scenery, and appointed the type of classical landscape, thenceforward to consist in a bay of insipid sea, and a rock with a hole through it. It may indeed be thought that I am assuming too hastily that this was the general view of the Greeks respecting landscape, because it was Homer's. But I believe the true mind of a nation, at any period, is always best ascertainable by examining that of its greatest men, and that simpler and truer results will be attainable for us by simply comparing Homer, Dante, and Walter Scott, than by attempting, what my limits must have rendered absurdly inadequate, and in which, also, both my time and knowledge must have failed me, an analysis of the landscape in the range of contemporary literature. All that I can do is to state the general impression which has been made upon me by my desultory reading, and to mark accurately the grounds for this impression in the works of the greatest men. Now it is quite true that in others of the Greeks, especially in Aeschylus and Aristophanes, there is infinitely more of modern feeling, of pathetic fallacy, love of picturesque or beautiful form, and other such elements, than there is in Homer. But then these appear to me just the parts of them which were not Greek, the elements of their minds by which, as one division of the human race always must be with subsequent ones, they are connected with the medievals and moderns. And without doubt, in his influence over future mankind, Homer is eminently the Greek of Greeks. If I were to associate any one with him, it would be Herodotus, and I believe all I have said of the Homeric landscape will be found equally true of the Herodotian, as assuredly it will be of the Platonic. The contempt, which Plato sometimes expresses by the mouth of Socrates, for the country in general, except so far as it is shady, and has cicadas and running streams to make pleasant noises in it, being almost ludicrous. But Homer is the great type, and the more notable one because of his influence on Virgil, and through him, on Dante, and all the after ages. And in like manner, if we can get the abstract of medieval landscape out of Dante, it will serve us as well as if we had read all the songs of the troubadours, and help us to the farther changes in derivative temper down to all modern time. I think, therefore, the reader may safely accept the conclusions about Greek landscape which I have got for him out of Homer, and in these he will certainly perceive something very different from the usual imaginations we form of Greek feelings. We think of the Greeks as poetical, ideal, imaginative, in the way that a modern poet or novelist is, supposing that their thoughts about their mythology and world were as visionary and artificial as ours are. But I think the passages I have quoted show that it was not so, although it may be difficult for us to apprehend the strange minglings in them of the elements of faith, which, in our days, have been blended with other parts of human nature in a totally different guise. Perhaps the Greek mind may be best imagined by taking, as its groundwork, that of a good, conscientious, but illiterate Scotch Presbyterian border farmer of a century or two back, having perfect faith in the bodily appearances of Satan and his imps, and in all kelpies, brownies, and fairies. Substitute for the indignant terrors in this man's mind a general persuasion of the divinity, more or less beneficent, yet faultful, of all these beings, that is to say, take away his belief in the demoniacal malignity of the fallen spiritual world, and lower, in the same degree, his conceptions of the angelical, retaining for him the same firm faith in both. Keep his ideas about flowers and beautiful scenery much as they are, his delight in regular ploughed land and meadows, and a neat garden, only with rows of gooseberry bushes instead of vines, being, in all probability, about accurately representative of the feelings of Ulysses. Then, let the military spirit that is in him, glowing against the border forager, or the foe of old Flodden and Chevy Chase, be made more principal, with a higher sense of nobleness in soldiership, not as a careless excitement, but a knightly duty, and increased by high cultivation of every personal quality, not of mere shaggy strength, but graceful strength, aided by a softer climate, and educated in all proper harmony of sight and sound. Finally, instead of an informed Christian, suppose him to have only the patriarchal Jewish knowledge of the deity, and even this obscured by tradition, but still thoroughly solemn and faithful, requiring his continual service as a priest of burnt sacrifice and meat offering. And I think we shall get a pretty close approximation to the vital being of a true old Greek, some slight difference still existing in a feeling which the Scotch farmer would have of a pleasantness in blue hills and running streams, wholly wanting in the Greek mind, and perhaps also some difference of views on the subjects of truth and honesty. But the main points, the easy, athletic, strongly logical and argumentative, yet fanciful and credulous, characters of mind, would be very similar in both, and the most serious change in the substance of the stuff among the modifications above suggested as necessary to turn the Scot into the Greek, is that effect of softer climate and surrounding luxury, inducing the practice of various forms of polished art. The more polished, because the practical and realistic tendency of the Hellenic mind, if my interpretation of it be right, would quite prevent it from taking pleasure in any irregularities of form, or imitations of the weeds and wildnesses of that mountain nature with which it thought itself born to contend. In its utmost refinement of work, it sought eminently for orderliness, carried the principle of the leeks and squares, and fountains and pipes, perfectly out in its streets and temples, formalized whatever decoration it put into its minor architectural moldings, and reserved its whole heart and power to represent the action of living men, or gods, though not unconscious, meanwhile, of the simple, the sincere delight. The habitual scene of hill and dale, the rural herds, the vernal gale, the tangled vetch's purple bloom, the fragrance of the bean's perfume. Theirs alone, who cultivate the soil, and drink the cup of thirst, and eat the bread of toil. Of Modern Landscape. Volume 3, Chapter 16. We turn our eyes, therefore, as boldly and as quickly as may be, from these serene fields and skies of medieval art, to the most characteristic examples of modern landscape. And I believe the first thing that will strike us, or that ought to strike us, is their cloudiness. Out of perfect light and motionless air, we find ourselves on a sudden brought under somber skies, and into drifting wind, and with fickle sunbeams flashing in our face, or utterly drenched with sweep of rain, we are reduced to track the changes of the shadows on the grass, or watch the rents of twilight through angry cloud. And we find that whereas all the pleasure of the medieval was in stability, definiteness, and luminousness, we are expected to rejoice in darkness, and triumph in mutability, to lay the foundation of happiness in things which momentarily change or fade, and to expect the utmost satisfaction and instruction from what it is impossible to arrest, and difficult to comprehend. We find, however, together with this general delight in breeze and darkness, much attention to the real form of clouds, and careful drawing of effects of mist, so that the appearance of objects, as seen through it, becomes a subject of science with us, and the faithful representation of that appearance is made of primal importance, under the name of aerial perspective. The aspects of sunset and sunrise, with all their attendant phenomena of cloud and mist, are watchfully delineated, and in ordinary daylight landscape, the sky is considered of so much importance, that a principal mass of foliage, or a whole foreground, is unhesitatingly thrown into shade merely to bring out the form of a white cloud. So that, if a general and characteristic name were needed for modern landscape art, none better could be invented than the service of clouds. And this name would, unfortunately, be characteristic of our art in more ways than one. In the last chapter, I said that all the Greeks spoke kindly about the clouds, except Aristophanes, and he, I am sorry to say, since his report is so unfavorable, is the only Greek who had studied them attentively. He tells us, first, that they are great goddesses to idle men, then, that they are mistresses of disputings, and logic, and monstrosities, and noisy chattering. Declares that whoso believes in their divinity must first disbelieve in Jupiter, and place supreme power in the hands of an unknown god, Whirlwind, and finally, he displays their influence over the mind of one of their disciples, in his sudden desire to speak ingeniously concerning smoke. There is, I fear, an infinite truth in this Aristophanic judgment applied to our modern cloud worship. Assuredly, much of the love of mystery in our romances, our poetry, our art, and above all, in our metaphysics, must come under that definition so long ago given by the great Greek. Speaking ingeniously concerning smoke, and much of the instinct, which, partially developed in painting, may be now seen throughout every mode of exertion of mind, the easily encouraged doubt, easily excited curiosity, habitual agitation, and delight in the changing and the marvelous, as opposed to the old quiet serenity of social custom and religious faith, is again deeply defined in those few words: the dethroning of Jupiter, the coronation of the whirlwind. Nor of whirlwind merely, but also of darkness or ignorance respecting all stable facts. That darkening of the foreground to bring out the white cloud is, in one aspect of it, a type of the subjection of all plain and positive fact to what is uncertain and unintelligible. And, as we examine farther into the matter, we shall be struck by another great difference between the old and modern landscape, namely, that in the old no one ever thought of drawing anything but as well as he could. That might not be well, as we have seen in the case of rocks, but it was as well as he could, and always distinctly. Leaf, or stone, or animal, or man, it was equally drawn with care and clearness, and its essential characters shown. If it was an oak tree, the acorns were drawn; if a flint pebble, its veins were drawn; If an arm of the sea, its fish were drawn, if a group of figures, their faces and dresses were drawn, to the very last subtlety of expression and end of thread that could be got into the space, far off or near. But now our ingenuity is all concerning smoke. Nothing is truly drawn but that, all else is vague, slight, imperfect, got with as little pains as possible. You examine your closest foreground, and find no leaves, your largest oak, and find no acorns, your human figure, and find a spot of red paint instead of a face. And in all this, again and again, the Aristophanic words come true, and the clouds seem to be great goddesses to idle men. The next thing that will strike us, after this love of clouds, is the love of liberty. Whereas the medieval was always shutting himself into castles, and behind fosses, and drawing brickwork neatly, and beds of flowers primly, our painters delight in getting to the open fields and moors, abhor all hedges and moats, never paint anything but free-growing trees, and rivers gliding, at their own sweet will, eschew formality down to the smallest detail, break and displace the brickwork which the medieval would have carefully cemented, leave unpruned the thickets he would have delicately trimmed, and carrying the love of liberty even to license, and the love of wildness even to ruin, take pleasure at last in every aspect of age and desolation which emancipates the objects of nature from the government of men, on the castle wall displacing its tapestry with ivy, and spreading, through the garden, the bramble for the rose. Connected with this love of liberty we find a singular manifestation of love of mountains, and see our painters traversing the wildest places of the globe in order to obtain subjects with craggy foregrounds and purple distances. Some few of them remain content with pollards and flat land, but these are always men of third-rate order, and the leading masters, while they do not reject the beauty of the low grounds, reserve their highest powers to paint alpine peaks or Italian promontories. And it is eminently noticeable, also, that this pleasure in the mountains is never mingled with fear, or tempered by a spirit of meditation, as with the medieval, but it is always free and fearless, brightly exhilarating, and wholly unreflective, so that the painter feels that his mountain foreground may be more consistently animated by a sportsman than a hermit. And our modern society in general goes to the mountains, not to fast, but to feast, and leaves their glaciers covered with chicken bones and eggshells. Connected with this want of any sense of solemnity in mountain scenery, is a general profanity of temper in regarding all the rest of nature, that is to say, a total absence of faith in the presence of any deity therein. Whereas the medieval never painted a cloud, but with the purpose of placing an angel in it, and a Greek never entered a wood without expecting to meet a god in it, we should think the appearance of an angel in the cloud wholly unnatural, and should be seriously surprised by meeting a god anywhere. Our chief ideas about the wood are connected with poaching. We have no belief that the clouds contain more than so many inches of rain or hail, and from our ponds and ditches expect nothing more divine than ducks and watercresses. Finally, connected with this profanity of temper is a strong tendency to deny the sacred element of color, and make our boast in blackness. For though occasionally glaring or violent, modern color is on the whole eminently somber, tending continually to gray or brown, and by many of our best painters consistently falsified, with a confessed pride in what they call chaste or subdued tints, so that, whereas a medieval paints his sky bright blue and his foreground bright green, gilds the towers of his castles, and clothes his figures with purple and white, we paint our sky gray, our foreground black, and our foliage brown, and think that enough is sacrificed to the sun in admitting the dangerous brightness of a scarlet cloak or a blue jacket. These, I believe, are the principal points which would strike us instantly, if we were to be brought suddenly into an exhibition of modern landscapes out of a room filled with medieval work. It is evident that there are both evil and good in this change, but how much evil, or how much good, we can only estimate by considering, as in the former divisions of our inquiry, what are the real roots of the habits of mind which have caused them. And first, it is evident that the title, Dark Ages, given to the medieval centuries, is, respecting art, wholly inapplicable. They were, on the contrary, the bright ages, ours are the dark ones. I do not mean metaphysically, but literally. They were the ages of gold, ours are the ages of umber. This is partly mere mistake in us. We build brown brick walls, and wear brown coats, because we have been blunderingly taught to do so, and go on doing so mechanically. There is, however, also some cause for the change in our own tempers. On the whole, these are much sadder ages than the early ones, not sadder in a noble and deep way, but in a dim, wearied way, the way of ennui, and jaded intellect, and uncomfortableness of soul and body. The Middle Ages had their wars and agonies, but also intense delights. Their gold was dashed with blood, but ours is sprinkled with dust. Their life was inwoven with white and purple, ours is one seamless stuff of brown. Not that we are without apparent festivity, but festivity more or less forced, mistaken, embittered, incomplete, not of the heart. How wonderfully, since Shakespeare's time, have we lost the power of laughing at bad jests. The very finish of our wit belies our gaiety. The profoundest reason of this darkness of heart is, I believe, our want of faith. There never yet was a generation of men, savage or civilized, who, taken as a body, so wilfully fulfilled the words, having no hope, and without God in the world, as the present civilized European race. A Red Indian or Otaheitan savage has more sense of a divine existence round him, or government over him, than the plurality of refined Londoners and Parisians, and those among us who may in some sense be said to believe, are divided almost without exception into two broad classes, Romanist and Puritan, who, but for the interference of the unbelieving portions of society, would, either of them, reduce the other sect as speedily as possible to ashes, the Romanist having always done so whenever he could, from the beginning of their separation, and the Puritan at this time holding himself in complacent expectation of the destruction of Rome by volcanic fire. Such division as this between persons nominally of one religion, that is to say, believing in the same God, and the same revelation, cannot but become a stumbling block of the gravest kind to all thoughtful and far-sighted men, a stumbling block which they can only surmount under the most favorable circumstances of early education. Hence, nearly all our powerful men in this age of the world are unbelievers, the best of them in doubt and misery, the worst in reckless defiance, the plurality, in plodding hesitation, doing, as well as they can, what practical work lies ready to their hands. Most of our scientific men are in this last class. Our popular authors either set themselves definitely against all religious form, pleading for simple truth and benevolence, Thackeray, Dickens, or give themselves up to bitter and fruitless statement of facts, de Balzac, or surface painting, Scott, or careless blasphemy, sad or smiling, Byron, Berenger. Our earnest poets and deepest thinkers are doubtful and indignant, Tennyson, Carlyle, one or two, anchored, indeed, but anxious or weeping, Wordsworth, Mrs. Browning, and of these two, the first is not so sure of his anchor, but that now and then it drags with him, even to make him cry out, Great God, I had rather be a pagan suckled in some creed outworn. So might I, standing on this pleasant lea, have glimpses that would make me less forlorn. In politics, religion is now a name, in art, a hypocrisy or affectation. Over German religious pictures the inscription, See how pious I am, can be read at a glance by any clear-sighted person. Over French and English religious pictures the inscription, See how impious I am, is equally legible. All sincere and modest art is, among us, profane. This faithlessness operates among us according to our tempers, producing either sadness or levity, and being the ultimate root alike of our discontents and of our wantonnesses. It is marvelous how full of contradiction it makes us. We are first dull, and seek for wild and lonely places because we have no heart for the garden. Presently we recover our spirits, and build an assembly room among the mountains, because we have no reverence for the desert. I do not know if there be game on Sinai, but I am always expecting to hear of someone shooting over it. There is, however, another, and a more innocent root of our delight in wild scenery. All the Renaissance principles of art tended, as I have before often explained, to the setting beauty above truth, and seeking for it always at the expense of truth. And the proper punishment of such pursuit, the punishment which all the laws of the universe rendered inevitable, was, that those who thus pursued beauty should wholly lose sight of beauty. All the thinkers of the age, as we saw previously, declared that it did not exist. The age seconded their efforts, and banished beauty, so far as human effort could succeed in doing so, from the face of the earth, and the form of man. To powder the hair, to patch the cheek, to hoop the body, to buckle the foot, were all part and parcel of the same system which reduced streets to brick walls, and pictures to brown stains. One desert of ugliness was extended before the eyes of mankind, and their pursuit of the beautiful, so recklessly continued, received unexpected consummation in high-heeled shoes and periwigs, Gower Street, and Gasper Poussin. Reaction from this state was inevitable, if any true life was left in the races of mankind, and accordingly, though still forced, by rule and fashion, to the producing and wearing all that is ugly, men steal out, half ashamed of themselves for doing so, to the fields and mountains, and finding among these the color, and liberty, and variety, and power, which are forever grateful to them, delight in these to an extent never before known, rejoice in all the wildest shattering of the mountain side, as in opposition to Gower Street, gaze in a rapt manner at sunsets and sunrises, to see there the blue, and gold, and purple, which glow for them no longer on knight's armor or temple porch, and gather with care out of the fields, into their blotted herbaria, the flowers which the 5 orders of architecture have banished from their doors and casements. The absence of care for personal beauty, which is another great characteristic of the age, adds to this feeling in a twofold way: first, by turning all reverent thoughts away from human nature, and making us think of men as ridiculous or ugly creatures, getting through the world as well as they can, and spoiling it in doing so, not ruling it in a kingly way and crowning all its loveliness. In the Middle Ages hardly anything but vice could be caricatured, because virtue was always visibly and personally noble. Now virtue itself is apt to inhabit such poor human bodies, that no aspect of it is invulnerable to jest, and for all fairness we have to seek to the flowers, for all sublimity, to the hills. The same want of care operates, in another way, by lowering the standard of health, increasing the susceptibility to nervous or sentimental impressions, and thus adding to the other powers of nature over us whatever charm may be felt in her fostering the melancholy fancies of brooding idleness. It is not, however, only to existing inanimate nature that our want of beauty in person and dress has driven us. The imagination of it, as it was seen in our ancestors, haunts us continually, and while we yield to the present fashions, or act in accordance with the dullest modern principles of economy and utility, we look fondly back to the manners of the ages of chivalry, and delight in painting, to the fancy, the fashions we pretend to despise, and the splendors we think it wise to abandon. The furniture and personages of our romance are sought, when the writer desires to please most easily, in the centuries which we profess to have surpassed in everything. The art which takes us into the present times is considered as both daring and degraded, and while the weakest words please us, and are regarded as poetry, which recall the manners of our forefathers, or of strangers, it is only as familiar and vulgar that we accept the description of our own. In this we are wholly different from all the races that preceded us. All other nations have regarded their ancestors with reverence as saints or heroes, but have nevertheless thought their own deeds and ways of life the fitting subjects for their arts of painting or of verse. We, on the contrary, regard our ancestors as foolish and wicked, but yet find our chief artistic pleasures in descriptions of their ways of life. The Greeks and medievals honored, but did not imitate their forefathers. We imitate, but do not honor. With this romantic love of beauty, forced to seek in history, and in external nature, the satisfaction it cannot find in ordinary life, we mingle a more rational passion, the due and just result of newly awakened powers of attention. Whatever may first lead us to the scrutiny of natural objects, that scrutiny never fails of its reward. Unquestionably, they are intended to be regarded by us with both reverence and delight, and every hour we give to them renders their beauty more apparent, and their interest more engrossing. Natural science, which can hardly be considered to have existed before modern times, rendering our knowledge fruitful in accumulation, and exquisite in accuracy, has acted for good or evil, according to the temper of the mind which received it, and though it has hardened the faithlessness of the dull and proud, has shown new grounds for reverence to hearts which were thoughtful and humble. The neglect of the art of war, while it has somewhat weakened and deformed the body, has given us leisure and opportunity for studies to which, before, time and space were equally wanting, Lives which once were early wasted on the battlefield are now passed usefully in the study. Nations which exhausted themselves in annual warfare now dispute with each other the discovery of new planets. And the serene philosopher dissects the plants, and analyzes the dust, of lands which were of old only traversed by the night in hasty march, or by the borderer in heedless rapine. The elements of progress and decline being thus strangely mingled in the modern mind, we might beforehand anticipate that one of the notable characters of our art would be its inconsistency, that efforts would be made in every direction, and arrested by every conceivable cause and manner of failure, that in all we did, it would become next to impossible to distinguish accurately the grounds for praise or for regret, that all previous canons of practice and methods of thought would be gradually overthrown, and criticism continually defied by successes which no one had expected, and sentiments which no one could define. Accordingly, while, in our inquiries into Greek and medieval art, I was able to describe, in general terms, what all men did or felt, I find now many characters in many men, some, it seems to me, founded on the inferior and evanescent principles of modernism, on its recklessness, impatience, or faithlessness, others founded on its science, its new affection for nature, its love of openness and liberty. And among all these characters, good or evil, I see that some, remaining to us from old or transitional periods, do not properly belong to us, and will soon fade away, and others, though not yet distinctly developed, are yet properly our own, and likely to grow forward into greater strength. For instance, our reprobation of bright color is, I think, for the most part, mere affectation, and must soon be done away with. Vulgarity, dullness, or impiety will indeed always express themselves through art in brown and gray, as in Rembrandt, Caravaggio, and Salvator. But we are not wholly vulgar, dull, or impious, nor, as moderns, are we necessarily obliged to continue so in any wise. Our greatest men, whether sad or gay, still delight, like the great men of all ages, in brilliant hues. The coloring of Scott and Byron is full and pure, that of Keats and Tennyson rich even to excess. Our practical failures in coloring are merely the necessary consequences of our prolonged want of practice during the periods of Renaissance affectation and ignorance, and the only durable difference between old and modern coloring is the acceptance of certain hues, by the modern, which please him by expressing that melancholy peculiar to his more reflective or sentimental character, and the greater variety of them necessary to express his greater science. Again, if we ever become wise enough to dress consistently and gracefully, to make health a principal object in education, and to render our streets beautiful with art, the external charm of past history will in great measure disappear. There is no essential reason, because we live after the fatal 17th century, that we should never again be able to confess interest in sculpture, or see brightness in embroidery, nor, because now we choose to make the night deadly with our pleasures, and the day with our labors, prolonging the dance till dawn, and the toil to twilight, that we should never again learn how rightly to employ the sacred trusts of strength, beauty, and time. Whatever external charm attaches itself to the past would then be seen in proper subordination to the brightness of present life, and the elements of romance would exist, in the earlier ages, only in the attraction which must generally belong to whatever is unfamiliar, in the reverence which a noble nation always pays to its ancestors, and in the enchanted light which races, like individuals, must perceive in looking back to the days of their childhood. Again, the peculiar levity with which natural scenery is regarded by a large number of modern minds cannot be considered as entirely characteristic of the age, inasmuch as it never can belong to its greatest intellects. Men of any high mental power must be serious, whether in ancient or modern days. A certain degree of reverence for fair scenery is found in all our great writers without exception, even the one who has made us laugh oftenest, taking us to the valley of Chamonix, and to the sea beach, there to give peace after suffering, and change revenge into pity. It is only the dull, the uneducated, or the worldly, whom it is painful to meet on the hillsides, and levity, as a ruling character, cannot be ascribed to the whole nation, but only to its holiday-making apprentices, and its House of Commons. We need not, therefore, expect to find any single poet or painter representing the entire group of powers, weaknesses, and inconsistent instincts which govern or confuse our modern life. But we may expect that in the man who seems to be given by Providence as the type of the age, as Homer and Dante were given, as the types of classical and medieval mind, we shall find whatever is fruitful and substantial to be completely present, together with those of our weaknesses, which are indeed nationally characteristic, and compatible with general greatness of mind, just as the weak love offenses and dislike of mountains were found compatible with Dante's greatness in other respects. Farther, as the admiration of mankind is found, in our times, to have in great part passed from men to mountains, and from human emotion to natural phenomena, we may anticipate that the great strength of art will also be warped in this direction, with this notable result for us, that whereas the greatest painters or painter of classical and medieval periods, being wholly devoted to the representation of humanity, furnished us with but little to examine in landscape, the greatest painters or painter of modern times will in all probability be devoted to landscape principally, and farther, because in representing human emotion words surpass painting, but in representing natural scenery painting surpasses words, we may anticipate also that the painter and poet, for convenience sake I here use the words in opposition, will somewhat change their relations of rank in illustrating the mind of the age. That the painter will become of more importance, the poet of less, and that the relations between the men who are the types and firstfruits of the age in word and work, namely, Scott and Turner, will be, in many curious respects, different from those between Homer and Phidias, or Dante and Giotto. The Two Boyhoods. Volume V, Part 9, Chapter 9. Born halfway between the mountains and the sea, that young George of Castelfranco, of the brave castle, stout George they called him, George of George, so goodly a boy he was, Giorgione. Have you ever thought what a world his eyes opened on, fair, searching eyes of youth? What a world of mighty life, from those mountain roots to the shore, of loveliest life, when he went down, yet so young, to the marble city, and became himself as a fiery heart to it. A city of marble, did I say? Nay, rather a golden city, paved with emerald. For truly, every pinnacle and turret glanced or glowed, overlaid with gold, or bossed with jasper. Beneath, the unsullied sea drew in deep breathing, to and fro, its eddies of green wave. Deep-hearted, majestic, terrible as the sea, the men of Venice moved in sway of power and war. Pure as her pillars of alabaster, stood her mothers and maidens, from foot to brow, all noble, walked her knights. The low bronze gleaming of sea-rusted armor shot angrily under their blood-red mantle folds. Fearless, faithful, patient, impenetrable, implacable, every word of fate, sate her senate. In hope and honor, lulled by flowing of wave around their isles of sacred sand, each with his name written and the cross graved at his side, lay her dead. A wonderful piece of world. Rather, itself a world. It lay along the face of the waters, no larger, as its captains saw it from their masts at evening, than a bar of sunset that could not pass away. But for its power, it must have seemed to them as if they were sailing in the expanse of heaven, and this a great planet, whose orient edge widened through ether. A world from which all ignoble care and petty thoughts were banished, with all the common and poor elements of life. No foulness nor tumult in those tremulous streets that filled, or fell, beneath the moon, but rippled music of majestic change, or thrilling silence. No weak walls could rise above them, no low-roofed cottage, nor straw-built shed. Only the strength as of rock, and the finished setting of stones most precious. And around them, far as the eye could reach, still the soft moving of stainless waters, proudly pure, as not the flower, so either the thorn nor the thistle, could grow in the glancing fields. Ethereal strength of Alps, dreamlike, vanishing in high procession beyond the Torcellan shore, blue islands of Paduan hills, poised in the golden west. Above, free winds and fiery clouds ranging at their will, brightness out of the north, and balm from the south, and the stars of the evening and morning clear in the limitless light of arched heaven and circling sea. Such was Giorgione's school, such Titian's home. Near the southwest corner of Covent Garden, a square brick pit or well is formed by a close-set block of houses, to the back windows of which it admits a few rays of light. Access to the bottom of it is obtained out of Maiden Lane, through a low archway and an iron gate, and if you stand long enough under the archway to accustom your eyes to the darkness, you may see on the left hand a narrow door, which formerly gave quiet access to a respectable barber's shop, of which the front window, looking into Maiden Lane, is still extant, filled, in this year, 1860, with a row of bottles, connected, in some defunct manner, with a brewer's business. A more fashionable neighborhood, it is said, 80 years ago than now, never certainly a cheerful one, wherein a boy being born on St. George's Day, 1775, began soon after to take interest in the world of Covent Garden, and put to service such spectacles of life as it afforded. No knights to be seen there, nor, I imagine, many beautiful ladies, their costume at least disadvantageous, depending much on incumbency of hat and feather, and short waists. The majesty of men founded similarly on shoe buckles and wigs, impressive enough when Reynolds will do his best for it, but not suggestive of much ideal delight to a boy. Bello ovile da vio dormii agnello. Of things beautiful, besides men and women, dusty sunbeams up or down the street on summer mornings, deep furrowed cabbage leaves at the greengrocer's, magnificence of oranges and wheelbarrows round the corner, and Thames shore within 3 minutes' race. None of these things very glorious. The best, however, that England, it seems, was then able to provide for a boy of gift, who, such as they are, loves them, never, indeed, forgets them. The short waists modified to the last his visions of Greek ideal. His foregrounds had always a succulent cluster or two of greengrocery at the corners. Enchanted oranges gleam in Covent Gardens of the Hesperides, and great ships go to pieces in order to scatter chests of them on the waves. That mist of early sunbeams in the London dawn crosses, many and many a time, the clearness of Italian air, and by Thames shore, with its stranded barges and glidings of red sail, dearer to us than Lucerne Lake or Venetian lagoon, by Thames shore we will die. With such circumstance round him in youth, let us note what necessary effects followed upon the boy. I assume him to have had Giorgione's sensibility, and more than Giorgione's, if that be possible, to color and form. I tell you farther, and this fact you may receive trustfully, that his sensibility to human affection and distress was no less keen than even his sense for natural beauty, heart-sight deep as eyesight. Consequently, he attaches himself with the faithfulest child-love to everything that bears an image of the place he was born in. No matter how ugly it is, has it anything about it like Maiden Lane, or like Thames shore? If so, it shall be painted for their sake. Hence, to the very close of life, Turner could endure ugliness which no one else, of the same sensibility, would have borne with for an instant. Dead brick walls, blank square windows, old clothes, market womanly types of humanity, anything fishy and muddy, like Billingsgate or Hungerford Market, had great attraction for him. Black barges, patched sails, and every possible condition of fog. You will find these tolerations and affections guiding or sustaining him to the last hour of his life, the notablest of all such endurances being that of dirt. No Venetian ever draws anything foul, but Turner devoted picture after picture to the illustration of effects of dinginess, smoke, soot, dust, and dusty texture, old sides of boats, weedy roadside vegetation, dunghills, straw yards, and all the soilings and stains of every common labor. And more than this, he not only could endure, but enjoyed and looked for litter, like Covent Garden wreck after the market. His pictures are often full of it, from side to side. Their foregrounds differ from all others in the natural way that things have of lying about in them. Even his richest vegetation, in ideal work, is confused, and he delights in shingle, debris, and heaps of fallen stones. The last words he ever spoke to me about a picture were in gentle exultation about his St. Gothard, that litter of stones which I endeavored to represent. The second great result of this Covent Garden training was understanding of and regard for the poor, whom the Venetians, we saw, despised, whom, contrarily, Turner loved, and more than loved, understood. He got no romantic sight of them, but an infallible one, as he prowled about the end of his lane, watching night effects in the wintry streets, nor sight of the poor alone, but of the poor in direct relations with the rich. He knew, in good and evil, what both classes thought of, and how they dwelt with, each other. Reynolds and Gainsborough, bred in country villages, learned there the country boy's reverential theory of the squire, and kept it. They painted the squire and the squire's lady as centers of the movements of the universe, to the end of their lives. But Turner perceived the younger squire and other aspects about his lane, occurring prominently in its night scenery, as a dark figure, or one of two, against the moonlight. He saw also the working of city commerce, from endless warehouse, towering over Thames, to the back shop in the lane, with its stale herrings, highly interesting these last, one of his father's best friends, whom he often afterwards visited affectionately at Bristol, being a fishmonger and glue boiler, which gives us a friendly turn of mind towards herring fishing, whaling, Calais poissards, and many other of our choicest subjects in after life, all this being connected with that mysterious forest below London Bridge on one side, and on the other, with these masses of human power and national wealth which weigh upon us, at Covent Garden here, with strange compression, and crush us into narrow hand court. That mysterious forest below London Bridge, better for the boy than wood of pine, or grove of myrtle. How he must have tormented the watermen, beseeching them to let him crouch anywhere in the bows, quiet as a log, so only that he might get floated down there among the ships, and round the ships, and with the ships, and by the ships, and under the ships, staring, and clambering, these the only quite beautiful things he can see in all the world, except the sky, but these, when the sun is on their sails, filling or falling, endlessly disordered by sway of tide and stress of anchorage. Beautiful unspeakably, which ships also are inhabited by glorious creatures, red-faced sailors, with pipes, appearing over the gunwales, true knights, over their castle parapets, the most angelic beings in the whole compass of London world. And Trafalgar happening long before we can draw ships, we, nevertheless, coax all current stories out of the wounded sailors, do our best at present to show Nelson's funeral streaming up the Thames, and vow that Trafalgar shall have its tribute of memory some day. Which, accordingly, is accomplished, once, with all our might for its death, twice, with all our might for its victory, thrice, in pensive farewell to the old Temeraire, and with it, to that order of things. Now this fond companying with sailors must have divided his time, it appears to me, pretty equally between Covent Garden and Wapping, allowing for incidental excursions to Chelsea on one side, and Greenwich on the other, which time he would spend pleasantly, but not magnificently, being limited in pocket money, and leading a kind of poor Jack life on the river. In some respects, no life could be better for a lad. But it was not calculated to make his ear fine to the niceties of language, nor form his moralities on an entirely regular standard. Picking up his first scraps of vigorous English chiefly at Deptford and in the markets, and his first ideas of female tenderness and beauty among nymphs of the barge and the barrow, another boy might, perhaps, have become what people usually term vulgar. But the original make and frame of Turner's mind being not vulgar, but as nearly as possible a combination of the minds of Keats and Dante, joining capricious waywardness, and intense openness to every fine pleasure of sense, and hot defiance of formal precedent, with a quite infinite tenderness, generosity, and desire of justice and truth, this kind of mind did not become vulgar, but very tolerant of vulgarity, even fond of it in some forms, and on the outside, visibly infected by it, deeply enough, the curious result, in its combination of elements, being to most people wholly incomprehensible. It was as if a cable had been woven of blood-crimson silk, and then tarred on the outside. People handled it, and the tar came off on their hands, red gleams were seen through the black, underneath, at the places where it had been strained. Was it ochre, said the world, or red lead? Schooled thus in manners, literature, and general moral principles at Chelsea and Wapping, we have finally to inquire concerning the most important point of all. We have seen the principal differences between this boy and Giorgione, as respects sight of the beautiful, understanding of poverty, of commerce, and of order of battle. Then follows another cause of difference in our training, not slight, the aspect of religion, namely, in the neighborhood of Covent Garden. I say the aspect, for that was all the lad could judge by. Disposed, for the most part, to learn chiefly by his eyes, in this special matter he finds there is really no other way of learning. His father had taught him to lay one penny upon another, Of mother's teaching, we hear of none. Of parish pastoral teaching, the reader may guess how much. I chose Giorgione rather than Veronese to help me in carrying out this parallel, because I do not find in Giorgione's work any of the early Venetian monarchist element. He seems to me to have belonged more to an abstract contemplative school. I may be wrong in this. It is no matter. Suppose it were so, and that he came down to Venice somewhat recusant, or insentient, concerning the usual priestly doctrines of his day. How would the Venetian religion, from an outer intellectual standing point, have looked to him? He would have seen it to be a religion indisputably powerful in human affairs, often very harmfully so, sometimes devouring widows' houses, and consuming the strongest and fairest from among the young, freezing into merciless bigotry the policy of the old, also, on the other hand, animating national courage, and raising souls, otherwise sordid, into heroism, on the whole, always a real and great power. Served with daily sacrifice of gold, time, and thought, putting forth its claims, if hypocritically, at least in bold hypocrisy, not waiving any atom of them in doubt or fear, and assuredly, in large measure, sincere, believing in itself, and believed, a goodly system, moreover, in aspect, gorgeous, harmonious, mysterious, a thing which had either to be obeyed or combated, but could not be scorned. A religion towering over all the city, many buttressed, luminous in marble stateliness, as the dome of Our Lady of Safety shines over the sea, many voiced also, giving, over all the eastern seas, to the sentinel his watchword, to the soldier his war cry, and on the lips of all who died for Venice, shaping the whisper of death. I suppose the boy Turner to have regarded the religion of his city also from an external intellectual standing point. What did he see in Maiden Lane? Let not the reader be offended with me. I am willing to let him describe, at his own pleasure, what Turner saw there, but to me, it seems to have been this. A religion maintained occasionally, even the whole length of the lane, at point of constable's staff, but, at other times, placed under the custody of the beadle, within certain black and unstately iron railings of St. Paul's, Covent Garden. Among the wheelbarrows and over the vegetables, no perceptible dominance of religion; in the narrow, disquieted streets, none; in the tongues, deeds, daily ways of Maiden Lane, little. Some honesty, indeed, and English industry, and kindness of heart, and general idea of justice, but faith, of any national kind, shut up from one Sunday to the next, not artistically beautiful even in those sabbatical exhibitions, its paraphernalia being chiefly of high pews, heavy elocution, and cold grimness of behavior. What chiaroscuro belongs to it, dependent mostly on candlelight, we will, however, draw considerately, no goodliness of escutcheon, nor other respectability being omitted, and the best of their results confessed, a meek old woman and a child being let into a pew, for whom the reading by candlelight will be beneficial. For the rest, this religion seems to him discredited, not believing in itself, putting forth its authority in a cowardly way, watching how far it might be tolerated, continually shrinking, disclaiming, fencing, finessing, divided against itself, not by stormy rents, but by thin fissures, and splittings of plaster from the walls. Not to be either obeyed, or combated by an ignorant yet clear-sighted youth, only to be scorned. And scorn not one whit the less, though also the dome dedicated to it looms high over distant winding of the Thames, as St. Mark's Campanile rose, for goodly landmark, over mirage of lagoon. For St. Mark ruled over life, the Saint of London over death, St. Mark over St. Mark's Place, but St. Paul over St. Paul's churchyard. Under these influences pass away the first reflective hours of life, with such conclusion as they can reach. In consequence of a fit of illness, he was taken, I cannot ascertain in what year, to live with an aunt, at Brentford, and here, I believe, received some schooling, which he seems to have snatched vigorously, getting knowledge, at least by translation, of the more picturesque classical authors, which he turned presently to use, as we shall see. Hence also, walks about Putney and Twickenham in the summer time acquainted him with the look of English meadow ground in its restricted states of paddock and park, and with some round-headed appearances of trees, and stately entrances to houses of mark, the avenue at Bushey, and the iron gates and carved pillars of Hampton, impressing him apparently with great awe and admiration, so that in after life his little country house is, of all places in the world, at Twickenham. Of swans and reedy shores he now learns the soft motion and the green mystery, in a way not to be forgotten. And at last fortune wills that the lad's true life shall begin, and one summer's evening, after various wonderful stagecoach experiences on the North Road, which gave him a love of stagecoaches ever after, he finds himself sitting alone among the Yorkshire hills. For the first time, the silence of nature round him, her freedom sealed to him, her glory open to him. Peace at last, no roll of cartwheel, nor mutter of sullen voices in the back shop, but curlew cry in space of heaven, and welling of bell-toned streamlet by its shadowy rock. Freedom at last. Dead wall, dark railing, fenced field, gated garden, all passed away like the dream of a prisoner, and behold, far as foot or eye can race or range, the moor and cloud. Loveliness at last. It is here, then, among these deserted valleys. Not among men. Those pale, poverty-struck, or cruel faces, that multitudinous, marred humanity, are not the only things that God has made. Here is something He has made which no one has marred. Pride of purple rocks, and river pools of blue, and tender wilderness of glittering trees, and misty lights of evening on immeasurable hills. Beauty, and freedom, and peace, and yet another teacher, graver than these. Sound preaching at last here, in Kirkstall Crypt, concerning fate and life. Here, where the dark pool reflects the chancel pillars, and the cattle lie in unhindered rest, the soft sunshine on their dappled bodies, instead of priests' vestments, their white furry hair ruffled a little, fitfully, by the evening wind deep-scented from the meadow thyme. Consider deeply the import to him of this, his first sight of ruin, and compare it with the effect of the architecture that was around Giorgione. There were indeed aged buildings, at Venice, in his time, but none in decay. All ruin was removed, and its place filled as quickly as in our London, but filled always by architecture loftier and more wonderful than that whose place it took, the boy himself happy to work upon the walls of it, so that the idea of the passing away of the strength of men and beauty of their works never could occur to him sternly. Brighter and brighter the cities of Italy had been rising and broadening on hill and plain, for 300 years. He saw only strength and immortality, could not but paint both, conceived the form of man as deathless, calm with power, and fiery with life. Turner saw the exact reverse of this. In the present work of men, meanness, aimlessness, unsightliness, thin-walled, lath-divided, narrow garret houses of clay, booths of a darksome vanity fair, busily base. But on Whitby Hill, and by Bolton Brook, remained traces of other handiwork. Men who could build had been there, and who also had wrought, not merely for their own days. But to what purpose? Strong faith, and steady hands, and patient souls, can this, then, be all you have left? This the sum of your doing on the earth, a nest whence the night owl may whimper to the brook, and a ribbed skeleton of consumed arches, looming above the bleak banks of mist, from its cliff to the sea? As the strength of men to Giorgione, to Turner their weakness and vileness, were alone visible. They themselves, unworthy or ephemeral, their work, despicable or decayed. In the Venetian's eyes, all beauty depended on man's presence and pride, in Turner's, on the solitude he had left, and the humiliation he had suffered. And thus the fate and issue of all his work were determined at once. He must be a painter of the strength of nature, there was no beauty elsewhere than in that. He must paint also the labor and sorrow and passing away of men, this was the great human truth visible to him. Their labor, their sorrow, and their death. Mark the three. Labor. By sea and land, in field and city, at forge and furnace, helm and plough. No pastoral indolence nor classic pride shall stand between him and the troubling of the world, still less between him and the toil of his country, blind, tormented, unworried, marvelous England. Also their sorrow, ruin of all their glorious work, passing away of their thoughts and their honor, mirage of pleasure, fallacy of hope, gathering of weed on temple step, gaining of wave on deserted strand, weeping of the mother for the children, desolate by her breathless firstborn in the streets of the city, desolate by her last son slain, among the beasts of the field. And their death. That old Greek question again, yet unanswered. the unconquerable spectre still flitting among the forest trees at twilight, rising ribbed out of the sea sand, white, a strange Aphrodite, out of the sea foam, stretching its grey, cloven wings among the clouds, turning the light of their sunsets into blood. This has to be looked upon, and in a more terrible shape than ever Salvator or Dürer saw it. The wreck of one guilty country does not infer the ruin of all countries, and need not cause general terror respecting the laws of the universe. Neither did the orderly and narrow succession of domestic joy and sorrow in a small German community bring the question in its breadth, or in any unresolvable shape, before the mind of Dürer. But the English death, the European death of the 19th century, was of another range and power, more terrible a thousandfold in its merely physical grasp and grief, more terrible, incalculably, in its mystery and shame. What were the robber's casual pang, or the range of the flying skirmish, compared to the work of the axe, and the sword, and the famine, which was done during this man's youth on all the hills and plains of the Christian earth, from Moscow to Gibraltar? He was 18 years old when Napoleon came down on Arcola. Look on the map of Europe and count the bloodstains on it, between Arcola and Waterloo. Not alone those bloodstains on the Alpine snow, and the blue of the Lombard plain. The English death was before his eyes also. No decent, calculable, consoled dying, no passing to rest like that of the aged burghers of Nuremberg town. No gentle processions to churchyards among the fields, the bronze crests bossed deep on the memorial tablets, and the skylark singing above them from among the corn. But the life trampled out in the slime of the street, crushed to dust amidst the roaring of the wheel, tossed countlessly away into howling winter wind along 500 leagues of rock-fanged shore. Or, worst of all, rotted down to forgotten graves through years of ignorant patience, and vain seeking for help from man, for hope in God, infirm, imperfect yearning, as of motherless infants starving at the dawn, oppressed royalties of captive thought, vague ague fits of bleak, amazed despair. A goodly landscape this, for the lad to paint, and under a goodly light. Wide enough the light was, and clear, no more Salvator's lurid chasm on jagged horizon, nor Dürer's spotted rest of sunny gleam on hedgerow and field, but light over all the world. Full shone now its awful globe, one pallid charnel house, a ball strewn bright with human ashes, glaring in poised sway beneath the sun, all blinding white with death from pole to pole, death, not of myriads of poor bodies only, but of will, and mercy, and conscience, death, not once inflicted on the flesh, but daily, fastening on the spirit, death, not silent or patient, waiting his appointed hour, but voiceful, venomous. Death with the taunting word, and burning grasp, and infixed sting. Put ye in the sickle, for the harvest is ripe. The word is spoken in our ears continually to other reapers than the angels, to the busy skeletons that never tire for stooping. When the measure of iniquity is full, and it seems that another day might bring repentance and redemption. Put ye in the sickle, when the young life has been wasted all away, and the eyes are just opening upon the tracks of ruin, and faint resolution rising in the heart for nobler things. Put ye in the sickle, when the roughest blows of fortune have been borne long and bravely, and the hand is just stretched to grasp its goal. Put ye in the sickle, and when there are but a few in the midst of a nation, to save it, or to teach, or to cherish, and all its life is bound up in those few golden ears. Put ye in the sickle, pale reapers, and pour hemlock for your feast of harvest home. This was the sight which opened on the young eyes, this the watchword sounding within the heart of Turner in his youth. So taught, and prepared for his life's labor, sate the boy at last alone among his fair English hills, and began to paint, with cautious toil, the rocks, and fields, and trickling brooks, and soft white clouds of heaven. Selections from the Stones of Venice. Selections from the Stones of Venice. The first volume of the Stones of Venice appeared in March, 1851. The first day of May of the same year we find the following entry in Ruskin's diary. About to enter on the true beginning of the second part of my Venetian work. May God help me to finish it, to His glory and man's good. The main part of the volume was composed at Venice in the winter of 1851-52, though it did not appear until the end of July, 1853. His work on architecture, including the 7 lamps, it will be noted, intervenes between the composition of the second and third volumes of modern painters, and Ruskin himself always looked upon the work as an interlude, almost as an interruption. But he also came to believe that this digression had really led back to the heart of the truth for all art. Its main theme, as in the Seven Lamps of Architecture, is its illustration of the principle that architecture expresses certain states in the moral temper of the people by and for whom it is produced. It may surprise us today to know that when Ruskin wrote of the glories of Venetian architecture, the common professional opinion was that St. Mark's and the Ducal Palace were as ugly and repulsive as they were contrary to rule and order. In a private letter, Gibbon writes of the square of St. Mark's as a large square decorated with the worst architecture I ever saw. The architects of his own time regarded Ruskin's opinions as dictated by wild caprice, and almost evincing an unbalanced mind. Probably the core of all this architectural work is to be found in his chapter on the nature of Gothic, in the main reproduced in this volume. And we find here again a point of fundamental significance, that his artistic analysis led him inevitably on to social inquiries. He proved to himself that the main virtue of Gothic lay in the unrestricted play of the individual imagination, that the best results were produced when every artist was a workman, and every workman an artist. 20 years after the publication of this book, he wrote in a private letter that his main purpose was to show the dependence of architectural beauty on the happiness and fancy of the workman, and to show also that no architect could claim the title to authority of magister unless he himself wrought at the head of his men, captain of manual skill, as the best knight is captain of armies. He himself called the chapter precisely and accurately the most important in the whole book. Mr. Frederick Harrison says that in it is the creed, if it be not the origin, of a new industrial school of thought. The Throne. Volume 2, Chapter 1. In the olden days of traveling, now to return no more, in which distance could not be vanquished without toil, but in which that toil was rewarded, partly by the power of deliberate survey of the countries through which the journey lay, and partly by the happiness of the evening hours, when from the top of the last hill he had surmounted, the traveler beheld the quiet village where he was to rest, scattered among the meadows beside its valley stream, or, from the long hoped for turn in the dusty perspective of the causeway, saw, for the first time, the towers of some famed city, faint in the rays of sunset, hours of peaceful and thoughtful pleasure, for which the rush of the arrival in the railway station is perhaps not always, or to all men, an equivalent, in those days, I say, when there was something more to be anticipated and remembered in the first aspect of each successive halting place. Then a new arrangement of glass roofing and iron girder, there were few moments of which the recollection was more fondly cherished by the traveler than that which, as I endeavored to describe in the close of the last chapter, brought him within sight of Venice, as his gondola shot into the open lagoon from the canal of Mestre. Not but that the aspect of the city itself was generally the source of some slight disappointment, for, seen in this direction, its buildings are far less characteristic than those of the other great towns of Italy. But this inferiority was partly disguised by distance, and more than atoned for by the strange rising of its walls and towers out of the midst, as it seemed, of the deep sea. For it was impossible that the mind or the eye could at once comprehend the shallowness of the vast sheet of water which stretched away in leagues of rippling luster to the north and south, or trace the narrow line of islets bounding it to the east. The salt breeze, the white moaning seabirds, the masses of blackweed separating and disappearing gradually, in knots of heaving shoal, under the advance of the steady tide, all proclaimed it to be indeed the ocean on whose bosom the great city rested so calmly, not such blue, soft, lake-like ocean as bathes the Neapolitan promontories, or sleeps beneath the marble rocks of Genoa, but a sea with the bleak power of our own northern waves, yet subdued into a strange spacious rest, and changed from its angry pallor into a field of burnished gold, as the sun declined behind the belfry tower of the lonely island church, fitly named St. George of the Seaweed. As the boat drew nearer to the city, the coast which the traveler had just left sank behind him into one long, low, sad-colored line, tufted irregularly with brushwood and willows. But, at what seemed its northern extremity, the hills of Arqua rose in a dark cluster of purple pyramids, balanced on the bright mirage of the lagoon. 2 or 3 smooth surges of inferior hill extended themselves about their roots, and beyond these, beginning with the craggy peaks above Vicenza, the chain of the Alps girded the whole horizon to the north, a wall of jagged blue, here and there showing through its clefts a wilderness of misty precipices, fading far back into the recesses of Cador, and itself rising and breaking away eastward, where the sun struck opposite upon its snow, into mighty fragments of peaked light, standing up behind the barred clouds of evening, one after another, countless, the crown of the Adrian Sea, until the eye turned back from pursuing them, to rest upon the nearer burning of the campaniles of Murano, and on the great city, where it magnified itself along the waves, as the quick silent pacing of the gondola drew nearer and nearer. And at last, when its walls were reached, and the outmost of its untrodden streets was entered, not through towered gate or guarded rampart, but as a deep inlet between 2 rocks of coral in the Indian Sea, when first upon the traveler's sight opened the long ranges of columned palaces, each with its black boat moored at the portal, each with its image cast down, beneath its feet, upon that green pavement which every breeze broke into new fantasies of rich tessellation, when first, at the extremity of the bright vista, the shadowy Rialto threw its colossal curve slowly forth from behind the palace of the Camerlengi, that strange curve, so delicate, so adamantine, strong as a mountain cavern, graceful as a bow just bent, when first, before its moon-like circumference was all risen, the gondolier's cry, "Ah! Stay lie!" struck sharp upon the ear, and the prow turned aside under the mighty cornices that half met over the narrow canal, where the splash of the water followed close and loud, ringing along the marble by the boat's side, and when at last that boat darted forth upon the breadth of silver sea, across which the front of the ducal palace, flushed with its sanguine veins, looks to the snowy dome of Our Lady of Salvation, it was no marvel that the mind should be so deeply entranced by the visionary charm of a scene so beautiful and so strange, as to forget the darker truths of its history and its being. Well might it seem that such a city had owed her existence rather to the rod of the enchanter than the fear of the fugitive, that the waters which encircled her had been chosen for the mirror of her state, rather than the shelter of her nakedness, and that all which in nature was wild or merciless, time and decay, as well as the waves and tempests, had been won to adorn her instead of to destroy, and might still spare, for ages to come, that beauty which seemed to have fixed for its throne the sands of the hourglass as well as of the sea. And although the last few eventful years, fraught with change to the face of the whole earth, have been more fatal in their influence on Venice than the 500 that preceded them, though the noble landscape of approach to her can now be seen no more, or seen only by a glance, as the engine slackens its rushing on the iron line, and though many of her palaces are forever defaced, and many in desecrated ruins, there is still so much of magic in her aspect, that the hurried traveler, who must leave her before the wonder of that first aspect has been worn away, may still be led to forget the humility of her origin, and to shut his eyes to the depth of her desolation. They, at least, are little to be envied, in whose hearts the great charities of the imagination lie dead, and for whom the fancy has no power to repress the importunity of painful impressions, or to raise what is ignoble, and disguise what is discordant, in a scene so rich in its remembrances, so surpassing in its beauty. But for this work of the imagination there must be no permission during the task which is before us. The impotent feelings of romance, so singularly characteristic of this century, may indeed gild, but never save, the remains of those mightier ages to which they are attached like climbing flowers, and they must be torn away from the magnificent fragments, if we would see them as they stood in their own strength. Those feelings, always as fruitless as they are fond, are in Venice not only incapable of protecting, but even of discerning, the objects to which they ought to have been attached. The Venice of modern fiction and drama is a thing of yesterday, a mere efflorescence of decay, a stage dream which the first ray of daylight must dissipate into dust. No prisoner, whose name is worth remembering, or whose sorrow deserves sympathy, ever crossed that bridge of sighs, which is the center of the Byronic ideal of Venice. No great merchant of Venice ever saw that Rialto under which the traveler now passes with breathless interest. The statue which Byron makes Faliero address as of one of his great ancestors was erected to a soldier of fortune 150 years after Faliero's death, and the most conspicuous parts of the city have been so entirely altered in the course of the last 3 centuries, that if Henry Dandelot or Francis Foscari could be summoned from their tombs, and stood each on the deck of his galley at the entrance of the Grand Canal, that renowned entrance, the painter's favorite subject, the novelist's favorite scene, where the water first narrows by the steps of the church of La Salute, the mighty Doges would not know in what part of the world they stood, would literally not recognize one stone of the great city for whose sake, and by whose ingratitude, their grey hairs had been brought down with bitterness to the grave. The remains of their Venice lie hidden behind the cumbrous masses which were the delight of the nation in its dotage, hidden in many a grass-grown court, and silent pathway, and lightless canal, where the slow waves have sapped their foundations for 500 years, and must soon prevail over them forever. It must be our task to glean and gather them forth, and restore out of them some faint image of the lost city, more gorgeous 1,000-fold than that which now exists, yet not created in the daydream of the prince, nor by the ostentation of the noble, but built by iron hands and patient hearts, contending against the adversity of nature and the fury of man, so that its wonderfulness cannot be grasped by the indolence of imagination, but only after frank inquiry into the true nature of that wild and solitary scene, whose restless tides and trembling sands did indeed shelter the birth of the city, but long denied her dominion. When the eye falls casually on a map of Europe, there is no feature by which it is more likely to be arrested than the strange sweeping loop formed by the junction of the Alps and Apennines, and enclosing the great basin of Lombardy. This return of the mountain chain upon itself causes a vast difference in the character of the distribution of its debris on its opposite sides. The rock fragments and sediment which the torrents on the other side of the Alps bear into the plains are distributed over a vast extent of country, and though here and there lodged in beds of enormous thickness, soon permit the firm substrata to appear from underneath them. But all the torrents which descend from the southern side of the high Alps, and from the northern slope of the Apennines, meet concentrically in the recess or mountain bay which the 2 ridges enclose, every fragment which thunder breaks out of their battlements, and every grain of dust which the summer rain washes from their pastures, is at last laid at rest in the blue sweep of the Lombardic plain, and that plain must have risen within its rocky barriers as a cup fills with wine, but for 2 contrary influences which continually depress, or disperse from its surface, the accumulation of the ruins of ages. I will not tax the reader's faith in modern science by insisting on the singular depression of the surface of Lombardy, which appears for many centuries to have taken place steadily and continually. The main fact with which we have to do is the gradual transport, by the Po and its great collateral rivers, of vast masses of the finer sediment to the sea. The character of the Lombardic plains is most strikingly expressed by the ancient walls of its cities, composed for the most part of large rounded alpine pebbles alternating with narrow courses of brick, and was curiously illustrated in 1848. By the ramparts of these same pebbles thrown up 4 or 5 feet high round every field, to check the Austrian cavalry in the battle under the walls of Verona. The finer dust among which these pebbles are dispersed is taken up by the rivers, fed into continual strength by the alpine snow, so that, however pure their waters may be when they issue from the lakes at the foot of the great chain, they become of the color and opacity of clay before they reach the Adriatic. The sediment which they bear is at once thrown down as they enter the sea, forming a vast belt of low land along the eastern coast of Italy. The powerful stream of the Po of course builds forward the fastest. On each side of it, north and south, there is a tract of marsh, fed by more feeble streams, and less liable to rapid change than the delta of the central river. In one of these tracts is built Ravenna, and in the other Venice. What circumstances directed the peculiar arrangement of this great belt of sediment in the earliest times, it is not here the place to inquire. It is enough for us to know that from the mouths of the Adige to those of the Piave there stretches, at a variable distance of from 3 to 5 miles from the actual shore, a bank of sand, divided into long islands by narrow channels of sea. The space between this bank and the true shore consists of the sedimentary deposits from these and other rivers, a great plain of calcareous mud, covered, in the neighborhood of Venice, by the sea at high water, to the depth in most places of a foot or a foot and a half, and nearly everywhere exposed at low tide, but divided by an intricate network of narrow and winding channels, from which the sea never retires. In some places, according to the run of the currents, the land has risen into marshy islets, consolidated, some by art, and some by time, into ground firm enough to be built upon, or fruitful enough to be cultivated. In others, on the contrary, it has not reached the sea level, so that, at the average low water, shallow lakelets glitter among its irregularly exposed fields of seaweed. In the midst of the largest of these, increased in importance by the confluence of several large river channels towards one of the openings in the sea bank, the city of Venice itself is built, on a crowded cluster of islands. The various plots of higher ground which appear to the north and south of this central cluster have at different periods been also thickly inhabited, and now bear, according to their size, the remains of cities, villages, or isolated convents and churches, scattered among spaces of open ground, partly waste and encumbered by ruins, partly under cultivation for the supply of the metropolis. The average rise and fall of the tide is about 3 feet, varying considerably with the seasons, but this fall, on so flat a shore, is enough to cause continual movement in the waters, and in the main canals to produce a reflux which frequently runs like a mill stream. At high water no land is visible for many miles to the north or south of Venice, except in the form of small islands crowned with towers or gleaming with villages. There is a channel, some 3 miles wide, between the city and the mainland, and some 1.5 miles wide between it and the sandy breakwater called the Lido, which divides the lagoon from the Adriatic, but which is so low as hardly to disturb the impression of the city's having been built in the midst of the ocean, although the secret of its true position is partly, yet not painfully, betrayed by the clusters of piles set to mark the deep water channels, which undulate far away in spotty chains like the studded backs of huge sea snakes, and by the quick glittering of the crisped and crowded waves that flicker and dance before the strong winds upon the uplifted level of the shallow sea. But the scene is widely different at low tide. A fall of 18 or 20 inches is enough to show ground over the greater part of the lagoon, and at the complete ebb the city is seen standing in the midst of a dark plain of seaweed, of gloomy green, except only where the larger branches of the Brenta and its associated streams converge towards the port of the Lido. Through this salt and somber plain the gondola and the fishing boat advance by tortuous channels, seldom more than 4 or 5 feet deep, and often so choked with slime that the heavier keels furrow the bottom till their crossing tracks are seen through the clear sea water like the ruts upon a wintry road, and the oar leaves blue gashes upon the ground at every stroke, or is entangled among the thickweed that fringes the banks with the weight of its sullen waves, leaning to and fro upon the uncertain sway of the exhausted tide. The scene is often profoundly oppressive, even at this day, when every plot of higher ground bears some fragment of fair building. But, in order to know what it was once, let the traveler follow in his boat at evening the windings of some unfrequented channel far into the midst of the melancholy plain. Let him remove, in his imagination, the brightness of the great city that still extends itself in the distance, and the walls and towers from the islands that are near, and so wait until the bright investiture and sweet warmth of the sunset are withdrawn from the waters, and the black desert of their shore lies in its nakedness beneath the night, pathless, comfortless, infirm, lost in dark languor and fearful silence, except where the salt runlets plash into the tideless pools, or the sea birds flit from their margins with a questioning cry. And he will be enabled to enter in some sort into the horror of heart with which this solitude was anciently chosen by man for his habitation. They little thought, who first drove the stakes into the sand, and strewed the ocean reeds for their rest, that their children were to be the princes of that ocean, and their palaces its pride. And yet, in the great natural laws that rule that sorrowful wilderness, let it be remembered what strange preparation had been made for the things which no human imagination could have foretold, and how the whole existence and fortune of the Venetian nation were anticipated or compelled by the setting of those bars and doors to the rivers and the sea. Had deeper currents divided their islands, hostile navies would again and again have reduced the rising city into servitude. Had stronger surges beaten their shores, all the richness and refinement of the Venetian architecture must have been exchanged for the walls and bulwarks of an ordinary seaport. Had there been no tide, as in other parts of the Mediterranean, the narrow canals of the city would have become noisome, and the marsh in which it was built pestiferous. Had the tide been only a foot or 18 inches higher in its rise, the water access to the doors of the palaces would have been impossible. Even as it is, there is sometimes a little difficulty, at the ebb, in landing without setting foot upon the lower and slippery steps, and the highest tides sometimes enter the courtyards, and overflow the entrance halls. 18 inches more of difference between the level of the flood and ebb would have rendered the doorsteps of every palace, at low water, a treacherous mass of weeds and limpets, and the entire system of water carriage for the higher classes, in their easy and daily intercourse, must have been done away with. The streets of the city would have been widened, its network of canals filled up, and all the peculiar character of the place and the people destroyed. The reader may perhaps have felt some pain in the contrast between this faithful view of the site of the Venetian throne, and the romantic conception of it which we ordinarily form. But this pain, if he have felt it, ought to be more than counterbalanced by the value of the instance thus afforded to us at once of the inscrutableness and the wisdom of the ways of God. If, 2,000 years ago, we had been permitted to watch the slow settling of the slime of those turbid rivers into the polluted sea, and the gaining upon its deep and fresh waters of the lifeless, impassable, unvoyageable plain, how little could we have understood the purpose with which those islands were shaped out of the void, and the torpid waters enclosed with their desolate walls of sand. How little could we have known, any more than of what now seems to us most distressful, dark, and objectless, the glorious aim which was then in the mind of him in whose hand are all the corners of the earth. How little imagine that in the laws which were stretching forth the gloomy margins of those fruitless banks, and feeding the bitter grass among their shallows, there was indeed a preparation, and the only preparation possible, for the founding of a city which was to be set like a golden clasp on the girdle of the earth, to write her history on the white scrolls of the sea surges, and to word it in their thunder, and to gather and give forth, in worldwide pulsation, the glory of the West End, of the East from the burning heart of her fortitude and splendor. St. Mark's. Volume 2, Chapter 4. And so Barnabas took Mark, and sailed unto Cyprus. If, as the shores of Asia lessened upon his sight, the spirit of prophecy had entered into the heart of the weak disciple who had turned back when his hand was on the plough, and who had been judged, by the chiefest of Christ's captains, unworthy thenceforward to go forth with him to the work, how wonderful would he have thought it, that by the lion's symbol in future ages he was to be represented among men. How woeful, that the war cry of his name should so often reanimate the rage of the soldier, on those very plains where he himself had failed in the courage of the Christian, and so often die with fruitless blood that very Cypriot sea, over whose waves, in repentance and shame, he was following the Son of Consolation. That the Venetians possessed themselves of his body in the 9th century, there appears no sufficient reason to doubt, nor that it was principally in consequence of their having done so, that they chose him for their patron saint. There exists, however, a tradition that before he went into Egypt he had founded the church at Aquileia, and was thus in some sort the first bishop of the Venetian isles and people. I believe that this tradition stands on nearly as good grounds as that of St. Peter having been the first bishop of Rome, but, as usual, it is enriched by various later additions and embellishments, much resembling the stories told respecting the church of Murano. Thus we find it recorded by the Santo Padre who compiled the Vife de Santi Spettanti Alacis di Venezia, that St. Mark, having seen the people of Aquileia well grounded in religion, and being called to Rome by St. Peter, before setting off took with him the holy Bishop Hermagoras, and went in a small boat to the marshes of Venice. There were at that period some houses built upon a certain high bank called Rialto, and the boat being driven by the wind was anchored in a marshy place, when St. Mark, snatched into ecstasy, heard the voice of an angel saying to him, "Peace be to thee, Mark, here shall thy body rest." The angel goes on to foretell the building of una stupenda e più veduta città, but the fable is hardly ingenious enough to deserve farther relation. But whether St. Mark was first bishop of Aquileia or not, St. Theodore was the first patron of the city, nor can he yet be considered as having entirely abdicated his early right, as his statue, standing on a crocodile, still companions the winged lion on the opposing pillar of the Piazzetta. A church erected to this saint is said to have occupied, before the 9th century, the site of St. Mark's, and the traveller, dazzled by the brilliancy of the great square, ought not to leave it without endeavoring to imagine its aspect in that early time, when it was a green field cloister-like and quiet, divided by a small canal, with a line of trees on each side, and extending between the two churches of St. Theodore and St. Germanium, as the little piazza of Torcello lies between its palazzo and cathedral. But in the year 813, when the seat of government was finally removed to the Rialto, a ducal palace, built on the spot where the present one stands, with a ducal chapel beside it, gave a very different character to the square of St. Mark, and 15 years later, the acquisition of the body of the saint, and its deposition in the ducal chapel, perhaps not yet completed, occasioned the investiture of that chapel with all possible splendor. St. Theodore was deposed from his patronship, and his church destroyed, to make room for the aggrandizement of the one attached to the ducal palace, and thenceforward known as St. Mark's. This first church was, however, destroyed by fire, when the ducal palace was burned in the revolt against Candiano, in 976. It was partly rebuilt by his successor, Pietro Orseolo, on a larger scale, and with the assistance of Byzantine architects, the fabric was carried on under successive doges for nearly 100 years, the main building being completed in 1071, but its incrustation with marble not till considerably later. It was consecrated on the 8th of October 1085, according to Sansovino and the author of the Chiesa Ducale DS, Marco, in 1094 according to Lazzari, but certainly between 1084 and 1096, those years being the limits of the reign of Vito Falier. I incline to the supposition that it was soon after his accession to the throne in 1085, though Sansovino writes, by mistake, Ordelafo instead of Vito Falier. But, at all events, before the close of the 11th century the great consecration of the church took place. It was again injured by fire in 1106, but repaired, and from that time to the fall of Venice there was probably no doge who did not in some slight degree embellish or alter the fabric, so that few parts of it can be pronounced boldly to be of any given date. Two periods of interference are, however, notable above the rest. The first, that in which the Gothic school had superseded the Byzantine towards the close of the 14th century, when the pinnacles, upper archivolts, and window traceries were added to the exterior, and the great screen with various chapels and tabernacle work, to the interior. The second, when the Renaissance school superseded the Gothic, and the pupils of Titian and Tintoret substituted, over one half of the church, their own compositions for the Greek mosaics with which it was originally decorated, happily, though with no good will, having left enough to enable us to imagine and lament what they destroyed. Of this irreparable loss we shall have more to say hereafter. Meantime, I wish only to fix in the reader's mind the succession of periods of alterations as firmly and simply as possible. We have seen that the main body of the church may be broadly stated to be of the 11th century, the Gothic additions of the 14th, and the restored mosaics of the 17th. There is no difficulty in distinguishing at a glance the Gothic portions from the Byzantine, but there is considerable difficulty in ascertaining how long, during the course of the 12th and 13th centuries, additions were made to the Byzantine Church, which cannot be easily distinguished from the work of the 11th century, being purposely executed in the same manner. Two of the most important pieces of evidence on this point are a mosaic in the south transept, and another over the northern door of the facade, the first representing the interior, the second the exterior, of the ancient church. It has just been stated that the existing building was consecrated by the Doge Vito Falier. A peculiar solemnity was given to that act of consecration, in the minds of the Venetian people, by what appears to have been one of the best arranged and most successful impostures ever attempted by the clergy of the Romish Church. The body of St. Mark had, without doubt, perished in the conflagration of 976. But the revenues of the church depended too much upon the devotion excited by these relics to permit the confession of their loss. The following is the account given by Corner, and believed to this day by the Venetians, of the pretended miracle by which it was concealed. After the repairs undertaken by the Doge Orseolo, the place in which the body of the holy evangelist rested had been altogether forgotten, so that the Doge Vito Falier was entirely ignorant of the place of the venerable deposit. This was no light affliction, not only to the pious Doge, but to all the citizens and people, so that at last, moved by confidence in the divine mercy, they determined to implore, with prayer and fasting, the manifestation of so great a treasure, which did not now depend upon any human effort. A general fast being therefore proclaimed, and a solemn procession appointed for the 25th day of June, while the people assembled in the church interceded with God in fervent prayers for the desired boon, they beheld, with as much amazement as joy, a slight shaking in the marbles of a pillar, near the place where the altar of the cross is now, which, presently falling to the earth, exposed to the view of the rejoicing people the chest of bronze in which the body of the evangelist was laid. Of the main facts of this tale there is no doubt. They were embellished afterwards, as usual, by many fanciful traditions, as, for instance, that, when the sarcophagus was discovered, St. Mark extended his hand out of it, with a gold ring on one of the fingers, which he permitted a noble of the Dolphin family to remove, and a quaint and delightful story was further invented of this ring, which I shall not repeat here, as it is now as well known as any tale of the Arabian Nights. But the fast and the discovery of the coffin, by whatever means effected, are facts, and they are recorded in one of the best preserved mosaics of the north transept, executed very certainly not long after the event had taken place, closely resembling in its treatment that of the Bayeux tapestry, and showing, in a conventional manner, the interior of the church, as it then was, filled by the people, first in prayer, then in thanksgiving, the pillar standing open before them, and the Doge, in the midst of them, distinguished by his crimson bonnet embroidered with gold, but more unmistakably by the inscription, Dux, over his head, as uniformly is the case in the Bayeux tapestry, and most other pictorial works of the period. The church is, of course, rudely represented, and the two upper stories of it reduced to a small scale in order to form a background to the figures, one of those bold pieces of picture history which we in our pride of perspective, and 1,000 things besides, never dare attempt. We should have put in a column or two, of the real or perspective size, and subdued it into a vague background. The old workman crushed the church together that he might get it all in, up to the cupolas, and has, therefore, left us some useful notes of its ancient form, though any one who is familiar with the method of drawing employed at the period will not push the evidence too far. The two pulpits are there, however, as they are at this day, and the fringe of mosaic flowerwork which then encompassed the whole church, but which modern restorers have destroyed, all but one fragment still left in the south aisle. There is no attempt to represent the other mosaics on the roof, the scale being too small to admit of their being represented with any success. But some at least of those mosaics had been executed at that period, and their absence in the representation of the entire church is especially to be observed, in order to show that we must not trust to any negative evidence in such works. M. Lazari has rashly concluded that the central archivolt of St. Mark's must be posterior to the year 1205, because it does not appear in the representation of the exterior of the church over the northern door, but he justly observes that this mosaic, which is the other piece of evidence we possess respecting the ancient form of the building, cannot itself be earlier than 1205, since it represents the bronze horses which were brought from Constantinople in that year. And this one fact renders it very difficult to speak with confidence respecting the date of any part of the exterior of St. Mark's, for we have above seen that it was consecrated in the 11th century, and yet here is one of its most important exterior decorations assuredly retouched, if not entirely added, in the 13th, although its style would have led us to suppose it had been an original part of the fabric. However, for all our purposes, it will be enough for the reader to remember that the earliest parts of the building belonged to the 11th, 12th, and first part of the 13th century, the Gothic portions to the 14th, some of the altars and embellishments to the 15th and 16th, and the modern portion of the mosaics to the 17th. This, however, I only wish him to recollect in order that I may speak generally of the Byzantine architecture of St. Mark's, without leading him to suppose the whole church to have been built and decorated by Greek artists. Its later portions, with the single exception of the 17th century mosaics, have been so dexterously accommodated to the original fabric that the general effect is still that of a Byzantine building, and I shall not, except when it is absolutely necessary, direct attention to the discordant points, or weary the reader with anatomical criticism. Whatever in St. Mark's arrests the eye, or affects the feelings, is either Byzantine, or has been modified by Byzantine influence, and our inquiry into its architectural merits need not therefore be disturbed by the anxieties of antiquarianism, or arrested by the obscurities of chronology. And now I wish that the reader, before I bring him into St. Mark's Place, would imagine himself for a little time in a quiet English cathedral town, and walk with me to the west front of its cathedral. Let us go together up the more retired street, at the end of which we can see the pinnacles of one of the towers, and then through the low grey gateway, with its battlement top and small lattice window in the center, into the inner private-looking road or close, where nothing goes in but the carts of the tradesmen who supply the bishop and the chapter, and where there are little shaven grass plots, fenced in by neat rails, before old-fashioned groups of somewhat diminutive and excessively trim houses, with little oriel and bay windows jutting out here and there, and deep wooden cornices and eaves painted cream color and white, and small porches to their doors in the shape of cockleshells, or little, crooked, thick, indescribable wooden gables warped a little on one side, and so forward till we come to larger houses, also old-fashioned, but of red brick, and with gardens behind them, and fruit walls, which show here and there, among the nectarines, the vestiges of an old cloister arch or shaft, and looking in front on the cathedral square itself, laid out in rigid divisions of smooth grass and gravel walk, yet not uncheerful, especially on the sunny side, where the canon's children are walking with their nursery maids. And so, taking care not to tread on the grass, we will go along the straight walk to the west front, and there stand for a time, looking up at its deep-pointed porches and the dark places between their pillars where there were statues once, and where the fragments, here and there, of a stately figure are still left, which has in it the likeness of a king, perhaps indeed a king on earth, perhaps a saintly king long ago in heaven. And so higher and higher up to the great mouldering wall of rugged sculpture and confused arcades, shattered, and grey, and grisly with heads of dragons and mocking fiends, worn by the rain and swirling winds into yet unseemlier shape, and colored on their stony scales by the deep russet-orange lichen, melancholy gold, and so, higher still, to the bleak towers, so far above that the eye loses itself among the bosses of their traceries, though they are rude and strong, and only sees like a drift of eddying black points, now closing, now scattering, and now settling suddenly into invisible places among the bosses and flowers, the crowd of restless birds that fill the whole square with that strange clangor of theirs, so harsh and yet so soothing, like the cries of birds on a solitary coast between the cliffs and sea. Think for a little while of that scene, and the meaning of all its small formalisms, mixed with its serene sublimity. Estimate its secluded, continuous, drowsy felicities, and its evidence of the sense and steady performance of such kind of duties as can be regulated by the cathedral clock, and weigh the influence of those dark towers on all who have passed through the lonely square at their feet for centuries, and on all who have seen them rising far away over the wooded plain, or catching on their square masses the last rays of the sunset, when the city at their feet was indicated only by the mist at the bend of the river. And then let us quickly recollect that we are in Venice, and land at the extremity of the Cala Lunga San Moise, which may be considered as their answering to the secluded street that led us to our English cathedral gateway. We find ourselves in a paved alley, some 7 feet wide where it is widest, full of people, and resonant with cries of itinerant salesmen, a shriek in their beginning, and dying away into a kind of brazen ringing, all the worse for its confinement between the high houses of the passage along which we have to make our way. Overhead, an inextricable confusion of rugged shutters, and iron balconies and chimney flues, pushed out on brackets to save room, and arched windows with projecting sills of Istrian stone, and gleams of green leaves here and there where a fig-tree branch escapes over a lower wall from some inner cortile, leading the eye up to the narrow stream of blue sky high over all. On each side, a row of shops, as densely set as may be, occupying, in fact, intervals between the square stone shafts about 8 feet high, which carry the first floors, intervals of which one is narrow and serves as a door, the other is, in the more respectable shops, wainscot to the height of the counter and glazed above, but in those of the poorer tradesmen left open to the ground, and the wares laid on benches and tables in the open air, the light in all cases entering at the front. Only, and fading away in a few feet from the threshold into a gloom which the eye from without cannot penetrate, but which is generally broken by a ray or two from a feeble lamp at the back of the shop, suspended before a print of the Virgin. The less pious shopkeeper sometimes leaves his lamp unlighted, and is contented with a penny print. The more religious one has his print colored and set in a little shrine with a gilded or figured fringe, with perhaps a faded flower or two on each side, and his lamp burning brilliantly. Here, at the fruiter's, where the dark green watermelons are heaped upon the counter like cannon balls, the Madonna has a tabernacle of fresh laurel leaves. But the Pewterin next door has let his lamp out, and there is nothing to be seen in his shop but the dull gleam of the studded patterns on the copper pans, hanging from his roof in the darkness. Next comes a Vendita Fritelli e Liquori, where the Virgin, enthroned in a very humble manner beside a tallow candle on a back shelf, presides over certain ambrosial morsels of a nature too ambiguous to be defined or enumerated. But a few steps farther on, at the regular wine shop of the Calle, where we are offered Vino Nostrani Assaldi 28-32, the Madonna is in great glory, enthroned above 10 or a dozen large red casks of 3-year-old vintage, and flanked by goodly ranks of bottles of maraschino, and 2 crimson lamps, and for the evening, when the gondoliers will come to drink out, under her auspices, the money they have gained during the day, she will have a whole chandelier. A yard or two farther, we pass the hostelry of the Black Eagle, and glancing as we pass through the square door of marble, deeply molded, in the outer wall, we see the shadows of its pergola of vines resting on an ancient well, with a pointed shield carved on its side, and so presently emerge on the bridge in Campo San Moise, whence to the entrance into St. Mark's Place, called the Bocca di Piazza, mouth of the square. The Venetian character is nearly destroyed, first by the frightful facade of San Moise, which we will pause at another time to examine, and then by the modernizing of the shops as they near the piazza, and the mingling with the lower Venetian populace of lounging groups of English and Austrians. We will push fast through them into the shadow of the pillars at the end of the Bocca di Piazza, and then we forget them all, for between those pillars there opens a great light, and in the midst of it, as we advance slowly, the vast tower of St. Mark seems to lift itself visibly forth from the level field of checkered stones, and on each side, the countless arches prolong themselves into ranged symmetry, as if the rugged and irregular houses that press together above us in the dark alley had been struck back into sudden obedience and lovely order, and all their rude casements and broken walls had been transformed into arches charged with goodly sculpture, and fluted shafts of delicate stone. And well may they fall back, for beyond those troops of ordered arches there rises a vision out of the earth, and all the great square seems to have opened from it in a kind of awe, that we may see it far away, a multitude of pillars and white domes, clustered into a long low pyramid of colored light, a treasure heap, it seems, partly of gold, and partly of opal and mother of pearl, hollowed beneath into 5 great vaulted porches, sealed with fair mosaic, and beset with sculpture of alabaster, clear as amber and delicate as ivory, sculpture fantastic and involved, of palm leaves and lilies, and grapes and pomegranates, and birds clinging and fluttering among the branches, all twined together into an endless network of buds and plumes, and in the midst of it, the solemn forms of angels, sceptered, and robed to the feet, and leaning to each other across the gates, their figures indistinct among the gleaming of the golden ground through the leaves beside them, interrupted and dim, like the morning light as it faded back among the branches of Eden, when first its gates were angel-guarded long ago. And round the walls of the porches there are set pillars of variegated stones, jasper and porphyry, and deep green serpentine spotted with flakes of snow, and marbles, that half refuse and half yield to the sunshine, Cleopatra-like, their bluest veins to kiss. The shadow, as it steals back from them, revealing line after line of azure undulation, as a receding tide leaves the waved sand, their capitals rich with interwoven tracery, rooted knots of herbage, and drifting leaves of acanthus and vine, and mystical signs, all beginning and ending in the cross, and above them, in the broad archivolts, a continuous chain of language and of life, angels, and the signs of heaven, and the labors of men, each in its appointed season upon the earth, and above these, another range of glittering pinnacles, mixed with white arches edged with scarlet flowers, a confusion of delight, amidst which the breasts of the Greek horses are seen blazing in their breadth of golden strength, and the St. Mark's lion, lifted on a blue field covered with stars, until at last, as if in ecstasy, the crests of the arches break into a marble foam, and toss themselves far into the blue sky in flashes and wreaths of sculptured spray, as if the breakers on the Lido shore had been frostbound before they fell, and the sea nymphs had inlaid them with coral and amethyst. Between that grim cathedral of England and this, what an interval! There is a type of it in the very birds that haunt them, for, instead of the restless crowd, hoarse-voiced and sable-winged, drifting on the bleak upper air, the St. Mark's porches are full of doves, that nestle among the marble foliage, and mingle the soft iridescence of their living plumes, changing at every motion, with the tints, hardly less lovely, that have stood unchanged for 700 years. And what effect has this splendor on those who pass beneath it? You may walk from sunrise to sunset, to and fro, before the gateway of St. Mark's, and you will not see an eye lifted to it, nor a countenance brightened by it. Priest and layman, soldier and civilian, rich and poor, pass by it alike regardlessly. Up to the very recesses of the porches, the meanest tradesmen of the city push their counters. Nay, the foundations of its pillars are themselves the seats, not of them that sell doves for sacrifice, but of the vendors of toys and caricatures. Round the whole square in front of the church there is almost a continuous line of cafes, where the idle Venetians of the middle classes lounge, and read empty journals. In its center the Austrian bands play during the time of vespers, their martial music jarring with the organ notes, the march drowning the miserere, and the sullen crowd thickening round them, a crowd, which, if it had its will, would stiletto every soldier that pipes to it. And in the recesses of the porches, all day long, knots of men of the lowest classes, unemployed and listless, lie basking in the sun like lizards, and unregarded children, every heavy glance of their young eyes full of desperation and stony depravity, and their throats hoarse with cursing, gamble, and fight, and snarl, and sleep, hour after hour, clashing their bruised centesimi upon the marble ledges of the church porch. And the images of Christ and his angels look down upon it continually. Characteristics of Gothic Architecture. Volume 2, Chapter 6. I believe, then, that the characteristic or moral elements of Gothic are the following, placed in the order of their importance. 1. Savageness. 2. Changefulness. 3. Naturalism. 4. Grotesqueness. 5. Rigidity. 6. Redundance. These characters are here expressed as belonging to the building. As belonging to the builder, they would be expressed thus: 1. Savageness or rudeness. 2. Love of change. 3. Love of nature. 4. Disturbed imagination. 5. Obstinacy. 6. Generosity. And I repeat that the withdrawal of any one, or any two, will not at once destroy the Gothic character of a building, but the removal of a majority of them will. I shall proceed to examine them in their order. 1. Savageness. I am not sure when the word Gothic was first generically applied to the architecture of the North, but I presume that, whatever the date of its original usage, it was intended to imply reproach, and express the barbaric character of the nations among whom that architecture arose. It never implied that they were literally of Gothic lineage, far less that their architecture had been originally invented by the Goths themselves. But it did imply that they and their buildings together exhibited a degree of sternness and rudeness, which, in contradistinction to the character of southern and eastern nations, appeared like a perpetual reflection of the contrast between the Goth and the Roman in their first encounter. And when that fallen Roman, in the utmost impotence of his luxury, and insolence of his guilt, became the model for the imitation of civilized Europe, at the close of the so-called Dark Ages, the word Gothic became a term of unmitigated contempt, not unmixed with aversion. From that contempt, by the exertion of the antiquaries and architects of this century, Gothic architecture has been sufficiently vindicated, and perhaps some among us, in our admiration of the magnificent science of its structure, and sacredness of its expression, might desire that the term of ancient reproach should be withdrawn, and some other, of more apparent honorableness, adopted in its place. There is no chance, as there is no need, of such a substitution. As far as the epithet was used scornfully, it was used falsely. But there is no reproach in the word, rightly understood. On the contrary, there is a profound truth, which the instinct of mankind almost unconsciously recognizes. It is true, greatly and deeply true, that the architecture of the North is rude and wild. But it is not true that, for this reason, we are to condemn it, or despise. Far otherwise. I believe it is in this very character that it deserves our profoundest reverence. The charts of the world which have been drawn up by modern science have thrown into a narrow space the expression of a vast amount of knowledge, but I have never yet seen any one pictorial enough to enable the spectator to imagine the kind of contrast in physical character which exists between northern and southern countries. We know the differences in detail, but we have not that broad glance and grasp which would enable us to feel them in their fullness. We know that gentians grow on the Alps, and olives on the Apennines, but we do not enough conceive for ourselves that variegated mosaic of the world's surface which a bird sees in its migration, that difference between the district of the gentian and of the olive which the stork and the swallow see far off, as they lean upon the sirocco wind. Let us, for a moment, try to raise ourselves even above the level of their flight, and imagine the Mediterranean lying beneath us like an irregular lake, and all its ancient promontories sleeping in the sun, here and there an angry spot of thunder, a grey stain of storm, moving upon the burning field, and here and there a fixed wreath of white volcano smoke, surrounded by its circle of ashes. But for the most part a great peacefulness of light, Syria and Greece, Italy and Spain, laid like pieces of a golden pavement into the sea blue, chaste, as we stoop nearer to them, with bossy beaten work of mountain chains, and glowing softly with terrace gardens, and flowers heavy with frankincense, mixed among masses of laurel, and orange, and plumy palm, that abate with their grey-green shadows the burning of the marble rocks, and of the ledges of porphyry sloping under lucent sand. Then let us pass farther towards the north, until we see the orient colors change gradually into a vast belt of rainy green, where the pastures of Switzerland, and poplar valleys of France, and dark forests of the Danube and Carpathians stretch from the mouths of the Loire to those of the Volga, seen through clefts and grey swirls of rain cloud and flaky veils of the mist of the brooks, spreading low along the pasture lands, and then, farther north still, to see the earth heave into mighty masses of leaden rock and heath and moor, bordering with a broad waste of gloomy purple that belt of field and wood, and splintering into irregular and grisly islands amidst the northern seas, beaten by storm, and chilled by ice drift, and tormented by furious pulses of contending tide, until the roots of the last forests fail from among the hill ravines, and the hunger of the north wind bites their peaks into barrenness, and, at last, the wall of ice, durable like iron, sets, death-like, its white teeth against us out of the polar twilight. And having once traversed in thought this gradation of the zone iris of the earth in all its material vastness, let us go down nearer to it, and watch the parallel change in the belt of animal life, the multitudes of swift and brilliant creatures that glance in the air and sea, or tread the sands of the southern zone, striped zebras and spotted leopards, glistening serpents, and birds arrayed in purple and scarlet. Let us contrast their delicacy and brilliancy of color, and swiftness of motion, with the frost's cramped strength, and shaggy covering, and dusky plumage of the northern tribes. Contrast the Arabian horse with the Shetland, the tiger and leopard with the wolf and bear, the antelope with the elk, the bird of paradise with the osprey, and then, submissively acknowledging the great laws by which the earth and all that it bears are ruled throughout their being, let us not condemn, but rejoice in the expression by man of his own rest in the statutes of the lands that gave him birth. Let us watch him with reverence as he sets side by side the burning gems, and smooths with soft sculpture the jasper pillars, that are to reflect a ceaseless sunshine, and rise into a cloudless sky, but not with less reverence let us stand by him, when, with rough strength and hurried stroke, he smites an uncouth animation out of the rocks which he has torn from among the moss of the moorland, and heaves into the darkened air the pile of iron buttress and rugged wall, instinct with work of an imagination as wild and wayward as the northern sea, creations of ungainly shape and rigid limb, but full of wolfish life, fierce as the winds that beat, and changeful as the clouds that shade them. There is, I repeat, no degradation, no reproach in this, but all dignity and honorableness, and we should err grievously in refusing either to recognize as an essential character of the existing architecture of the North, or to admit as a desirable character in that which it yet may be, this wildness of thought and roughness of work, this look of mountain brotherhood between the cathedral and the Alp, this magnificence of sturdy power, put forth only the more energetically because the fine finger-touch was chilled away by the frosty wind, and the eye dimmed by the moor mist, or blinded by the hail. This outspeaking of the strong spirit of men who may not gather redundant fruitage from the earth, nor bask in dreamy benignity of sunshine, but must break the rock for bread, and cleave the forest for fire, and show, even in what they did for their delight, some of the hard habits of the arm and heart that grew on them as they swung the axe or pressed the plough. If, however, the savageness of Gothic architecture, merely as an expression of its origin among northern nations, may be considered, in some sort, a noble character, it possesses a higher nobility still, when considered as an index, not of climate, but of religious principle. In the 13th and 14th paragraphs of chapter XXL of the first volume of this work, it was noticed that the systems of architectural ornament, properly so called, might be divided into three: 1. Servile ornament, in which the execution or power of the inferior workman is entirely subjected to the intellect of the higher. 2. Constitutional ornament, in which the executive inferior power is, to a certain point, emancipated and independent, having a will of its own, yet confessing its inferiority and rendering obedience to higher powers. And 3. Revolutionary ornament, in which no executive inferiority is admitted at all. I must here explain the nature of these divisions at somewhat greater length. Of servile ornament, the principal schools are the Greek, Ninevite, and Egyptian, but their servility is of different kinds. The Greek masterworkman was far advanced in knowledge and power above the Assyrian or Egyptian. Neither he nor those for whom he worked could endure the appearance of imperfection in anything, and therefore, what ornament he appointed to be done by those beneath him was composed of mere geometrical forms, balls, ridges, and perfectly symmetrical foliage, which could be executed with absolute precision by line and rule, and were as perfect in their way, when completed, as his own figure sculpture. The Assyrian and Egyptian, on the contrary, less cognizant of accurate form in anything, were content to allow their figure sculpture to be executed by inferior workmen, but lowered the method of its treatment to a standard which every workman could reach, and then trained him by discipline so rigid that there was no chance of his falling beneath the standard appointed. The Greek gave to the lower workman no subject which he could not perfectly execute. The Assyrian gave him subjects which he could only execute imperfectly, but fixed a legal standard for his imperfection. The workman was, in both systems, a slave. But in the medieval, or especially Christian, system of ornament, this slavery is done away with altogether, Christianity having recognized, in small things as well as great, the individual value of every soul. But it not only recognizes its value, it confesses its imperfection, in only bestowing dignity upon the acknowledgement of unworthiness. That admission of lost power and fallen nature, which the Greek or Ninevite felt to be intensely painful, and, as far as might be, altogether refused, the Christian makes daily and hourly contemplating the fact of it without fear, as tending, in the end, to God's greater glory. Therefore, to every spirit which Christianity summons to her service, her exhortation is, do what you can, and confess frankly what you are unable to do. Either let your effort be shortened for fear of failure, nor your confession silenced for fear of shame. And it is, perhaps, the principal admirableness of the Gothic schools of architecture, that they thus receive the results of the labor of inferior minds, and out of fragments full of imperfection, and betraying that imperfection in every touch, indulgently raise up a stately and unaccusable whole. But the modern English mind has this much in common with that of the Greek, that it intensely desires, in all things, the utmost completion or perfection compatible with their nature. This is a noble character in the abstract, but becomes ignoble when it causes us to forget the relative dignities of that nature itself, and to prefer the perfectness of the lower nature to the imperfection of the higher, not considering that as, judged by such a rule, all the brute animals would be preferable to man, because more perfect in their functions and kind, and yet are always held inferior to him. So also in the works of man, those which are more perfect in their kind are always inferior to those which are, in their nature, liable to more faults and shortcomings. For the finer the nature, the more flaws it will show through the clearness of it, and it is a law of this universe, that the best things shall be seldomest seen in their best form. The wild grass grows well and strongly, one year with another, but the weed is, according to the greater nobleness of its nature, liable to the bitterer blight. And therefore, while in all things that we see or do, we are to desire perfection, and strive for it, we are nevertheless not to set the meaner thing, in its narrow accomplishment, above the nobler thing, in its mighty progress, not to esteem smooth minuteness above shattered majesty, not to prefer mean victory to honorable defeat, not to lower the level of our aim, that we may the more surely enjoy the complacency of success. But above all, in our dealings with the souls of other men, we are to take care how we check, by severe requirement or narrow caution, efforts which might otherwise lead to a noble issue, and still more, how we withhold our admiration from great excellencies, because they are mingled with rough faults. Now, in the make and nature of every man, however rude or simple, whom we employ in manual labor, there are some powers for better things, some tardy imagination, torpid capacity of emotion, tottering steps of thought, there are, even at the worst, and in most cases it is all our own fault that they are tardy or torpid. But they cannot be strengthened, unless we are content to take them in their feebleness, and unless we prize and honor them in their imperfection above the best and most perfect manual skill. And this is what we have to do with all our laborers, to look for the thoughtful part of them, and get that out of them, whatever we lose for it, whatever faults and errors we are obliged to take with it. For the best that is in them cannot manifest itself, but in company with much error. Understand this clearly. You can teach a man to draw a straight line, and to cut one, to strike a curved line, and to carve it, and to copy and carve any number of given lines or forms, with admirable speed and perfect precision, and you find his work perfect of its kind. But if you ask him to think about any of those forms, to consider if he cannot find any better in his own head, he stops. His execution becomes hesitating, he thinks, and 10 to 1 he thinks wrong, 10 to 1 he makes a mistake in the first touch he gives to his work as a thinking being. But you have made a man of him for all that. He was only a machine before, an animated tool. And observe, you are put to stern choice in this matter. You must either make a tool of the creature or a man of him. You cannot make both. Men were not intended to work with the accuracy of tools, to be precise and perfect in all their actions. If you will have that precision out of them, and make their fingers measure degrees like cogwheels, and their arms strike curves like compasses, you must unhumanize them. All the energy of their spirits must be given to make cogs and compasses of themselves. All their attention and strength must go to the accomplishment of the mean act. The eye of the soul must be bent upon the finger point, and the soul's force must fill all the invisible nerves that guide it, 10 hours a day, that it may not err from its steely precision, and so soul and sight be worn away, and the whole human being be lost at last, a heap of sawdust, so far as its intellectual work in this world is concerned, saved only by its heart, which cannot go into the form of cogs and compasses, but expands, after the 10 hours are over, into fireside humanity. On the other hand, if you will make a man of the working creature, you cannot make a tool. Let him but begin to imagine, to think, to try to do anything worth doing, and the engine-turn precision is lost at once. Out come all his roughness, all his dullness, all his incapability, shame upon shame, failure upon failure, pause after pause, but out comes the whole majesty of him also, and we know the height of it only when we see the clouds settling upon him. And whether the clouds be bright or dark, there will be transfiguration behind and within them. And now, reader, look round this English room of yours, about which you have been proud so often, because the work of it was so good and strong, and the ornaments of it so finished. Examine again all those accurate moldings, and perfect polishings, and unerring adjustments of the seasoned wood and tempered steel. Many a time you have exulted over them, and thought how great England was, because her slightest work was done so thoroughly. Alas! If read rightly, These perfectnesses are signs of a slavery in our England 1,000 times more bitter and more degrading than that of the scourged African, or Helot Greek. Men may be beaten, chained, tormented, yoked like cattle, slaughtered like summer flies, and yet remain in one sense, and the best sense, free. But to smother their souls within them, to blight and into rotting pollards the suckling branches of their human intelligence, to make the flesh and skin which, after the worms work on it, is to see God, into leathern thongs to yoke machinery with, this it is to be slave masters indeed, and there might be more freedom in England, though her feudal lord's lightest words were worth men's lives, and though the blood of the vexed husbandman dropped in the furrows of her fields, than there is. While the animation of her multitudes is sent like fuel to feed the factory smoke, and the strength of them is given daily to be wasted into the fineness of a web, or racked into the exactness of a line. And, on the other hand, go forth again to gaze upon the old cathedral front, where you have smiled so often at the fantastic ignorance of the old sculptors. Examine once more those ugly goblins, and formless monsters, and stern statues, anatomyless and rigid, but do not mock at them, for they are signs of the life and liberty of every workman who struck the stone, a freedom of thought, and rank and scale of being, such as no laws, no charters, no charities can secure, but which it must be the first aim of all Europe at this day to regain for her children. Let me not be thought to speak wildly or extravagantly. It is verily this degradation of the operative into a machine, which, more than any other evil of the times, is leading the mass of the nations everywhere into vain, incoherent, destructive struggling for a freedom of which they cannot explain the nature to themselves. The universal outcry against wealth, and against nobility, is not forced from them either by the pressure of famine, or the sting of mortified pride. These do much, and have done much in all ages, but the foundations of society were never yet shaken as they are at this day. It is not that men are ill-fed, but that they have no pleasure in the work by which they make their bread, and therefore look to wealth as the only means of pleasure. It is not that men are pained by the scorn of the upper classes, but they cannot endure their own, for they feel that the kind of labor to which they are condemned is verily a degrading one, and makes them less than men. Never had the upper classes so much sympathy with the lower, or charity for them, as they have at this day, and yet never were they so much hated by them, for, of old, the separation between the noble and the poor was merely a wall built by law. Now it is a veritable difference in level of standing, a precipice between upper and lower grounds in the field of humanity, and there is pestilential air at the bottom of it. I know not if a day is ever to come when the nature of right freedom will be understood, and when men will see that to obey another man, to labor for him, yield reverence to him or to his place, is not slavery. It is often the best kind of liberty, liberty from care. The man who says to one, "Go," and he goeth, and to another, "Come," and he cometh, has, in most cases, more sense of restraint and difficulty than the man who obeys him. The movements of the one are hindered by the burden on his shoulder, of the other by the bridle on his lips. There is no way by which the burden may be lightened, but we need not suffer from the bridle if we do not champ at it. To yield reverence to another, to hold ourselves and our lives at his disposal, is not slavery. Often it is the noblest state in which a man can live in this world. There is, indeed, a reverence which is servile, that is to say irrational or selfish, but there is also noble reverence, that is to say, reasonable and loving, and a man is never so noble as when he is reverent in this kind, nay, even if the feeling pass the bounds of mere reason, so that it be loving, a man is raised by it. Which had, in reality, most of the serf nature in him, the Irish peasant who was lying in wait yesterday for his landlord, with his musket muzzle thrust through the ragged hedge, or that old mountain servant, who 200 years ago, at Inverkeithing, gave up his own life and the lives of his 7 sons for his chief, as each fell, calling forth his brother to the death. Another for Hector! And therefore, in all ages and all countries, reverence has been paid and sacrifice made by men to each other. Not only without complaint, but rejoicingly, and famine, and peril, and sword, and all evil, and all shame, have been borne willingly in the causes of masters and kings, for all these gifts of the heart ennobled the men who gave not less than the men who received them, and nature prompted, and God rewarded the sacrifice. But to feel their souls withering within them, unthanked, to find their whole being sunk into an unrecognized abyss, to be counted off into a heap of mechanism, numbered with its wheels, and weighed with its hammer strokes, this nature bade not, this God blesses not, this humanity for no long time is able to endure. We have much studied and much perfected, of late, the great civilized invention of the division of labor, only we give it a false name. It is not, truly speaking, the labor that is divided, but the men, divided into mere segments of men, broken into small fragments and crumbs of life, so that all the little piece of intelligence that is left in a man is not enough to make a pin, or a nail, but exhausts itself in making the point of a pin or the head of a nail. Now it is a good and desirable thing, truly, to make many pins in a day, but if we could only see with what crystal sand their points were polished, sand of human soul, much to be magnified before it can be discerned for what it is, we should think there might be some loss in it also. And the great cry that rises from all our manufacturing cities, louder than their furnace blast, is all in very deed for this, that we manufacture everything there except men, we blanch cotton, and strengthen steel, and refine sugar, and shape pottery, but to brighten, to strengthen, to refine, or to form a single living spirit, never enters into our estimate of advantages. And all the evil to which that cry is urging our myriads can be met only in one way, not by teaching nor preaching, for to teach them is but to show them their misery, and to preach to them, if we do nothing more than preach, is to mock at it. It can be met only by a right understanding, on the part of all classes, of what kinds of labor are good for men, raising them, and making them happy, by a determined sacrifice of such convenience, or beauty, or cheapness as is to be got only by the degradation of the workman, and by equally determined demand for the products and results of healthy and ennobling labor. And how, it will be asked, are these products to be recognized, and this demand to be regulated? Easily, by the observance of three broad and simple rules. 1. Never encourage the manufacture of any article not absolutely necessary, in the production of which invention has no share. 2. Never demand an exact finish for its own sake, but only for some practical or noble end. 3. Never encourage imitation or copying of any kind, except for the sake of preserving record of great works. The second of these principles is the only one which directly rises out of the consideration of our immediate subject. But I shall briefly explain the meaning and extent of the first also, reserving the enforcement of the third for another place. 1. Never encourage the manufacture of anything not necessary, in the production of which invention has no share. For instance, glass beads are utterly unnecessary, and there is no design or thought employed in their manufacture. They are formed by first drawing out the glass into rods. These rods are chopped up into fragments of the size of beads by the human hand, and the fragments are then rounded in the furnace. The men who chop up the rods sit at their work all day, their hands vibrating with a perpetual and exquisitely timed palsy, and the beads dropping beneath their vibration like hail. Neither they, nor the men who draw out the rods or fuse the fragments, have the smallest occasion for the use of any single human faculty, and every young lady, therefore, who buys glass beads is engaged in the slave trade, and in a much more cruel one than that which we have so long been endeavoring to put down. But glass cups and vessels may become the subjects of exquisite invention, and if in buying these we pay for the invention, that is to say for the beautiful form, or color, or engraving, and not for mere finish of execution, we are doing good to humanity. So, again, the cutting of precious stones, in all ordinary cases, requires little exertion of any mental faculty, some tact and judgment in avoiding flaws, and so on, but nothing to bring out the whole mind. Every person who wears cut jewels merely for the sake of their value is, therefore, a slave driver. But the working of the goldsmith, and the various designing of group jewelry and enamel work, may become the subject of the most noble human intelligence. Therefore, money spent in the purchase of well-designed plate, of precious engraved vases, cameos, or enamels, does good to humanity, and in work of this kind, jewels may be employed to heighten its splendor, and their cutting is then a price paid for the attainment of a noble end, and thus perfectly allowable. I shall perhaps press this law farther elsewhere, but our immediate concern is chiefly with the second, namely, never to demand an exact finish, when it does not lead to a noble end. For observe, I have only dwelt upon the rudeness of Gothic, or any other kind of imperfectness, as admirable, where it was impossible to get design or thought without it. If you are to have the thought of a rough and untaught man, you must have it in a rough and untaught way, but from an educated man, who can without effort express his thoughts in an educated way. Take the graceful expression, and be thankful. Only get the thought, and do not silence the peasant because he cannot speak good grammar, or until you have taught him his grammar. Grammar and refinement are good things, both, only be sure of the better thing first. And thus in art, delicate finish is desirable from the greatest masters, and is always given by them. In some places Michelangelo, Leonardo, Phidias, Perugino, Turner, all finished with the most exquisite care, and the finish they give always leads to the fuller accomplishment of their noble purpose. But lower men than these cannot finish, for it requires consummate knowledge to finish consummately, and then we must take their thoughts as they are able to give them. So the rule is simple: always look for invention first, and after that, for such execution as will help the invention, and as the inventor is capable of without painful effort, and no more. Above all, demand no refinement of execution where there is no thought, for that is slave's work, unredeemed. Rather choose rough work than smooth work, so only that the practical purpose be answered, and never imagine there is reason to be proud of anything that may be accomplished by patience and sandpaper. I shall only give one example, which however will show the reader what I mean, from the manufacture already alluded to, that of glass. Our modern glass is exquisitely clear in its substance, true in its form, accurate in its cutting. We are proud of this. We ought to be ashamed of it. The old Venice glass was muddy, inaccurate in all its forms, and clumsily cut, if at all. And the old Venetian was justly proud of it. For there is this difference between the English and Venetian workman, that the former thinks only of accurately matching his patterns, and getting his curves perfectly true and his edges perfectly sharp, and becomes a mere machine for rounding curves and sharpening edges, while the old Venetian cared not a whit whether his edges were sharp or not, but he invented a new design for every glass that he made, and never molded a handle or a lip without a new fancy in it. And therefore, though some Venetian glass is ugly and clumsy enough when made by clumsy and uninventive workmen, other Venetian glass is so lovely in its forms that no price is too great for it, and we never see the same form in it twice. Now you cannot have the finish and the varied form too. If the workman is thinking about his edges, he cannot be thinking of his design. If of his design, he cannot think of his edges. Choose whether you will pay for the lovely form or the perfect finish, and choose at the same moment whether you will make the worker a man or a grindstone. Nay, but the reader interrupts me. If the workman can design beautifully, I would not have him kept at the furnace. Let him be taken away and made a gentleman, and have a studio, and design his glass there, and I will have it blown and cut for him by common workmen, and so I will have my design and my finish too. All ideas of this kind are founded upon two mistaken suppositions: the first, that one man's thoughts can be, or ought to be, executed by another man's hands; the second, that manual labor is a degradation, when it is governed by intellect. On a large scale, and in work determinable by line and rule, it is indeed both possible and necessary that the thoughts of one man should be carried out by the labor of others. In this sense I have already defined the best architecture to be the expression of the mind of manhood by the hands of childhood. But on a smaller scale, and in a design which cannot be mathematically defined, one man's thoughts can never be expressed by another, and the difference between the spirit of touch of the man who is inventing, and of the man who is obeying directions, is often all the difference between a great and a common work of art. How wide the separation is between original and second-hand execution, I shall endeavor to show elsewhere. It is not so much to our purpose here as to mark the other and more fatal error of despising manual labor when governed by intellect, for it is no less fatal an error to despise it when thus regulated by intellect, than to value it for its own sake. We are always in these days endeavoring to separate the two. We want one man to be always thinking, and another to be always working, and we call one a gentleman, and the other an operative, whereas the workman ought often to be thinking, and the thinker often to be working, and both should be gentlemen, in the best sense. As it is, we make both ungentle, the one envying, the other despising, his brother, and the mass of society is made up of morbid thinkers, and miserable workers. Now it is only by labor that thought can be made healthy, and only by thought that labor can be made happy, and the two cannot be separated with impunity. It would be well if all of us were good handicraftsmen in some kind, and the dishonor of manual labor done away with altogether, so that though there should still be a trenchant distinction of race between nobles and commoners, there should not, among the latter, be a trenchant distinction of employment, as between idle and working men, or between men of liberal and illiberal professions. All professions should be liberal, and there should be less pride felt in peculiarity of employment, and more in excellence of achievement. And yet more, in each several profession, no master should be too proud to do its hardest work. The painter should grind his own colors, the architect work in the mason's yard with his men, the master manufacturer be himself a more skillful operative than any man in his mills, and the distinction between one man and another be only in experience and skill, and the authority and wealth which these must naturally and justly obtain. I should be led far from the matter in hand, if I were to pursue this interesting subject. Enough, I trust, has been said to show the reader that the rudeness or imperfection which at first rendered the term Gothic one of reproach is indeed, when rightly understood, one of the most noble characters of Christian architecture, and not only a noble but an essential one. It seems a fantastic paradox, but it is nevertheless a most important truth, that no architecture can be truly noble which is not imperfect. And this is easily demonstrable. For since the architect, whom we will suppose capable of doing all in perfection, cannot execute the whole with his own hands, he must either make slaves of his workmen in the old Greek and present English fashion, and level his work to a slave's capacities, which is to degrade it, or else he must take his workmen as he finds them, and let them show their weaknesses together with their strength, which will involve the Gothic imperfection, but render the whole work as noble as the intellect of the age can make it. But the principle may be stated more broadly still. I have confined the illustration of it to architecture, but I must not leave it as if true of architecture only. Hitherto I have used the words imperfect and perfect merely to distinguish between work grossly unskillful and work executed with average precision and science, and I have been pleading that any degree of unskillfulness should be admitted, so only that the laborer's mind had room for expression. But accurately speaking, no good work whatever can be perfect, and the demand for perfection is always a sign of a misunderstanding of the ends of art. This for two reasons, both based on everlasting laws. The first, that no great man ever stops working till he has reached his point of failure, that is to say, his mind is always far in advance of his powers of execution, and the latter will now and then give way in trying to follow it. Besides that he will always give to the inferior portions of his work only such inferior attention as they require. And according to his greatness he becomes so accustomed to the feeling of dissatisfaction with the best he can do, that in moments of lassitude or anger with himself he will not care though the beholder be dissatisfied also. I believe there has only been one man who would not acknowledge this necessity, and strove always to reach perfection, Leonardo, the end of his vain effort being merely that he would take 10 years to a picture and leave it unfinished. And therefore, if we are to have great men working at all, or less men doing their best, the work will be imperfect, however beautiful. Of human work none but what is bad can be perfect, in its own bad way. The second reason is, that imperfection is in some sort essential to all that we know of life. It is the sign of life in a mortal body, that is to say, of a state of progress and change. Nothing that lives is, or can be, rigidly perfect. Part of it is decaying, part nascent. The foxglove blossom, a third part bud, a third part past, a third part in full bloom, is a type of the life of this world. And in all things that live there are certain irregularities and deficiencies which are not only signs of life, but sources of beauty. No human face is exactly the same in its lines on each side, no leaf perfect in its lobes, no branch in its symmetry. All admit irregularity as they imply change, and to banish imperfection is to destroy expression, to check exertion, to paralyze vitality. All things are literally better, lovelier, and more beloved for the imperfections which have been divinely appointed, that the law of human life may be effort, and the law of human judgment, mercy. Accept this then for a universal law, that neither architecture nor any other noble work of man can be good unless it be imperfect, and let us be prepared for the otherwise strange fact, which we shall discern clearly as we approach the period of the Renaissance, that the first cause of the fall of the arts of Europe was a relentless requirement of perfection, incapable alike either of being silenced by veneration for greatness, or softened into forgiveness of simplicity. Thus far then of the rudeness or savageness, which is the first mental element of Gothic architecture. It is an element in many other healthy architectures also, as in Byzantine and Romanesque, but true Gothic cannot exist without it. The second mental element above named was changefulness, or variety. I have already enforced the allowing independent operation to the inferior workman, simply as a duty to him, and as ennobling the architecture by rendering it more Christian. We have now to consider what reward we obtain for the performance of this duty, namely, the perpetual variety of every feature of the building. Wherever the workman is utterly enslaved, the parts of the building must of course be absolutely like each other, for the perfection of his execution can only be reached by exercising him in doing one thing, and giving him nothing else to do. The degree in which the workman is degraded may be thus known at a glance, by observing whether the several parts of the building are similar or not, and if, as in Greek work, all the capitals are alike, and all the mouldings unvaried, then the degradation is complete. If, as in Egyptian or Ninevite work, though the manner of executing certain figures is always the same, the order of design is perpetually varied, the degradation is less total. If, as in Gothic work, there is perpetual change, both in design and execution, the workman must have been altogether set free. How much the beholder gains from the liberty of the laborer may perhaps be questioned in England, where one of the strongest instincts in nearly every mind is that love of order which makes us desire that our house windows should pair like our carriage horses, and allows us to yield our faith unhesitatingly to architectural theories which fix a form for everything, and forbid variation from it. I would not impeach love of order. It is one of the most useful elements of the English mind. It helps us in our commerce and in all purely practical matters, and it is in many cases one of the foundation stones of morality. Only do not let us suppose that love of order is love of art. It is true that order, in its highest sense, is one of the necessities of art, just as time is a necessity of music. But love of order has no more to do with our right enjoyment of architecture or painting than love of punctuality with the appreciation of an opera. Experience, I fear, teaches us that accurate and methodical habits in daily life are seldom characteristic of those who either quickly perceive, or richly possess, the creative powers of art. There is, however, nothing inconsistent between the two instincts, and nothing to hinder us from retaining our business habits, and yet fully allowing and enjoying the noblest gifts of invention. We already do so in every other branch of art except architecture, and we only do not so there because we have been taught that it would be wrong. Our architects gravely inform us that, as there are 4 rules of arithmetic, there are 5 orders of architecture. We, in our simplicity, think that this sounds consistent, and believe them. They inform us also that there is one proper form for Corinthian capitals, another for Doric, and another for Ionic. We, considering that there is also a proper form for the letters A, B, and C, think that this also sounds consistent, and accept the proposition. Understanding, therefore, that one form of the said capitals is proper, and no other, and having a conscientious horror of all impropriety, we allow the architect to provide us with the said capitals, of the proper form, in such and such a quantity, and in all other points to take care that the legal forms are observed, which having done, we rest in forced confidence that we are well housed. But our higher instincts are not deceived. We take no pleasure in the building provided for us, resembling that which we take in a new book or a new picture. We may be proud of its size, complacent in its correctness, and happy in its convenience. We may take the same pleasure in its symmetry and workmanship as in a well-ordered room, or a skillful piece of manufacture. And this we suppose to be all the pleasure that architecture was ever intended to give us. The idea of reading a building as we would read Milton or Dante, and getting the same kind of delight out of the stones as out of the stanzas, never enters our minds for a moment. And for good reason. There is indeed rhythm in the verses, quite as strict as the symmetries or rhythm of the architecture, and 1,000 times more beautiful, but there is something else than rhythm. The verses were neither made to order, nor to match, as the capitals were, and we have therefore a kind of pleasure in them other than a sense of propriety. But it requires a strong effort of common sense to shake ourselves quit of all that we have been taught for the last 2 centuries, and wake to the perception of a truth just as simple and certain as it is new, that great art, whether expressing itself in words, colors, or stones, does not say the same thing over and over again, that the merit of architectural, as of every other art, consists in its saying new and different things. That to repeat itself is no more a characteristic of genius in marble than it is of genius in print, and that we may, without offending any laws of good taste, require of an architect, as we do of a novelist, that he should be not only correct, but entertaining. Yet all this is true and self-evident, only hidden from us, as many other self-evident things are, by false teaching. Nothing is a great work of art, for the production of which either rules or models can be given. Exactly so far as architecture works on known rules, and from given models, it is not an art, but a manufacture, and it is, of the 2 procedures, rather less rational, because more easy, to copy capitals or moldings from Phidias, and call ourselves architects, than to copy heads and hands from Titian, and call ourselves painters. Let us then understand at once that change or variety is as much a necessity to the human heart and brain in buildings as in books, that there is no merit, though there is some occasional use, in monotony, and that we must no more expect to derive either pleasure or profit from an architecture whose ornaments are of one pattern, and whose pillars are of one proportion, than we should out of a universe in which the clouds were all of one shape, and the trees all of one size. And this we confess in deeds though not in words. All the pleasure which the people of the 19th century take in art is in pictures, sculpture, minor objects of virtu, or medieval architecture, which we enjoy under the term picturesque. No pleasure is taken anywhere in modern buildings, and we find all men of true feeling delighting to escape out of modern cities into natural scenery. Hence, as I shall hereafter show, that peculiar love of landscape, which is characteristic of the age. It would be well, if, in all other matters, we were as ready to put up with what we dislike, for the sake of compliance with established law, as we are in architecture. How so debased a law ever came to be established, we shall see when we come to describe the Renaissance schools. Here we have only to note, as the second most essential element of the Gothic spirit, that it broke through that law wherever it found it in existence. It not only dared, but delighted in, the infringement of every servile principle, and invented a series of forms of which the merit was, not merely that they were new, but that they were capable of perpetual novelty. The pointed arch was not merely a bold variation from the round, but it admitted of millions of variations in itself, for the proportions of a pointed arch are changeable to infinity, while a circular arch is always the same. The group shaft was not merely a bold variation from the single one, but it admitted of millions of variations in its grouping, and in the proportions resultant from its grouping. The introduction of tracery was not only a startling change in the treatment of window lights, but admitted endless changes in the interlacement of the tracery bars themselves. So that, while in all living Christian architecture the love of variety exists, the Gothic schools exhibited that love in culminating energy, and their influence, wherever it extended itself, may be sooner and farther traced by this character than by any other, the tendency to the adoption of Gothic types being always first shown by greater irregularity and richer variation in the forms of the architecture it is about to supersede, long before the appearance of the pointed arch or of any other recognizable outward sign of the Gothic mind. We must, however, herein note carefully what distinction there is between a healthy and a diseased love of change. For as it was in healthy love of change that the Gothic architecture rose, it was partly in consequence of diseased love of change that it was destroyed. In order to understand this clearly, it will be necessary to consider the different ways in which change and monotony are presented to us in nature, both having their use, like darkness and light, and the one incapable of being enjoyed without the other, change being most delightful after some prolongation of monotony, as light appears most brilliant after the eyes have been for some time closed. I believe that the true relations of monotony and change may be most simply understood by observing them in music. We may therein notice first, that there is a sublimity and majesty in monotony, which there is not in rapid or frequent variation. This is true throughout all nature. The greater part of the sublimity of the sea depends on its monotony, so also that of desolate moor and mountain scenery, and especially the sublimity of motion, as in the quiet, unchanged fall and rise of an engine beam. So also there is sublimity in darkness which there is not in light. Again, monotony after a certain time, or beyond a certain degree, becomes either uninteresting or intolerable, and the musician is obliged to break it in one or two ways. Either while the air or passage is perpetually repeated, its notes are variously enriched and harmonized, or else, after a certain number of repeated passages, an entirely new passage is introduced, which is more or less delightful according to the length of the previous monotony. Nature, of course, uses both these kinds of variation perpetually. The sea waves, resembling each other in general mass, but none like its brother in minor divisions and curves, are a monotony of the first kind. The great plain, broken by an emergent rock or clump of trees, is a monotony of the second. Farther, in order to the enjoyment of the change in either case, a certain degree of patience is required from the hearer or observer. In the first case, he must be satisfied to endure with patience the recurrence of the great masses of sound or form, and to seek for entertainment in a careful watchfulness of the minor details. In the second case, he must bear patiently the infliction of the monotony for some moments, in order to feel the full refreshment of the change. This is true even of the shortest musical passage in which the element of monotony is employed. In cases of more majestic monotony, the patience required is so considerable that it becomes a kind of pain, a price paid for the future pleasure. Again, the talent of the composer is not in the monotony, but in the changes. He may show feeling and taste by his use of monotony in certain places or degrees, that is to say, by his various employment of it, but it is always in the new arrangement or invention that his intellect is shown, and not in the monotony which relieves it. Lastly, if the pleasure of change be too often repeated, it ceases to be delightful, for then change itself becomes monotonous, and we are driven to seek delight in extreme and fantastic degrees of it. This is the diseased love of change of which we have above spoken. From these facts we may gather generally that monotony is, and ought to be, in itself painful to us, just as darkness is, that an architecture which is altogether monotonous is a dark or dead architecture, and of those who love it, it may be truly said, they love darkness rather than light. But monotony in certain measure, used in order to give value to change, and above all, that transparent monotony, which, like the shadows of a great painter, suffers all manner of dimly suggested form to be seen through the body of it, is an essential in architectural as in all other composition, and the endurance of monotony has about the same place in a healthy mind that the endurance of darkness has, that is to say, as a strong intellect will have pleasure in the solemnities of storm and twilight, and in the broken and mysterious lights that gleam among them, rather than in mere brilliancy and glare. While a frivolous mind will dread the shadow and the storm, and as a great man will be ready to endure much darkness of fortune in order to reach greater eminence of power or felicity, while an inferior man will not pay the price, exactly in like manner a great mind will accept, or even delight in, monotony which would be wearisome to an inferior intellect, because it has more patience and power of expectation, and is ready to pay the full price for the great future pleasure of change. But in all cases it is not that the noble nature loves monotony, any more than it loves darkness or pain. But it can bear with it, and receives a high pleasure in the endurance or patience, a pleasure necessary to the well-being of this world, while those who will not submit to the temporary sameness, but rush from one change to another, gradually dull the edge of change itself, and bring a shadow and weariness over the whole world from which there is no more escape. From these general uses of variety in the economy of the world, we may at once understand its use and abuse in architecture. The variety of the Gothic schools is the more healthy and beautiful, because in many cases it is entirely unstudied, and results, not from the mere love of change, but from practical necessities. For in one point of view Gothic is not only the best, but the only rational architecture, as being that which can fit itself most easily to all services, vulgar or noble. Undefined in its slope of roof, height of shaft, breadth of arch, or disposition of ground plan, it can shrink into a turret, expand into a hall, coil into a staircase, or spring into a spire, with undegraded grace and unexhausted energy, and whenever it finds occasion for change in its form or purpose, it submits to it without the slightest sense of loss either to its unity or majesty. Subtle and flexible like a fiery serpent, but ever attentive to the voice of the charmer. And it is one of the chief virtues of the Gothic builders, that they never suffered ideas of outside symmetries and consistencies to interfere with the real use and value of what they did. If they wanted a window, they opened one; a room, they added one; a buttress, they built one, utterly regardless of any established conventionalities of external appearance, knowing, as indeed it always happened, that such daring interruptions of the formal plan would rather give additional interest to its symmetry than injure it. So that, in the best times of Gothic, a useless window would rather have been opened in an unexpected place for the sake of the surprise, than a useful one forbidden for the sake of symmetry. Every successive architect, employed upon a great work, built the pieces he added in his own way, utterly regardless of the style adopted by his predecessors, and if 2 towers were raised in nominal correspondence at the sides of a cathedral front, one was nearly sure to be different from the other, and in each the style at the top to be different from the style at the bottom. These marked variations were, however, only permitted as part of the great system of perpetual change which ran through every member of Gothic design, and rendered it as endless a field for the beholder's inquiry as for the builder's imagination, change, which in the best schools is subtle and delicate, and rendered more delightful by intermingling of a noble monotony. In the more barbaric schools is somewhat fantastic and redundant, but, in all, a necessary and constant condition of the life of the school. Sometimes the variety is in one feature, sometimes in another. It may be in the capitals or crockets, in the niches or the traceries, or in all together, but in some one or other of the features it will be found always. If the moldings are constant, the surface sculpture will change. If the capitals are of a fixed design, the traceries will change. If the traceries are monotonous, the capitals will change. And if even, as in some fine schools, the early English for example, there is the slightest approximation to an unvarying type of moldings, capitals, and floral decoration, the variety is found in the disposition of the masses, and in the figure sculpture. I must now refer for a moment, before we quit the consideration of this, the second mental element of Gothic, to the opening of the 3rd chapter of the 7 Lamps of Architecture, in which the distinction was drawn, section 2, between man gathering and man governing, between his acceptance of the sources of delight from nature, and his development of authoritative or imaginative power in their arrangement. For the 2 mental elements, not only of Gothic, but of all good architecture, which we have just been examining, belong to it, and are admirable in it, chiefly as it is, more than any other subject of art, the work of man, and the expression of the average power of man. A picture or poem is often little more than a feeble utterance of man's admiration of something out of himself, but architecture approaches more to a creation of his own, born of his necessities, and expressive of his nature. It is also, in some sort, the work of the whole race, while the picture or statue are the work of one only, in most cases more highly gifted than his fellows. And therefore we may expect that the first 2 elements of good architecture should be expressive of some great truths commonly belonging to the whole race, and necessary to be understood or felt by them in all their work that they do under the sun, and observe what they are: the confession of imperfection, and the confession of desire of change. The building of the bird and the bee needs not express anything like this. It is perfect and unchanging. But just because we are something better than birds or bees, our building must confess that we have not reached the perfection we can imagine, and cannot rest in the condition we have attained. If we pretend to have reached either perfection or satisfaction, we have degraded ourselves and our work. God's work only may express that, but ours may never have that sentence written upon it. And behold, it was very good. And observe again, it is not merely as it renders the edifice a book of various knowledge, or a mine of precious thought, that variety is essential to its nobleness. The vital principle is not the love of knowledge, but the love of change. It is that strange disquietude of the Gothic spirit that is its greatness, that restlessness of the dreaming mind, that wanders hither and thither among the niches, and flickers feverishly around the pinnacles, and frets and fades in labyrinthine knots and shadows along wall and roof, and yet is not satisfied, nor shall be satisfied. The Greek could stay in his triglyph furrow, and be at peace, but the work of the Gothic heart is fretwork still, and it can neither rest in, nor from, its labor, but must pass on, sleeplessly, until its love of change shall be pacified forever in the change that must come alike on them that wake and them that sleep. Last, because the least essential, of the constituent elements of this noble school, was placed that of redundance, the uncalculating bestowal of the wealth of its labor. There is, indeed, much Gothic, and that of the best period, in which this element is hardly traceable, and which depends for its effect almost exclusively on loveliness of simple design and grace of uninvolved proportion. Still, in the most characteristic buildings, a certain portion of their effect depends upon accumulation of ornament, and many of those which have most influence on the minds of men have attained it by means of this attribute alone. And although, by careful study of the school, it is possible to arrive at a condition of taste which shall be better contented by a few perfect lines than by a whole facade covered with fretwork, the building which only satisfies such a taste is not to be considered the best. For the very first requirement of Gothic architecture being, as we saw above, that it shall both admit the aid, and appeal to the admiration, of the rudest as well as the most refined minds, the richness of the work is, paradoxical as the statement may appear, a part of its humility. No architecture is so haughty as that which is simple, which refuses to address the eye, except in a few clear and forceful lines, which implies, in offering so little to our regards, that all it has offered is perfect, and disdains, either by the complexity of the attractiveness of its features, to embarrass our investigation, or betray us into delight. That humility, which is the very life of the Gothic school, is shown not only in the imperfection, but in the accumulation, of ornament. The inferior rank of the workman is often shown as much in the richness, as the roughness, of his work, and if the cooperation of every hand, and the sympathy of every heart, are to be received, we must be content to allow the redundance which disguises the failure of the feeble, and wins the regard of the inattentive. There are, however, far nobler interests mingling, in the Gothic heart, with the rude love of decorative accumulation, a magnificent enthusiasm, which feels as if it never could do enough to reach the fullness of its ideal, an unselfishness of sacrifice, which would rather cast fruitless labor before the altar than stand idle in the market, and finally, a profound sympathy with the fullness and wealth of the material universe, rising out of that naturalism whose operation we have already endeavored to define. The sculptor who sought for his models among the forest leaves could not but quickly and deeply feel that complexity need not involve the loss of grace, nor richness that of repose, and every hour which he spent in the study of the minute and various work of nature made him feel more forcibly the barrenness of what was best in that of man, nor is it to be wondered at, that, seeing her perfect and exquisite creations poured forth in a profusion which conception could not grasp nor calculation, he should think that it ill became him to be niggardly of his own rude craftsmanship, and where he saw throughout the universe a faultless beauty lavished on measureless spaces of broidered field and blooming mountain, to grudge his poor and imperfect labor to the few stones that he had raised one upon another, for habitation or memorial. The years of his life passed away before his task was accomplished, but generation succeeded generation with unwearied enthusiasm, and the cathedral front was at last lost in the tapestry of its traceries, like a rock among the thickets and herbage of spring. Selections from the 7 Lamps of Architecture. Selections from the 7 Lamps of Architecture. This book began to assume shape in Ruskin's mind as early as 1846. He actually wrote it in the 6 months between November, 1848, and April, 1849. It is the first of 5 illustrated volumes embodying the results of 7 years devoted to the study of the principles and ideals of Gothic architecture, the other volumes being The Stones of Venice and Examples of the Architecture of Venice, 1851. In the first edition of the Seven Lamps, the plates were not only all drawn but also etched by his own hand. Ruskin at a later time wrote that the purpose of the Seven Lamps was to show that certain right states of temper and moral feeling were the magic powers by which all good architecture had been produced. He is really applying here the same tests of truth and sincerity that he employed in modern painters. Chronologically, this volume and the others treating of architecture come between the composition of volumes 2 and 3 of Modern Painters. Professor Charles Eliot Norton writes that the Seven Lamps is the first treatise in English to teach the real significance of architecture as the most trustworthy record of the life and faith of nations. The following selections form the closing chapters of the volume, and have a peculiar interest as anticipating the social and political ideas which came to color all his later work. The Lamp of Memory. Among the hours of his life to which the writer looks back with peculiar gratitude, as having been marked by more than ordinary fullness of joy or clearness of teaching, is one passed, now some years ago, near time of sunset, among the broken masses of pine forest which skirt the course of the Ain, above the village of Champagnole, in the Jura. It is a spot which has all the solemnity, with none of the savageness, of the Alps, where there is a sense of a great power beginning to be manifested in the earth, and of a deep and majestic concord in the rise of the long low lines of piny hills, the first utterance of those mighty mountain symphonies, soon to be more loudly lifted and wildly broken along the battlements of the Alps. But their strength is as yet restrained, and the far-reaching ridges of pastoral mountains succeed each other, like the long and sighing swell which moves over quiet waters from some far-off stormy sea. And there is a deep tenderness pervading that vast monotony. The destructive forces and the stern expression of the central ranges are alike withdrawn. No frost-plowed, dust-encumbered paths of ancient glacier fret the soft Jura pastures. No splintered heaps of ruin break the fair ranks of her forest. No pale, defiled, or furious rivers rend their rude and changeful ways among her rocks. Patiently, eddy by eddy, the clear green streams wind along their well-known beds, and under the dark quietness of the undisturbed pines, there spring up, year by year, such company of joyful flowers as I know not the like of among all the blessings of the earth. It was springtime, too, and all were coming forth in clusters crowded for very love. There was room enough for all, but they crushed their leaves into all manner of strange shapes only to be nearer each other. There was the wood anemone, star after star, closing every now and then into nebulae, and there was the oxalis, troop by troop, like virginal processions of the Moise de Marie, the dark vertical clefts in the limestone choked up with them as with heavy snow, and touched with ivy on the edges, ivy as light and lovely as the vine, and ever and anon, a blue gush of violets, and cowslip bells in sunny places. And in the more open ground, the vetch, and comfrey, and nazarian, and the small sapphire. Buds of the polygala alpina, and the wild strawberry, just a blossom or two all showered amidst the golden softness of deep, warm, amber-colored moss. I came out presently on the edge of the ravine. The solemn murmur of its waters rose suddenly from beneath, mixed with the singing of the thrushes among the pine boughs, and on the opposite side of the valley, walled all along as it was by grey cliffs of limestone, there was a hawk sailing slowly off their brow, touching them nearly with his wings, and with the shadows of the pines flickering upon his plumage from above. But with the fall of 100 fathoms under his breast, and the curling pools of the green river gliding and glittering dizzily beneath him, their foam globes moving with him as he flew. It would be difficult to conceive a scene less dependent upon any other interest than that of its own secluded and serious beauty, but the writer well remembers the sudden blankness and chill which were cast upon it when he endeavored, in order more strictly to arrive at the sources of its impressiveness, to imagine it, for a moment, a scene in some aboriginal forest of the new continent. The flowers in an instant lost their light, the river its music. The hills became oppressively desolate. A heaviness in the boughs of the darkened forest showed how much of their former power had been dependent upon a life which was not theirs, how much of the glory of the imperishable, or continually renewed, creation is reflected from things more precious in their memories than it, in its renewing. Those ever-springing flowers and ever-flowing streams had been dyed by the deep colors of human endurance, valor, and virtue, and the crests of the sable hills that rose against the evening sky received a deeper worship, because their far shadows fell eastward over the iron wall of Jew, and the foursquare keep of Grandson. It is as the centralization and protectress of this sacred influence that architecture is to be regarded by us with the most serious thought. We may live without her, and worship without her, but we cannot remember without her. How cold is all history, how lifeless all imagery, compared to that which the living nation writes, and the uncorrupted marble bears. How many pages of doubtful record might we not often spare, for a few stones left one upon another? The ambition of the old Babel builders was well directed for this world. There are but two strong conquerors of the forgetfulness of men, poetry and architecture, and the latter in some sort includes the former, and is mightier in its reality. It is well to have, not only what men have thought and felt, but what their hands have handled, and their strength wrought, and their eyes beheld, all the days of their life. The age of Homer is surrounded with darkness, his very personality with doubt. Not so that of Pericles, and the day is coming when we shall confess that we have learned more of Greece out of the crumbled fragments of her sculpture than even from her sweet singers or soldier historians. And if indeed there be any profit in our knowledge of the past, or any joy in the thought of being remembered hereafter, which can give strength to present exertion, or patience to present endurance, there are two duties respecting national architecture whose importance it is impossible to overrate: the first, to render the architecture of the day historical, and the second, to preserve, as the most precious of inheritances, that of past ages. It is in the first of these two directions that memory may truly be said to be the sixth lamp of architecture, for it is in becoming memorial or monumental that a true perfection is attained by civil and domestic buildings, and this partly as they are, with such a view, built in a more stable manner, and partly as their decorations are consequently animated by a metaphorical or historical meaning. As regards domestic buildings, there must always be a certain limitation to views of this kind in the power, as well as in the hearts, of men. Still, I cannot but think it an evil sign of a people when their houses are built to last for one generation only. There is a sanctity in a good man's house which cannot be renewed in every tenement that rises on its ruins, and I believe that good men would generally feel this, and that having spent their lives happily and honorably, they would be grieved, at the close of them, to think that the place of their earthly abode, which had seen, and seemed almost to sympathize in, all their honor, their gladness, or their suffering, that this, with all the record it bare of them, and of all material things, that they had loved and ruled over, and set the stamp of themselves upon, was to be swept away, as soon as there was room made for them in the grave, that no respect was to be shown to it, no affection felt for it, no good to be drawn from it by their children, that though there was a monument in the church, there was no warm monument in the hearth and house to them, that all that they ever treasured was despised, and the places that had sheltered and comforted them were dragged down to the dust. I say that a good man would fear this, and that far more, a good son, a noble descendant, would fear doing it to his father's house. I say that if men lived like men indeed, their houses would be temples, temples which we should hardly dare to injure, and in which it would make us holy to be permitted to live, and there must be a strange dissolution of natural affection, a strange unthankfulness for all that homes have given and parents taught, a strange consciousness that we have been unfaithful to our Father's honor, or that our own lives are not such as would make our dwellings sacred to our children, when each man would fain build to himself, and build for the little revolution of his own life only. And I look upon those pitiful concretions of lime and clay which spring up, in mildewed forwardness, out of the needed fields about our capital, upon those thin, tottering, foundationless shells of splintered wood and imitated stone, upon those gloomy rows of formalized minuteness, alike without difference and without fellowship, as solitary as similar, not merely with the careless disgust of an offended eye, not merely with sorrow for a desecrated landscape, but with a painful foreboding that the roots of our national greatness must be deeply cankered when they are thus loosely struck in their native ground, that those comfortless and unhonored dwellings are the signs of a great and spreading spirit of popular discontent, that they mark the time when every man's aim is to be in some more elevated sphere than his natural one, and every man's past life is his habitual scorn. When men build in the hope of leaving the places they have built, and live in the hope of forgetting the years that they have lived, when the comfort, the peace, the religion of home have ceased to be felt, and the crowded tenements of a struggling and restless population differ only from the tents of the Arab or the gypsy by their less healthy openness to the air of heaven, and less happy choice of their spot of earth, by their sacrifice of liberty without the gain of rest, and of stability without the luxury of change. This is no slight, no consequenceless evil. It is ominous, infectious, and fecund of other fault and misfortune. When men do not love their hearths, nor reverence their thresholds, it is a sign that they have dishonored both, and that they have never acknowledged the true universality of that Christian worship which was indeed to supersede the idolatry, but not the piety, of the pagan. Our God is a household God, as well as a heavenly one. He has an altar in every man's dwelling. Let men look to it when they rend it lightly and pour out its ashes. It is not a question of mere ocular delight, it is no question of intellectual pride, or of cultivated and critical fancy, how, and with what aspect of durability and of completeness, the domestic buildings of a nation shall be raised. It is one of those moral duties, not with more impunity to be neglected because the perception of them depends on a finely toned and balanced conscientiousness, to build our dwellings with care, and patience, and fondness, and diligent completion, and with a view to their duration at least for such a period as, in the ordinary course of national revolutions, might be supposed likely to extend to the entire alteration of the direction of local interests. This at the least. But it would be better if, in every possible instance, men built their own houses on a scale commensurate rather with their condition at the commencement, than their attainments at the termination, of their worldly career, and built them to stand as long as human work at its strongest can be hoped to stand, recording to their children what they had been, and from what, if so it had been permitted them, they had risen. And when houses are thus built, we may have that true domestic architecture, the beginning of all other, which does not disdain to treat with respect and thoughtfulness the small habitation as well as the large, and which invests with the dignity of contented manhood the narrowness of worldly circumstance. I look to this spirit of honorable, proud, peaceful self-possession, this abiding wisdom of contented life, as probably one of the chief sources of great intellectual power in all ages, and beyond dispute as the very primal source of the great architecture of old Italy and France. To this day, the interest of their fairest cities depends, not on the isolated richness of palaces, but on the cherished and exquisite decoration of even the smallest tenements of their proud periods. The most elaborate piece of architecture in Venice is a small house at the head of the Grand Canal, consisting of a ground floor with 2 stories above, 3 windows in the first, and 2 in the second. Many of the most exquisite buildings are on the narrower canals, and of no larger dimensions. One of the most interesting pieces of 15th-century architecture in North Italy is a small house in a back street, behind the marketplace of Vicenza. It bears date 1481, and the motto, Illinois. Nay. Rose. Sans. Epine. It has also only a ground floor and 2 stories, with 3 windows in each, separated by rich flower work, and with balconies, supported, the central one by an eagle with open wings, the lateral ones by winged griffins standing on cornucopia. The idea that a house must be large in order to be well built is altogether of modern growth, and is parallel with the idea that no picture can be historical, except of a size admitting figures larger than life. I would have, then, our ordinary dwelling houses built to last, and built to be lovely, as rich and full of pleasantness as may be, within and without. With what degree of likeness to each other in style and manner, I will say presently, under another head, but, at all events, with such differences as might suit and express each man's character and occupation, and partly his history. This right over the house, I conceive, belongs to its first builder, and is to be respected by his children, and it would be well that blank stones should be left in places, to be inscribed with a summary of his life and of its experience, raising thus the habitation into a kind of monument, and developing, into more systematic instructiveness, that good custom which was of old universal, and which still remains among some of the Swiss and Germans, of acknowledging the grace of God's permission to build and possess a quiet resting place, in such sweet words as may well close our speaking of these things. I have taken them from the front of a cottage lately built among the green pastures which descend from the village of Grindelwald to the lower glacier. Mit Herzlichem Vertrauen. Hat Johannes Mutter und Maria Ruby. Diocese Haus bauen lassen. Der Liebe Gott will uns bewahren. Vor allem Unglück und Gefahren. UNDES und Siegen lassen stehen. Auf der Reise durch dies Jammerzeit. Nach dem himmlischen Paradies. Weil from men wohnen. De Word Gott sei belohnen. Milder Friedenskron. Zu aller Ewigkeit. In public buildings, the historical purpose should be still more definite. It is one of the advantages of Gothic architecture. I use the word Gothic in the most extended sense as broadly opposed to classical, that it admits of a richness of record altogether unlimited. Its minute and multitudinous sculptural decorations afford means of expressing, either symbolically or literally, all that need be known of national feeling or achievement. More decoration will, indeed, be usually required than can take so elevated a character, and much, even in the most thoughtful periods, has been left to the freedom of fancy, or suffered to consist of mere repetitions of some national bearing or symbol. It is, however, generally unwise, even in mere surface ornament, to surrender the power and privilege of variety which the spirit of Gothic architecture admits, much more in important features, capitals of columns or bosses, and string courses, as of course in all confessed has-reliefs. Better the rudest work that tells a story or records a fact, than the richest without meaning. There should not be a single ornament put upon great civic buildings, without some intellectual intention. Actual representation of history has in modern times been checked by a difficulty, mean indeed, but steadfast, that of unmanageable costume, nevertheless, by a sufficiently bold imaginative treatment, and frank use of symbols, all such obstacles may be vanquished, not perhaps in the degree necessary to produce sculpture in itself satisfactory, but at all events so as to enable it to become a grand and expressive element of architectural composition. Take, for example, the management of the capitals of the Ducal Palace at Venice. History, as such, was indeed entrusted to the painters of its interior, but every capital of its arcades was filled with meaning. The large one, the cornerstone of the whole, next the entrance, was devoted to the symbolization of abstract justice. Above it is a sculpture of the Judgment of Solomon, remarkable for a beautiful subjection in its treatment to its decorative purpose. The figures, if the subject had been entirely composed of them, would have awkwardly interrupted the line of the angle, and diminished its apparent strength, and therefore in the midst of them, entirely without relation to them, and indeed actually between the executioner and interceding mother, there rises the ribbed trunk of a massy tree, which supports and continues the shaft of the angle, and whose leaves above overshadow and enrich the whole. The capital below bears among its leafage a throned figure of justice, Trajan doing justice to the widow, Aristotle, Che die leg, and one or two other subjects now unintelligible from decay. The capitals next in order represent the virtues and vices in succession, as preservative or destructive of national peace and power, concluding with faith, with the inscription, Fides optima in Deo est. A figure is seen on the opposite side of the capital, worshipping the sun. After these, one or two capitals are fancifully decorated with birds, and then come a series representing, first the various fruits, then the national costumes, and then the animals of the various countries subject to Venetian rule. Now, not to speak of any more important public building, let us imagine our own India House adorned in this way, by historical or symbolical sculpture, massively built in the first place, then chased with has-reliefs of our Indian battles, and fretted with carvings of Oriental foliage, or inlaid with Oriental stones, and the more important members of its decoration composed of groups of Indian life and landscape, and prominently expressing the phantasms of Hindu worship in their subjection to the cross. Would not one such work be better than 1,000 histories? If, however, we have not the invention necessary for such efforts, or if, which is probably one of the most noble excuses we can offer for our deficiency in such matters, we have less pleasure in talking about ourselves, even in marble, than the continental nations, at least we have no excuse for any want of care in the points which ensure the building's endurance. And as this question is one of great interest in its relations to the choice of various modes of decoration, it will be necessary to enter into it at some length. The benevolent regards and purposes of men in masses seldom can be supposed to extend beyond their own generation. They may look to posterity as an audience, may hope for its attention, and labor for its praise. They may trust to its recognition of unacknowledged merit, and demand its justice for contemporary wrong. But all this is mere selfishness, and does not involve the slightest regard to, or consideration of, the interest of those by whose numbers we would fain swell the circle of our flatterers, and by whose authority we would gladly support our presently disputed claims. The idea of self-denial for the sake of posterity, of practicing present economy for the sake of debtors yet unborn, of planting forests that our descendants may live under their shade, or of raising cities for future nations to inhabit, never, I suppose, efficiently takes place among publicly recognized motives of exertion. Yet these are not the less our duties, nor is our part fitly sustained upon the earth, unless the range of our intended and deliberate usefulness include, not only the companions but the successors, of our pilgrimage. God has lent us the earth for our life. It is a great entail. It belongs as much to those who are to come after us, and whose names are already written in the book of creation, as to us, and we have no right, by anything that we do or neglect, to involve them in unnecessary penalties, or deprive them of benefits which it was in our power to bequeath. And this the more, because it is one of the appointed conditions of the labor of men that, in proportion to the time between the seed sowing and the harvest, is the fullness of the fruit, and that generally, therefore, the farther off we place our aim, and the less we desire to be ourselves the witnesses of what we have labored for, the more wide and rich will be the measure of our success. Men cannot benefit those that are with them as they can benefit those who come after them, and of all the pulpits from which human voice is ever sent forth, there is none from which it reaches so far as from the grave. Nor is there, indeed, any present loss, in such respect for futurity. Every human action gains in honor, in grace, in all true magnificence, by its regard to things that are to come. It is the far sight, the quiet and confident patience, that, above all other attributes, separate man from man, and near him to his Maker, and there is no action nor art, whose majesty we may not measure by this test. Therefore, when we build, let us think that we build forever. Let it not be for present delight, nor for present use alone. Let it be such work as our descendants will thank us for, and let us think, as we lay stone on stone, that a time is to come when those stones will be held sacred because our hands have touched them, and that men will say as they look upon the labor and wrought substance of them, "See! This our fathers did for us." For, indeed, the greatest glory of a building is not in its stones, nor in its gold. Its glory is in its age, and in that deep sense of voicefulness, of stern watching, of mysterious sympathy, nay, even of approval or condemnation, which we feel in walls that have long been washed by the passing waves of humanity. It is in their lasting witness against men, in their quiet contrast with the transitional character of all things, in the strength which, through the lapse of seasons and times, and the decline and birth of dynasties, and the changing of the face of the earth, and of the limits of the sea, maintains its sculptured shapeliness for a time insuperable, connects forgotten and following ages with each other, and half constitutes the identity. As it concentrates the sympathy of nations, it is in that golden stain of time that we are to look for the real light, and color, and preciousness of architecture, and it is not until a building has assumed this character, till it has been entrusted with the fame, and hallowed by the deeds of men, till its walls have been witnesses of suffering, and its pillars rise out of the shadows of death, that its existence, more lasting as it is than that of the natural objects of the world around it, can be gifted with even so much as these possess of language and of life. For that period, then, we must build, not, indeed, refusing to ourselves the delight of present completion, nor hesitating to follow such portions of character as may depend upon delicacy of execution to the highest perfection of which they are capable, even although we may know that in the course of years such details must perish, but taking care that for work of this kind we sacrifice no enduring quality, and that the building shall not depend for its impressiveness upon anything that is perishable. This would, indeed, be the law of good composition under any circumstances, the arrangement of the larger masses being always a matter of greater importance than the treatment of the smaller. But in architecture there is much in that very treatment which is skillful or otherwise in proportion to its just regard to the probable effects of time, and which is still more to be considered. There is a beauty in those effects themselves, which nothing else can replace, and which it is our wisdom to consult and to desire. For though, hitherto, we have been speaking of the sentiment of age only, there is an actual beauty in the marks of it, such and so great as to have become not unfrequently the subject of a special choice among certain schools of art, and to have impressed upon those schools the character usually and loosely expressed by the term picturesque. Now, to return to our immediate subject, it so happens that, in architecture, the superinduced and accidental beauty is most commonly inconsistent with the preservation of original character, and the picturesque is therefore sought in ruin, and supposed to consist in decay. Whereas, even when so sought, it consists in the mere sublimity of the rents, or fractures, or stains, or vegetation, which assimilate the architecture with the work of nature, and bestow upon it those circumstances of color and form which are universally beloved by the eye of man. So far as this is done, to the extinction of the true characters of the architecture, it is picturesque, and the artist who looks to the stem of the ivy instead of the shaft of the pillar, is carrying out in more daring freedom the debased sculptor's choice of the hair instead of the countenance. But so far as it can be rendered consistent with the inherent character, the picturesque or extraneous sublimity of architecture has just this of nobler function in it than that of any other object whatsoever, that it is an exponent of age, of that in which, as has been said, the greatest glory of the building consists, and therefore, the external signs of this glory, having power and purpose greater than any belonging to their mere sensible beauty, may be considered as taking rank among pure and essential characters, so essential to my mind, that I think a building cannot be considered as in its prime until 4 or 5 centuries have passed over it, and that the entire choice and arrangement of its details should have reference to their appearance after that period, so that none should be admitted which would suffer material injury either by the weather staining or the mechanical degradation which the lapse of such a period would necessitate. It is not my purpose to enter into any of the questions which the application of this principle involves. They are of too great interest and complexity to be even touched upon within my present limits, but this is broadly to be noticed, that those styles of architecture which are picturesque in the sense above explained with respect to sculpture, that is to say, whose decoration depends on the arrangement of points of shade rather than on purity of outline, do not suffer, but commonly gain in richness of effect when their details are partly worn away. Hence such styles, preeminently that of French Gothic, should always be adopted when the materials to be employed are liable to degradation, as brick, sandstone, or soft limestone, and styles in any degree dependent on purity of line, as the Italian Gothic, must be practiced altogether in hard and undecomposing materials, granite, serpentine, or crystalline marbles. There can be no doubt that the nature of the accessible materials influenced the formation of both styles, and it should still more authoritatively determine our choice of either. It does not belong to my present plan to consider at length the second head of duty of which I have above spoken, the preservation of the architecture we possess, but a few words may be forgiven, as especially necessary in modern times. Neither by the public, nor by those who have the care of public monuments, is the true meaning of the word restoration understood. It means the most total destruction which a building can suffer, a destruction out of which no remnants can be gathered, a destruction accompanied with false description of the thing destroyed. Do not let us deceive ourselves in this important matter. It is impossible as to raise the dead, to restore anything that has ever been great or beautiful in architecture. That which I have above insisted upon as the life of the whole, that spirit which is given only by the hand and eye of the workman, never can be recalled. Another spirit may be given by another time, and it is then a new building, but the spirit of the dead workman cannot be summoned up, and commanded to direct other hands, and other thoughts. And as for direct and simple copying, it is palpably impossible. What copying can there be of surfaces that have been worn half an inch down? The whole finish of the work was in the half inch that is gone. If you attempt to restore that finish, you do it conjecturally. If you copy what is left, granting fidelity to be possible, and what care, or watchfulness, or cost can secure it, how is the new work better than the old? There was yet in the old some life, some mysterious suggestion of what it had been, and of what it had lost, some sweetness in the gentle lines which rain and sun had wrought. There can be none in the brute hardness of the new carving. Look at the animals which I have given in Plate 14, as an instance of living work, and suppose the markings of the scales and hair once worn away, or the wrinkles of the brows, and who shall ever restore them? The first step to restoration, I have seen it, and that again and again, seen it on the baptistry of Pisa, seen it on the Casa d'Oro at Venice, seen it on the Cathedral of Lisieux, is to dash the old work to pieces. The second is usually to put up the cheapest and basest imitation which can escape detection, but in all cases, however careful, and however labored, an imitation still. A cold model of such parts as can be modeled, with conjectural supplements, and my experience has as yet furnished me with only one instance, that of the Palais de Justice at Rouen, in which even this, the utmost degree of fidelity which is possible, has been attained, or even attempted. Do not let us talk then of restoration. The thing is a lie from beginning to end. You may make a model of a building as you may of a corpse, and your model may have the shell of the old walls within it as your cast might have the skeleton, with what advantage I neither see nor care, but the old building is destroyed, and that more totally and mercilessly than if it had sunk into a heap of dust, or melted into a mass of clay. More has been gleaned out of desolated Nineveh than ever will be out of rebuilt Milan. But it is said, there may come a necessity for restoration. Granted. Look the necessity full in the face, and understand it on its own terms. It is a necessity for destruction. Accept it as such, pull the building down, throw its stones into neglected corners, make ballast of them, or mortar, if you will, but do it honestly, and do not set up a lie in their place. And look that necessity in the face before it comes, and you may prevent it. The principle of modern times, a principle which, I believe, at least in France, to be systematically acted on by the Masons, in order to find themselves work, as the Abbey of St. was pulled down by the magistrates of the town by way of giving work to some vagrants, is to neglect buildings first, and restore them afterwards. Take proper care of your monuments, and you will not need to restore them. A few sheets of lead put in time upon the roof, a few dead leaves and sticks swept in time out of a watercourse, will save both roof and walls from ruin. Watch an old building with an anxious care, guard it as best you may, and at any cost, from every influence of dilapidation. Count its stones as you would jewels of a crown, set watches about it as if at the gates of a besieged city, bind it together with iron where it loosens, stay it with timber where it declines. Do not care about the unsightliness of the aid, better a crutch than a lost limb, and do this tenderly, and reverently, and continually, and many a generation will still be born and pass away beneath its shadow. Its evil day must come at last, but let it come declaredly and openly, and let no dishonoring and false substitute deprive it of the funeral offices of memory. Of more wanton or ignorant ravage it is vain to speak, my words will not reach those who commit them, and yet, be it heard or not, I must not leave the truth unstated, that it is again no question of expediency or feeling whether we shall preserve the buildings of past times or not. We have no right whatever to touch them. They are not ours. They belong partly to those who built them, and partly to all the generations of mankind who are to follow us. The dead have still their right in them, that which they labored for, the praise of achievement, or the expression of religious feeling, or whatsoever else it might be which in those buildings they intended to be permanent, we have no right to obliterate. What we have ourselves built, we are at liberty to throw down, but what other men gave their strength and wealth and life to accomplish, their right over does not pass away with their death, still less is the right to the use of what they have left vested in us only. It belongs to all their successors. It may hereafter be a subject of sorrow, or a cause of injury to millions, that we have consulted our present convenience by casting down such buildings as we choose to dispense with. That sorrow, that loss, we have no right to inflict. Did the Cathedral of Avranches belong to the mob who destroyed it, any more than it did to us, who walk in sorrow to and fro over its foundation? Neither does any building whatever belong to those mobs who do violence to it. For a mob it is, and must be always, It matters not whether enraged, or in deliberate folly, whether countless, or sitting in committees. The people who destroy anything causelessly are a mob, and architecture is always destroyed causelessly. A fair building is necessarily worth the ground it stands upon, and will be so until Central Africa and America shall have become as populous as Middlesex, nor is any cause whatever valid as a ground for its destruction. If ever valid, certainly not now, when the place both of the past and future is too much usurped in our minds by the restless and discontented present. The very quietness of nature is gradually withdrawn from us. Thousands who once in their necessarily prolonged travel were subjected to an influence, from the silent sky and slumbering fields, more effectual than known or confessed, now bear with them even there the ceaseless fever of their life, and along the iron veins that traverse the frame of our country, beat and flow the fiery pulses of its exertion, hotter and faster every hour. All vitality is concentrated through those throbbing arteries into the central cities. The country is passed over like a green sea by narrow bridges, and we are thrown back in continually closer crowds upon the city gates. The only influence which can in any wise there take the place of that of the woods and fields is the power of ancient architecture. Do not part with it for the sake of the formal square, or of the fenced and planted walk, nor of the goodly street nor open quay. The pride of a city is not in these. Leave them to the crowd. But remember that there will surely be some within the circuit of the disquieted walls who would ask for some other spots than these wherein to walk, for some other forms to meet their sight familiarly, like him who sat so often where the sun struck from the west to watch the lines of the dome of Florence drawn on the deep sky, or like those, his hosts, who could bear daily to behold, from their palace chambers, the places where their fathers lay at rest, at the meeting of the dark streets of Verona. The lamp of obedience. It has been my endeavor to show in the preceding pages how every form of noble architecture is in some sort the embodiment of the polity, life, history, and religious faith of nations. Once or twice in doing this, I have named a principle to which I would now assign a definite place among those which direct that embodiment, the last place, not only as that to which its own humility would incline, but rather as belonging to it in the aspect of the crowning grace of all the rest. That principle, I mean, to which polity owes its stability, life its happiness, faith its acceptance, creation its continuance. Obedience. Nor is it the least among the sources of more serious satisfaction which I have found in the pursuit of a subject that at first appeared to bear but slightly on the grave interests of mankind, that the conditions of material perfection which it leads me in conclusion to consider, furnish a strange proof how false is the conception, how frantic the pursuit, of that treacherous phantom which men call liberty, most treacherous, indeed, of all phantoms, for the feeblest ray of reason might surely show us that not only its attainment, but its being, was impossible. There is no such thing in the universe. There can never be. The stars have it not, the earth has it not, the sea has it not, and we men have the mockery and semblance of it only for our heaviest punishment. In one of the noblest poems for its imagery, and its music belonging to the recent school of our literature, the writer has sought in the aspect of inanimate nature the expression of that liberty which, having once loved, he had seen among men in its true dyes of darkness. But with what strange fallacy of interpretation! Since in one noble line of his invocation he has contradicted the assumptions of the rest, and acknowledged the presence of a subjection, surely not less severe because eternal. How could he otherwise? Since if there be any one principle more widely than another confessed by every utterance, or more sternly than another imprinted on every atom, of the visible creation, that principle is not liberty, but law. The enthusiast would reply that by liberty he meant the law of liberty. Then why use this single and misunderstood word? If by liberty you mean chastisement of the passions, discipline of the intellect, subjection of the will, if you mean the fear of inflicting, the shame of committing, a wrong, if you mean respect for all who are in authority, and consideration for all who are in dependence, veneration for the good, mercy to the evil, sympathy with the weak, if you mean watchfulness over all thoughts, temperance in all pleasures, and perseverance in all toils, if you mean, in a word, that service which is defined in the liturgy of the English Church to be perfect freedom, why do you name this by the same word by which the luxurious mean license, and the reckless mean change, by which the rogue means rapine, and the fool, equality, by which the proud mean anarchy, and the malignant mean violence. Call it by any name rather than this, but its best and truest is obedience. Obedience is, indeed, founded on a kind of freedom, else it would become mere subjugation, but that freedom is only granted that obedience may be more perfect, and thus, while a measure of license is necessary to exhibit the individual energies of things, the fairness and pleasantness and perfection of them all consist in their restraint. Compare a river that has burst its banks with one that is bound by them, and the clouds that are scattered over the face of the whole heaven with those that are marshaled into ranks and orders by its winds. So that though restraint, utter and unrelaxing, can never be comely, this is not because it is in itself an evil, but only because, when too great, it overpowers the nature of the thing restrained, and so counteracts the other laws of which that nature is itself composed. And the balance wherein consists the fairness of creation is between the laws of life and being in the things governed, and the laws of general sway to which they are subjected, and the suspension or infringement of either kind of law, or, literally, disorder, is equivalent to, and synonymous with, disease, while the increase of both honor and beauty is habitually on the side of restraint, or the action of superior law, rather than of character, or the action of inherent law. The noblest word in the catalogue of social virtue is loyalty, and the sweetest which men have learned in the pastures of the wilderness is fold. Nor is this all, but we may observe that exactly in proportion to the majesty of things in the scale of being, is the completeness of their obedience to the laws that are set over them. Gravitation is less quietly, less instantly obeyed by a grain of dust than it is by the sun and moon, and the ocean falls and flows under influences which the lake and river do not recognize. So also in estimating the dignity of any action or occupation of men, there is perhaps no better test than the question, are its laws straight? For their severity will probably be commensurate with the greatness of the numbers whose labor it concentrates, or whose interest it concerns. This severity must be singular, therefore, in the case of that art, above all others, whose productions are the most vast and the most common, which requires for its practice the cooperation of bodies of men, and for its perfection the perseverance of successive generations. And taking into account also what we have before so often observed of architecture, her continual influence over the emotions of daily life, and her realism, as opposed to the two sister arts which are in comparison but the picturing of stories and of dreams, we might beforehand expect that we should find her healthy state and action dependent on far more severe laws than theirs. That the license which they extend to the workings of individual mind would be withdrawn by her, and that in assertion of the relations which she holds with all that is universally important to man, she would set forth, by her own majestic subjection, some likeness of that on which man's social happiness and power depend. We might, therefore, without the light of experience, conclude that architecture never could flourish except when it was subjected to a national law as strict and as minutely authoritative as the laws which regulate religion, policy, and social relations, nay, even more authoritative than these, because both capable of more enforcement, as over more passive matter, and needing more enforcement, as the purest type not of one law nor of another, but of the common authority of all. But in this matter experience speaks more loudly than reason. If there be any one condition which, in watching the progress of architecture, we see distinct and general, if, amidst the counter-evidence of success attending opposite accidents of character and circumstance, any one conclusion may be constantly and indisputably drawn, it is this: that the architecture of a nation is great only when it is as universal and as established as its language, and when provincial differences of style are nothing more than so many dialects. Other necessities are matters of doubt. Nations have been alike successful in their architecture in times of poverty and of wealth, in times of war and of peace, in times of barbarism and of refinement, under governments the most liberal or the most arbitrary. But this one condition has been constant, this one requirement clear in all places and at all times, that the work shall be that of a school, that no individual caprice shall dispense with, or materially vary, accepted types and customary decorations, and that from the cottage to the palace, and from the chapel to the basilica, and from the garden fence to the fortress wall, every member and feature of the architecture of the nation shall be as commonly current, as frankly accepted, as its language or its coin. A day never passes without our hearing our English architects called upon to be original, and to invent a new style, about as sensible and necessary an exhortation as to ask of a man who has never had rags enough on his back to keep out cold, to invent a new mode of cutting a coat. Give him a whole coat first, and let him concern himself about the fashion of it afterwards. We want no new style of architecture. Who wants a new style of painting or sculpture? But we want some style. It is of marvelously little importance, if we have a code of laws and they be good laws, whether they be new or old, foreign or native, Roman or Saxon, or Norman, or English laws. But it is of considerable importance that we should have a code of laws of one kind or another, and that code accepted and enforced from one side of the island to another, and not one law made ground of judgment at York and another in Exeter. And in like manner it does not matter one marble splinter whether we have an old or new architecture, but it matters everything whether we have an architecture truly so called or not, that is, whether an architecture whose laws might be taught at our schools from Cornwall to Northumberland, as we teach English spelling and English grammar, or an architecture which is to be invented fresh every time we build a workhouse or a parish school. There seems to me to be a wonderful misunderstanding among the majority of architects at the present day as to the very nature and meaning of originality, and of all wherein it consists. Originality in expression does not depend on invention of new words, nor originality in poetry on invention of new measures, nor, in painting, on invention of new colors, or new modes of using them. The chords of music, the harmonies of color, the general principles of the arrangement of sculptural masses, have been determined long ago, and, in all probability, cannot be added to any more than they can be altered. Granting that they may be, such additions or alterations are much more the work of time and of multitudes than of individual inventors. We may have one Van Eyck, who will be known as the introducer of a new style once in 10 centuries, but he himself will trace his invention to some accidental byplay or pursuit, and the use of that invention will depend altogether on the popular necessities or instincts of the period. Originality depends on nothing of the kind. A man who has the gift will take up any style that is going, the style of his day, and will work in that, and be great in that, and make everything that he does in it look as fresh as if every thought of it had just come down from heaven. I do not say that he will not take liberties with his materials, or with his rules. I do not say that strange changes will not sometimes be wrought by his efforts, or his fancies, in both. But those changes will be instructive, natural, facile, though sometimes marvelous. They will never be sought after as things necessary to his dignity or to his independence, and those liberties will be like the liberties that a great speaker takes with the language, not a defiance of its rules for the sake of singularity, but inevitable, uncalculated, and brilliant consequences of an effort to express what the language, without such infraction, could not. There may be times when, as I have above described, the life of an art is manifested in its changes, and in its refusal of ancient limitations, so there are in the life of an insect, and there is great interest in the state of both the art and the insect at those periods when, by their natural progress and constitutional power, such changes are about to be wrought. But as that would be both an uncomfortable and foolish caterpillar which, instead of being contented with a caterpillar's life and feeding on caterpillar's food, was always striving to turn itself into a chrysalis, and as that would be an unhappy chrysalis which should lie awake at night and roll restlessly in its cocoon, in efforts to turn itself prematurely into a moth, so will that art be unhappy and unprosperous which, instead of supporting itself on the food, and contenting itself with the customs, which have been enough for the support and guidance of other arts before it and like it, is struggling and fretting under the natural limitations of its existence, and striving to become something other than it is. And though it is the nobility of the highest creatures to look forward to, and partly to understand the changes which are appointed for them, preparing for them beforehand, and if, as is usual with appointed changes, they be into a higher state, even desiring them, and rejoicing in the hope of them, yet it is the strength of every creature, be it changeful or not, to rest for the time being contented with the conditions of its existence, and striving only to bring about the changes which it desires by fulfilling to the uttermost the duties for which its present state is appointed and continued. Neither originality, therefore, nor change, good though both may be, and this is commonly a most merciful and enthusiastic supposition with respect to either, is ever to be sought in itself, or can ever be healthily obtained by any struggle or rebellion against common laws. We want neither the one nor the other. The forms of architecture already known are good enough for us, and for far better than any of us, and it will be time enough to think of changing them for better when we can use them as they are. But there are some things which we not only want, but cannot do without, and which all the struggling and raving in the world, nay more, which all the real talent and resolution in England will never enable us to do without, and these are obedience, unity, fellowship, and order. And all our schools of design, and committees of taste, all our academies and lectures, and journalisms, and essays, all the sacrifices which we are beginning to make, all the truth which there is in our English nature, all the power of our English will, and the life of our English intellect, will in this matter be as useless as efforts and emotions in a dream, unless we are contented to submit architecture and all art, like other things, to English law. I say architecture and all art, for I believe architecture must be the beginning of arts, and that the others must follow her in their time and order, and I think the prosperity of our schools of painting and sculpture, in which no one will deny the life, though many the health, depends upon that of our architecture. I think that all will languish until that takes the lead, and this I do not think, but I proclaim, as confidently as I would assert the necessity, for the safety of society, of an understood and strongly administered legal government, our architecture will languish, and that in the very dust, until the first principle of common sense be manfully obeyed, and an universal system of form and workmanship be everywhere adopted and enforced. It may be said that this is impossible. It may be so, I fear it is so, I have nothing to do with the possibility or impossibility of it. I simply know and assert the necessity of it. If it be impossible, English art is impossible. Give it up at once. You are wasting time, and money, and energy upon it, and though you exhaust centuries and treasures, and break hearts for it, you will never raise it above the merest dilettanteism. Think not of it. It is a dangerous vanity, a mere gulf in which genius after genius will be swallowed up, and it will not close. And so it will continue to be, unless the one bold and broad step be taken at the beginning. We shall not manufacture art out of pottery and printed stuffs. We shall not reason out art by our philosophy. We shall not stumble upon art by our experiments, nor create it by our fancies. I do not say that we can even build it out of brick and stone, but there is a chance for us in these, and there is none else, and that chance rests on the bare possibility of obtaining the consent, both of architects and of the public, to choose a style, and to use it universally. How surely its principles ought at first to be limited, we may easily determine by the consideration of the necessary modes of teaching any other branch of general knowledge. When we begin to teach children writing, we force them to absolute copyism, and require absolute accuracy in the formation of the letters. As they obtain command of the received modes of literal expression, we cannot prevent their falling into such variations as are consistent with their feeling, their circumstances, or their characters. So, when a boy is first taught to write Latin, an authority is required of him for every expression he uses. As he becomes master of the language, he may take a license, and feel his right to do so without any authority, and yet write better Latin than when he borrowed every separate expression. In the same way, our architects would have to be taught to write the accepted style. We must first determine what buildings are to be considered Augustan in their authority. Their modes of construction and laws of proportion are to be studied with the most penetrating care. Then the different forms and uses of their decorations are to be classed and catalogued, as a German grammarian classes the powers of prepositions, and under this absolute, irrefragable authority, we are to begin to work, admitting not so much as an alteration in the depth of a cavetto, or the breadth of a fillet. Then, when our sight is once accustomed to the grammatical forms and arrangements, and our thoughts familiar with the expression of them all, when we can speak this dead language naturally, and apply it to whatever ideas we have to render, that is to say, to every practical purpose of life, then, and not till then, a license might be permitted, an individual authority allowed to change or to add to the received forms. Always within certain limits, the decorations, especially, might be made subjects of variable fancy, and enriched with ideas either original or taken from other schools. And thus, in process of time and by a great national movement, it might come to pass that a new style should arise as language itself changes. We might perhaps come to speak Italian instead of Latin, or to speak modern instead of Old English, but this would be a matter of entire indifference, and a matter, besides, which no determination or desire could either hasten or prevent. That alone which it is in our power to obtain, and which it is our duty to desire, is an unanimous style of some kind, and such comprehension and practice of it as would enable us to adapt its features to the peculiar character of every several building, large or small, domestic, civil, or ecclesiastical. Selections from Lectures on Art. Selections from Lectures on Art. Ruskin was first elected to the Slade Professorship of Fine Art in Oxford in 1869, and held the chair continuously until 1878, when he resigned because of ill health, and again from 1883 to 1885. The lectures on art were announced in the Oxford University Gazette of January 28, 1870, the general subject of the course being the limits and elementary practice of art, with Leonardo's Trattato della Pittura as the textbook. The lectures were delivered between February 8 and March 23, 1870. They appeared in book form in July of the same year. These lectures contain much of his best and most mature thought, of his most painstaking research and keenest analysis. Talking with a friend in later years, he said, "I have taken more pains with the Oxford lectures than with anything else I have ever done." And in the preface to the edition of 1887 he began, "The following lectures were the most important piece of my literary work, done with unabated power, best motive, and happiest concurrence of circumstance." Ruskin took his professorship very seriously. He spent almost infinite labor in composing his more formal lectures, and during the 8 years in which he held the chair he published 6 volumes of them, not to mention 3 Italian guidebooks, which came under his interpretation of his professional duties. "The real duty involved in my Oxford professorship cannot be completely done by giving lectures in Oxford only, but I ought also to give what guidance I may to travelers in Italy." Not only by lecturing and writing did he fill the chair, but he taught individuals, founded and endowed a drawing mastership, and presented elaborately catalogued collections to illustrate his subject. His lecture classes were always large, and his work had a marked influence in the university. Inaugural. We see lately a most powerful impulse given to the production of costly works of art by the various causes which promote the sudden accumulation of wealth in the hands of private persons. We have thus a vast and new patronage, which, in its present agency, is injurious to our schools, but which is nevertheless in a great degree earnest and conscientious, and far from being influenced chiefly by motives of ostentation. Most of our rich men would be glad to promote the true interests of art in this country, and even those who by for vanity found their vanity on the possession of what they supposed to be best. It is therefore in a great measure the fault of artists themselves if they suffer from this partly unintelligent, but thoroughly well-intended patronage. If they seek to attract it by eccentricity, to deceive it by superficial qualities, or take advantage of it by thoughtless and facile production, they necessarily degrade themselves and it together, and have no right to complain afterwards that it will not acknowledge better-grounded claims. But if every painter of real power would do only what he knew to be worthy of himself, and refuse to be involved in the contention for undeserved or accidental success, there is indeed, whatever may have been thought or said to the contrary, true instinct enough in the public mind to follow such firm guidance. It is one of the facts which the experience of 30 years enables me to assert without qualification, that a really good picture is ultimately always approved and bought, unless it is willfully rendered offensive to the public by faults which the artist has been either too proud to abandon or too weak to correct. The development of whatever is healthful and serviceable in the 2 modes of impulse which we have been considering, depends, however, ultimately, on the direction taken by the true interest in art which has lately been aroused by the great and active genius of many of our living, or but lately lost, painters, sculptors, and architects. It may perhaps surprise, but I think it will please you to hear me, or, if you will forgive me, in my own Oxford, the presumption of fancying that some may recognize me by an old name, to hear the author of Modern Painters say that his chief error in earlier days was not in overestimating, but in too slightly acknowledging the merit of living men. The great painter whose power, while he was yet among us, I was able to perceive, was the first to reprove me for my disregard of the skill of his fellow artists. And with this inauguration of the study of the art of all time, a study which can only by true modesty end in wise admiration, it is surely well that I connect the record of these words of his, spoken then too truly to myself, and true always more or less for all who are untrained in that toil. You don't know how difficult it is. You will not expect me, within the compass of this lecture, to give you any analysis of the many kinds of excellent art, and all the three great divisions, which the complex demands of modern life, and yet more varied instincts of modern genius, have developed for pleasure or service. It must be my endeavor, in conjunction with my colleagues in other universities, hereafter to enable you to appreciate these worthily, in the hope that also the members of the Royal Academy, and those of the Institute of British Architects, may be induced to assist, and guide, the efforts of the universities, by organizing such a system of art education for their own students, as shall in future prevent the waste of genius in any mistaken endeavors, especially removing doubt as to the proper substance and use of materials, and requiring compliance with certain elementary principles of right, in every picture and design exhibited with their sanction. It is not indeed possible for talent so varied as that of English artists to be compelled into the formalities of a determined school, but it must certainly be the function of every academical body to see that their younger students are guarded from what must in every school be error, and that they are practiced in the best methods of work hitherto known, before their ingenuity is directed to the invention of others. I need scarcely refer, except for the sake of completeness in my statement, to one form of demand for art which is wholly unenlightened, and powerful only for evil, namely, the demand of the classes occupied solely in the pursuit of pleasure, for objects and modes of art that can amuse indolence or excite passion. There is no need for any discussion of these requirements, or of their forms of influence, though they are very deadly at present in their operation on sculpture and on jewelers' work. They cannot be checked by blame, nor guided by instruction. They are merely the necessary results of whatever defects exist in the temper and principles of a luxurious society, and it is only by moral changes, not by art criticism, that their action can be modified. Lastly, there is a continually increasing demand for popular art, multipliable by the printing press, illustrative of daily events, of general literature, and of natural science. Admirable skill, and some of the best talent of modern times, are occupied in supplying this want, and there is no limit to the good which may be effected by rightly taking advantage of the powers we now possess of placing good and lovely art within the reach of the poorest classes. Much has been already accomplished, but great harm has been done also, first, by forms of art definitely addressed to depraved tastes, and secondly, in a more subtle way, by really beautiful and useful engravings which are yet not good enough to retain their influence on the public mind, which weary it by redundant quantity of monotonous average excellence, and diminish or destroy its power of accurate attention to work of a higher order. Especially this is to be regretted in the effect produced on the schools of line engraving, which had reached in England an executive skill of a kind before unexampled, and which of late have lost much of their more sterling and legitimate methods. Still, I have seen plates produced quite recently, more beautiful, I think, in some qualities than anything ever before attained by the Burin, and I have not the slightest fear that photography, or any other adverse or competitive operation, will in the least ultimately diminish. I believe they will, on the contrary, stimulate and exalt the grand old powers of the wood and the steel. Such are, I think, briefly the present conditions of art with which we have to deal, and I conceive it to be the function of this professorship, with respect to them, to establish both a practical and critical school of fine art for English gentlemen. Practical, so that, if they draw at all, they may draw rightly, and critical, so that, being first directed to such works of existing art as will best reward their study, they may afterwards make their patronage of living artists delightful too. themselves in their consciousness of its justice, and to the utmost, beneficial to their country, by being given only to the men who deserve it, in the early period of their lives, when they both need it most and can be influenced by it to the best advantage. And especially with reference to this function of patronage, I believe myself justified in taking into account future probabilities as to the character and range of art in England, and I shall endeavor at once to organize with you a system of study calculated to develop chiefly the knowledge of those branches in which the English schools have shown, and are likely to show, peculiar excellence. Now, in asking your sanction both for the nature of the general plans I wish to adopt, and for what I conceive to be necessary limitations of them, I wish you to be fully aware of my reasons for both, and I will therefore risk the burdening of your patience while I state the directions of effort in which I think English artists are liable to failure, and those also in which past experience has shown they are secure of success. I referred but now to the effort we are making to improve the designs of our manufactures. Within certain limits I believe this improvement may indeed take effect, so that we may no more humor momentary fashions by ugly results of chance instead of design, and may produce both good tissues, of harmonious colors, and good forms and substance of pottery and glass. But we shall never excel in decorative design. Such design is usually produced by people of great natural powers of mind, who have no variety of subjects to employ themselves on, no oppressive anxieties, and are in circumstances either of natural scenery or of daily life, which cause pleasurable excitement. We cannot design because we have too much to think of, and we think of it too anxiously. It has long been observed how little real anxiety exists in the minds of the partly savage races which excel in decorative art, and we must not suppose that the temper of the Middle Ages was a troubled one, because every day brought its dangers or its changes. The very eventfulness of the life rendered it careless, as generally is still the case with soldiers and sailors. Now, when there are great powers of thought, and little to think of, all the waste energy and fancy are thrown into the manual work, and you have as much intellect as would direct the affairs of a large mercantile concern for a day, spent all at once, quite unconsciously, in drawing an ingenious spiral. Also, powers of doing fine ornamental work are only to be reached by a perpetual discipline of the hand as well as of the fancy, discipline as attentive and painful as that which a juggler has to put himself through, to overcome the more palpable difficulties of his profession. The execution of the best artists is always a splendid tour de force, and much that in painting is supposed to be dependent on material is indeed only a lovely and quite inimitable legerdemain. Now, when powers of fancy, stimulated by this triumphant precision of manual dexterity, descend uninterruptedly from generation to generation, you have at last, what is not so much a trained artist as a new species of animal, with whose instinctive gifts you have no chance of contending. And thus all our imitations of other people's work are futile. We must learn first to make honest English wares, and afterward to decorate them as may please the then approving graces. Secondly, and this is an incapacity of a graver kind, yet having its own good in it also, we shall never be successful in the highest fields of ideal or theological art. For there is one strange, but quite essential, character in us, ever since the Conquest, if not earlier, a delight in the forms of burlesque which are connected in some degree with the foulness and evil. I think the most perfect type of a true English mind in its best possible temper is that of Chaucer, and you will find that, while it is for the most part full of thoughts of beauty, pure and wild like that of an April morning, there are, even in the midst of this, sometimes momentarily jesting passages which stoop to play with evil, while the power of listening to and enjoying the jesting of entirely gross persons, whatever the feeling may be which permits it, afterwards degenerates into forms of humor which render some of quite the greatest, wisest, and most moral of English writers now almost useless for our youth. And yet you will find that whenever Englishmen are wholly without this instinct, their genius is comparatively weak and restricted. Now, the first necessity for the doing of any great work in ideal art is the looking upon all foulness with horror, as a contemptible though dreadful enemy. You may easily understand what I mean, by comparing the feelings with which Dante regards any form of obscenity, or of base jest, with the temper in which the same things are regarded by Shakespeare. And this strange earthly instinct of ours, coupled as it is, in our good men, with great simplicity and common sense, renders them shrewd and perfect observers and delineators of actual nature, low or high, but precludes them from that speciality of art which is properly called sublime. If ever we try anything in the manner of Michelangelo or of Dante, we catch a fall, even in literature, as Milton in the Battle of the Angels spoiled from Hesiod, while in art, every attempt in this style has hitherto been the sign either of the presumptuous egotism of persons who had never really learned to be workmen, or it has been connected with very tragic forms of the contemplation of death. It has always been partly insane, and never once wholly successful. But we need not feel any discomfort in these limitations of our capacity. We can do much that others cannot, and more than we have ever yet ourselves completely done. Our first great gift is in the portraiture of living people, a power already so accomplished in both Reynolds and Gainsborough, that nothing is left for future masters but to add the calm of perfect workmanship to their vigor and felicity of perception. And of what value a true school of portraiture may become in the future, when worthy men will desire only to be known, and others will not fear to know them, for what they truly were, we cannot from any past records of art influence yet conceive. But in my next address it will be partly my endeavor to show you how much more useful, because more humble, the labor of great masters might have been, had they been content to bear record of the souls that were dwelling with them on earth, instead of striving to give a deceptive glory to those they dreamed of in heaven. Secondly, we have an intense power of invention and expression in domestic drama, King Lear and Hamlet being essentially domestic in their strongest motives of interest. There is a tendency at this moment towards a noble development of our art in this direction, checked by many adverse conditions, which may be summed in one: the insufficiency of generous civic or patriotic passion in the heart of the English people, a fault which makes its domestic affections selfish, contracted, and therefore frivolous. Thirdly, in connection with our simplicity and good humor, and partly with that very love of the grotesque which debases our ideal, we have a sympathy with the lower animals which is peculiarly our own, and which, though it has already found some exquisite expression in the works of Bewick and Landseer, is yet quite undeveloped. This sympathy, with the aid of our now authoritative science of physiology, and in association with our British love of adventure, will, I hope, enable us to give to the future inhabitants of the globe an almost perfect record of the present forms of animal life upon it, of which many are on the point of being extinguished. While I myself hold this professorship, I shall direct you in these exercises very definitely to natural history and to landscape, not only because in these two branches I am probably able to show you truths which might be despised by my successors, but because I think the vital and joyful study of natural history quite the principal element requiring introduction, not only into university, but into national education, from highest to lowest, and I even will risk incurring your ridicule by confessing one of my fondest dreams, that I may succeed in making some of you English youths like better to look at a bird than to shoot it, and even desire to make wild creatures tame, instead of tame creatures wild. And for the study of landscape, it is, I think, now calculated to be of use in deeper, if not more important modes, than that of natural science, for reasons which I will ask you to let me state at some length. Observe first, no race of men which is entirely bred in wild country, far from cities, ever enjoys landscape. They may enjoy the beauty of animals, but scarcely even that. A true peasant cannot see the beauty of cattle, but only the qualities expressive of their serviceableness. I waive discussion of this today. Permit my assertion of it, under my confident guarantee of future proof. Landscape can only be enjoyed by cultivated persons, and it is only by music, literature, and painting that cultivation can be given. Also, the faculties which are thus received are hereditary, so that the child of an educated race has an innate instinct for beauty, derived from arts practiced hundreds of years before its birth. Now, farther note this, one of the loveliest things in human nature. In the children of noble races, trained by surrounding art, and at the same time in the practice of great deeds, there is an intense delight in the landscape of their country as memorial, a sense not taught to them, nor teachable to any others, but, in them, innate, and the seal and reward of persistence in great national life. The obedience and the peace of ages having extended gradually the glory of the revered ancestors also to the ancestral land, until the motherhood of the dust, the mystery of the Demeter from whose bosom we came, and to whose bosom we return, surrounds and inspires, everywhere, the local awe of field and fountain, the sacredness of landmark that none may remove, and of wave that none may pollute, while records of proud days, and of dear persons, make every rock monumental with ghostly inscription, and every path lovely with noble desolateness. Now, however checked by lightness of temperament, the instinctive love of landscape in us has this deep root, which, in your minds, I will pray you to disencumber from whatever may oppress or mortify it, and to strive to feel with all the strength of your youth that a nation is only worthy of the soil and the scenes that it has inherited, when, by all its acts and arts, it is making them more lovely for its children. But if either our work, or our inquiries, are to be indeed successful in their own field, they must be connected with others of a sterner character. Now listen to me, if I have in these past details lost or burdened your attention, for this is what I have chiefly to say to you. The art of any country is the exponent of its social and political virtues. I will show you that it is so in some detail, in the second of my subsequent course of lectures. Meantime, accept this as one of the things, and the most important of all things, I can positively declare to you. The art, or general productive and formative energy, of any country, is an exact exponent of its ethical life. You can have noble art only from noble persons, associated under laws fitted to their time and circumstances. And the best skill that any teacher of art could spend here in your help would not end in enabling you even so much as rightly to draw the water lilies in the charwoil, and though it did, the work when done would not be worth the lilies themselves, unless both he and you were seeking, as I trust we shall together seek, in the laws which regulate the finest industries, the clue to the laws which regulate all industries, and in better obedience to which we shall actually have henceforward to live, not merely in compliance with our own sense of what is right, but under the weight of quite literal necessity. For the trades by which the British people has believed it to be the highest of destinies to maintain itself, cannot now long remain undisputed in its hands. Its unemployed poor are daily becoming more violently criminal, and a certain distress in the middle classes, arising, partly from their vanity in living always up to their incomes, and partly from their folly in imagining that they can subsist in idleness upon usury, will at last compel the sons and daughters of English families to acquaint themselves with the principles of providential economy, and to learn that food can only be got out of the ground, and competence only secured by frugality, and that although it is not possible for all to be occupied in the highest arts, nor for any, guiltlessly, to pass their days in a succession of pleasures, the most perfect mental culture possible to men is founded on their useful energies, and their best arts and brightest happiness are consistent, and consistent only, with their virtue. This, I repeat, gentlemen, will soon become manifest to those among us, and there are yet many, who are honest-hearted. And the future fate of England depends upon the position they then take, and on their courage in maintaining it. There is a destiny now possible to us, the highest ever set before a nation to be accepted or refused. We are still undegenerate in race, a race mingled of the best northern blood. We are not yet dissolute in temper, but still have the firmness to govern, and the grace to obey. We have been taught a religion of pure mercy, which we must either now betray, or learn to defend by fulfilling. And we are rich in an inheritance of honor, bequeathed to us through 1,000 years of noble history, which it should be our daily thirst to increase with splendid avarice, so that Englishmen, if it be a sin to covet honor, should be the most offending souls alive. Within the last few years we have had the laws of natural science opened to us with a rapidity which has been blinding by its brightness, and means of transit and communication given to us, which have made but one kingdom of the habitable globe. One kingdom, but who is to be its king? Is there to be no king in it, think you, and every man to do that which is right in his own eyes? Or only kings of terror, and the obscene empires of Mammon and Belial? Or will you, youths of England, make your country again a royal throne of kings, a sceptred isle, for all the world a source of light, a center of peace, mistress of learning and of the arts, faithful guardian of great memories in the midst of irreverent and ephemeral visions, faithful servant of time-tried principles, under temptation from fond experiments and licentious desires? and amidst the cruel and clamorous jealousies of the nations, worshipped in her strange valor of goodwill toward men? Vexilla regis prodient. Yes, but of which king? There are the two oriflammes. Which shall we plant on the farthest islands? The one that floats in heavenly fire, or that hangs heavy with foul tissue of terrestrial gold? There is indeed a course of beneficent glory open to us, such as never was yet offered to any poor group of mortal souls. But it must be, it is with us now. Reign or die. And if it shall be said of this country, Fis per viltate, Illinois gran refuto, that refusal of the crown will be, of all yet recorded in history, the shamefullest and most untimely. And this is what she must either do, or perish. She must found colonies as fast and as far as she is able, formed of her most energetic and worthiest men, seizing every piece of fruitful waste ground she can set her foot on, and there teaching these her colonists that their chief virtue is to be fidelity to their country, and that their first aim is to be to advance the power of England by land and sea, and that, though they live on a distant plot of ground, they are no more to consider themselves therefore disfranchised from their native land than the sailors of her fleets do, because they float on distant waves. So that literally, these colonies must be fastened fleets, and every man of them must be under authority of captains and officers, whose better command is to be over fields and streets instead of ships of the line, and England, in these her motionless navies, or, in the true and mightiest sense, motionless churches, ruled by pilots on the Galilean lake of all the world, is to expect every man to do his duty, recognizing that duty is indeed possible no less in peace than war, and that if we can get men, for little pay, to cast themselves against cannon mouths for love of England, we may find men also who will plough and sow for her, who will behave kindly and righteously for her, who will bring up their children to love her, and who will gladden themselves in the brightness of her glory, more than in all the light of tropic skies. But that they may be able to do this, she must make her own majesty stainless. She must give them thoughts of their home of which they can be proud. The England who is to be mistress of half the earth cannot remain herself a heap of cinders, trampled by contending and miserable crowds. She must yet again become the England she was once, and in all beautiful ways more, so happy, so secluded, and so pure that in her sky, polluted by no unholy clouds, she may be able to spell rightly of every star that heaven doth show, and in her fields, ordered and wide and fair, of every herb that sips the dew, and under the green avenues of her enchanted garden, a sacred Circe, true daughter of the sun, she must guide the human arts, and gather the divine knowledge of distant nations, transformed from savageness to manhood, and redeemed from despairing into peace. You think that an impossible ideal. Be it so, refuse to accept it if you will, but see that you form your own in its stead. All that I ask of you is to have a fixed purpose of some kind for your country and yourselves, no matter how restricted, so that it be fixed and unselfish. I know what stout hearts are in you, to answer acknowledged need, but it is the fatalist form of error in English youth to hide their hardihood till it fades for lack of sunshine, and to act in disdain of purpose, till all purpose is vain. It is not by deliberate, but by careless selfishness, not by compromise with evil, but by dull following of good, that the weight of national evil increases upon us daily. Break through at least this pretense of existence. Determine what you will be, and what you would win. You will not decide wrongly if you resolve to decide at all. Were even the choice between lawless pleasure and loyal suffering, you would not, I believe, choose basely. But your trial is not so sharp. It is between drifting in confused wreck among the castaways of fortune, who condemns to assured ruin those who know not either how to resist her, or obey. Between this, I say, and the taking of your appointed part in the heroism of rest, the resolving to share in the victory which is to the weak rather than the strong, and the binding yourselves by that law, which, thought on through lingering night and laboring day, makes a man's life to be as a tree planted by the waterside, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. Et folum aegis non defluit, et omnia, qui cumque faciet, prosperabuntur. The relation of art to morals. And now I pass to the arts with which I have special concern, in which, though the facts are exactly the same, I shall have more difficulty in proving my assertion, because very few of us are as cognizant of the merit of painting as we are of that of language, and I can only show you whence that merit springs, after having thoroughly shown you in what it consists. But in the meantime, I have simply to tell you that the manual arts are as accurate exponents of ethical state as other modes of expression, first, with absolute precision, of that of the workman, and then with precision, disguised by many distorting influences, of that of the nation to which it belongs. And first, they are a perfect exponent of the mind of the workman, but being so, remember, if the mind be great or complex, the art is not an easy book to read, for we must ourselves possess all the mental characters of which we are to read the signs. No man can read the evidence of labor who is not himself laborious, for he does not know what the work cost, nor can he read the evidence of true passion if he is not passionate, nor of gentleness if he is not gentle, and the most subtle signs of fault and weakness of character he can only judge by having had the same faults to fight with. I myself, for instance, know impatient work, and tired work, better than most critics, because I am myself always impatient, and often tired, so also, the patient and indefatigable touch of a mighty master becomes more wonderful to me than to others. Yet, wonderful in no mean measure it will be to you all, when I make it manifest, and as soon as we begin our real work, and you have learned what it is to draw a true line, I shall be able to make manifest to you, and undisputably so, that the day's work of a man like Montaigne or Paul Veronese consists of an unfaltering, uninterrupted succession of movements of the hand more precise than those of the finest fencer, the pencil leaving one point and arriving at another, not only with unerring precision at the extremity of the line, but with an unerring and yet varied course, sometimes over spaces a foot or more in extent, yet a course so determined everywhere that either of these men could, and Veronese often does, draw a finished profile, or any other portion of the contour of the face, with one line, not afterwards changed. Try first to realize to yourselves the muscular precision of that action, and the intellectual strain of it, for the movement of a fencer is perfect in practiced monotony, but the movement of the hand of a great painter is at every instant governed by direct and new intention. Then imagine that muscular firmness and subtlety, and the instantaneously selective and ordinate energy of the brain, sustained all day long, not only without fatigue, but with a visible joy in the exertion, like that which an eagle seems to take in the wave of his wings, and this all life long, and through long life, not only without failure of power, but with visible increase of it, until the actually organic changes of old age. And then consider, so far as you know anything of physiology, what sort of an ethical state of body and mind that means, ethic through ages past. What fineness of race there must be to get it, what exquisite balance and symmetry of the vital powers. And then, finally, determine for yourselves whether a manhood like that is consistent with any viciousness of soul, with any mean anxiety, any gnawing lust, any wretchedness of spite or remorse, any consciousness of rebellion against law of God or man, or any actual, though unconscious violation of even the least law to which obedience is essential for the glory of life, and the pleasing of its giver. It is, of course, true that many of the strong masters had deep faults of character, but their faults always show in their work. It is true that some could not govern their passions; if so, they died young, or they painted ill when old. But the greater part of our misapprehension in the whole matter is from our not having well known who the great painters were, and taking delight in the petty skill that was bred in the fumes of the taverns of the north, instead of theirs who breathed imperial air, sons of the morning, under the woods of Assisi and the crags of Cador. It is true, however, also, as I have pointed out long ago, that the strong masters fall into two great divisions, one leading simple and natural lives, the other restrained in a puritanism of the worship of beauty, and these two manners of life you may recognize in a moment by their work. Generally the naturalists are the strongest, but there are two of the Puritans, whose work, if I can succeed in making clearly understandable to you during my 3 years here, it is all I need care to do. But of these two Puritans one I cannot name to you, and the other I at present will not. One I cannot, for no one knows his name, except the baptismal one, Bernard, or dear little Bernard, Bernardino, called from his birthplace, Lino, on the Lago Maggiore, Bernard of Lino. The other is a Venetian, of whom many of you probably have never heard, and of whom, through me, you shall not hear, until I have tried to get some picture by him over to England. Observe then, this Puritanism in the worship of beauty, though sometimes weak, is always honorable and amiable, and the exact reverse of the false Puritanism, which consists in the dread or disdain of beauty. And in order to treat my subject rightly, I ought to proceed from the skill of art to the choice of its subject, and show you how the moral temper of the workman is shown by his seeking lovely forms and thoughts to express, as well as by the force of his hand in expression. But I need not now urge this part of the proof on you, because you are already, I believe, sufficiently conscious of the truth in this matter, and also I have already said enough of it in my writings, whereas I have not at all said enough of the infallibleness of fine technical work as a proof of every other good power. And indeed it was long before I myself understood the true meaning of the pride of the greatest men in their mere execution, shown for a permanent lesson to us, in the stories which, whether true or not, indicate with absolute accuracy the general conviction of great artists, the stories of the contest of Apelles and Protogenes in a line only, of which I can promise you. You shall know the meaning to some purpose in a little while, the story of the Circle of Giotto, and especially, which you may perhaps not have observed, the expression of Dürer in his inscription on the drawings sent him by Raphael. These figures, he says, Raphael drew and sent to Albert Dürer in Nuremberg to show him what? Not his invention, nor his beauty of expression, but sein Handzuwesen, to show him his hand. And you will find, as you examine farther, that all inferior artists are continually trying to escape from the necessity of sound work, and either indulging themselves in their delights in subject, or pluming themselves on their noble motives for attempting what they cannot perform. And observe, by the way, that a great deal of what is mistaken for conscientious motive is nothing but a very pestilent, because very subtle, condition of vanity, whereas the great men always understand at once that the first morality of a painter, as of everybody else, is to know his business, and so earnest are they in this, that many, whose lives you would think, by the results of their work, had been passed in strong emotion, have in reality subdued themselves, though capable of the very strongest passions, into a calm as absolute as that of a deeply sheltered mountain lake, which reflects every agitation of the clouds in the sky, and every change of the shadows on the hills, but as itself motionless. Finally, you must remember that great obscurity has been brought upon the truth in this matter by the want of integrity and simplicity in our modern life. I mean integrity in the Latin sense, wholeness. Everything is broken up and mingled in confusion, both in our habits and thoughts, besides being in great part imitative, so that you not only cannot tell what a man is, but sometimes you cannot tell whether he is, at all, whether you have indeed to do with a spirit, or only with an echo. And thus the same inconsistencies appear now, between the work of artists of merit and their personal characters, as those which you find continually disappointing expectation in the lives of men of modern literary power, the same conditions of society having obscured or misdirected the best qualities of the imagination, both in our literature and art. Thus there is no serious question with any of us as to the personal character of Dante and Giotto, of Shakespeare and Holbein, but we pause timidly in the attempt to analyze the moral laws of the art skill in recent poets, novelists, and painters. Let me assure you once for all, that as you grow older, if you enable yourselves to distinguish by the truth of your own lives what is true in those of other men, you will gradually perceive that all good has its origin in good, never in evil, that the fact of either literature or painting being truly fine of their kind, whatever their mistaken aim, or partial error, is proof of their noble origin, and that, if there is indeed sterling value in the thing done, it has come of a sterling worth. In the soul that did it, however alloyed or defiled by conditions of sin which are sometimes more appalling or more strange than those which all may detect in their own hearts, because they are part of a personality altogether larger than ours, and as far beyond our judgment in its darkness as beyond our following in its light. And it is sufficient warning against what some might dread as the probable effect of such a conviction on your own minds, namely, that you might permit yourselves in the weaknesses which you imagine to be allied to genius, when they took the form of personal temptations. It is surely, I say, sufficient warning against so mean a folly, to discern, as you may with little pains, that, of all human existences, the lives of men of that distorted and tainted nobility of intellect are probably the most miserable. I pass to the second, and for us the more practically important question: what is the effect of noble art upon other men? What has it done for national morality in time past? And what effect is the extended knowledge or possession of it likely to have upon us now? And here we are at once met by the facts, which are as gloomy as indisputable, that, while many peasant populations, among whom scarcely the rudest practice of art has ever been attempted, have lived in comparative innocence, honor, and happiness, the worst foulness and cruelty of savage tribes have been frequently associated with fine ingenuities of decorative design. Also, that no people has ever attained the higher stages of art skill, except at a period of its civilization which was sullied by frequent, violent, and even monstrous crime. And lastly, that the attaining of perfection in art power has been hitherto, in every nation, the accurate signal of the beginning of its ruin. Respecting which phenomena, observe first, that although good never springs out of evil, it is developed to its highest by contention with evil. There are some groups of peasantry, in faraway nooks of Christian countries, who are nearly as innocent as lambs, but the morality which gives power to art is the morality of men, not of cattle. Secondly, the virtues of the inhabitants of many country districts are apparent, not real. Their lives are indeed artless, but not innocent, and it is only the monotony of circumstances, and the absence of temptation, which prevent the exhibition of evil passions not less real because often dormant, nor less foul because shown only in petty faults, or inactive malignities. But you will observe also that absolute artlessness, to men in any kind of moral health, is impossible. They have always, at least, the art by which they live, agriculture or seamanship, and in these industries, skillfully practiced, you will find the law of their moral training, while, whatever the adversity of circumstances, every rightly minded peasantry, such as that of Sweden, Denmark, Bavaria, or Switzerland, has associated with its needful industry a quite studied school of pleasurable art. In dress, and generally also in song, and simple domestic architecture. Again, I need not repeat to you here what I endeavored to explain in the first lecture in the book I called The Two Paths, respecting the arts of savage races. But I may now note briefly that such arts are the result of an intellectual activity which has found no room to expand, and which the tyranny of nature or of man has condemned to disease through arrested growth. And where neither Christianity, nor any other religion conveying some moral help, has reached, the animal energy of such races necessarily flames into ghastly conditions of evil, and the grotesque or frightful forms assumed by their art are precisely indicative of their distorted moral nature. But the truly great nations nearly always begin from a race possessing this imaginative power, and for some time their progress is very slow, and their state not one of innocence, but of feverish and faultful animal energy. This is gradually subdued and exalted into bright human life, the art instinct purifying itself with the rest of the nature, until social perfectness is nearly reached, and then comes the period when conscience and intellect are so highly developed that new forms of error begin in the inability to fulfill the demands of the one, or to answer the doubts of the other. Then the wholeness of the people is lost, all kinds of hypocrisies and oppositions of science develop themselves, their faith is questioned on one side, and compromised with on the other. Wealth commonly increases at the same period to a destructive extent, luxury follows, and the ruin of the nation is then certain, while the arts, all this time, are simply, as I said at first, the exponents of each phase of its moral state, and no more control it in its political career than the gleam of the firefly guides its oscillation. It is true that their most splendid results are usually obtained in the swiftness of the power which is hurrying to the precipice. But to lay the charge of the catastrophe to the art by which it is illumined, is to find a cause for the cataract in the hues of its iris. It is true that the colossal vices belonging to periods of great national wealth, for wealth, you will find, is the real root of all evil, can turn every good gift and skill of nature or of man to evil purpose. If, in such times, fair pictures have been misused, how much more fair realities? And if Miranda is immoral to Caliban, is that Miranda's fault? The relation of art to use. Our subject of inquiry today, you will remember, is the mode in which fine art is founded upon, or may contribute to, the practical requirements of human life. Its offices in this respect are mainly twofold. It gives form to knowledge, and grace to utility. That is to say, it makes permanently visible to us things which otherwise could neither be described by our science, nor retained by our memory, and it gives delightfulness and worth to the implements of daily use, and materials of dress, furniture, and lodging. In the first of these offices it gives precision and charm to truth, in the second it gives precision and charm to service. For, the moment we make anything useful thoroughly, it is a law of nature that we shall be pleased with ourselves, and with the thing we have made, and become desirous therefore to adorn or complete it, in some dainty way, with finer art expressive of our pleasure. And the point I wish chiefly to bring before you today is this close and healthy connection of the fine arts with material use. But I must first try briefly to put in clear light the function of art in giving form to truth. Much that I have hitherto tried to teach has been disputed on the ground that I have attached too much importance to art as representing natural facts, and too little to it as a source of pleasure. And I wish, in the close of these 4 prefatory lectures, strongly to assert to you, and so far as I can in the time, convince you, that the entire vitality of art depends upon its being either full of truth, or full of use, and that, however pleasant, wonderful, or impressive it may be in itself, it must yet be of inferior kind, and tend to deeper inferiority, unless it has clearly one of these main objects, either to state a true thing, or to adorn a serviceable one. It must never exist alone, never for itself. It exists rightly only when it is the means of knowledge, or the grace of agency for life. Now, I pray you to observe, for though I have said this often before, I have never yet said it clearly enough, every good piece of art, to whichever of these ends it may be directed, involves first essentially the evidence of human skill, and the formation of an actually beautiful thing by it. Skill and beauty, always, then, and beyond these, the formative arts have always one or other of the 2 objects which I have just defined to you, truth, or serviceableness, and without these aims either the skill nor their beauty will avail. Only by these can either legitimately reign. All the graphic arts begin in keeping the outline of shadow that we have loved, and they end in giving to it the aspect of life, and all the architectural arts begin in the shaping of the cup and the platter, and they end in a glorified roof. Therefore, you see, in the graphic arts you have skill, beauty, and likeness, and in the architectural arts skill, beauty, and use, and you must have the 3 in each group, balanced and coordinate, and all the chief errors of art consist in losing or exaggerating one of these elements. For instance, almost the whole system and hope of modern life are founded on the notion that you may substitute mechanism for skill, photograph for picture, cast iron for sculpture. That is your main 19th century faith, or infidelity. You think you can get everything by grinding, music, literature, and painting. You will find it grievously not so. You can get nothing but dust by mere grinding. Even to have the barley meal out of it, you must have the barley first, and that comes by growth, not grinding. But essentially, we have lost our delight in skill, in that majesty of it which I was trying to make clear to you in my last address, and which long ago I tried to express, under the head of ideas of power. The entire sense of that we have lost, because we ourselves do not take pains enough to do right, and have no conception of what the right costs, so that all the joy and reverence we ought to feel in looking at a strong man's work have ceased in us. We keep them yet a little in looking at a honeycomb or a bird's nest. We understand that these differ, by divinity of skill, from a lump of wax or a cluster of sticks. But a picture, which is a much more wonderful thing than a honeycomb or a bird's nest, have we not known people, and sensible people too, who expected to be taught to produce that, in 6 lessons? Well, you must have the skill, you must have the beauty, which is the highest moral element, and then, lastly, you must have the verity or utility, which is not the moral, but the vital element, and this desire for verity and use is the one aim of the 3 that always leads in great schools, and in the minds of great masters, without any exception. They will permit themselves in awkwardness, they will permit themselves in ugliness, but they will never permit themselves in uselessness or in unveracity. And farther, as their skill increases, and as their grace, so much more their desire for truth. It is impossible to find the three motives in fairer balance and harmony than in our own Reynolds. He rejoices in showing you his skill, and those of you who succeed in learning what painter's work really is, will one day rejoice also, even to laughter, that highest laughter which springs of pure delight, in watching the fortitude and the fire of a hand which strikes forth its will upon the canvas as easily as the wind strikes it on the sea. He rejoices in all abstract beauty and rhythm and melody of design. He will never give you a color that is not lovely, nor a shade that is unnecessary, nor a line that is ungraceful. But all his power and all his invention are held by him subordinate, and the more obediently because of their nobleness, to his true leading purpose of setting before you such likeness of the living presence of an English gentleman, or an English lady, as shall be worthy of being looked upon forever. But farther, you remember, I hope, for I said it in a way that I thought would shock you a little, that you might remember it, my statement, that art had never done more than this, never more than given the likeness of a noble human being. Not only so, but it very seldom does so much as this, and the best pictures that exist of the great schools are all portraits, or groups of portraits, often of very simple and nowise noble persons. You may have much more brilliant and impressive qualities in imaginative pictures. You may have figures scattered like clouds, or garlanded like flowers. You may have light and shade as of a tempest, and color, as of the rainbow. But all that is child's play to the great men, though it is astonishment to us. Their real strength is tried to the utmost, and as far as I know, it is never elsewhere brought out so thoroughly, as in painting one man or woman, and the soul that was in them, nor that always the highest soul, but often only a thwarted one that was capable of height, or perhaps not even that, but faultful and poor, yet seen through, to the poor best of it, by the masterful sight. So that in order to put before you in your standard series the best art possible, I am obliged, even from the very strongest men, to take the portraits, before I take the idealism. Nay, whatever is best in the great compositions themselves has depended on portraiture, and the study necessary to enable you to understand invention will also convince you that the mind of man never invented a greater thing than the form of man, animated by faithful life. Every attempt to refine or exalt such healthy humanity has weakened or caricatured it, or else consists only in giving it, to please our fancy, the wings of birds, or the eyes of antelopes. Whatever is truly great in either Greek or Christian art is also restrictedly human, and even the raptures of the redeemed souls who enter Celestement Belando, the gate of Angelico's paradise, were seen first in the terrestrial, yet most pure, mirth of Florentine maidens. I am aware that this cannot but at present appear gravely questionable to those of my audience who are strictly cognizant of the phases of Greek art, for they know that the moment of its decline is accurately marked by its turning from abstract form to portraiture. But the reason of this is simple. The progressive course of Greek art was in subduing monstrous conceptions to natural ones. It did this by general laws. It reached absolute truth of generic human form, and if its ethical force had remained, would have advanced into healthy portraiture. But at the moment of change the national life ended in Greece, and portraiture, there, meant insult to her religion, and flattery to her tyrants. And her skill perished, not because she became true in sight, but because she became vile in heart. But I have told you enough, it seems to me, at least today, of this function of art in recording fact. Let me now finally, and with all distinctness possible to me, state to you its main business of all, its service in the actual uses of daily life. You are surprised, perhaps, to hear me call this its main business. That is indeed so, however. The giving brightness to picture is much, but the giving brightness to life more. And remember, were it as patterns only, you cannot, without the realities, have the pictures. You cannot have a landscape by Turner without a country for him to paint. You cannot have a portrait by Titian without a man to be portrayed. I need not prove that to you, I suppose, in these short terms, but in the outcome I can get no soul to believe that the beginning of art is in getting our country clean, and our people beautiful. I have been 10 years trying to get this very plain certainty. I do not say believed, but even thought of, as anything but a monstrous proposition. To get your country clean, and your people lovely. I assure you that is a necessary work of art to begin with. There has indeed been art in countries where people lived in dirt to serve God, but never in countries where they lived in dirt to serve the devil. There has indeed been art where the people were not all lovely, where even their lips were thick, and their skins black, because the sun had looked upon them, but never in a country where the people were pale with miserable toil and deadly shade, and where the lips of youth, instead of being full with blood, were pinched by famine, or warped with poison. And now, therefore, note this well, the gist of all these long prefatory talks. I said that the two great moral instincts were those of order and kindness. Now all the arts are founded on agriculture by the hand, and on the graces and kindness of feeding, and dressing, and lodging your people. Greek art begins in the gardens of Alcinous, perfect order, leeks in beds, and fountains in pipes. And Christian art, as it arose out of chivalry, was only possible so far as chivalry compelled both kings and knights to care for the right personal training of their people. It perished utterly when those kings and knights became deltatum omicron beta sigma omicron iota, devourers of the people. And it will become possible again only when, literally, the sword is beaten into the plowshare, when your St. George of England shall justify his name, and Christian art shall be known as its master was, in breaking of bread. Now look at the working out of this broad principle in minor detail. Observe how, from highest to lowest, health of art has first depended on reference to industrial use. There is first the need of cup and platter, especially of cup, for you can put your meat on the harpies, or any other tables, but you must have your cup to drink from. And to hold it conveniently, you must put a handle to it, and to fill it when it is empty you must have a large pitcher of some sort, and to carry the pitcher you may most advisably have 2 handles. Modify the forms of these needful possessions according to the various requirements of drinking largely and drinking delicately, of pouring easily out, or of keeping for years the perfume in, of storing in cellars, or bearing from fountains, of sacrificial libation, of Panathenaic treasure of oil, and sepulchral treasure of ashes, and you have a resultant series of beautiful form and decoration. From the rude amphora of red earth up to Cellini's vases of gems and crystal, in which series, but especially in the more simple conditions of it, are developed the most beautiful lines and most perfect types of severe composition which have yet been attained by art. But again, that you may fill your cup with pure water, you must go to the well or spring. You need a fence round the well. You need some tube or trough, or other means of confining the stream at the spring. For the conveyance of the current to any distance you must build either enclosed or open aqueduct, and in the hot square of the city where you set it free, you find it good for health and pleasantness to let it leap into a fountain. On these several needs you have a school of sculpture founded, in the decoration of the walls of wells in level countries, and of the sources of springs in mountainous ones, and chiefly of all, where the women of household or market meet at the city fountain. There is, however, a farther reason for the use of art here than in any other material service, so far as we may, by art, express our reverence or thankfulness. Whenever a nation is in its right mind, it always has a deep sense of divinity in the gift of rain from heaven, filling its heart with food and gladness, and all the more when that gift becomes gentle and perennial in the flowing of springs. It literally is not possible that any fruitful power of the Muses should be put forth upon a people which disdains their helicon. Still less is it possible that any Christian nation should grow up. Tanquam lignum quod plantatum est secus decursus aquarum, which cannot recognize the lesson meant in their being told of the places where Rebekah was met, where Rachel, where Zipporah, and she who was asked for water under Mount Gerizim by a stranger, weary, who had nothing to draw with. And truly, when our mountain springs are set apart in vale, or craggy glen, or glade of wood green through the drought of summer, far from cities, then it is best let them stay in their own happy peace. But if near towns, and liable therefore to be defiled by common usage, we could not use the loveliest art more worthily than by sheltering the spring and its first pools with precious marbles, nor ought anything to be esteemed more important, as a means of healthy education, than the care to keep the streams of it afterwards, to as great a distance as possible, pure, full of fish, and easily accessible to children. There used to be, 30 years ago, a little rivulet of the Wandle, about an inch deep, which ran over the carriage road and under a footbridge just under the last chalk hill near Croydon. Alas! Men came and went, and it, did not go on forever. It has long since been bricked over by the parish authorities. But there was more education in that stream with its minnows than you could get out of £1,000 spent yearly in the parish schools, even though you were to spend every farthing of it in teaching the nature of oxygen and hydrogen, and the names, and rate per minute, of all the rivers in Asia and America. Well, the gist of this matter lies here then. Suppose we want a school of pottery again in England. All we poor artists are ready to do the best we can, to show you how pretty a line may be that is twisted first to one side, and then to the other, and how a plain household blue will make a pattern on white, and how ideal art may be got out of the spaniel's colors of black and tan. But I tell you beforehand, all that we can do will be utterly useless, unless you teach your peasant to say grace, not only before meat, but before drink, and having provided him with Greek cups and platters, provide him also with something that is not poison to put into them. There cannot be any need that I should trace for you the conditions of art that are directly founded on serviceableness of dress, and of armor, but it is my duty to affirm to you, in the most positive manner, that after recovering, for the poor, wholesomeness of food, your next step toward founding schools of art in England must be in recovering, for the poor, decency and wholesomeness of dress, thoroughly good in substance, fitted for their daily work, becoming to their rank in life, and worn with order and dignity. And this order and dignity must be taught them by the women of the upper and middle classes, whose minds can be in nothing right, as long as they are so wrong in this matter as to endure the squalor of the poor, while they themselves dress gaily. And on the proper pride and comfort of both poor and rich in dress must be founded the true arts of dress, carried on by masters of manufacture no less careful of the perfectness and beauty of their tissues, and of all that in substance and in design can be bestowed upon them, than ever the armorers of Milan and Damascus were careful of their steel. Then, in the third place, having recovered some wholesome habits of life as to food and dress, we must recover them as to lodging. I said just now that the best architecture was but a glorified roof. Think of it. The dome of the Vatican, the porches of Rheims or Chartres, the vaults and arches of their aisles, the canopy of the tomb, and the spire of the belfry, are all forms resulting from the mere requirement that a certain space shall be strongly covered from heat and rain. More than that, as I have tried all through the stones of Venice to show, the lovely forms of these were every one of them developed in civil and domestic building, and only after their invention employed ecclesiastically on the grandest scale. I think you cannot but have noticed here in Oxford, as elsewhere, that our modern architects never seem to know what to do with their roofs. Be assured, until the roofs are right, nothing else will be, and there are just two ways of keeping them right. Never build them of iron, but only of wood or stone, and secondly, take care that in every town the little roofs are built before the large ones, and that everybody who wants one has got one. And we must try also to make everybody want one. That is to say, at some not very advanced period of life, men should desire to have a home, which they do not wish to quit any more, suited to their habits of life, and likely to be more and more suitable to them until their death. And men must desire to have these their dwelling places built as strongly as possible, and furnished and decorated daintily, and set in pleasant places, in bright light, and good air, being able to choose for themselves that at least as well as swallows. And when the houses are grouped together in cities, men must have so much civic fellowship as to subject their architecture to a common law, and so much civic pride as to desire that the whole gathered group of human dwellings should be a lovely thing, not a frightful one, on the face of the earth. Not many weeks ago an English clergyman, a master of this university, a man not given to sentiment, but of middle age, and great practical sense, told me, by accident, and wholly without reference to the subject now before us, that he never could enter London from his country parsonage but with closed eyes, lest the sight of the blocks of houses which the railroad intersected in the suburbs should unfit him, by the horror of it, for his day's work. Now, it is not possible, and I repeat to you, only in more deliberate assertion, what I wrote just 22 years ago in the last chapter of the 7 Lamps of Architecture. It is not possible to have any right morality, happiness, or art, in any country where the cities are thus built, or thus, let me rather say, clotted and coagulated, spots of a dreadful mildew. spreading by patches and blotches over the country they consume. You must have lovely cities, crystallized, not coagulated, into form, limited in size, and not casting out the scum and scurf of them into an encircling eruption of shame, but girded each with its sacred pomerium, and with garlands of gardens full of blossoming trees and softly guided streams. Art and History. Art and History. Athena Ergane. This short selection is taken from the volume entitled The Queen of the Air, in which Ruskin, fascinated by the deep significance of the Greek myths and realizing the religious sincerity underlying them, attempts to interpret those that cluster about Athena. The book was published June 22, 1869. It is divided into 3 lectures, parts of which actually were delivered as lectures on different occasions, entitled respectively, Athena Kalanitis, Athena in the Heavens, Athena Keramitis, Athena in the Earth, Athena Ergane, Athena in the Heart. The first lecture is the only one which keeps to the title of the book. In the others, the legend is used merely as a starting point for the expression of various pregnant ideas on social and historical problems. The book as a whole abounds in flashes of inspiration and insight, and is a favorite with many readers of Ruskin. Carlyle, in a letter to Froude, wrote, "Passages of that last book, Queen of the Air, went into my heart like arrows. In different places of my writings, and through many years of endeavor to define the laws of art, I have insisted on this tightness in work, and on its connection with virtue of character, in so many partial ways, that the impression left on the reader's mind, if, indeed, it was ever impressed at all, has been confused and uncertain. In beginning the series of my corrected works, I wish this principle, in my own mind the foundation of every other, to be made plain, if nothing else is, and will try, therefore, to make it so far as, by any effort, I can put it into unmistakable words. And first, here is a very simple statement of it, given lately in a lecture on the architecture of the Valley of the Somme, which will be better read in this place than in its incidental connection with my account of the porches of Abbeville. I had used, in a preceding part of the lecture, the expression, by what faults this Gothic architecture fell. We continually speak thus of works of art. We talk of their faults and merits, as of virtues and vices. What do we mean by talking of the faults of a picture, or the merits of a piece of stone? The faults of a work of art are the faults of its workman, and its virtues his virtues. Great art is the expression of the mind of a great man, and mean art, that of the want of mind of a weak man. A foolish person builds foolishly, and a wise one, sensibly, a virtuous one, beautifully, and a vicious one, basely. If stone work is well put together, it means that a thoughtful man planned it, and a careful man cut it, and an honest man cemented it. If it has too much ornament, it means that its carver was too greedy of pleasure, if too little, that he was rude, or insensitive, or stupid, and the like. So that when once you have learned how to spell these most precious of all legends, pictures and buildings, you may read the characters of men, and of nations, in their art, as in a mirror, nay, as in a microscope, and magnified 100-fold, for the character becomes passionate in the art, and intensifies itself in all its noblest or meanest delights. Nay, not only as in a microscope, but as under a scalpel, and in dissection, for a man may hide himself from you, or misrepresent himself to you, every other way, but he cannot in his work. There, be sure, you have him to the inmost. All that he likes, all that he sees, all that he can do, his imagination, his affections, his perseverance, his impatience, his clumsiness, cleverness, everything is there. If the work is a cobweb, you know it was made by a spider; if a honeycomb, by a bee; a worm cast is thrown up by a worm, and a nest wreathed by a bird, and a house built by a man, worthily, if he is worthy, and ignobly if he is ignoble. And always, from the least to the greatest, as the made thing is good or bad, so is the maker of it. You all use this faculty of judgment more or less, whether you theoretically admit the principle or not. Take that floral gable. You don't suppose the man who built Stonehenge could have built that, or that the man who built that would have built Stonehenge. Do you think an old Roman would have liked such a piece of filigree work? Or that Michelangelo would have spent his time in twisting these stems of roses in and out? Or of modern handicraftsmen, Do you think a burglar, or a brute, or a pickpocket could have carved it? Could Bill Sikes have done it? Or the dodger, dexterous with finger and tool? You will find in the end that no man could have done it but exactly the man who did it, and by looking close at it, you may, if you know your letters, read precisely the manner of man he was. Now I must insist on this matter, for a grave reason. Of all facts concerning art, this is the one most necessary to be known, that, while manufacture is the work of hands only, art is the work of the whole spirit of man, and as that spirit is, so is the deed of it, and by whatever power of vice or virtue any art is produced, the same vice or virtue it reproduces and teaches. That which is born of evil begets evil, and that which is born of valor and honor teaches valor and honor. All art is either infection or education. It must be one or other of these. This, I repeat, of all truths respecting art, is the one of which understanding is the most precious, and denial the most deadly. And I assert it the more, because it has of late been repeatedly, expressly, and with contumely denied, and that by high authority, and I hold it one of the most sorrowful facts connected with the decline of the arts among us, that English gentlemen, of high standing as scholars and artists, should have been blinded into the acceptance, and betrayed into the assertion of a fallacy which only authority such as theirs could have rendered for an instant credible. For the contrary of it is written in the history of all great nations. It is the one sentence always inscribed on the steps of their thrones, the one concordant voice in which they speak to us out of their dust. All such nations first manifest themselves as a pure and beautiful animal race, with intense energy and imagination. They live lives of hardship by choice, and by grand instinct of manly discipline, they become fierce and irresistible soldiers. The nation is always its own army, and their king, or chief head of government, is always their first soldier. Pharaoh, or David, or Leonidas, or Valerius, or Barbarossa, or Coeur de Lion, or St. Louis, or Dandolo, or Frederick the Great, Egyptian, Jew, Greek, Roman, German, English, French, Venetian, that is inviolable law for them all. Their king must be their first soldier, or they cannot be in progressive power. Then, after their great military period, comes the domestic period, in which, without betraying the discipline of war, they add to their great soldiership the delights and possessions of a delicate and tender home life. And then, for all nations, is the time of their perfect art, which is the fruit, the evidence, the reward of their national ideal of character, developed by the finished care of the occupations of peace. That is the history of all true art that ever was, or can be, palpably the history of it, unmistakably, written on the forehead of it in letters of light, in tongues of fire, by which the seal of virtue is branded as deep as ever iron burnt into a convict's flesh the seal of crime. But always, hitherto, after the great period, has followed the day of luxury, and pursuit of the arts for pleasure only. And all has so ended. Thus far of Abbeville building. Now I have here asserted two things: first, the foundation of art in moral character; next, the foundation of moral character in war. I must make both these assertions clearer, and prove them. First, of the foundation of art in moral character. Of course, art gift and amiability of disposition are two different things. A good man is not necessarily a painter, nor does an eye for color necessarily imply an honest mind. But great art implies the union of both powers. It is the expression, by an art gift, of a pure soul. If the gift is not there, we can have no art at all, and if the soul, and a right soul too, is not there, the art is bad, however dexterous. But also, remember that the art gift itself is only the result of the moral character of generations. A bad woman may have a sweet voice, but that sweetness of voice comes of the past morality of her race. That she can sing with it at all, she owes to the determination of laws of music by the morality of the past. Every act, every impulse, of virtue and vice, affects in any creature, face, voice, nervous power, and vigor and harmony of invention, at once. Perseverance in rightness of human conduct renders, after a certain number of generations, human art possible. Every sin clouds it, be it ever so little a one, and persistent vicious living and following of pleasure render, after a certain number of generations, all art impossible. Men are deceived by the long suffering of the laws of nature, and mistake, in a nation, the reward of the virtue of its sires for the issue of its own sins. The time of their visitation will come, and that inevitably, for it is always true that if the fathers have eaten sour grapes, the children's teeth are set on edge. And for the individual, as soon as you have learned to read, you may, as I have said, know him to the heart's core through his art. Let his art gift be never so great, and cultivated to the height by the schools of a great race of men, and it is still but a tapestry thrown over his own being and inner soul, and the bearing of it will show, infallibly, whether it hangs on a man, or on a skeleton. If you are dim-eyed, you may not see the difference in the fall of the folds at first, but learn how to look, and the folds themselves will become transparent, and you shall see through them the death's shape, or the divine one, making the tissue above it as a cloud of light, or as a winding sheet. Then farther, observe, I have said, and you will find it true, and that to the uttermost, that, as all lovely art is rooted in virtue, so it bears fruit of virtue, and is didactic in its own nature. It is often didactic also in actually expressed thought, as Giotto's, Michelangelo's, Dürer's, and hundreds more, but that is not its special function. It is didactic chiefly by being beautiful, but beautiful with haunting thought, no less than with form, and full of myths that can be read only with the heart. For instance, at this moment there is open beside me as I write, a page of Persian manuscript, wrought with wreathed azure and geld, and soft green, and violet, and ruby and scarlet, into one field of pure resplendence. It is wrought to delight the eyes only, and does delight them, and the man who did it assuredly had eyes in his head, but not much more. It is not didactic art, but its author was happy, and it will do the good, and the harm, that mere pleasure can do. But opposite me is an early Turner drawing of the Lake of Geneva, taken about 2 miles from Geneva, on the Lausanne road, with Mont Blanc in the distance. The old city is seen lying beyond the waveless waters, veiled with a sweet misty veil of Athena's weaving, a faint light of morning, peaceful exceedingly, and almost colorless, shed from behind the Voirons, increases into soft amber along the slope of the Salive, and is just seen, and no more, on the fair warm fields of its summit, between the folds of a white cloud that rests upon the grass, but rises, high and tower-like, into the zenith of dawn above. There is not as much color in that low amber light upon the hillside as there is in the palest dead leaf. The lake is not blue, but gray in mist, passing into deep shadow beneath the Voirons pines, a few dark clusters of leaves, a single white flower, scarcely seen, are all the gladness given to the rocks of the shore. One of the ruby spots of the Eastern manuscript would give color enough for all the red that is in Turner's entire drawing. For the mere pleasure of the eye, there is not so much in all those lines of his, throughout the entire landscape, as in half an inch square of the Persian's page. What made him take pleasure in the low color that is only like the brown of a dead leaf? In the cold gray of dawn, in the one white flower among the rocks, in these, and no more than these? He took pleasure in them because he had been bred among English fields and hills, because the gentleness of a great race was in his heart, and its power of thought in his brain, because he knew the stories of the Alps, and of the cities at their feet, because he had read the Homeric legends of the clouds, and beheld the gods of dawn, and the givers of dew to the fields, because he knew the faces of the crags, and the imagery of the passionate mountains, as a man knows the face of his friend, because he had in him the wonder and sorrow concerning life and death, which are the inheritance of the Gothic soul from the days of its first sea kings, and also the compassion and the joy that are woven into the innermost fabric of every great imaginative spirit, born now in countries that have lived by the Christian faith with any courage or truth. And the picture contains also, for us, just this which its maker had in him to give, and can convey it to us, just so far as we are of the temper in which it must be received. It is didactic if we are worthy to be taught, no otherwise. The pure heart, it will make more pure, the thoughtful, more thoughtful. It has in it no words for the reckless or the base. Traffic. Traffic. Traffic is the second of the 3 lectures published May, 1866, in the volume entitled The Crown of Wild Olive. All these lectures were delivered in the years 1864 and 1865, but the one here printed was earliest. The occasion on which Ruskin addressed the people of Bradford is made sufficiently clear from the opening sentences. The lecture is important as emphasizing in a popular way some of his most characteristic economic theories. Traffic. My good Yorkshire friends, you asked me down here among your hills that I might talk to you about this exchange you are going to build, but, earnestly and seriously asking you to pardon me, I am going to do nothing of the kind. I cannot talk, or at least can say very little, about this same exchange. I must talk of quite other things, though not willingly. I could not deserve your pardon, if, when you invited me to speak on one subject, I wilfully spoke on another. But I cannot speak, to purpose, of anything about which I do not care, and most simply and sorrowfully I have to tell you, in the outset, that I do not care about this exchange of yours. If, however, when you sent me your invitation, I had answered, I won't come, I don't care about the exchange of Bradford, you would have been justly offended with me, not knowing the reasons of so blunt a carelessness. So I have come down, hoping that you will patiently let me tell you why, on this, and many other such occasions, I now remain silent, when formerly I should have caught at the opportunity of speaking to a gracious audience. In a word, then, I do not care about this exchange, because you don't, and because you know perfectly well I cannot make you. Look at the essential conditions of the case, which you, as business men, know perfectly well, though perhaps you think I forget them. You are going to spend £30,000, which to you, collectively, is nothing. The buying a new coat is, as to the cost of it, a much more important matter of consideration to me than building a new exchange is to you. But you think you may as well have the right thing for your money. You know there are a great many odd styles of architecture about. You don't want to do anything ridiculous. You hear of me, among others, as a respectable architectural man-milliner, and you send for me, that I may tell you the leading fashion, and what is, in our shops, for the moment, the newest and sweetest thing in pinnacles. Now, pardon me for telling you frankly, you cannot have good architecture merely by asking people's advice on occasion. All good architecture is the expression of national life and character, and it is produced by a prevalent and eager national taste, or desire for beauty. And I want you to think a little of the deep significance of this word, taste, for no statement of mine has been more earnestly or oftener controverted than that good taste is essentially a moral quality. No, say many of my antagonists. Taste is one thing, morality is another. Tell us what is pretty, we shall be glad to know that, but we need no sermons, even were you able to preach them, which may be doubted. Permit me, therefore, to fortify this old dogma of mine somewhat. Taste is not only a part and an index of morality, it is the only morality. The first and last and closest trial question to any living creature is, what do you like? Tell me what you like, and I'll tell you what you are. Go out into the street, and ask the first man or woman you meet, what their taste is, and if they answer candidly, you know them, body and soul. You, my friend in the rags, with the unsteady gait, what do you like? A pipe and a quartern of gin. I know you. You, good woman, with the quick step and tidy bonnet, what do you like? A swept hearth, and a clean tea-table, and my husband opposite me, and a baby at my breast. Good, I know you also. You, little girl with the golden hair and the soft eyes, what do you like? My canary, and a run among the wood hyacinths. You, little boy with the dirty hands and the low forehead, what do you like? A shy at the sparrows, and a game at pitch farthing. Good, we know them all now. What more need we ask? Nay, perhaps you answer. We need rather to ask what these people and children do, than what they like. If they do right, it is no matter that they like what is wrong, and if they do wrong, it is no matter that they like what is right. Doing is the great thing, and it does not matter that the man likes drinking, so that he does not drink, nor that the little girl likes to be kind to her canary, if she will not learn her lessons, nor that the little boy likes throwing stones at the sparrows, if he goes to the Sunday school. Indeed, for a short time, and in a provisional sense, this is true. For if, resolutely, people do what is right, in time they come to like doing it. But they only are in a right moral state when they have come to like doing it, and as long as they don't like it, they are still in a vicious state. The man is not in health of body who is always thinking of the bottle in the cupboard, though he bravely bears his thirst, but the man who heartily enjoys water in the morning, and wine in the evening, each in its proper quantity and time. And the entire object of true education is to make people not merely do the right things, but enjoy the right things, not merely industrious, but to love industry, not merely learned, but to love knowledge, not merely pure, but to love purity, not merely just, but to hunger and thirst after justice. But you may answer or think, is the liking for outside ornaments, for pictures, or statues, or furniture, or architecture, a moral quality? Yes, most surely, if a rightly set liking. Taste for any pictures or statues is not a moral quality, but taste for good ones is. Only here again we have to define the word good. I don't mean by good, clever, or learned, or difficult in the doing. Take a picture by tenors, of sots quarreling over their dice. It is an entirely clever picture, so clever that nothing in its kind has ever been done equal to it, but it is also an entirely base and evil picture. It is an expression of delight in the prolonged contemplation of a vile thing, and delight in that is an unmannered, or immoral, quality. It is bad taste, in the profoundest sense. It is the taste of the devils. On the other hand, a picture of Titian's, or a Greek statue, or a Greek coin, or a Turner landscape, expresses delight in the perpetual contemplation of a good and perfect thing. That is an entirely moral quality. It is the taste of the angels, and all delight in art, and all love of it, resolve themselves into simple love of that which deserves love. That deserving is the quality which we call loveliness. We ought to have an opposite word, hateliness, to be said of the things which deserve to be hated, and it is not an indifferent nor optional thing whether we love this or that, but it is just the vital function of all our being. What we like determines what we are, and is the sign of what we are, and to teach taste is inevitably to form character. As I was thinking over this, in walking up Fleet Street the other day, my eye caught the title of a book standing open in a bookseller's window. It was, On the Necessity of the Diffusion of Taste Among All Classes. Ah, I thought to myself, my classifying friend, when you have diffused your taste, where will your classes be? The man who likes what you like belongs to the same class with you, I think. Inevitably so. You may put him to other work if you choose, but by the condition you have brought him into, he will dislike the other work as much as you would yourself. You get hold of a scavenger or a costermonger, who enjoyed the Newgate calendar for literature, and pop goes the weasel for music. You think you can make him like Dante and Beethoven? I wish you joy of your lessons, but if you do, you have made a gentleman of him. He won't like to go back to his costermongering. And so completely and unexceptionally is this so, that, if I had time tonight, I could show you that a nation cannot be affected by any vice, or weakness, without expressing it, legibly, and forever, either in bad art, or by want of art, and that there is no national virtue, small or great, which is not manifestly expressed in all the art which circumstances enable the people possessing that virtue to produce. Take, for instance, your great English virtue of enduring and patient courage. You have at present in England only one art of any consequence, that is, iron working. You know thoroughly well how to cast and hammer iron. Now, do you think, in those masses of lava which you build volcanic cones to melt, and which you forge at the mouths of the infernos you have created, do you think, on those iron plates, your courage and endurance are not written forever, not merely with an iron pen, but on iron parchment? And take also your great English vice, European vice, vice of all the world, vice of all other worlds that roll or shine in heaven, bearing with them yet the atmosphere of hell, the vice of jealousy, which brings competition into your commerce, treachery into your counsels, and dishonor into your wars, that vice which has rendered for you, and for your next neighboring nation, the daily occupations of existence no longer possible, but with the mail upon your breasts, and the sword loose in its sheath, so that at last you have realized for all the multitudes of the two great peoples who lead the so-called civilization of the earth, you have realized for them all, I say, in person and in policy, what was once true only of the rough border riders of your Cheviot hills. They carved at the meal with gloves of steel. and they drank the red wine through the helmet barred. Do you think that this national shame and dastardliness of heart are not written as legibly on every rivet of your iron armor as the strength of the right hands that forged it? Friends, I know not whether this thing be the more ludicrous or the more melancholy. It is quite unspeakably both. Suppose, instead of being now sent for by you, I had been sent for by some private gentleman, living in a suburban house, with his garden separated only by a fruit wall from his next-door neighbor's, and he had called me to consult with him on the furnishing of his drawing-room. I begin looking about me, and find the walls rather bare. I think such and such a paper might be desirable, perhaps a little fresco here and there on the ceiling, a damask curtain or so at the windows. Ah, says my employer, damask curtains, indeed! That's all very fine, but you know I can't afford that kind of thing just now. Yet the world credits you with a splendid income. Ah, yes, says my friend. But do you know, at present I am obliged to spend it nearly all in steel traps? Steel traps? For whom? Why, for that fellow on the other side the wall, you know. We're very good friends, capital friends, but we are obliged to keep our traps set on both sides of the wall. We could not possibly keep on friendly terms without them, and our spring guns. The worst of it is, we are both clever fellows enough, and there's never a day passes that we don't find out a new trap, or a new gun barrel, or something. We spend about 15 millions a year each in our traps, take it all together, and I don't see how we're to do with less. A highly comic state of life for two private gentlemen. But for two nations, it seems to me, not wholly comic. Bedlam would be comic, perhaps, if there were only one man in it, and your Christmas pantomime is comic, when there is only one clown in it. But when the whole world turns clown, and paints itself red with its own heart's blood instead of vermilion, it is something else than comic, I think. Mind, I know a great deal of this is play, and willingly allow for that. You don't know what to do with yourselves for a sensation. Fox hunting and cricketing will not carry you through the whole of this unendurably long mortal life. You liked pop guns when you were schoolboys, and rifles and Armstrongs are only the same things better made. But then the worst of it is, that what was play to you when boys, was not play to the sparrows, and what is play to you now, is not play to the small birds of state neither. And for the black eagles, you are somewhat shy of taking shots at them, if I mistake not. I must get back to the matter in hand, however. Believe me, without further instance, I could show you, in all time, that every nation's vice, or virtue, was written in its art, the soldiership of early Greece, the sensuality of late Italy, the visionary religion of Tuscany, the splendid human energy and beauty of Venice. I have no time to do this tonight, I have done it elsewhere before now, but I proceed to apply the principle to ourselves in a more searching manner. I notice that among all the new buildings that cover your once wild hills, churches and schools are mixed in that is to say, in large proportion, with your mills and mansions, and I notice also that the churches and schools are almost always Gothic, and the mansions and mills are never Gothic. Will you allow me to ask precisely the meaning of this? For, remember, it is peculiarly a modern phenomenon. When Gothic was invented, houses were Gothic as well as churches, and when the Italian style superseded the Gothic, churches were Italian as well as houses. If there is a Gothic spire to the Cathedral of Antwerp, there is a Gothic belfry to the Hotel de Ville at Brussels. If Inigo Jones builds an Italian Whitehall, Sir Christopher Wren builds an Italian St. Paul's. But now you live under one school of architecture, and worship under another. What do you mean by doing this? Am I to understand that you are thinking of changing your architecture back to Gothic, and that you treat your churches experimentally, because it does not matter what mistakes you make in a church? Or am I to understand that you consider Gothic a preeminently sacred and beautiful mode of building, which you think, like the fine frankincense, should be mixed for the tabernacle only, and reserved for your religious services? For if this be the feeling, though it may seem at first as if it were graceful and reverent, you will find that, at the root of the matter, it signifies either more nor less than that you have separated your religion from your life. For consider what a wide significance this fact has, and remember that it is not you only, but all the people of England, who are behaving thus, just now. You have all got into the habit of calling the church the house of God. I have seen, over the doors of many churches, the legend actually carved. This is the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. Now, note where that legend comes from, and of what place it was first spoken. A boy leaves his father's house to go on a long journey on foot, to visit his uncle. He has to cross a wild hill desert, just as if one of your own boys had to cross the wolds to visit an uncle at Carlisle. The second or third day your boy finds himself somewhere between Hawes and Brough, in the midst of the moors, at sunset. It is stony ground, and boggy. He cannot go 1 foot further that night. Down he lies, to sleep, on one side, where best he may, gathering a few of the stones together to put under his head. So wild the place is, he cannot get anything but stones. And there, lying under the broad night, he has a dream, and he sees a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reaches to heaven, and the angels of God are ascending and descending upon it. And when he wakes out of his sleep, he says, "How dreadful is this place! Surely this is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." This place, observe, not this church, not this city, not this stone, even, which he puts up for a memorial, the piece of flint on which his head has lain. But this place, this windy slope of Warnside, this moorland hollow, torrent-bitten, snow-blighted, this any place where God lets down the ladder. And how are you to know where that will be? Or how are you to determine where it may be, but by being ready for it always? Do you know where the lightning is to fall next? You do know that, partly, you can guide the lightning, but you cannot guide the going forth of the Spirit, which is that lightning when it shines from the east to the west. But the perpetual and insolent warping of that strong verse to serve a merely ecclesiastical purpose is only one of the 1,000 instances in which we sink back into gross Judaism. We call our churches temples. Now you know perfectly well they are not temples. They have never had, never can have, anything whatever to do with temples. They are synagogues, gathering places, where you gather yourselves together as an assembly, and by not calling them so, you again miss the force of another mighty text. Thou, when thou prayest, shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the churches. We should translate it, that they may be seen of men. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father, which is, not in chancel nor in aisle, but in secret. Now you feel, as I say this to you, I know you feel, as if I were trying to take away the honor of your churches. Not so. I am trying to prove to you the honor of your houses and your hills. Not that the church is not sacred, but that the whole earth is. I would have you feel, what careless, what constant, what infectious sin there is in all modes of thought, whereby, in calling your churches only holy, you call your hearths and homes profane, and have separated yourselves from the heathen by casting all your household gods to the ground, instead of recognizing, in the place of their many and feeble Laras, the presence of your one and mighty Lord and Lar. But what has all this to do with our exchange? You asked me, impatiently. My dear friends, it has just everything to do with it. On these inner and great questions depend all the outer and little ones. And if you have asked me down here to speak to you, because you had before been interested in anything I have written, you must know that all I have yet said about architecture was to show this. The book I called The 7 Lamps was to show that certain right states of temper and moral feeling were the magic powers by which all good architecture, without exception, had been produced. The stones of Venice had, from beginning to end, no other aim than to show that the Gothic architecture of Venice had arisen out of, and indicated in all its features, a state of pure national faith, and of domestic virtue, and that its Renaissance architecture had arisen out of, and in all its features indicated, a state of concealed national infidelity, and of domestic corruption. And now, you ask me what style is best to build in, and how can I answer, knowing the meaning of the two styles, but by another question: do you mean to build as Christians or as infidels? And still more, do you mean to build as honest Christians or as honest infidels? As thoroughly and confessedly either one or the other? You don't like to be asked such rude questions. I cannot help it. They are of much more importance than this exchange business, and if they can be at once answered, the exchange business settles itself in a moment. But before I press them farther, I must ask leave to explain one point clearly. In all my past work, My endeavor has been to show that good architecture is essentially religious, the production of a faithful and virtuous, not of an infidel and corrupted people. But in the course of doing this, I have had also to show that good architecture is not ecclesiastical. People are so apt to look upon religion as the business of the clergy, not their own, that the moment they hear of anything depending on religion, they think it must also have depended on the priesthood, and I have had to take what place was to be occupied between these two errors, and fight both, often with seeming contradiction. Good architecture is the work of good and believing men, therefore you say, at least some people say, good architecture must essentially have been the work of the clergy, not of the laity. No, 1,000 times no. Good architecture has always been the work of the commonalty, not of the clergy. What? You say. Those glorious cathedrals, the pride of Europe, did their builders not form Gothic architecture? No, they corrupted Gothic architecture. Gothic was formed in the baron's castle, and the burgher's street. It was formed by the thoughts, and hands, and powers of laboring citizens and warrior kings. By the monk it was used as an instrument for the aid of his superstition, when that superstition became a beautiful madness, and the best hearts of Europe vainly dreamed and pined in the cloister, and vainly raged and perished in the crusade, through that fury of perverted faith and wasted war, the Gothic rose also to its loveliest, most fantastic, and finally, most foolish dreams, and in those dreams, was lost. I hope, now, that there is no risk of your misunderstanding me when I come to the gist of what I want to say tonight, when I repeat that every great national architecture has been the result and exponent of a great national religion. You can't have bits of it here, bits there, you must have it everywhere or nowhere. It is not the monopoly of a clerical company, it is not the exponent of a theological dogma, it is not the hieroglyphic writing of an initiated priesthood, it is the manly language of a people inspired by resolute and common purpose, and rendering resolute and common fidelity to the legible laws of an undoubted God. Now, there have as yet been 3 distinct schools of European architecture. I say European, because Asiatic and African architectures belong so entirely to other races and climates, that there is no question of them here. Only, in passing, I will simply assure you that whatever is good or great in Egypt, and Syria, and India, is just good or great for the same reasons as the buildings on our side of the Bosphorus. We Europeans, then, have had 3 great religions: the Greek, which was the worship of the god of wisdom and power; the medieval, which was the worship of the god of judgment and consolation; the Renaissance, which was the worship of the god of pride and beauty. These 3 we have had, they are past, and now, at last, we English have got a 4th religion, and a god of our own, about which I want to ask you. But I must explain these 3 old ones first. I repeat, first, the Greeks essentially worshipped the god of wisdom, so that whatever contended against their religion, to the Jews a stumbling block, was, to the Greeks, foolishness. The first Greek idea of deity was that expressed in the word, of which we keep the remnant in our words, diurnal and divine, the god of day, Jupiter the revealer. Athena is his daughter, but especially daughter of the intellect, springing armed from the head. We are only with the help of recent investigation beginning to penetrate the depth of meaning couched under the Athenaic symbols, but I may note rapidly that her aegis, the mantle with the serpent fringes, in which she often, in the best statues, is represented as folding up her left hand for better guard, and the Gorgon, on her shield, are both representative mainly of the chilling horror and sadness, turning men to stone, as it were, of the outmost and superficial spheres of knowledge, that knowledge which separates, in bitterness, hardness, and sorrow, the heart of the full-grown man from the heart of the child. For out of imperfect knowledge spring terror, dissension, danger, and disdain, but from perfect knowledge, given by the full revealed Athena, strength and peace, in sign of which she is crowned with the olive spray, and bears the resistless spear. This, then, was the Greek conception of purest deity, and every habit of life, and every form of his art developed themselves from the seeking this bright, serene, resistless wisdom, and setting himself, as a man, to do things ever more rightly and strongly, not with any ardent affection or ultimate hope, but with a resolute and continent energy of will, as knowing that for failure there was no consolation, and for sin there was no remission. And the Greek architecture rose unerring, bright, clearly defined, and self-contained. Next followed in Europe the great Christian faith, which was essentially the religion of comfort. Its great doctrine is the remission of sins, for which cause it happens, too often, in certain phases of Christianity, that sin and sickness themselves are partly glorified, as if, the more you had to be healed of, the more divine was the healing. The practical result of this doctrine, in art, is a continual contemplation of sin and disease, and of imaginary states of purification from them. Thus we have an architecture conceived in a mingled sentiment of melancholy and aspiration, partly severe, partly luxuriant, which will bend itself to every one of our needs, and every one of our fancies, and be strong or weak with us, as we are strong or weak ourselves. It is, of all architecture, the basest, when base people build it, of all, the noblest, when built by the noble. And now note that both these religions, Greek and medieval, perished by falsehood in their own main purpose. The Greek religion of wisdom perished in a false philosophy. Oppositions of science, falsely so called. The medieval religion of consolation perished in false comfort, in remission of sins given lyingly. It was the selling of absolution that ended the medieval faith, and I can tell you more, it is the selling of absolution which, to the end of time, will mark false Christianity. Pure Christianity gives her remission of sins only by ending them, but false Christianity gets her remission of sins by compounding for them. And there are many ways of compounding for them. We English have beautiful little quiet ways of buying absolution, whether in low church or high, far more cunning than any of Tetzel's trading. Then, thirdly, there followed the religion of pleasure, in which all Europe gave itself to luxury, ending in death. First, bals masks in every saloon, and then guillotines in every square. And all these three worships issue in vast temple building. Your Greek worshipped wisdom, and built you the Parthenon, the Virgin's temple. The medieval worshipped consolation, and built you virgin temples also, but to Our Lady of Salvation. Then the revivalists worshipped beauty, of a sort, and built you Versailles and the Vatican. Now, lastly, will you tell me what we worship, and what we build? You know we are speaking always of the real, active, continual, national worship, that by which men act, while they live, not that which they talk of, when they die. Now we have, indeed, a nominal religion, to which we pay tithes of property and sevenths of time, but we have also a practical and earnest religion, to which we devote 9/10ths of our property and 6/7ths of our time. And we dispute a great deal about the nominal religion, but we are all unanimous about this practical one, of which I think you will admit that the ruling goddess may be best generally described as the goddess of getting on, or Britannia of the market. The Athenians had an Athena Agoreia, or Athena of the market, but she was a subordinate type of their goddess, while our Britannia Agoreia is the principal type of ours. And all your great architectural works are, of course, built to her. It is long since you built a great cathedral, and how you would laugh at me if I proposed building a cathedral on the top of one of these hills of yours, taking it for an acropolis. But your railroad mounds, vaster than the walls of Babylon, your railroad stations, vaster than the temple of Ephesus, and innumerable, your chimneys, how much more mighty and costly than cathedral spires. Your harbor piers, your warehouses, your exchanges, all these are built to your great goddess of getting on, and she has formed, and will continue to form your architecture, as long as you worship her, and it is quite vain to ask me to tell you how to build to her, you know far better than I. There might, indeed, on some theories, be a conceivably good architecture for exchanges, that is to say, if there were any heroism in the fact or deed of exchange which might be typically carved on the outside of your building. For, you know, all beautiful architecture must be adorned with sculpture or painting, and for sculpture or painting, you must have a subject. And hitherto it has been a received opinion among the nations of the world that the only right subjects for either were heroisms of some sort. Even on his pots and his flagons, the Greek put a Hercules slaying lions, or an Apollo slaying serpents, or Bacchus slaying melancholy giants, and earth-born despondencies. On his temples, the Greek put contests of great warriors and founding states, or of gods with evil spirits. On his houses and temples alike, the Christian put carvings of angels conquering devils, or of hero martyrs exchanging this world for another, subject inappropriate, I think, to our manner of exchange here. And the master of Christians not only left his followers without any orders as to the sculpture of affairs of exchange on the outside of buildings, but gave some strong evidence of his dislike of affairs of exchange within them. And yet there might surely be a heroism in such affairs, and all commerce become a kind of selling of doves, not impious. The wonder has always been great to me that heroism has never been supposed to be in any wise consistent with the practice of supplying people with food or clothes, but rather with that of quartering oneself upon them for food, and stripping them of their clothes. Spoiling of armor is an heroic deed in all ages, but the selling of clothes, old or new, has never taken any color of magnanimity. Yet one does not see why feeding the hungry and clothing the naked should ever become base businesses, even when engaged in on a large scale. If one could contrive to attach the notion of conquest to them anyhow, so that, supposing there were anywhere an obstinate race, who refused to be comforted, one might take some pride in giving them compulsory comfort, and, as it were, occupying a country with one's gifts instead of one's armies? If one could only consider it as much a victory to get a barren field sown, as to get an arid field stripped, and contend who should build villages, instead of who should carry them? Are not all forms of heroism conceivable in doing these serviceable deeds? You doubt who is strongest. It might be ascertained by push of spade, as well as push of sword. Who is wisest? There are witty things to be thought of in planning other business than campaigns. Who is bravest? There are always the elements to fight with, stronger than men, and nearly as merciless. The only absolutely and unapproachably heroic element in the soldier's work seems to be that he is paid little for it, and regularly, while you traffickers, and exchangers, and others occupied in presumably benevolent business, like to be paid much for it, and by chance. I never can make out how it is that a knight-errant does not expect to be paid for his trouble, but a peddler-errant always does, that people are willing to take hard knocks for nothing, but never to sell ribbons cheap, that they are ready to go on fervent crusades, to recover the tomb of a buried god, but never on any travels to fulfill the orders of a living one, that they will go anywhere barefoot to preach their faith, but must be well bribed to practice it, and are perfectly ready to give the gospel gratis, but never the loaves and fishes. If you chose to take the matter up on any such soldierly principle, to do your commerce, and your feeding of nations, for fixed salaries, and to be as particular about giving people the best food, and the best cloth, as soldiers are about giving them the best gunpowder, I could carve something for you on your exchange worth looking at. But I can only at present suggest decorating its frieze with pendant purses, and making its pillars broad at the base, for the sticking of bills. And in the innermost chambers of it there might be a statue of Britannia of the market, who may have, perhaps advisably, a partridge for her crest, typical at once of her courage in fighting for noble ideas, and of her interest in game, and round its neck, the inscription in golden letters, Perdix favit quae non peperit. Then, for her spear, she might have a weaver's beam, and on her shield, instead of St. George's cross, the Milanese boar, semi-fleeced, with the town of Gennesaret proper in the field, and the legend, in the best market, and her corselet, of leather, folded over her heart in the shape of a purse, with 30 slits in it, for a piece of money to go in at, on each day of the month. And I doubt not but that people would come to see your exchange, and its goddess, with applause. Nevertheless, I want to point out to you certain strange characters in this goddess of yours. She differs from the great Greek and medieval deities essentially in two things: first, as to the continuance of her presumed power; secondly, as to the extent of it. First, as to the continuance. The Greek goddess of wisdom gave continual increase of wisdom, as the Christian spirit of comfort, or comforter, continual increase of comfort. There was no question, with these, of any limit or cessation of function. But with your Agora goddess, that is just the most important question. Getting on, but where to? Gathering together, but how much? Do you mean to gather always, never to spend? If so, I wish you joy of your goddess, for I am just as well off as you, without the trouble of worshipping her at all. But if you do not spend, somebody else will, somebody else must. And it is because of this, among many other such errors, that I have fearlessly declared your so-called science of political economy to be no science. Because, namely, it has omitted the study of exactly the most important branch of the business, the study of spending. For spend you must, and as much as you make, ultimately. You gather corn, will you bury England under a heap of grain? Or will you, when you have gathered, finally eat? You gather gold, will you make your house roofs of it, or pave your streets with it? That is still one way of spending it. But if you keep it, that you may get more, I'll give you more. I'll give you all the gold you want, all you can imagine, if you can tell me what you'll do with it. You shall have thousands of gold pieces, thousands, millions, mountains of gold. Where will you keep them? Will you put an Olympus of silver upon a golden pelion, make Ossa like a wart? Do you think the rain and dew would then come down to you, and the streams from such mountains, more blessedly than they will down the mountains which God has made for you, of moss and whinstone? But it is not gold that you want to gather. What is it? Greenbacks? No, not those either. What is it then? Is it ciphers after a capital I? Cannot you practice writing ciphers, and write as many as you want? Write ciphers for an hour every morning, in a big book, and say every evening, I am worth all those knots more than I was yesterday. Won't that do? Well, what in the name of Plutus is it you want? Not gold, not greenbacks, not ciphers after a capital I. You will have to answer, after all. No, we want, somehow or other, money's worth. Well, what is that? Let your goddess of getting on discover it, and let her learn to stay therein. 2d. But there is yet another question to be asked respecting this goddess of getting on. The first was of the continuance of her power, the second is of its extent. Pallas and the Madonna were supposed to be all the world's Pallas, and all the world's Madonna. They could teach all men, and they could comfort all men. But look strictly into the nature of the power of your goddess of getting on, and you will find she is the goddess, not of everybody's getting on, but only of somebody's getting on. This is a vital, or rather deathful, distinction. Examine it in your own ideal of the state of national life which this goddess is to evoke and maintain. I asked you what it was, when I was last here, you have never told me. Now shall I try to tell you? Your ideal of human life then is, I think, that it should be passed in a pleasant undulating world, with iron and coal everywhere underneath it. On each pleasant bank of this world is to be a beautiful mansion, with 2 wings, and stables, and coach houses, a moderately sized park, a large garden and hothouses, and pleasant carriage drives through the shrubberies. In this mansion are to live the favored votaries of the goddess, the English gentleman, with his gracious wife, and his beautiful family, always able to have the boudoir and the jewels for the wife, and the beautiful ball dresses for the daughters, and hunters for the sons, and as shooting in the Highlands for himself. At the bottom of the bank is to be the mill, not less than 1/4 of a mile long, with a steam engine at each end, and 2 in the middle, and a chimney 300 feet high. In this mill are to be in constant employment from 800 to 1,000 workers, who never drink, never strike, always go to church on Sunday, and always express themselves in respectful language. Is not that, broadly, and in the main features, the kind of thing you propose to yourselves? It is very pretty indeed seen from above, not at all so pretty, seen from below. For, observe, while to one family this deity is indeed the goddess of getting on, to 1,000 families she is the goddess of not getting on. Nay, you say, they have all their chance. Yes, so has every one in a lottery, but there must always be the same number of blanks. Ah! But in a lottery it is not skill and intelligence which take the lead, but blind chance. What then? Do you think the old practice that they should take who have the power, and they should keep who can, is less iniquitous, when the power has become power of brains instead of fist? And that, though we may not take advantage of a child's or a woman's weakness, we may of a man's foolishness. Nay, but finally, work must be done, and someone must be at the top, someone at the bottom. Granted, my friends. Work must always be, and captains of work must always be, and if you in the least remember the tone of any of my writings, you must know that they are thought unfit for this age, because they are always insisting on need of government, and speaking with scorn of liberty. But I beg you to observe that there is a wide difference between being captains or governors of work, and taking the profits of it. It does not follow, because you are general of an army, that you are to take all the treasure or land it wins, if it fight for treasure or land winky face either, because you are king of a nation, that you are to consume all the profits of the nation's work. Real kings, on the contrary, are known invariably by their doing quite the reverse of this, by their taking the least possible quantity of the nation's work for themselves. There is no test of real kinghood so infallible as that. Does the crowned creature live simply, bravely, unostentatiously? Probably he is a king. Does he cover his body with jewels, and his table with delicates? In all probability he is not a king. It is possible he may be, as Solomon was, but that is when the nation shares his splendor with him. Solomon made gold, not only to be in his own palace as stones, but to be in Jerusalem as stones. But even so, for the most part, these splendid kinghoods expire in ruin, and only the true kinghoods live, which are of royal laborers governing loyal laborers, who, both leading rough lives, establish the true dynasties. Conclusively, you will find that because you are king of a nation, it does not follow that you are to gather for yourself all the wealth of that nation, either, because you are king of a small part of the nation, and lord over the means of its maintenance, over field, or mill, or mine, are you to take all the produce of that piece of the foundation of national existence for yourself. You will tell me I need not preach against these things, for I cannot mend them. No, good friends, I cannot, but you can, and you will, or something else can and will. Even good things have no abiding power, and shall these evil things persist in victorious evil? All history shows, on the contrary, that to be the exact thing they never can do. Change must come, but it is ours to determine whether change of growth, or change of death. Shall the Parthenon be in ruins on its rock, and Bolton Priory in its meadow, but these mills of yours be the consummation of the buildings of the earth, and their wheels be as the wheels of eternity? Think you that men may come, and men may go, but mills go on forever? Not so. Out of these, better or worse shall come, and it is for you to choose which. I know that none of this wrong is done with deliberate purpose. I know, on the contrary, that you wish your workmen well, that you do much for them, and that you desire to do more for them, if you saw your way to such benevolence safely. I know that even all this wrong and misery are brought about by a warped sense of duty, each of you striving to do his best, but unhappily, not knowing for whom this best should be done. And all our hearts have been betrayed by the plausible impiety of the modern economist, telling us that to do the best for ourselves is finally to do the best for others. Friends, our great master said not so, and most absolutely we shall find this world is not made so. Indeed, to do the best for others is finally to do the best for ourselves, but it will not do to have our eyes fixed on that issue. The pagans had got beyond that. Hear what a pagan says of this matter. Hear what were, perhaps, the last written words of Plato, if not the last actually written, for this we cannot know, yet assuredly in fact and power his parting words, in which, endeavoring to give full crowning and harmonious close to all his thoughts, and to speak the sum of them by the imagined sentence of the Great Spirit, his strength and his heart fail him, and the words cease, broken off forever. They are at the close of the dialogue called Critias, in which he describes, partly from real tradition, partly an ideal dream, the early state of Athens, and the genesis, and order, and religion, of the fabled Isle of Atlantis, in which genesis he conceives the same first perfection and final degeneracy of man, which in our own scriptural tradition is expressed by saying that the sons of God intermarried with the daughters of men, for he supposes the earliest race to have been indeed the children of God, and to have corrupted themselves until their spot was not the spot of his children. And this, he says, was the end, that indeed, through many generations, so long as the God's nature in them yet was full, they were submissive to the sacred laws, and carried themselves lovingly to all that had kindred with them in divineness, for their uttermost spirit was faithful and true, and in every wise great, so that, in all meekness of wisdom, they dealt with each other, and took all the chances of life, and despising all things except virtue, they cared little what happened day by day, and bore lightly the burden of gold and of possessions, for they saw that, if only their common love and virtue increased, all these things would be increased together with them. But to set their esteem and ardent pursuit upon material possession would be to lose that first, and their virtue and affection together with it. And by such reasoning, and what of the divine nature remained in them, they gained all this greatness of which we have already told. But when the gods part of them faded and became extinct, being mixed again and again, and effaced by the prevalent mortality, and the human nature at last exceeded, they then became unable to endure the courses of fortune, and fell into shapelessness of life, and baseness in the sight of him who could see, having lost everything that was fairest of their honor. While to the blind hearts which could not discern the true life, tending to happiness, it seemed that they were then chiefly noble and happy, being filled with an iniquity of inordinate possession and power. Whereupon, the God of gods, whose kinghood is in laws, beholding a once just nation thus cast into misery, and desiring to lay such punishment upon them as might make them repent into restraining, gathered together all the gods into his dwelling place, which from heaven's center overlooks whatever has part in creation, and having assembled them, he said, "The rest is silence." Last words of the chief wisdom of the heathen, spoken of this idol of riches, this idol of yours, this golden image high by measureless cubits, set up where your green fields of England are furnace burnt into the likeness of the plain of Dura, this idol, forbidden to us, first of all idols, by our own Master in faith, forbidden to us also by every human lip that has ever, in any age or people, been accounted of as able to speak according to the purposes of God. Continue to make that forbidden deity your principal one, and soon no more art, no more science, no more pleasure will be possible. Catastrophe will come, or, worse than catastrophe, slow mouldering and withering into Hades. But if you can fix some conception of a true human state of life to be striven for, life, good for all men, as for yourselves, if you can determine some honest and simple order of existence, following those trodden ways of wisdom, which are pleasantness, and seeking her quiet and withdrawn paths, which are peace, then, and so sanctifying wealth into commonwealth, all your art, your literature, your daily labors, your domestic affection, and citizen's duty, will join and increase into one magnificent harmony. You will know then how to build, well enough, you will build with stone well, but with flesh better, temples not made with hands, but riveted of hearts, and that kind of marble, crimson veined, is indeed eternal. Life and its arts. Life and its arts. This lecture, the full title of which is The Mystery of Life and Its Arts, was delivered in Dublin on May 13, 1868. It composed one of a series of afternoon lectures on various subjects, religion excepted, arranged by some of the foremost residents in Dublin. The latter half of the lecture is included in the present volume of selections. The first publication of the lecture was as an additional part to a revised edition of Sesame and Lilies in 1871. Ruskin took exceptional care in writing The Mystery of Life. He once said in conversation, "I put into it all that I know." And in the preface to it when published he tells us that certain passages of it contain the best expression I have yet been able to put in words of what, so far as is within my power, I mean henceforward both to do myself, and to plead with all over whom I have any influence to do according to their means. Sir Leslie Stephen says this is, to my mind, the most perfect of his essays. In later editions of Sesame and Lilies this lecture was withdrawn. At the time the lecture was delivered its tone was characteristic of Ruskin's own thought, and of the attitude he then took toward the public. We have sat at the feet of the poets who sang of heaven, and they have told us their dreams. We have listened to the poets who sang of earth, and they have chanted to us dirges and words of despair. But there is one class of men more, men, not capable of vision, nor sensitive to sorrow, but firm of purpose, practiced in business, learned in all that can be, by handling, known. Men whose hearts and hopes are wholly in this present world, from whom, therefore, we may surely learn, at least, how, at present, conveniently to live in it. What will they say to us, or show us by example. These kings, these counselors, these statesmen and builders of kingdoms, these capitalists and men of business, who weigh the earth, and the dust of it, in a balance. They know the world, surely, and what is the mystery of life to us, is none to them. They can surely show us how to live, while we live, and to gather out of the present world what is best. I think I can best tell you their answer, by telling you a dream I had once. For though I am no poet, I have dreams sometimes. I dreamed I was at a child's May-Day party, in which every means of entertainment had been provided for them, by a wise and kind host. It was in a stately house, with beautiful gardens attached to it, and the children had been set free in the rooms and gardens, with no care whatever but how to pass their afternoon rejoicingly. They did not, indeed, know much about what was to happen next day, and some of them, I thought, were a little frightened, because there was a chance of their being sent to a new school where there were examinations, but they kept the thoughts of that out of their heads as well as they could, and resolved to enjoy themselves. The house, I said, was in a beautiful garden, and in the garden were all kinds of flowers, sweet, grassy banks for rest, and smooth lawns for play, and pleasant streams and woods, and rocky places for climbing. And the children were happy for a little while, but presently they separated themselves into parties, and then each party declared it would have a piece of the garden for its own, and that none of the others should have anything to do with that piece. Next, they quarreled violently which pieces they would have, and at last the boys took up the thing, as boys should do, practically, and fought in the flower beds till there was hardly a flower left standing. Then they trampled down each other's bits of the garden out of spite, and the girls cried till they could cry no more, and so they all lay down at last breathless in the ruin, and waited for the time when they were to be taken home in the evening. Meanwhile, the children in the house had been making themselves happy also in their manner. For them, there had been provided every kind of indoor pleasure, there was music for them to dance to, and the library was open, with all manner of amusing books, and there was a museum full of the most curious shells, and animals, and birds, and there was a workshop, with lathes and carpenter's tools, for the ingenious boys, and there were pretty fantastic dresses, for the girls to dress in, and there were microscopes, and kaleidoscopes, and whatever toys a child could fancy, and a table, in the dining room, loaded with everything nice to eat. But in the midst of all this, it struck 2 or 3 of the more practical children that they would like some of the brass-headed nails that studded the chairs, and so they set to work to pull them out. Presently, the others, who were reading or looking at shells, took a fancy to do the like, and in a little while, all the children, nearly, were spraining their fingers in pulling out brass-headed nails. With all that they could pull out, they were not satisfied, and then, everybody wanted some of somebody else's. And at last, the really practical and sensible ones declared that nothing was of any real consequence, that afternoon, except to get plenty of brass-headed nails, and that the books, and the cakes, and the microscopes were of no use at all in themselves, but only, if they could be exchanged for nailheads. And at last they began to fight for nailheads, as the others fought for the bits of garden. Only here and there, a despised one shrank away into a corner, and tried to get a little quiet with a book in the midst of the noise, but all the practical ones thought of nothing else but counting nailheads all the afternoon, even though they knew they would not be allowed to carry so much as one brass knob away with them. But no, it was, "Who has most nails? I have 100 and you have 50, or I have 1,000 and you have 2. I must have as many as you before I leave the house, or I cannot possibly go home in peace." At last they made so much noise that I awoke, and thought to myself, "What a false dream that is, of children! The child is the father of the man, and wiser. Children never do such foolish things. Only men do. But there is yet one last class of persons to be interrogated. The wise religious men we have asked in vain, the wise contemplative men, in vain, the wise worldly men, in vain. But there is another group yet. In the midst of this vanity of empty religion, of tragic contemplation, of wrathful and wretched ambition, and dispute for dust, there is yet one great group of persons by whom all these disputers live, the persons who have determined, or have had it by a beneficent providence determined for them, that they will do something useful, that whatever may be prepared for them hereafter, or happen to them here, they will, at least, deserve the food that God gives them by winning it honorably, and that, however fallen from the purity, or far from the peace of Eden, they will carry out the duty of human dominion, though they have lost its felicity, and dress and keep the wilderness, though they no more can dress or keep the garden. These, hewers of wood, and drawers of water, these, bent under burdens, or torn of scourges, these, that dig and weave, that plant and build, workers in wood, and in marble, and in iron, by whom all food, clothing, habitation, furniture, and means of delight are produced, for themselves, and for all men beside, men, whose deeds are good, though their words may be few, men, whose lives are serviceable, be they never so short, and worthy of honor, be they never so humble. From these, surely, at least, we may receive some clear message of teaching, and pierce, for an instant, into the mystery of life, and of its arts. Yes, from these, at last, we do receive a lesson. But I grieve to say, or rather, for that is the deeper truth of the matter, I rejoice to say, this message of theirs can only be received by joining them, not by thinking about them. You sent for me to talk to you of art, and I have obeyed you in coming. But the main thing I have to tell you is, that art must not be talked about. The fact that there is talk about it at all, signifies that it is ill done, or cannot be done. No true painter ever speaks, or ever has spoken, much of his art. The greatest speak nothing. Even Reynolds is no exception, for he wrote of all that he could not himself do, and was utterly silent respecting all that he himself did. The moment a man can really do his work, he becomes speechless about it. All words become idle to him, all theories. Does a bird need to theorize about building its nest, or boast of it when built? All good work is essentially done that way, without hesitation, without difficulty, without boasting, and in the doers of the best, there is an inner and involuntary power which approximates literally to the instinct of an animal. Nay, I am certain that in the most perfect human artists, reason does not supersede instinct, but is added to an instinct as much more divine than that of the lower animals as the human body is more beautiful than theirs, that a great singer sings not with less instinct than the nightingale, but with more, only more various, applicable, and governable, that a great architect does not build with less instinct than the beaver or the bee, but with more, with an innate cunning of proportion that embraces all beauty, and a divine ingenuity of skill that improvises all construction. But be that as it may, be the instinct less or more than that of inferior animals, like or unlike theirs, still the human art is dependent on that first, and then upon an amount of practice, of science, and of imagination disciplined by thought, which the true possessor of it knows to be incommunicable, and the true critic of it, inexplicable, except through long process of laborious years. That journey of life's conquest, in which hills over hills, and Alps on Alps arose and sank, do you think you can make another trace it painlessly, by talking? Why, you cannot even carry us up an Alp, by talking. You can guide us up it, step by step, no otherwise, even so, best silently. You girls, who have been among the hills, know how the bad guide chatters and gesticulates, and it is, put your foot here, and mind how you balance yourself there. But the good guide walks on quietly, without a word, only with his eyes on you when need is, and his arm like an iron bar, if need be. In that slow way, also, art can be taught, if you have faith in your guide, and will let his arm be to you as an iron bar when need is. But in what teacher of art have you such faith? Certainly not in me, for, as I told you at first, I know well enough it is only because you think I can talk, not because you think I know my business, that you let me speak to you at all. If I were to tell you anything that seemed to you strange, you would not believe it, and yet it would only be in telling you strange things that I could be of use to you. I could be of great use to you, infinite use, with brief saying, if you would believe it, but you would not, just because the thing that would be of real use would displease you. You are all wild, for instance, with admiration of Gustave Dore. Well, suppose I were to tell you, in the strongest terms I could use, that Gustave Dore's art was bad, not in weakness, not in failure, but bad with dreadful power, the power of the Furies and the Harpies mingled, enraging, and polluting, that so long as you looked at it, no perception of pure or beautiful art was possible for you. Suppose I were to tell you that. What would be the use? Would you look at Gustave Doré less? Rather more, I fancy. On the other hand, I could soon put you into good humor with me, if I chose. I know well enough what you like, and how to praise it to your better liking. I could talk to you about moonlight, and twilight, and spring flowers, and autumn leaves, and the Madonnas of Raphael, how motherly! And the Sibyls of Michelangelo, how majestic! And the saints of Angelico, how pious! And the cherubs of Correggio, how delicious! Old as I am, I could play you a tune on the harp yet that you would dance to. But neither you nor I should be a bit the better or wiser, or, if we were, our increased wisdom could be of no practical effect. For, indeed, the arts, as regards teachableness, differ from the sciences also in this, that their power is founded not merely on facts which can be communicated, but on dispositions which require to be created. Art is neither to be achieved by effort of thinking, nor explained by accuracy of speaking. It is the instinctive and necessary result of power, which can only be developed through the mind of successive generations, and which finally burst into life under social conditions as slow of growth as the faculties they regulate. Whole eras of mighty history are summed, and the passions of dead myriads are concentrated, in the existence of a noble art, and if that noble art were among us, we should feel it and rejoice, not caring in the least to hear lectures on it, and since it is not among us, be assured we have to go back to the root of it, or, at least, to the place where the stock of it is yet alive, and the branches began to die. And now, may I have your pardon for pointing out, partly with reference to matters which are at this time of greater moment than the arts, that if we undertook such recession to the vital germ of national arts that have decayed, we should find a more singular arrest of their power in Ireland than in any other European country. For in the 8th century Ireland possessed a school of art in her manuscripts and sculpture, which, in many of its qualities, apparently in all essential qualities of decorative invention, was quite without rival, seeming as if it might have advanced to the highest triumphs in architecture and in painting. But there was one fatal flaw in its nature, by which it was stayed, and stayed with a conspicuousness of pause to which there is no parallel, so that, long ago, in tracing the progress of European schools from infancy to strength, I chose for the students of Kensington, in a lecture since published, 2 characteristic examples of early art, of equal skill, but in the one case, skill which was progressive, in the other, skill which was at pause. In the one case, it was work receptive of correction, hungry for correction, and in the other, work which inherently rejected correction. I chose for them a corrigible Eve, and an incorrigible angel, and I grieve to say that the incorrigible angel was also an Irish angel. And the fatal difference lay wholly in this. In both pieces of art there was an equal falling short of the needs of fact, but the Lombardic Eve knew she was in the wrong, and the Irish angel thought himself all right. The eager Lombardic sculptor, though firmly insisting on his childish idea, yet showed in the irregular broken touches of the features, and the imperfect struggle for softer lines in the form, a perception of beauty and law that he could not render. There was the strain of effort, under conscious imperfection, in every line. But the Irish missal painter had drawn his angel with no sense of failure, in happy complacency, and put red dots into the palms of each hand, and rounded the eyes into perfect circles, and I regret to say, left the mouth out altogether, with perfect satisfaction to himself. May I without offense ask you to consider whether this mode of arrest in ancient Irish art may not be indicative of points of character which, even yet, in some measure, arrest your national power? I have seen much of Irish character, and have watched it closely, for I have also much loved it. And I think the form of failure to which it is most liable is this, that being generous-hearted, and wholly intending always to do right, it does not attend to the external laws of right, but thinks it must necessarily do right because it means to do so, and therefore does wrong without finding it out, and then, when the consequences of its wrong come upon it, or upon others connected with it, it cannot conceive that the wrong is in any wise of its causing or of its doing, but flies into wrath and a strange agony of desire for justice, as feeling itself wholly innocent, which leads it farther astray, until there is nothing that it is not capable of doing with a good conscience. But mind, I do not mean to say that, in past or present relations between Ireland and England, you have been wrong, and we right. Far from that, I believe that in all great questions of principle, and in all details of administration of law, you have been usually right, and we wrong, sometimes in misunderstanding you, sometimes in resolute iniquity to you. Nevertheless, in all disputes between states, though the strongest is nearly always mainly in the wrong, the weaker is often so in a minor degree, and I think we sometimes admit the possibility of our being in error, and you never do. And now, returning to the broader question, what these arts and labors of life have to teach us of its mystery, this is the first of their lessons, that the more beautiful the art, the more it is essentially the work of people who feel themselves wrong, who are striving for the fulfillment of a law, and the grasp of a loveliness, which they have not yet attained, which they feel even farther and farther from attaining the more they strive for it. And yet, in still deeper sense, it is the work of people who know also that they are right. The very sense of inevitable error from their purpose marks the perfectness of that purpose, and the continued sense of failure arises from the continued opening of the eyes more clearly to all the sacredest laws of truth. This is one lesson. The second is a very plain, and greatly precious one, namely, that whenever the arts and labors of life are fulfilled in this spirit of striving against misrule, and doing whatever we have to do, honorably and perfectly, they invariably bring happiness, as much as seems possible to the nature of man. In all other paths by which that happiness is pursued there is disappointment, or destruction. For ambition and for passion there is no rest, no fruition. The fairest pleasures of youth perish in a darkness greater than their past light, and the loftiest and purest love too often does but inflame the cloud of life with endless fire of pain. But ascending from lowest to highest, through every scale of human industry, that industry worthily followed, gives peace. Ask the laborer in the field, at the forge, or in the mine. Ask the patient, delicate-fingered artisan, or the strong-armed, fiery-hearted worker in bronze, and in marble, and in the colors of light, and none of these, who are true workmen, will ever tell you that they have found the law of heaven an unkind one, that in the sweat of their face they should eat bread, till they return to the ground. Nor that they ever found it an unrewarded obedience, if, indeed, it was rendered faithfully to the command, "Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might." These are the two great and constant lessons which our laborers teach us of the mystery of life. But there is another, and a sadder one, which they cannot teach us, which we must read on their tombstones. Do it with thy might. There have been myriads upon myriads of human creatures who have obeyed this law, who have put every breath and nerve of their being into its toil, who have devoted every hour, and exhausted every faculty, who have bequeathed their unaccomplished thoughts at death, who, being dead, have yet spoken, by majesty of memory, and strength of example. And at last, what has all this might of humanity accomplished, in 6,000 years of labor and sorrow? What has it done? Take the three chief occupations and arts of men, one by one, and count their achievements. Begin with the first, the lord of them all, agriculture. 6,000 years have passed since we were sent to till the ground, from which we were taken. How much of it is tilled? How much of that which is, wisely or well? In the very center and chief garden of Europe, where the two forms of parent Christianity have had their fortresses, where the noble Catholics of the forest cantons, and the noble Protestants of the Vaudois valleys, have maintained, for dateless ages, their faiths and liberties, there the unchecked Alpine rivers yet run wild in devastation, and the marshes, which a few hundred men could redeem with a year's labor, still blast their helpless inhabitants into fevered idiotism. That is so in the center of Europe, while on the near coast of Africa, once the garden of the Hesperides, an Arab woman, but a few sunsets since, ate her child for famine. And with all the treasures of the East at our feet, we, in our own dominion, could not find a few grains of rice for a people that asked of us no more, but stood by, and saw 500,000 of them perish of hunger. Then, after agriculture, the art of kings, take the next head of human arts, weaving, the art of queens, honored of all noble heathen women, in the person of their virgin goddess, honored of all Hebrew women, by the word of their wisest king. She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She mocketh herself covering of tapestry, her clothing is silk and purple. She mocketh fine linen, and selleth it, and delivereth girdles unto the merchant. What have we done in all these thousands of years with this bright art of Greek maid and Christian matron? 6,000 years of weaving, and have we learned to weave? Might not every naked wall have been purple with tapestry, and every feeble breast fenced with sweet colors from the cold? What have we done? Our fingers are too few, it seems, to twist together some poor covering for our bodies. We set our streams to work for us, and choke the air with fire, to turn our pinning wheels, and are we yet clothed? Are not the streets of the capitals of Europe foul with the sale of cast clouts and rotten rags? Is not the beauty of your sweet children left in wretchedness of disgrace, while, with better honor, nature clothes the brood of the bird in its nest, and the suckling of the wolf in her den? And does not every winter's snow robe what you have not robed, and shroud what you have not shrouded, and every winter's wind bear up to heaven its wasted souls, to witness against you hereafter, by the voice of their Christ? I was naked, and ye clothed me not. Lastly, take the art of building, the strongest, proudest, most orderly, most enduring of the arts of man, that of which the produce is in the surest manner accumulative, and need not perish, or be replaced, but if once well done, will stand more strongly than the unbalanced rocks, more prevalently than the crumbling hills. The art which is associated with all civic pride and sacred principle, with which men record their power, satisfy their enthusiasm, make sure their defense, define and make dear their habitation. And in 6,000 years of building, what have we done? Of the greater part of all that skill and strength, no vestige is left, but fallen stones, that encumber the fields and impede the streams. But from this waste of disorder, and of time, and of rage, what is left to us? Constructive and progressive creatures that we are, with ruling brains, and forming hands capable of fellowship, and thirsting for fame, can we not contend, in comfort, with the insects of the forest, or, in achievement, with the worm of the sea? The white surf rages in vain against the ramparts built by poor atoms of scarcely nascent life, but only ridges of formless ruin mark the places where once dwelt our noblest multitudes. The ant and the moth have cells for each of their young, but our little ones lie in festering heaps, in homes that consume them like graves, and night by night, from the corners of our streets, rises up the cry of the homeless. I was a stranger, and ye took me not in. Must it be always thus? Is our life forever to be without profit, without possession? Shall the strength of its generations be as barren as death, or cast away their labor, as the wild fig tree casts her untimely figs? Is it all a dream, then, the desire of the eyes and the pride of life, or, if it be, might we not live a nobler dream than this? The poets and prophets, the wise men, and the scribes, though they have told us nothing about a life to come, have told us much about the life that is now. They have had, they also, their dreams, and we have laughed at them. They have dreamed of mercy, and of justice. They have dreamed of peace and goodwill. They have dreamed of labor undisappointed, and of rest undisturbed. They have dreamed of fullness in harvest, and overflowing in store. They have dreamed of wisdom in counsel, and of providence in law, of gladness of parents, and strength of children, and glory of gray hairs. And at these visions of theirs we have mocked, and held them for idle and vain, unreal and unaccomplishable. What have we accomplished with our realities? Is this what has come of our worldly wisdom, tried against their folly? This, our mightiest possible, against their impotent ideal? Or, have we only wandered among the spectra of a baser felicity, and chased phantoms of the tombs, instead of visions of the Almighty, and walked after the imaginations of our evil hearts, instead of after the counsels of eternity, until our lives, not in the likeness of the cloud of heaven, but of the smoke of hell, have become as a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away? Does it vanish then? Are you sure of that? Sure that the nothingness of the grave will be a rest from this troubled nothingness, and that the coiling shadow, which disquiets itself in vain, cannot change into the smoke of the torment that ascends forever? Will any answer that they are sure of it, and that there is no fear, nor hope, nor desire, nor labor, whither they go? Be it so. Will you not, then, make as sure of the life that now is, as you are of the death that is to come? Your hearts are wholly in this world. Will you not give them to it wisely, as well as perfectly? And see, first of all, that you have hearts, and sound hearts too, to give. Because you have no heaven to look for, is that any reason that you should remain ignorant of this wonderful and infinite earth, which is firmly and instantly given you in possession? Although your days are numbered, and the following darkness sure, is it necessary that you should share the degradation of the brute, because you are condemned to its mortality, or live the life of the moth, and of the worm, because you are to companion them in the dust? Not so. We may have but a few thousands of days to spend, perhaps hundreds only, perhaps tens, nay, the longest of our time and best, looked back on, will be but as a moment, as the twinkling of an eye. Still we are men, not insects, we are living spirits, not passing clouds. He mocketh the winds his messengers, the momentary fire his minister. And shall we do less than these? Let us do the work of men while we bear the form of them, and, as we snatch our narrow portion of time out of eternity, snatch also our narrow inheritance of passion out of immortality, even though our lives be as a vapor, that appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away. But there are some of you who believe not this, who think this cloud of life has no such close, that it is to float, revealed and illumined, upon the floor of heaven, in the day when he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him. Some day, you believe, within these 5, or 10, or 20 years, for every one of us the judgment will be set, and the books opened. If that be true, far more than that must be true. Is there but one day of judgment? Why, for us every day is a day of judgment, every day is a dies irae, and writes its irrevocable verdict in the flame of its west. Think you that judgment waits till the doors of the grave are opened? It waits at the doors of your houses, it waits at the corners of your streets. We are in the midst of judgment. The insects that we crush are our judges, the moments that we fret away are our judges, the elements that feed us, judge, as they minister, and the pleasures that deceive us, judge as they indulge. Let us, for our lives, do the work of men while we bear the form of them, if indeed those lives are not as a vapor, and do not vanish away. The work of men. And what is that? Well, we may any of us know very quickly, on the condition of being wholly ready to do it. But many of us are for the most part thinking, not of what we are to do, but of what we are to get, and the best of us are sunk into the sin of Ananias, and it is a mortal one. We want to keep back part of the price, and we continually talk of taking up our cross, as if the only harm in a cross was the weight of it, as if it was only a thing to be carried, instead of to be crucified upon. They that are his have crucified the flesh, with the affections and lusts. Does that mean, think you, that in time of national distress, of religious trial, of crisis for every interest and hope of humanity, none of us will cease jesting, none cease idling, none put themselves to any wholesome work, none take so much as a tag of lace off their footmen's coats, to save the world? Or does it rather mean, that they are ready to leave houses, lands, and kindreds, yes, and life, if need be? Life, some of us are ready enough to throw that away, joyless as we have made it. But, station in life, how many of us are ready to quit that? Is it not always the great objection, where there is question of finding something useful to do? We cannot leave our stations in life. Those of us who really cannot, that is to say, who can only maintain themselves by continuing in some business or salaried office, have already something to do, and all that they have to see to is, that they do it honestly and with all their might. But with most people who use that apology, remaining in the station of life to which Providence has called them means keeping all the carriages, and all the footmen and large houses they can possibly pay for, and once for all, I say that if ever Providence did put them into stations of that sort, which is not at all a matter of certainty, Providence is just now very distinctly calling them out again. Levi's station in life was the receipt of custom, and Peter's, the shore of Galilee, and Paul's, the antechambers of the high priest, which station in life each had to leave, with brief notice. And whatever our station in life may be, at this crisis, those of us who mean to fulfill our duty ought first to live on as little as we can, and secondly, to do all the wholesome work for it we can, and to spend all we can spare in doing all the sure good we can. And sure good is, first in feeding people, then in dressing people, then in lodging people, and lastly in rightly pleasing people, with arts, or sciences, or any other subject of thought. I say first in feeding, and once for all, do not let yourselves be deceived by any of the common talk of indiscriminate charity. The order to us is not to feed the deserving hungry, nor the industrious hungry, nor the amiable and well-intentioned hungry, but simply to feed the hungry. It is quite true, infallibly true, that if any man will not work, either should he eat. Think of that. And every time you sit down to your dinner, ladies and gentlemen, say solemnly, before you ask a blessing, "How much work have I done today for my dinner?" But the proper way to enforce that order on those below you, as well as on yourselves, is not to leave vagabonds and honest people to starve together, but very distinctly to discern and seize your vagabond, and shut your vagabond up out of honest people's way, and very sternly then see that, until he has worked, he does not eat. But the first thing is to be sure you have the food to give, and therefore, to enforce the organization of vast activities in agriculture and in commerce for the production of the wholesomest food, and proper storing and distribution of it, so that no famine shall any more be possible among civilized beings. There is plenty of work in this business alone, and at once, for any number of people who like to engage in it. Secondly, dressing people, that is to say, urging every one within reach of your influence to be always neat and clean, and giving them means of being so. In so far as they absolutely refuse, you must give up the effort with respect to them, only taking care that no children within your sphere of influence shall any more be brought up with such habits, and that every person who is willing to dress with propriety shall have encouragement to do so. And the first absolutely necessary step towards this is the gradual adoption of a consistent dress for different ranks of persons, so that their rank shall be known by their dress, and the restriction of the changes of fashion within certain limits. All which appears for the present quite impossible, but it is only so far even difficult as it is difficult to conquer our vanity, frivolity, and desire to appear what we are not. And it is not, nor ever shall be, creed of mine, that these mean and shallow vices are unconquerable by Christian women. And then, thirdly, lodging people, which you may think should have been put first, but I put it third, because we must feed and clothe people where we find them, and lodge them afterwards. And providing lodgment for them means a great deal of vigorous legislation, and cutting down of vested interests that stand in the way, and after that, or before that, so far as we can get it, thorough sanitary and remedial action in the houses that we have, and then the building of more, strongly, beautifully, and in groups of limited extent, kept in proportion to their streams, and walled round, so that there may be no festering and wretched suburb anywhere, but clean and busy street within. And the open country without, with a belt of beautiful garden and orchard round the walls, so that from any part of the city perfectly fresh air and grass, and the sight of far horizon, might be reachable in a few minutes' walk. This is the final aim, but in immediate action every minor and possible good to be instantly done, when, and as, we can, roofs mended that have holes in them, fences patched that have gaps in them, walls buttressed that totter, and floors propped that shake, cleanliness and order enforced with our own hands and eyes, till we are breathless, every day. And all the fine arts will healthily follow. I myself have washed a flight of stone stairs all down, with bucket and broom, in a Savoyan, where they hadn't washed their stairs since they first went up them, and I never made a better sketch than that afternoon. These, then, are the three first needs of civilized life, and the law for every Christian man and woman is, that they shall be in direct service towards one of these three needs, as far as is consistent with their own special occupation, and if they have no special business, then wholly in one of these services. And out of such exertion in plain duty all other good will come, for in this direct contention with material evil, you will find out the real nature of all evil, you will discern by the various kinds of resistance, what is really the fault and main antagonism to good. Also you will find the most unexpected helps and profound lessons given. And truths will come thus down to us which the speculation of all our lives would never have raised us up to. You will find nearly every educational problem solved, as soon as you truly want to do something, everybody will become of use in their own fittest way, and will learn what is best for them to know in that use. Competitive examination will then, and not till then, be wholesome, because it will be daily, and calm, and in practice, and on these familiar arts, and minute, but certain and serviceable knowledges, will be surely edified and sustain the greater arts and splendid theoretical sciences. But much more than this. On such holy and simple practice will be founded, indeed, at last, an infallible religion. The greatest of all the mysteries of life, and the most terrible, is the corruption of even the sincerest religion, which is not daily founded on rational, effective, humble, and helpful action. Helpful action, observe. For there is just one law, which obeyed, keeps all religions pure, forgotten, makes them all false. Whenever in any religious faith, dark or bright, we allow our minds to dwell upon the points in which we differ from other people, we are wrong, and in the devil's power. That is the essence of the Pharisees' thanksgiving. Lord, I thank thee that I am not as other men are. At every moment of our lives we should be trying to find out, not in what we differ with other people, but in what we agree with them. And the moment we find we can agree as to anything that should be done, kind or good, and who but fools couldn't, then do it. Push at it together. You can't quarrel in a side-by-side push. But the moment that even the best men stop pushing, and begin talking, they mistake their pugnacity for piety, and it's all over. I will not speak of the crimes which in past times have been committed in the name of Christ, nor of the follies which are at this hour held to be consistent with obedience to Him. But I will speak of the morbid corruption and waste of vital power in religious sentiment, by which the pure strength of that which should be the guiding soul of every nation, the splendor of its youthful manhood, and spotless light of its maidenhood, is averted or cast away. You may see continually girls who have never been taught to do a single useful thing thoroughly, who cannot sew, who cannot cook, who cannot cast an account, nor prepare a medicine, whose whole life has been passed either in play or in pride. You will find girls like these, when they are earnest-hearted, cast all their innate passion of religious spirit, which was meant by God to support them through the irksomeness of daily toil, into grievous and vain meditation over the meaning of the great book, of which no syllable was ever yet to be understood but through a deed, all the instinctive wisdom and mercy of their womanhood made vain, and the glory of their pure consciences warped into fruitless agony concerning questions which the laws of common serviceable life would have either solved for them in an instant, or kept out of their way. Give such a girl any true work that will make her active in the dawn, and weary at night, with the consciousness that her fellow creatures have indeed been the better for her day, and the powerless sorrow of her enthusiasm will transform itself into a majesty of radiant and beneficent peace. So with our youths. We once taught them to make Latin verses, and called them educated. Now we teach them to leap and to row, to hit a ball with a bat, and call them educated. Can they plow? Can they sow? Can they plant at the right time, or build with a steady hand? Is it the effort of their lives to be chaste, knightly, faithful, holy in thought, lovely in word and deed? Indeed it is, with some, nay with many, and the strength of England is in them, and the hope. But we have to turn their courage from the toil of war to the toil of mercy, and their intellect from dispute of words to discernment of things, and their knighthood from the errantry of adventure to the state and fidelity of a kingly power. And then, indeed, shall abide, for them, and for us, an incorruptible felicity, and an infallible religion, shall abide for us faith, no more to be assailed by temptation, no more to be defended by wrath and by fear, shall abide with us hope, no more to be quenched by the years that overwhelm, or made ashamed by the shadows that betray, shall abide for us, and with us, the greatest of these, the abiding will, the abiding name of our Father. For the greatest of these is charity. Bibliographical note. Bibliographical note. Editions. The standard edition of Ruskin is that of Cook and Wedderburn in 34 volumes. Most of his better-known works may be had in cheap and convenient forms. The best lives are Collingwood, W.G. The Life and Work of John Ruskin, Houghton Mifflin Company, 1893. 2 volumes, The Standard Biography. Harrison P. John Ruskin, English Men of Letters. The Macmillan Company, 1902. A short and readable biography. Footnotes. I look for ghosts, but none will force their way to me. 'Tis falsely said that ever there was intercourse between the living and the dead. For surely then I should have sight of him I wait for day and night, with love and longing infinite. He wept, and his bright tears went trickling down the golden bough he held. Thus, with half-shut, suffused eyes he stood, while from beneath some cumbrous boughs hard by, with solemn step an awful goddess came, and there was purport in her looks for him, which he with eager guess began to read. Perplexed, the while melodiously he said, "How camest thou over the unfooded sea?" Hyperion 3. 42. Ruskin. A primrose by a river's brim. A yellow primrose was to him, and it was nothing more. "Quick, Anna, quick! To the mirror! It is late, and I'm to dance at the ambassador's. I'm going to the ball. They're faded, see. These ribbons, they belong to yesterday. Heavens, how all things pass! Now gracefully hang the blue tassels from the net that holds my hair. Higher, no, lower, you get nothing right. Now let this sapphire sparkle on my brow. You're pricking me, you careless thing. That's good. I love you, Anna dear. How fair I am. I hope he'll be there, too, the one I've tried to forget. No use. Anna, my gown. He too. Oh, fie, you wicked girl. My necklace, this? These golden beads the Holy Father blessed? He'll be there, heavens! Suppose he takes my hand. I scarce can draw my breath for thinking of it. And I confess to Father Anselmo. Tomorrow, how can I ever tell him all? One last glance at the mirror. Oh, I'm sure that they'll adore me at the ball tonight. Before the fire she stands admiringly. Oh God! A spark has leapt into her gown. Fire, fire, oh run, lost thus when mad with hope. What, die? And she so fair? The hideous flames rage greedily about her arms and breast, envelop her, and leaping ever higher, swallow up all her beauty pitiless. Her 18 years, alas! And her sweet dream. Adieu to ball, to pleasure, and to love. Per Constance! Said the dancers at the ball. Per Constance! And they danced till break of day. For a great speculation had failed. And ever he muttered and maddened, and ever wanned with despair. And out he walked, when the wind like a broken worldling wailed, and the flying gold of the ruined woodlands drove through the air. There has fallen a splendid tear from the passion flower at the gate. The red rose cries, "She is near, she is near!" And the white rose weeps, "She is late!" The larkspur listens, I hear! And the lily whispers, "I wait." Ruskin. The day is done, and slowly from the scene the stooping sun upgathers his spent shafts, and puts them back into his golden quiver. Ruskin. From haunted spring and dale, edged with poplar pale. Ruskin. Hymn on the morning of Christ's Nativity, 184 to 185.